The very idea of the power and the right of the people to establish government presupposes the duty of every individual to obey the established government.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human incidents in the careers of our presidents, woven into the rich tapestry that is the American heritage. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. And now, see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Listen to this story and see if you can identify this general who was much pursued with office of the presidency. The war was over, and the general was going home. He was tired, and he was looking forward for a long rest on his own quiet, beautiful acres. The troops that followed him were tired, too. Their tempers were short, and their minds were suspicious. There were all sorts of dangerous undercurrents.
There is something I must tell you, General.
Yes, Colonel Nicola.
There is dissension brewing in the ranks. The men feel that the states intend to disband them without ever paying them for the time they've served.
I'm sure that no man who has risked his life for his country will find this country ungrateful, Colonel.
Are you indeed, General? Well, I'm afraid the men in the ranks and the officers don't have your faith.
Then perhaps they'll take my word.
Well, I think they will. In fact, General, I think the way the Army feels about you, they'd set you up as king in this country if you'd let them.
Colonel Nicola, if you have any regard for your country, concern for yourself, or respect for me, forget that you ever said or even entertained a thought like that for a moment.
I consider it the highest kind of compliment, sir.
Colonel Nicola, our fathers came to this country to get away from kings, not to set them up.
Forgive me, General. Believe me, I had no wish to offend you.
I understand, Colonel. And I understand, too, the motives that brought you here. But what you ask is in such complete opposition to all my beliefs that it is very hard for me to listen civilly.
I consider myself a good patriot, too, General.
You are. But don't lose sight of the reasons why we fought this war. When you're as tired as we are, sometimes it's hard to remember.
What are your plans for the future, sir?
I am retiring completely from public life.
Oh, surely not.
I have given enough years now. They said they needed me, and I was glad to come and lead the armies and do what I could. But now the war's ended, I'm going home. I haven't too many years left, and I think I've earned the right to live them as I will. I want peace, Colonel. Peace and silence and tranquility. And I know just where to go to get them.
Oh, my dear, it's so good to have you home.
No, I was afraid you'd changed, but you're lovelier than ever.
Darling.
You know, I'm going to stay right here in the country with you all the rest of my life. This is the way a man should live, in peace and serenity beside the woman he loves. By the way, didn't you say there were a lot of presents for me?
Oh, I should say so.
Well, let's see them.
Which one?
All of them.
Well, that will take quite a bit of walking.
What do you mean?
Well, there are hundreds of books from all over the world.
Oh.
Those are piled up in the library. Then there are apple trees from the state of Maryland,
No.
lime trees from New York, horse chestnut trees from Virginia.
Virginia, all that.
Oh, I'm just beginning. You've been sent pine and fir trees from New England, rum from Jamaica, pheasants and partridges from France, and you'll never be able to guess what the King of Spain sent you.
What?
He sent a keeper named Pedro Tellez, and in the charge of this keeper, he sent what he refers to as the most magnificent jackass of all Spain.
You mean the king came himself?
Oh, shame on you, no.
Well, let's go and look at the animal. Oh, my dear, it's going to be so wonderful to sit around and be lazy and have nothing to do. I'm through with wars. For the rest of my life, I'm going to enjoy this country that I fought for.
Dear, I've heard all sorts of rumors. Even here one hears rumors, you know.
What kind of rumors?
That you might be going to run for public office.
Not me. Not now. And not ever. Didn't you hear me say I had retired?
Oh, yes, dear, I certainly heard you. Oh, did I tell you Alex and Gouverneur Morris were coming for dinner?
No, you did not. Why are they coming for dinner?
Well, they sent word that they had some important matters to discuss with
They're
you.
wasting their time.
I know, dear. Come on, let's go look at the King of Spain before they come.
It's not going to do them a bit of good. I'm not taking any further part in any public activities, and that's final. Alex, I have retired. There's no use talking to me about this. Talk to Congress. Congress must settle the problems of the country now.
Congress? That's a waste of time, and no one is more aware of it than you, General.
The men in the offices are meeting in secret right now. They want their pay, and they're determined to get it.
Of course they should get it. They're entitled to it.
If something isn't done, there are going to be insurrections in this country. After all, these men won the war, and they don't feel very good about being disregarded and ignored now that they've won it.
They're going to get their money, but it takes time for Congress to work things out. You know that.
General, Alex and I are here representing a large group of your officers from the war. They ask that you keep your position as their leader so that some sort of political reorganization can be forced on the states.
Are you suggesting that after fighting for this country, I now lead her own soldiers against her?
The soldiers are part of this country, too. There wouldn't be any country if it weren't for them. They feel now that the country has betrayed them, and they wonder why you have deserted them.
I haven't deserted them.
You're their leader, their commander-in-chief. The only explanation they can think of is that delicacy carried to an extreme prevents your following their interests with sufficient warmth. After all, they did follow you into battle.
I know that. I appreciate and love them for it. But don't they understand that they have fought for a government, and now they must show a little faith in it? I have heard murmurs of revolution, monarchy, militarism. None of those things will accomplish anything. And force won't accomplish what they want now.
Force is the only thing they know. And if you won't lead them, there are others who will. I have here a printed speech that was circulated among the officers today. It was written by Gates. He's saying that the officers should unite and demand their rights from Congress and the country. If you don't do something now, they may mean civil war. He's called a meeting for tomorrow.
Civil war? Well, I think we can handle that, Alex. I'll write a statement which you can take back with you, ordering the officers to meet on Saturday the 15th at noon.
Good for you, sir.
Under the chairmanship of Gates.
What? Under the chairmanship of Gates?
Of course. That will automatically cancel the meeting for tomorrow and give everybody a chance to calm down.
Why should Gates be chairman of your meeting?
Because if Gates is chairman, he will have to preside. And if he has to preside, he won't be able to talk or influence the officers. I'll have a talk with the officers. Men, you have fought gallantly for a young country in which you had faith. Now I beg of you, have faith a little longer. This is not the time for rebellions and insurrections. We have too much to lose. Wait, and I promise you I will plead your cause with Congress. Now I beg of you to act in such a manner that posterity will say of you, had this day been wanting, the world would never have seen the last stage of perfection to which the human nature is capable of attaining.
Men, I move we vote a unanimous vote of confidence in the General and in the Congress of the United States.
Well, what are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm planning a treat.
Well, of course I could see that. But you were attacking that ground so viciously, I thought maybe you were cutting someone up.
I am.
Who?
Congress.
I thought so.
They've got to pay the army. And the state governors have got to unite. There's got to be a strong central government. There's got to be a strong permanent army.
Be careful of that tree. They aren't very strong when they're that age, you know.
No, well, it's none of my concern. I've told them what I think, and I've gotten the men to calm down and wait for their decision. And if they don't do something about it, it's up to them. I'm finished with
I
the whole...
know, dear. You're finished with public life.
That's right. I'm going to settle down with my family and live in peace and quiet. Just being the head of a family is the most peaceful, wonderful thing in the world.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, dear, because a few problems have come up.
What problems?
Let's walk back toward the house and I'll tell you. First of all, you're going to have to visit your mother. She isn't at all well.
Oh, sorry.
I'm afraid you will have to leave for Fredericksburg in the morning. Your nephew is ill with gallstones again.
Oh, my.
Your two nephews that have been in school in Georgetown have run up some debts. And the head of the school is expelling them and wants to see you at once.
Oh, my.
There are 300 unanswered letters on your desk from people who want money and advice. Your sister's baby's ill.
Oh, where does a man go to find peace and quiet?
I don't know, darling. I really don't. Sometimes I think it's a lost cause with you.
Furthermore, I've got a toothache. Blast Congress, anyway.
Why, General.
Everyone expects me to know the answers to everything, and sometimes I don't know the answers to anything.
How would you like to be the leader of this whole country? The elected leader?
Now, don't you start on me.
Oh, I'm not starting anything. I just happened to hear some rumors. And I just wondered.
I have retired.
Yes, I noticed. That's why I wondered.
Alex, what brings you here at this hour of the night?
Well, General, as you know, there's going to be a meeting in Philadelphia to decide what to do about the affairs that concern us all today. Each state is to send delegates.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Had you thought about going?
Well, my state hasn't made any move to send me. And, Alex, I thought I had made it clear what my sentiments were about taking any further part in public activities.
General, don't you care what happens to this country?
Alex, you have no right to address me in a manner like that.
It's a question a lot of men who have had faith in you are beginning to ask.
Yes. Yes, I care what happens to this country. I cared enough to fight for it, which means that I cared enough to die. But I believe that others should come to the front now.
The people want you to preside over the convention, General. You have become the government to them. The central authority, the one clearly defined thing in a very confused period. This peace that you have won for us is a confused, uneasy thing. We need your help and guidance. More than anything, we need the power that your presence will give us.
Oh, I think you overestimate that.
No, I don't, General. And this is your fight, too. Tell me honestly, have you any faith in the present Congress?
No. No, quite honestly, I do not. I've certainly gotten nowhere with them. It looks to me as though they are growing more and more helpless.
If something isn't done and done quickly, we might as well never have fought the war. We need a leader, General, and you're the only one that everyone agrees can fill the position.
All right, Alex. I'll preside at Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What did you say?
Thank you, General.
Now, Alex, I'm warning you. I have retired. I will preside at Philadelphia, but that is positively the last public act I'm going to become involved in.
Yes, General, of course. And thank you on behalf of the nation.
My, it's exciting coming to Philadelphia with a retired general.
We're just entering the city.
Are we inside the city now?
Yes, yes.
Would you stop for a moment, please?
Yes. Why did you stop the carriage?
Listen.
What are all those bells?
The bells of every church in Philadelphia are ringing
Why?
to welcome you to the city.
To welcome me?
Yes, my dearest. Alex told me about it. It's Philadelphia's tribute to the man they consider the greatest American of his time.
I shall remember and treasure this moment as long as I live. I only hope I can justify their insistence that I preside and be a worthy president.
Of the convention?
Yes, of course, of the convention. What did you think I was speaking of, huh?
Nothing, dear. It's only that I have heard rumors.
Now, see here, I have retired.
Yes, I know you have retired, dear. But there are rumors all the same.
They don't mean a thing.
All right, dear. They don't mean a thing.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
I think you'll agree that when it comes to beauty, a tree is hard to surpass. Yet many people out on camping trips and summer picnics fail to remember that. And through their carelessness, the beauty of our forests is often destroyed. Today, our timber and watershed lands are taking a terrific beating from forest fires. Yes, and 9 out of 10 forest fires are caused by people, and that means they are preventable. It only takes a moment's carelessness with matches or campfires to set fire loose in the forest. So everyone should memorize and follow these simple rules of forest fire prevention. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2 after using. Drown all campfires. And find out the law before using fire. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you guessed who the president was or when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. The general arrived in Philadelphia in May. The artillery officers stood at salute as he passed through the streets. On May the 25th, as soon as there was a quorum, the members unanimously elected the general president of the convention. And then the long, hot, sweltering days of heat and argument set in. From May to September, the general watched the painstaking theories argued and analyzed, polished and perfected, and finally set down in neat, concise words. And at last, the words were all set down, and the document was ready.
Resolved that the preceding document be laid before the United States in Congress assembled, and that it is the opinion of this convention that it should afterwards be submitted to a convention of delegates, chosen in each state by the people thereof, under the recommendation of its legislature for their assent and ratification.
It was ready. The long months, while perspiration dripped from framers' brows and historic hands had slapped at horseflies and mosquitoes, had borne fruit. There was organization, there was potential power, there was promise, there was law. And now the general could sign his name with the others and go home. And that's just what he did.
Dear, what are you doing?
I'm sleeping. What are you doing?
I was looking for you. I couldn't imagine where you disappeared to.
Well, I came down here to watch the servants scrape the carrots, and the next thing I knew, I was fast asleep.
Oh, my, it's certainly a hot day.
You know, I think maybe I'll go fishing tomorrow.
Oh, you can't.
I can't? Why not?
A committee's coming.
How do you know?
A message just came.
What are they coming for?
How would I know?
Well, you usually hear rumors.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, I have heard a rumor.
I thought so.
The rumors are that they're going to make some sort of presentation.
Oh, dear. Well, there goes my fishing trip.
Well, never mind, love. You'll have plenty of time for fishing, now that you've retired.
The trouble is, you know I've retired, and I know I've retired, but the people don't seem to know it.
Well, tomorrow's only one day. And I think it's very nice of people to come down here in this hot weather to give you a present.
Well, we'll see what it is.
General, on behalf of the Maryland Federalists, it is my pleasure to present you with this miniature ship, the good ship Federalist, which, although it is only 6 feet long, is an exact duplicate of a full-size vessel. We are going to anchor it here in the river, where we hope it will be a symbol to you of the power and stability of the Federalist Party.
Thank you, gentlemen, thank you. This is truly a handsome present, and I promise you I shall look at it from my windows, and it shall indeed be a symbol to me of the power and stability of the Federalist Party.
Dear, oh, something terrible has happened. Don't stand there like that. Do something. Something terrible has happened.
What's happened? What's happened?
It's the storm. There was a stroke of lightning. The power and stability of the Federalist Party sunk in the river. Well, don't stand there laughing. Do something.
Well, what can I do, my dear? If it's sunk, it's sunk.
Oh, now, who on earth is that at this hour?
Well, I only know of one way to find out. Good evening, well, Governor Morris, come in, come in.
My goodness, you're drenched to the skin. Come over here by the fire and get those wet things off. Whatever brings you out on a night like this?
Isn't that a storm?
Yes, the good ship Federalist just sank.
It did? Oh, that's a shame.
I'm truly sorry. It was a beautiful model.
Well, the Federalist Party certainly hasn't sunk. It's carrying the day every place in the country.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Sit down. I'll get you both something warm to drink.
Thank you. General, I'm here in a completely non-official capacity, and I hope you will do me the courtesy of not mentioning my visit.
Of course.
You are to be visited next week by a delegation asking you to accept the presidential nomination.
I see. For 7 years I have repeatedly said
for 7 years you have repeatedly refused to take any official position at the head of the nation except as a general of the armies. But, sir, the nation needs you desperately.
There are many men in this country far more qualified for the office of president than I.
That may be, sir. But whether that is true or not, there is no man who has both the qualifications and the popularity. If you are president, the army will be solidly behind you.
I've been quite sincere, you know. I don't want to be president. I want to stay here and enjoy the time that remains to me. I left my wife. I fought for many long, hard years. I feel that I've given the best that I have to give to my country. You ask me now to step in to become the head of this nation at a most difficult hour in its history. I feel it needs a younger man.
The people want you, General. And you seem to be the only one they will accept. If you refuse, I couldn't even begin to guess what might happen to this union.
Oh, now, surely it isn't that serious.
I'm afraid it is.
Now, here's something to warm your bones.
My dear, there's a delegation coming to offer me the presidency.
Of course. Didn't you know it?
No, I didn't know it. I have retired.
You can't retire as long as you're needed.
Well, thank you for coming to warn me anyhow.
I didn't come to warn you. I came to urge you to accept.
Now, I'll think it over and try to reach a decision before the committee arrives.
I was afraid if I didn't come like this, you'd refuse immediately.
I would have, and I still probably will. Please understand, I love this country. I love the land. I love the fruit of the land. I love the seasons. I said to my men over and over, the liberty you're fighting for and the liberty you win will live through all eternity. I said if we kindle the fires of freedom now, they will blaze as a symbol to mankind for centuries. I said, this is America. Die for it if you must, and live for it all the rest of your lives, if you are spared. We won the victory. We won the liberty.
But, my dear, winning it wasn't enough. They have to be shown what to do with it.
There are so many to show them. There are so many fine young statesmen who would make brilliant presidents.
But they have faith in you. They have chosen you. You led them to victory. They believe you can lead them out of this confusion now.
You want me to accept, don't you?
Yes. I think they are right.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. May God guide me and show me what to do.
General, it is my pleasure to inform you that you've been elected to the office of President of the United States by the unanimous choice of the electors.
it's time to start, my dear.
Yes, I know. I've been walking over the grounds, taking a last look.
Well, it's only for 4 years. You can retire again in 4 years.
I'm going to. And that time, no one is going to get me away from here again. Take a last look, my dear. A last beautiful look. A last look at peace and quiet and serenity.
I have. I'm quite looking forward to the journey, though. You can appreciate peace and serenity much more if you don't have it all the time.
Here, let me help you into the carriage, my dear.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, I heard a rumor that you'll be expected to serve at least 2 terms.
You and your rumors. Now, see here, after my first term, I'm going to retire.
I know. But my rumors usually do come true, though. Don't they, Mr. President?
Yes, they usually do. So I might as well make up my mind now to the fact that I won't get home to stay for 8 years. Oh, Madam President, will I ever get to retire? Will I ever get to retire? Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
If you like the finest in music, you're sure to enjoy the Chautauqua Symphony, currently broadcasting a series of concerts over most of these same ABC stations every Sunday afternoon. The Chautauqua Symphony is made up of first-class musicians from various symphonic organizations throughout the nation. The broadcasts are presented from the Chautauqua Amphitheater in Chautauqua, New York. And it was in 1906 that symphony orchestra music was first introduced there by Walter Damrosch. Since then, the Chautauqua Symphony has developed into one of America's leading musical organizations. So, starting this afternoon, make it a Sunday afternoon date to join us for an hour and a quarter of fine music interpreted by the fine Chautauqua Symphony. And now, once again, Edward Arnold.
Place your hand on the Bible and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear.
Or affirm.
Or affirm.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
Long live George Washington, the President of the United States.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Any Number Can Play, starring Clark Gable, Alexis Smith, Wendell Corey, and Audrey Tara. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President George Washington.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
What is the use of being elected or re-elected unless you stand for something?
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who become presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind, sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms into the privacy of the breakfast room and the study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. See if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
In Washington a few years ago, the men in the White House devoted a good deal of time and thought to the existing tariff. And the more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became. And the more disturbed he became, the more determined he became to abolish that tariff. Listen closely and see if you can guess who the president was when all this happened. You're going to meet him first in his hotel room in St. Paul. He is with his wife, and he's just about to make a speech.
Darling, we must go down. Martin's already here.
Uh-huh. Do you like this tie?
I think it's very becoming.
Uh-huh. You don't think I look better in the blue one?
I like you in all your ties.
You know, my dear, that's probably how you got me.
How I got you?
Why, of course.
Now, wait a minute. Who asked who to marry who?
Well, I asked you after you pushed me a little.
Why, Mr. President.
Mm-hmm. Well, come on. You know, that's a very pretty dress.
Well, I'm glad you noticed. I didn't think you ever thought about anything but that tariff anymore.
The tariff? Why, I haven't thought about the tariff all day. That's the farthest thing from my mind right now.
Oh, indeed.
Mm-hmm. Now, turn off the light, will you, Tariff? Oh, no.
Yes, Mr. President. You haven't thought of the tariff all day, hmm?
No, haven't given it a thought.
I see.
Doesn't my wife look beautiful tonight, Martin?
Thank you, dear. Isn't he diplomatic, Martin?
I wish your husband was half as diplomatic about the tariff as he is about you.
This tariff issue is a mighty important problem, Martin.
All right, but let it rest until after the election, Mr. President.
No, sir. It's already been allowed to rest long enough. And now that I've reached a decision, I'm going to act.
A few more months aren't going to make a bit of difference to the tariff issue. And they might make a big difference in whether you're reelected.
Do you expect me to run the government for the good of the country or for my own personal good?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Holding off this issue isn't that important.
It is to me.
You have to think a little bit about your own good right now. If you bring up that tariff issue, you're going to commit political suicide. You're going out on a limb, and the Republicans will saw you right off the tree. Now, why is this tariff such an obsession with you?
All right. You listen very carefully, and I'll try to explain it in words in one syllable for you. First of all, what is a tariff?
Well, a tariff is a tax.
Yes.
It's the money the government gets for letting foreign goods into the country. And I don't see why you care if foreign exporters have to pay a high tariff. After all, it's not the foreigners you're supposed to be interested in. It's the Americans.
That's exactly right, Martin. It's the Americans I'm interested in. If we keep the present tariff in another 6 months, we're going to have a surplus of $140 million in the Treasury.
Good.
Oh, don't be a fool, Martin. The Treasury is becoming a hoarding place for money needlessly withdrawn from trade and from the use of the people. I tell you, that money is crippling our national energies, preventing investments in productive enterprise, to say nothing of inviting all manner of schemes of public plunder.
Well, it's still foreign money. A high tariff is a protection to the American working man. I doubt if anybody but you sees it in such a threatening light.
Oh, no, it isn't. Not by a long shot. The workingman has got to understand this. When a high tariff is claimed to be necessary to allay high wages, it results in a large increase in the price of nearly everything else right along the line. Before the workingman gets home with his wages, he will stop to buy some article and have to pay the large price which the tariff permits on the article. And there goes his wages.
Well, that may be true, but just the same...
Now, you take the rancher.
Oh, must I?
The sheep owner is told that a high duty on imported wool is necessary for the benefit of those who have sheep to shear, in order that the price of their wool may be increased. But the sheep owners are not reminded that they themselves must wear clothing and use other articles made from the wool they sell at high tariff prices. And that in the final analysis, they as consumers return their share of the increased price they got and more. Now take the farmer.
Oh, I'm sorry I ever mentioned the subject.
It's of vital importance to every American, Martin.
Well, Congress has refused to revise the tariffs, and that should settle it as far as you're concerned.
Well, it doesn't. I'm going to launch a crusade against that tariff. Don't forget, there's a power over Congress, Martin.
You?
No, not me, the people. I'm going to get the tariff issued to the people. I'm going to make them understand what the tariff means in their lives, no matter what I have to do to make them understand it.
All right. But wait until after the election.
No, it can't wait. I'm going to get this issue before the public.
How?
You'll see how. I know exactly how to do it. Come in.
Darling, I know you have to leave for the cabinet meeting. I just wanted to ask you what you'd like for dinner.
Corned beef and cabbage.
Oh, you had corned beef and cabbage last night.
Did I?
You certainly did.
That's right, I did. Well, warm it up again. It was good.
All right. Your name should be Cassidy, or O'Brien, or O'Toole, Faith and Begorra.
Well, I think I'd better be getting into the meeting. Oh, I'm going to try my message to Congress out on the cabinet today. Wait until they hear what it is.
I'm very proud of you.
Would you still be proud of me when I lose the election?
I'll be even more proud of you for sticking to your principles. I've much more admiration for a man who goes down with a principle than the man who deserts and lets the ship sink.
Now, you're a clever woman, Francis. No wonder you were able to get me to the altar.
Now, see here, Mr. President, I did not get you. You talk as though you were beaten over the head and dragged there.
I was. And you know the only reason you got away with it?
What?
You're so pretty.
You know, Mr. President, you may be pretty close to 30 years older than I am, but at times I feel like your mother. Little did I know that at 22 I was marrying to become not only your mother, but the mother of a tariff.
No, as a mother, I can't say much for you. But you're a wonderful wife. Come on, I've got to get to that cabinet meeting. Give us a kiss, darling.
Us?
The tariff and me. Goodbye. I'll see you at corned beef and cabbage time. And while you're sitting here smelling that gorgeous Irish stuff, think of me sweating over my speech. You see, gentlemen, those who buy imports pay the duty charged thereon into the public treasury. But the great majority of our citizens who buy domestic articles of the same class pay a sum at least approximately equal to this duty to the home manufacturer. It is notorious that competition among our domestic producers is too often strangled by combinations, frequently called trusts, which have for their object the regulation of the supply and price of commodities made and sold by members of the combination. The people can hardly hope for any consideration in the operation of these selfish schemes. Under our present laws, more than 4,000 articles are subject to duty. The necessities of life used and consumed by all the people the duty upon which adds to the cost of living in every home should greatly be cheapened. Our progress toward a wise conclusion will not be improved by dwelling upon the theories of protection and free trade. This savors too much of bandying epithets. It is a condition which confronts us, not a theory, gentlemen. This is the substance of my annual message to Congress.
Your entire message, Mr. President?
My entire message.
But, Mr. President, it is customary at this time for the President to make to Congress a detailed report of the national interests.
Well, gentlemen, I am so determined that my feelings get before the people and the tariff become a matter of public knowledge that I am going to forego the addition of any other topic. This way I know the tariff is going to make the headlines.
Well, it's a very courageous move, Mr. President.
Gentlemen, I realize I am bucking some mighty powerful interest in this land, but I intend to send this message to Congress and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, Mr. President, whatever our party may think of the message, it's a foregone conclusion that the Republican Party will be delighted with it.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Yes, sir. It will be interesting, to say the least.
This periodical, The Nation, says of the president's actions, the president's message is the most courageous document that has been sent from the executive mansion since the close of the Civil War. Well, well. The Commercial Gazette says of the president, ignoramus, dolt, simpleton, firebug in public finances. The New York Tribune's opinion is the president speaks as a British manufacturer anxious to be admitted without any charge to a period of the best and largest market in the world. Yeah, I was afraid of that. The London Morning Post says, sooner or later, Congress will recognize the wisdom of the president's advice and resolve to reduce the federal revenues. I wish the London Morning Post would keep its British mouth shut. Now we're in for it with the Irish in this country.
Well, you can do what you want with your votes in the next election, but I'm not giving mine to any British sympathizer. You all know good and well what Britain has done to the Irish, and nobody that goes palavering around the English is any friend of ours.
Well, Mr. President, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I did. I've been reading the papers, and I've been listening to the people. And the prospects of your re-election are pretty dim. Now, Mr. Spender here has a suggestion that I think you should give some close attention to.
What is it, Mr. Spender?
Well, Mr. President, now, this situation calls for some pretty shrewd politics.
Oh?
I refer specifically to New York State. It looks as though Governor Hill is going to win a renomination there. And if he does, New York State is definitely lost to us.
And what do you suggest I do, Mr. Spender?
Well, sir, as one of the heads of the Democratic Party, I suggest you use every bit of influence you have against Governor Hill.
No, I won't do that.
Mr. President, you've got to clip Hill's wings. He's after the presidential nomination.
Well, this is a free country. I am not going to interfere in the politics of New York State, whatever Mr. Hill's ambitions are.
But if he's re-elected in New York, he's going to have even more power than he has now. Hill wants to head the delegates at large to the convention. What would you say if he managed to get the presidential nomination?
I'd say more power to him. Personally, I should like nothing better than to step out and live my own life for the years that are left to me.
The party has to have you, Mr. President. If you aren't renominated, it will look as though your party considered your term a failure.
Don't you care if you lose the election, Mr. President?
Yes, I care. Because the party cares. And you care. I know. I realize the position the party would be in if I stepped out. So I'm going to run again. But I'm not going to play any dirty politics to get elected. I'm not going to ruin another man's career, and I'm not going to give up the tariff.
Then I'm afraid you're not going to be president.
Well, then, so be it.
Mr. President, what are you doing?
Oh, I was looking over these textbooks. For Indian children on reservations.
How can you be so calm with the convention going on?
Did you see what the Republicans are calling me?
What?
The beast of Buffalo.
Oh, I think that's horrible.
Little did my mother ever think that her proper young son would grow up to a title like that.
I got a letter this morning asking if it was true that you beat me and abused me.
And did you say yes?
I said, and I quote, I can wish the women of our country no greater blessing than that their homes and lives be as happy, and their husbands may be as kind and attentive, considerate and affectionate as mine.
Oh, God love you.
The beast of Buffalo, indeed. And while we're on the subject, what's happened to that tariff of yours?
Well, a modified form of what I asked is being discussed. They're calling it the Mills Bill.
I certainly wish they'd settled something.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Spender, come in.
Just come from the convention. You've been nominated unanimously by acclamation.
Oh, that's splendid.
I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Spender.
And, Mr. President, you've certainly won one part of your battle. You've put both parties into a position where they're going to have to take a definite stand on the tariff.
Well, if the tariff goes through, that will be the major victory of my life, no matter who wins the election.
It's going to be an uphill fight, Mr. President, but we're with you. We may not all have seen eye to eye with you on your way of conducting this campaign, but win or lose, we're with you.
Thank you, Spender. Thank you.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you tried to buy any lumber lately? Well, if you have, then the prices on the various grades of wood must have shocked you. One very good reason for these prices is the growing shortage of good timber in the United States. And Mr. Average American himself is contributing to that shortage in a large measure. How? By starting forest fires. 9 out of 10 of our forest fires are man-made. Last year, there were thousands upon thousands of forest fires in the United States. These fires destroyed enough trees of saw timber size to build 86,000 five-room houses. Every man, woman, and child in America must enlist in the drive to prevent this terrible waste of our natural resources. Be sure you do not start one of these disastrous fires while driving, picnicking, or camping in forests or woods. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've guessed who the president was when all this happened. It really did happen, you know. So listen carefully. The Republicans and the Democrats got upon rostrums, and the presidential campaigns went on. Ex-Senator Thurman of Ohio went on record as follows.
I've seen a good many presidents in my long life. I've known several of them personally, and I've read the history of the administration of them all. I've seen and I know our President of the United States. And on my honor, as a man who is bound to tell the truth, I don't believe that a more honest, braver, truer man ever filled the presidential chair of the United States.
That was the opinion of ex-Senator Thurman of Ohio. The Republican opposition said,
We are uncompromisingly in favor of the American system of protection. We protest against its destruction by the President and his party. They serve the interests of Europe. We will support the interests of America.
Now, on the other hand, James Russell Lowell said, in behalf of the President,
We are here to felicitate each other that the President's chair has a man in it. And this means that every word he says is weighted with what he is. We are here to felicitate each other that this man understands politics to mean business, not chicanery. Plain speaking, not talking with us in a double sense. That he has had the courage to tell the truth to this country, without regard to personal or party consequences, and thus to remind us that a country not worth telling the truth to is not worth living in.
And on the other side of the fence, the Republicans said,
The President is playing into the hands of England. He's a free trader. This measure is not called for by the people. It is not an American measure. It is inspired by importers and foreign producers who want to diminish our trade and increase theirs.
Yes, sir. That's what the Republicans and the Democrats were saying in their respective corners. And then, as Election Day came closer, the Republicans hatched a little plot.
All we have to do is convince the people that the president's acting in the interests of England. And we've got him where we want him. And I'll tell you how we can do it. We'll have someone write a letter to the British minister, Lord Sackville West. And if his lordship bites on the bait, that's all we need.
And so one morning, Lord Sackville West received in his mail a charming letter.
Well, I say, this is really interesting. Helen, get your book. We'll answer this one right away. It's from Mr. Charles F. Murchison, a naturalized British subject who lives out in the wilderness someplace.
Well,
Says, Pomona. And he's writing to inquire how a Britisher who's loyal to England, even though he is a naturalized American, should cast his vote for president. Well. We'll answer this one at once. Have your book, Helen?
yes, sir.
My dear Mr. Murchison, you are probably aware that any political party which openly favored the mother country at the present moment would lose popularity, and that the party in power is fully aware of this fact. The Democratic Party, however, is still desirous of maintaining friendly relations with Great Britain, so therefore I would suggest
Mr. President, have you seen the paper? Have you seen tonight's paper?
What are you so excited about, Martin?
Well, let me spread out the paper and show you why I'm excited.
British ministry advises naturalized American to vote the Democratic ticket. What?
15 days ahead of election, this had to happen.
But this is incredible.
But take any paper you want, they've all got the story. The New York Sun says that if the letter's a forgery, Lord Sackville should denounce it immediately, and that if it is not, he should be sent his passports at once.
Martin, kindly see that Lord Sackville West comes here immediately. Malone, I find it very hard to believe that you actually wrote this letter.
Well, now, why shouldn't I write the letter? The man wrote asking my advice. He had every right to ask, and I had every right to answer. I only gave my opinions.
As a British minister, you have no right to advise American citizens how to vote.
Mr. President, I protest that I have a right to an opinion. Sir, I must say that I think you take an exaggerated view of the importance of this matter.
Exaggerated view? Well, your statement makes it look as though I was fighting for this tariff purely for the good of your country. Lord Sackville West, you are guilty of unpardonable conduct. And I'm going to ask the British Prime Minister to recall you immediately. And if he does not, I will send you your passports myself. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you aren't eating your corned beef and cabbage.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I'm sorry. I don't seem to be very hungry.
You need your strength. After all, tomorrow's Election Day. I'm kind of excited. I've been trying to figure out who I would vote for.
Madam President, if you could vote, naturally you'd vote for me.
Oh, I don't know. After all, I am an American citizen, and I have a right to pick my man.
Well, didn't you?
I certainly did. And I dragged him to the altar and had the armed guard lined up behind him so he couldn't get away.
Thank you, my dear, for not letting me get away.
Now, you're beginning to believe that story.
We're going to be out of office by tomorrow night, lady. And you and I are going to settle down next year and live the way real people should live.
You're so sure of losing.
Yes. But I still say I'd rather have my name to that tariff measure than be president.
Hello, Mr. Spender. Martin.
Well, Mr. President, it's all up.
We lost.
Yes. But, interestingly enough, Mr. President, you won the popular vote.
I did?
You did, by over 100,000 votes.
You actually only lost the presidency by the vote of New York City. If someone sympathetic to you had been running in New York State instead of Governor Hill, we might not have lost New York.
I'm sorry, darling.
I'm sorry, too, Mr. President.
Well, Let's not have long faces about it. One party has won and the other has lost. That's all there is to it. Perhaps I did make a mistake from the party standpoint. But as chief executive, I still feel it was the right thing to do.
Well, maybe the next time you'll listen to some of the rest of us.
The next time?
The next time?
Of course. 4 years from now. Anything you don't need, Madam President, just pack in boxes and put in the basement. Because you'll be back in 4 years.
Oh, you're crazy.
No, he's not. The people want you, Mr. President. And they'll put you right back here 4 years from now. You see if they don't. That popular vote means something.
Well, I hope if they do, by then the tariff will be completely straightened out. It has a good chance now.
I think perhaps I will store something in the basement.
Do you want to come back, Francis?
I think perhaps we should.
Well, gentlemen, in that case, let us consider the matter settled. If my wife says we'll come back in 4 years, then we'll come back in 4 years. No matter what the Republicans say about it. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
That greatest of all ballad singers, Burl Ives, will be singing folk songs in his own wonderful style this evening over your ABC station. The Wayfaring Stranger will be featured in a program of early American music, folk melodies, and work songs. The great American poet Carl Sandburg has hailed Ives the mightiest ballad singer of any century. And we know you'll agree that hearing him sing a folk song is an experience that's to be treasured. Now you can listen to Burl Ives every Sunday evening while Walter Winchell is away. This great artist has made a life study of American folk music, and his songs come from every part of the country. Be sure to listen to Burl Ives tonight on your ABC station. Now here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, Mr. President, there's the executive mansion. And it looks just like it did 4 years ago.
And you dragged me back, didn't you?
I dragged you back.
Well, naturally.
Oh, of course. Just like I dragged you to the altar.
The same way exactly. You know, it's a good thing you're so pretty. That's all I've got to say.
Well, history won't say I dragged you here. History will say that the American people paid you the very great compliment of calling you back to serve once more. Because of your integrity and honesty. And because they knew that in all of America they could never find another president like Grover Cleveland.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Any Number Can Play, starring Clark Gable, Alexis Smith, Wendell Corey, and Audrey Totter. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Grover Cleveland.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
We are not going to win without a fight. And by all that's holy, I intend to show them something about fighting.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold, and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about the background of this series. The American concept of the president as a federal executive is unique in the history of world politics. When our Constitution was framed, many Americans thought president was just another word for king. In fact, some of the titles suggested as appropriate for the new head of state were Your Majesty the President, Your Mightiness, and Your Excellency. But Washington chose president, meaning the one who presides. A wise choice, for an American president is very much like a presiding chairman of the board. To such a coordinator come inevitable compromises, adjustments, and personal disappointments. You'll hear all of this dramatically presented on Mr. President, the biography of responsibility, revealing our presidents as individuals capable of doubt, faith, and anger. Listen for today's personal story of a man in the White House, Mr. President.
Here's a story that happened at Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The day was just beginning, and the president was having breakfast with his daughter-in-law.
Do you feel all right, Mr. President?
Why, of course I feel all right. Why wouldn't I feel all right?
Well, I just thought you might be a little nervous.
Nervous? Oh, gosh. What's a little thing like surgery to get nervous about?
If someone was cutting a bullet out of my arm, I'd certainly be nervous, I can tell you that.
Oh, well, you're a woman.
I certainly hope that doctor knows what he's doing.
Oh, now, Sarah, don't carry on. There's nothing to it.
But that bullet's been in your arm 20 years.
It has not. It's only been there 19 years. It's high time it was getting out. Hey, where's that son of mine this morning?
He's talking to the doctor.
What are you all trying to do? Make a baby out of me?
No, we just want to help in any way we can.
It's kind of nice at that, having a woman fuss over me again. You know, she used to fuss. Yeah. I used to pretend I didn't like it, but I never fooled her. She knew.
Well, I'm sure if she were here this morning, she'd be in the same kind of a state I am.
Oh, probably.
Tell me again what she did when you brought my husband home to her tied up in the bandana handkerchief.
Well, of course, your husband was only a baby then, and a squally one, too, as I recall.
Oh, no.
Yes, he was. He squalled his head off. But this particular day, he held out his arms and he smiled, and I said, I've brought you a son. And she started to cry.
And then what did she do?
Right then?
Yes, did she take him in her arms?
Oh, yes, she took him in her arms.
Well, what'd she say?
Well, she said, she... Do you want to know exactly what she said?
Of course.
She said, young man, you got to be changed. Yes, and she changed him. And from then on, he was a member of the family and our own son.
Well, I think he was very lucky to be adopted by you.
Oh, a child means a lot in any home.
I know. We're going to have lots of them.
I hope you do. There's nothing that makes me any happier than to have children around me.
Mr. President, are you going to run for re-election?
Well, Why do you ask that, Sarah?
Well, you said the other night you weren't going to, but since then you've said things that made me wonder if you hadn't changed your mind.
Sarah, I'm getting along in years. I've had an active life, a busy life. I worked hard all my life, and I'm tired. I'd like to go home and sit in the sun for the rest of my days.
You'd like to?
Yes, I'd like to.
But you aren't going to.
I was talking to some of the members of my party last night. They say that I have to run again to vindicate my own record.
I don't think your record needs vindicating.
Well, that's what they said. In other words, I've got to get out in front of the people and say, well, I've done my best for you. Are you with me or against me?
You know the people are with you.
The other party says they're not.
Oh, well, the other party.
The other big reason my party advisors pointed out is that if I don't run again, I'm leaving some big problems unsettled. I'm not seeing the job through.
What problems?
Oh, the problem of the National Bank, for one. The problem of nullification, for another.
So you're going to run?
Yes, for those two reasons. And for a third one, my own.
What's that?
I want to have a hand in electing the next president of the United States. And if I win the election, there's a way I can put the man I want in office.
Well, what do you mean?
I can have him run on the ticket with me as vice president, and then after a year or two, I can resign, and he'll be the president.
Well, aren't you crap?
Of course, this is going on the perhaps misguided assumption that I can win the election.
You'll win it, Mr. President.
Yes?
I'm ready for the operation whenever you are, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm ready right now. Where are you going to perform this bit of cutting?
Right in the next room.
Oh, come on, let's get it over with.
I'm coming.
No. I'm not going to have any women fainting and distracting us. You wait outside.
Oh, Mr. President, you're supposed to go to a dinner party tonight. I'll send a note around explaining why you can't be there.
Who can't be there?
Why, you can't. You're being operated
Good
on.
heavens, that's this morning. I'll be there this evening. Now, you seem to think I haven't any stamina at all, sir.
Oh, well, it isn't that, but naturally I thought that...
Evidently, the President's going to do his own thinking.
Will he be able to then?
This man will do anything in the world he makes up his mind to do, whether he's able to do it or not. If he says he'll be at the dinner, he'll be at the dinner.
Sarah, would you mind handing me my walking stick so I'll have something to grip? I'm afraid I'll have to be that much of a sissy, Doctor.
Well, we won't tell anyone.
Here you are. Are you sure I shouldn't stay?
No, we'll get along fine, I'm sure. I'll call you if I need you.
Well...
Oh, Sarah, for heaven's sake, quit acting as though this was something important. I'll be back out in a few minutes, and the doctor says I'll have the use of my left arm again. Now, that's going to be a great blessing to me.
Well, I'll be right outside.
All right. Women get so emotional about everything.
If you'll remove your shirt, Mr. President.
Oh, surely, Doctor, surely.
I imagine this arm's given you a lot of pain over the years.
Yeah, it certainly has. But no one would ever take the bullet out for fear of shock or some other fool thing. There you are.
That's fine. Now, you ready?
Yes, now just a moment. Just let me get a grip on my walking stick. All right, then. All right. Cut away, Doctor.
I'm convinced the president intends to run for office again, and if he does, he's not going to be an easy man for us to defeat.
Yeah, but he said he didn't intend to run.
Yes, but I think he's changed his plans, and furthermore, I think he's going to have Jack Martin on the ticket with him.
But he's just been appointed minister to England.
Yes, and we've got to do something about that right away. We've got to put Martin in a position where he can't win the nomination.
Well, why do we care whether he wins the nomination?
The old man is grooming him for the presidency. If he wins with him this term, then the way is wide open for Martin to run for office himself next term. They could keep our party out of office this term and next term and maybe the term after that, with Martin riding in on the president's popularity.
Well, if it isn't Martin, it'll be someone else.
Oh, the old man won't try so hard to get someone else elected. Martin's the one he wants.
Well, what can we do about it?
We can discredit Martin politically.
How?
Well, he's just been appointed minister to England.
That's right.
His appointment was made during recess. It has not been confirmed by the Senate.
I see.
Oh, if the Senate refused to confirm Martin's appointment, that wouldn't look very good for him, would it?
It could ruin him politically.
That's my whole point.
Well, let's get to work.
Is that bandage comfortable?
Yes. It feels fine. Doctor, I think you did a good job.
I hope I didn't hurt too much.
No, I felt worse. As long as I had something to hold on to, I was all right. As a matter of fact, I wasn't thinking about you most of the time you were cutting.
You weren't?
No. I was planning a little campaign strategy. I think I have it all figured out how a man can make the jump from minister to England to vice president of the United States.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General Taney's waiting in your office. He says it's quite important.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll go right in. Good evening, Roger. What brings you here at this hour?
Good evening, Mr. President. I wanted you to have the news at once.
News? What news?
The Senate has rejected the nomination of Jack Martin as minister to England.
By the eternal, they wouldn't dare.
Maybe not, but they have.
They have rejected my nomination?
Yes, sir.
I'll smash them! They needn't think I'll take this lying down.
I'm afraid some of the most powerful men in the opposition are out to ruin the political future of Jack Martin.
Well, they're not going to do it. He's going to get the nomination, and by all that's holy, he and I are going to win this election.
Why in the world did you ever do such a stupid thing? Why didn't you let Jack Martin be the minister to England?
Well, we wanted to ruin him politically.
Wanted to discredit him.
Well, for your information, you have broken a minister and elected a vice president.
No, I can't agree with you there, Gordon.
I don't ask you to. Just watch the election return.
How could he even get the nomination in the face of the public insult the Senate's just given him?
Listen, people know his name now that had never heard of him before. You've made him a big topic of conversation from one end of the country to the other.
Mr. President.
What is it, Rachel? Oh, it's you, sir. You know, you sounded so much like her. I thought it was she who was calling me. Well, I guess I was dreaming about her again.
It's after 3, and you shouldn't be down here sleeping with your arms on your desk. You should be up in bed.
Well, what are you doing up?
Well, I got a little concerned about you, so I came down to see what you were doing.
Oh, I was writing a letter to Jack Martin telling him to come home. But I want him to time his entrance so that when he arrives as a vice presidential nominee.
You're sure he's going to get the nomination?
I'm confident of it. And the opposition, bless their little black hearts, has helped substantially.
Well, now you come to bed. You can finish your letter tomorrow. If you're going to win battles, you have to have your rest.
You know, she would have liked you. You remind me more of her than I can ever possibly tell you. That young son of mine is a lucky fellow.
I think I'm pretty lucky myself. Mr. President, why are you fighting so for Jack Martin?
Well, for one thing, he's fought a lot of battles for me. And for another thing, I believe in him as a politician and as a gentleman and as a leader.
All the members of your party don't feel the same way about him, do they?
No, they don't, sir. But all the same, they're going to nominate him at the convention in Baltimore. He's my choice, and I believe in him, and I'm going to fight for him.
You've never lost a battle, have you, Mr. President?
No. And I'm a little too old to start learning new habits. So you just keep your eye on Baltimore. And when the smoke of battle has cleared away, I think you'll hear the name of my candidate placed in nomination.
Gentlemen of the convention, I wish to place before this illustrious gathering the name of a man singularly qualified as a running mate for our great president. It is my honor to place in nomination for the office of Vice President of the United States the name of Jack Martin.
Well, we made it. We made it. What did I tell you, Sarah?
You said he'd win the nomination.
Yes, sir. We're on our way now.
When does Jack Martin arrive in this country?
Next week, and then the battle really begins in earnest.
But you're going to win it.
Of course, we're going to win it. We've got to win it. Because I'm not now just fighting for the vindication of my record. I'm not even fighting to keep the presidency for myself. I'm fighting to get the presidency for Jack Martin. And I sincerely believe that this is one of the best services I can do my country.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
No one can prevent people from being prejudiced or hating their neighbors. But we can, however, recognize such antagonisms for what they are: a danger to the nation that is particularly bad in the midst of post-war unrest. What all of us should do as good Americans is this: we should try to rid our individual communities of such antagonisms as racial and religious prejudices. From now on, refuse to listen to or spread stories which discredit members of any race or religion. Remember, division at home weakens the United States on the international scene, too. Group strife here lowers the prestige of the United States among the nations of the world, who are looking to us as an example of democracy. So help your community guard against this enemy. Work every day to promote peace and harmony, to build a united America. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, in Washington just a few years ago. The campaign for the office of President of the United States and Vice President swung into battle positions. The days were busy days. The politicians screamed at each other from platform to platform. And the president, who always loved a good fight, plunged enthusiastically into the campaign. By the time the fight was at its peak, Jack Martin arrived from England.
I'm glad you suggested we ride down here by the river. Certainly is beautiful today.
Yes, it is a beautiful day. Oh, here, let's dismount and sit on something stationary for a while. I want to have a little talk with you.
All right.
Oh, there we are.
You know, I got very homesick for the sight and sound of this river in England.
I can well imagine. It's strange how you hunger for the little things of home, isn't it? The sound of a river, the sight of a mountain, the sweet wild grass smell of a summer afternoon. The way the stars look through a certain window and the way the rain spatters against it. Home is a mighty big word, made up of a lot of mighty small but warmly cherished things.
I suppose you really have to leave it to find out how much it means to you.
Yes, I'm afraid you do. You know, it's good to have you back.
Thank you. It's good to be back. And thank you, too, for the nomination for vice president.
Jack, I want to see you president of this country.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to see that myself someday.
Well, I figured out a way to do it, if we win the election.
How is that?
I'm going to remain in office a year or so and then resign. And you will be the president. What do you say?
Well, Mr. President, your confidence in me is the most moving thing that has ever happened to me in my whole life. I appreciate it more than I can possibly tell you.
This is real strategy, my boy, strategy.
Please understand that although I feel highly complimented, I cannot accept.
You can't accept? Why not?
In the first place, the country is electing you, not me.
Well, they're electing both of us.
No, they're electing you, Mr. President. It wouldn't be fair to trick them.
Well, I certainly didn't look at the matter precisely as a trick.
No, I know you didn't. And I know you sincerely believe I would make a good president, or you wouldn't consider such a move. But if I am ever to become president of the United States, it must be at the polls. I must be elected by the people, not forced on them.
So. Mm-hmm. And you're right. You're absolutely right. And I was a fool not to think of it. But on the other hand, I thought that we... Oh, well.
Now, this election's going to be quite a fight, too, isn't it? I understand that William Cullen Bryant actually caned a man who was supporting the opposition, right on Broadway.
No. Did he really? I didn't think old Bill had it in him. He's such a dignified son of a gun, you know.
And a Cincinnati wholesaler has offered $2.50 a hundred for pork if you lose the election, and $1.50 if you win.
Well, it's differences of opinion that make any sort of a contest interesting. Well, we've got to get back to work, Jack. We're not going to win without a fight, and by all that's holy, I intend to show them something about fighting.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Roger Taney's waiting to see you in the office.
Oh, really? I'll go right in. Now, how are you coming along with the packing?
Oh, packing's always a nuisance.
Yes, I'm certainly going to miss you, too. But I'm sure you'll be happier and more comfortable at the Hermitage. I wish I could go there with you. Well, I'd better see what Roger wants. Oh, hello, Roger.
Well, I'm sorry to burst in upon you like this without an appointment, Mr. President.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. What's troubling you?
It's the question of the bank, Mr. President. Now, as you know, I am opposed to the Bank of the United States having its charter renewed.
Yes, you've made that very clear, Roger.
But I've been watching the discussion in Congress very closely, and I believe those on the side of the bank are going to win, sir. I believe Congress is going to vote to renew the bank's charter.
I see.
Mr. President, this is going to mean a concentration of power in the hands of a few men who are not responsible to the people.
Yes. And with the government funds lodged in the Bank of the United States, that gives entirely too great a centralization of power under private control.
Mr. President, if you intend to fight, you must fight now. For once the charter is renewed, it's too late.
If Congress passes the bill renewing the bank's charter, then I shall veto that bill.
It's only fair to remind you that if you do, sir, you may lose the election. The bank has a lot of supporters.
I don't believe the bank is bigger than the government. If the bank thinks that it is time it learned its proper position in the scheme of things. I shall veto that bill. And if I lose the election, then I lose the election. No matter what the cost, I shall veto the bill.
Is the veto message completed?
Yes. It's ready to go. And this is what I said. It is to be regretted that the rich and powerful too often bend the acts of government to their selfish purposes.
That's going to be a lot of ammunition for the opposition.
Let them use it. Let them say what they want to say. I'm ready for them.
For the first time, perhaps, in the history of civilized communities, the chief magistrate of a great nation is found appealing to the worst passions of the uninformed part of the people and endeavoring to stir up the poor against the rich.
The president's veto wantonly attacks whole classes of the people for the purpose of turning against them the prejudices and resentments of other classes. It is a state paper which finds no topic too exciting for its use, no passion too inflammable for its address and its solicitation. There, that's what Daniel Webster had to say about the president. Well, he's lost the election now, boys. He's lost the election now. Our man is in.
Mr. President, what a surprise to have you come to the Hermitage. Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, I felt the need of a little peace and relaxation. You know, it's pretty hot in Washington just now.
I can imagine. Well, your rooms are ready and waiting for you, just as they always are.
I certainly miss you at the White House. Where's that son of mine?
He's out with the overseer. He'll be back. How goes the election?
Well, they say I lost it, Sarah.
Who says? The opposition?
The opposition and my party, too.
And what do you say?
Do you know what she always used to say? She always used to say, let's not jump to conclusions. Let's not try to decide what way the wind will blow. Let's wait and see. Oh, she was a wise woman. She knew you couldn't tell how a wind was going to blow or an election. And if I lose it, I can come down here and retire, which is what I wanted to do in the beginning.
How long can you stay?
Only a few days. I've got to get back to Washington and see this fight through.
This is the most peaceful election night I can remember.
Yeah, it's a good feeling when you know your candidate is in.
Well, I hope he has his acceptance speech ready.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
Well, we ought to be getting some returns pretty soon. Oh, hello, Gordon. What's the good word?
Did the news come?
Yes, the news came. And I'm not sure you're going to think the word is good.
What do you mean?
The president was reelected by a landslide.
That's impossible. He didn't have a chance.
Yeah. Maybe you thought that. Maybe he thought it. Maybe I thought it. But evidently the people didn't agree with us. He's in.
Congratulations, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
I'd certainly like to add my congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Roger.
I think you did a courageous thing in risking the election by vetoing the bank when you did.
No, Roger. I wasn't running a risk. If you're acting for the people's good, they have a way of knowing that no matter what your enemies say about you, the people, God bless them, will go down to the polls and tell you they're with you by their votes. And by all that's holy, I'm glad I ran again. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
That greatest of all ballad singers, Burl Ives, will be singing folk songs in his own wonderful style this evening over your ABC station. The Wayfaring Stranger is featured in a program of early American music, folk melodies, and work songs. The great American poet, Carl Sandburg, has called Ives the mightiest ballad singer of any century. And we know you'll agree that hearing him sing a folk song is an experience that's to be treasured. Now you can listen to Burl Ives every Sunday evening while Walter Winchell is away. The Wayfaring Stranger has made a life study of American folk music, and his songs come from every part of the country. Be sure to listen to Burl Ives tonight over your ABC station. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Ready, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I am indeed.
It's a cold inaugural day. There's snow on the ground.
I won't be cold today. The people have sustained me and warmed me. I won't be cold.
You must be very proud.
You'll know just how proud yourself someday when you take the oath and become President Martin van Buren.
You're sure I'll get there, aren't you?
I'm as sure that you're going to be President Martin van Buren as I am that right now I am President Andrew Jackson. Come on, boy. Let's go and get inaugurated, Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye. I have just received a note from my friend Elihu Root. He says, you have a very good start in life, and your friends have great hopes for you when you grow up.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the men who have lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., one of the most famous residences in the world. The men who live there are tenants with a 4-year lease, our presidents. A national election held once every 4 years makes a man a president. But what makes a president a man? Well, it's the little things he brings to his job, his habits, opinions, hobbies, his mood across the breakfast table. There's a human side to the highest office in the land, and you'll find it in the story of Woodrow Wilson's old-fashioned typewriter and Teddy Roosevelt's Indian clubs, which must have improved his grip because he shook hands with several thousand people one New Year's Day. This sort of personal history reveals the man, and that's what our Mr. President series tries to present. And now, see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
The day was early in Washington, but the president was already at his desk. He was facing a terrible situation, and he was determined to get to the bottom of it.
Now, see here, there is a limit to human endurance, you know. Oh, yes, there is. Whatever you may think to the contrary, there is definitely a limit to human endurance. Now, I want to know. I want to know right now. Who buttered the banister coming down the main staircase?
Huh? Huh? Huh?
I said, who put butter on the banister coming down the main staircase?
Oh, let me see. Anyone might have done it. Sure, anyone.
Yes, it's quite true that anyone might have done it. But no one possessed of very much intelligence would have done it.
Why?
Did you ever come down a staircase with clean white gloves on and put your hand on a freshly buttered banister?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Well, I did.
You did?
Yes, I did. And I'll tell you another thing.
Yes, sir.
I didn't like it.
Oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
Now, suppose that had happened to a foreign diplomat. You know what might have occurred?
He might have buttered his gloves.
That's right. He might have buttered his gloves. And we might have found ourselves at war with his country. A thing like that could very easily become an international incident.
No. No.
Yeah. Now, boys, I want my sons to have friends, and I don't want to have to declare the White House out of bounds for you.
Gee, Dad, don't do that.
Well, no, I have to do something. I never know what I'm going to find when I come out the door. Now, let's take the matter of the spitballs I found all over the portrait of Andrew Jackson.
You already punished us for that.
And there were the muddy footprints you got all over the floor of the State Building.
Oh, but that was because we walked through the fountain before we went in.
Did you have to walk in through the fountain?
Well, we were playing Follow the Leader.
Who was the leader?
I was.
Did you have to walk through the fountain?
Well, it was a hot day.
If you want to walk through fountains, all right, but stay outside until your shoes are dry.
Are you telling those boys it's all right for them to walk through fountains?
As long as they stay outside until their shoes are dry.
Do you know what it does to shoes when little boys walk through fountains in them?
Not good, huh?
Not good.
Boys, don't walk through fountains with your shoes on.
Yes, sir.
And if you do, then don't come into the house until they're dry.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was a big help.
Everything in the White House is the property of the people of the United States. And they have a right to expect protection of their property. Now, Scat, go outside. Stay outside for the rest of the day and don't touch any more government property, or I'm liable to have you tried for treason, court-martial, and shot.
Gee, golly, you can't do that.
Why not?
We're underage.
Well, they've got you now.
Well, by my formal striped pants, if you're underage now and this keeps up, I'll wait until you are of age and court-martial you then. Now, go on, get out of here. Good. Go on, behave yourselves. Be good. Those are orders.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
And see that you remember it. Yeah, real boys. From their heads to their toes, they're real boys. You know, that is a pretty funny idea, buttering a staircase.
You didn't think so an hour ago.
Well, it may have taken a little time for me to recover my sense of humor, of course.
The gloves may have to be thrown out.
Well, it's worth the price of a pair of gloves to have a good laugh now and then. Well, they're outside now. They're out of trouble for the rest of the day. You know, I gave them a good talking to. Oh, yes, yes. Well, thank goodness I'm past the age when I can be scolded. Yes?
Mr. President.
What a gang of great boys. Great
Mr.
boys.
President.
Your secretary speaking to you, Mr. President.
What? Oh, what is it, Bill? I'm sorry.
Mr. Johnson, the head of the Secret Service, is asking to see you, sir.
Oh, well, have him come in. Have him come in.
Yes, sir.
I better go see about lunch. Those 3 small boys are going to consume rations for 6 if they keep going at the rate they started.
Good morning, Mr. President. Mrs. President.
Mr. Johnson?
Good morning, Mr. Johnson. How are you today?
I'm well, Mr. President, but I have a rather serious matter to discuss with you.
I'll see about lunch.
I wish you'd stay, Mrs. President. You might be able to help.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, may I speak plainly?
Of course, Mr. Johnson. What is it?
Mr. President, you are becoming more and more of a problem to the Secret Service.
What?
As a matter of fact, I've heard several of the men say that if you were your son's age, they'd like to administer a good paddling to the place the good Lord designated for paddling.
What a charming idea.
Now, see here, I don't see that I've done anything that gives the Secret Service any right to...
Now, Mr. President, search your conscience.
Oh, that's a tall order.
There's the Secret Service, ready, willing, eager to protect you. But what do you do to them?
Oh, Edith, stop your laughing. Well, I haven't butted their banisters.
Their what?
Never mind, it's strictly a family joke.
You seem to have deliberately set out to see how you can hide from the Secret Service. You slip outside doors, you slip out basements, you...
Are you scolding me?
Mr. President, the Secret Service is there for your protection.
I cooperate with the Secret Service. Sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes.
When I went to Birmingham, the Secret Service went right along with me. When I went out to...
Oh, you know you do try to get away from them, dear.
Oh, sure.
And after all, as Mr. Johnson says, they're just there for your protection.
Well, I don't need any protection.
You're the property of the people of the United States, and as such, they have a right to expect protection.
Ah, you're an eavesdropper.
I was not eavesdropping. I was right there when you said it.
Well, you shouldn't have listened. If you were going to use it against me.
I'm not using it against you. I'm just pointing out that what applies for your son and his friends applies for you, too.
Oh, well, all right, all right. I won't hide from the Secret Service anymore.
Well, after all, someone might take a shot at you from a crowd. Oh, you might get hurt.
And then the Secret Service would get the blame.
A man can't have any fun anymore. No fun at all.
Well, you don't have to have your fun at the expense of the Secret Service.
All right, all right. I'll be good.
Raise your right hand and say it again.
I'll be good.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure that will be a great relief to the Secret Service. I'm sorry we had to have this little talk.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Johnson. Boys will be boys, you know. And every once in a while they need a little talking to. Some of them butter the banisters, and some of them play hide and seek with the Secret Service.
There's always someone to spoil it for them, too.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but it just had to be done. Good day, sir.
Good day, Johnson.
Now, this time I really am going to see about lunch.
A man can't have any fun at all anymore. He can't. He really can't.
What did you say, dear?
Oh, nothing. There goes Johnson across the lawns.
Oh?
I hope the boys trip him.
Dear.
They did. They tripped him.
Oh!
He went right down a... Oh, yes, they tripped him, and a doggone good job they did of it, too.
I don't see them. Why do you say that they tripped him? They aren't even inside.
Naturally, they aren't inside.
Well, then how do you know they did it?
I know my son. I know that's what I would have done if I'd been out there. Well, I better get to work.
Oh, Mr. President.
Yes, Lee, come in, come in.
I'll see you at lunch, dear.
All right.
You mind if I close the door, Mr. President?
No, of course not. What is it? Tell me, is something wrong?
Mr. President, I've been doing some investigating on my own, and I'm convinced there's some fraud going on in connection with the importations by the Sugar Trust throughout the New York Custom House.
In what way?
A friend of mine, a man named Richard Peters, has been down there a lot on other duties, and he believes, from what he has seen, that the sugar companies are defrauding the government in the matter of weights.
Oh, I see.
He asked me if I wouldn't try and arrange for him to be made an investigating officer in the Treasury Department and be assigned to this matter.
Well, Do you trust him?
Oh, yes, sir, I do. I think he's as honest as they come.
All right, Bill. I'll take your word for it. You write a letter to the Secretary of the Treasury requesting this man's appointment, and I'll sign it. If there's any fraud going on in this country, particularly in the matter that concerns the government, I want to know it.
Yes, Mr. President. I'll write the letter immediately.
Mr. President, do something. We're not going to have any garden hose if you don't do something.
What do you mean?
The boys are chopping up the garden hose with a fire hatchet.
Chopping up the garden hose?
Yes.
Good heavens, no. Well, I'll put a stop to that. I never saw such a group of boys in my life. Never. Here, boys, stop that. Stop it, boys. Do you hear me? Confounded cease hostility! Cease firing! Cease firing!
Hey, fellas, look. The president.
Hey, get that hose away from me, will you? Watch what you're pointing at. Turn off the water! Turn off the water! I'm all wet. I'm all wet.
The water's turned off now.
Just the same, I'm all wet. Even a member of the opposition party wouldn't dare do this to me. Even the Democrats wouldn't dare soak me like this.
They think you're all wet anyhow.
Well, they're right at this moment. Son.
Ooh, me?
Now, you're the one that's holding the hatchet, aren't you?
Yes, I seem to be, sir.
Yes, you certainly seem to be. May I ask you why you were chopping the government's garden hose?
Well, we were having a battle. You see, sir, my side had captured the flag, and his side was trying to capture it back.
Oh, I see. A serious battle, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Real serious.
Who was winning?
Well, he might have won the standard back if...
If what?
Well, if you hadn't come along when you did, I suppose you're real mad about the hose.
Well, now, in the heat of battle, many things happen which could not be countenanced for one moment at other times. The circumstances must always be given every possible consideration. You see that, don't you? Now, son, you were wrong to chop up the hose, weren't you?
It was the heat of battle. The heat of battle. The heat.
Huh? Well, nevertheless, it wasn't the right thing to do, was it?
No, sir.
Tommy.
No, sir.
George.
No, sir.
And why was it wrong, the wrong thing to do?
Well, because it was lunchtime?
No.
Because we might have disturbed someone?
No.
Because you got all wet?
No! I was simply a casualty of the war. I don't count. It was wrong because the hose is not your property. It belongs to the government.
Oh. Uh-oh. Court-martial again.
Now, son, and the rest of you, you interrupted government business by forcing me to come out here and make an attempt to rescue government property. And my time is money. Because the government is paying me. And you destroyed government property. Now, I'm going to compute the money you owe the government for the time I've lost, and I shall inquire into the price of the hose. And, my son, it will be deducted from your allowance.
Yes, sir. We'll help out of our allowance. Sure, me too. I just got a raise. I get 25 cents a week now.
Now then, it's just about time for a game of ball before lunch.
But you're all wet.
Oh, I'll dry off in the sun.
Boys, you're all wet. Now you get right upstairs and change clothes at once.
You mean I have to go clear home and change? Me too? I'm not very wet.
Son, you loan them some dry things.
Yes, Mother.
Hurry now, lunch is ready.
Come on, fellas.
Well, Mr. President, you heard me, didn't you?
Well, you were talking to the boys.
Oh, that includes you, Mr. President. Now, march. Get right upstairs and into some dry things immediately. Go on now, scat.
You're not my mother.
You often make me feel as though I am.
Now, see here, I am the President of the United States, and don't forget it.
Mr. President, I never forget it. In fact, the only one I've ever seen forget it is you. In addition to being the biggest man in the nation, you also seem to be the smallest boy. Now march!
Yes, ma'am.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Here's a word now on a subject that's vital to all of us. It's a subject that cost the people of America $2,650 million last year alone. But even more expensive were the 32,000 lives lost in traffic accidents. And the tragic part of these accidents is that almost all are due to sheer carelessness. From the motorist's point of view, major causes of traffic casualties were violations of speed regulations and driving on the wrong side of the road. And 1 out of every 4 fatal accidents in 1948 involved a driver or a pedestrian who had been drinking. Now let's look at the pedestrian's viewpoint. 3 out of every 4 pedestrians killed by motor vehicles were either violating a traffic law or committing an unsafe act. Remember, your life is in your own hands. Be careful. The life you save may be your own. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, in Washington just a few years ago. The president's son and his gang were busy all over the White House.
Hey, fellas, look at these cabinets in the foyer. Those are so people after work can look at the White House china to see it from different administrations.
You know, I always wondered how the things in this cabinet would look in that cabinet over there.
How can we do that?
Well, George has a skeleton key.
Do you think it would fit? It fits anything. Let's see if it fits this. See? I told you it opens anything.
Think we could move it before anyone came along?
Let's try. Here, I'll take a cup and saucer. See, we're getting mud all over them. Well, maybe no one will notice. Anyway, we'll improve the looks of the cabinet so much they'll be glad.
Sure they will.
I hope so.
While the president's son and his gang were busy improving the White House, John Peters was busy investigating the Sugar Trust. And the president was busy with that and the affairs of the nation.
Mr. President.
Yes, Bill.
John Peters has been removed from his investigation of the Sugar Trust.
He is... What? By whose order?
I don't know that, sir. But I just received word from Peters. Another agent's been put on the case.
Who's the other agent?
Well, he didn't tell me. I don't think he knows. Mr. President, there are some very powerful interests who don't want this case investigated. I personally think it's because they're afraid of Peters.
I want him put back on the case, and I want him put back immediately. Bill, could you arrange for me to talk to Peters privately without anyone knowing about it?
Why, yes, of course, Mr. President.
I'd like to talk to him as soon as possible. Mr. Peters, if there is fraud and corruption any place in this government, I want it smashed. I want it stamped out.
I think I'm getting close to the end of my trail, Mr. President. I know I'm close enough to make the other side nervous.
What do you say then?
I was offered a bribe by the dock superintendent of one big firm, Mr. President.
Oh, now we're getting someplace. I've issued orders that you were to be put back on the case, and I am also investigating why you were removed in the first place. I want the name of the man who offered you a bribe. We'll get to the bottom of this and clean it out, if it's my last official act.
That's exactly the way I feel about it, Mr. President.
And as soon as we have some concrete evidence to go on, we'll start action against every man involved. You're a good man, Peters, for nosing out that the sugar companies were defrauding the government through the New York Custom House.
Apart from every other consideration involved, it's unfair for the sugar companies that are honest to have to compete with the prices of those who are not.
We'll clean them out, Peters. We'll clean them out. You come the minute you have your evidence.
I will, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Son, look at the dishes in those cabinets. You look too, Tommy, and you, George. Now, how do those dishes look to you?
They look like they're in good health.
In good health.
Health?
Uh-huh. They, don't look a little, muddy to you?
Well, it depends on where you look at them.
Now, boys, the china in these cabinets is very valuable. I don't want you to ever touch it again. I'm not going to play games with you and tell you about courts martial. If I ever find that you've touched it again, I'm going to deal with you severely. And you know what that means.
You don't understand, little boys. You wouldn't say that, Mother.
No.
Now, that's where you're all three very much mistaken. I understand little boys very well. And I know just where the flat of the hand has to be applied with vigor to emphasize an order. So hands off the dishes.
Gee, your mother's a hard woman. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we better not touch the dishes anymore. Yeah. No more.
Oh, here you are. Yeah, I was looking for you, boys.
Have you got a confidential mission for us?
Well, I was thinking. Here, sit down on the stairs where we won't be heard. I was thinking that we might slip away from the Secret Service tonight and go out to Rock Creek Park and ford the stream and cook our supper over a campfire and sleep out there tonight. What do you say?
Gee, I'm for it.
Good. Well, you run home and ask your parents, but tell them it's a secret now. And then you meet my son and me at our regular meeting place in the park at 7 o'clock. How about it?
We'll be there. Come on, Tommy. We'll go get permission.
Mind you, not a word to anyone.
Not anyone.
All right, hurry now. Now, son, we'll make our plans. We'll get some bacon and some flour and water, and we'll wait until it starts to get dark, and then we'll slip out. The Secret Service will never know we've gone. And then... What's the matter? Why are you looking like that?
Golly, I love you.
Oh, dear. Well, here, come on. Your face is all dirty. Stop it now.
Boy, those cakes were sure good. Sure good. Good.
You know, my father taught me how to make them. And I'll teach you someday so you can teach your sons.
The Secret Service Department sure was asleep with the switch tonight. How'd you get away from them?
Oh, we slipped out while their backs were turned, and then we forded the stream twice.
Just in case they might pick up our scent.
Mm-hmm. And we made our way from tree to tree until we met you. We really gave them the slip.
Mr. President,
Yeah?
when I grow up, I want to be just like you.
Oh, you do?
Me too. We all do.
Well, then I'll tell you what to do. Never forget that life is an adventure. That everything that happens to you is part of that adventure. There's fun in everything, no matter what the job is, if you'll just look for it. It's when people forget to look for the fun in life that they start to grow old and life stops being fun. Somehow, when you stop expecting interesting things to happen, they stop happening. Well, what do you say we unroll our blankets and turn in?
It's sure a wonderful night, isn't it? Sure is wonderful. It sure is.
Yep.
Hello, Daniel Boone. How was the night in the woods?
Oh, we had a grand time, Mrs. Boone. Simply grand.
We sure did.
Well, you better get into your office. Mr. Peters is waiting for you.
All right. Oh, hello, Mr. Peters. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. President. I have our information.
Good.
I have discovered a steel spring in one of the scales on which the sugar is weighed at the wharves. Because of this spring, the weight that shows on the scale is far below the actual weight of the sugar. In this way, they're able to cheat the government out of a good deal of money that should be paid as duty.
Congratulations, Mr. Peters. I'm delighted. I will go over all the evidence. We will bring suit against everyone involved immediately. You've done a magnificent job. A magnificent job.
Of the Secret Service is waiting outside.
Have him come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's nice to see you in such a good humor. Did you have a nice evening in the woods?
In the... Confounded. How did you know about that?
Oh, my men said they enjoyed being out of doors just as much as you did.
Oh, they did. Were they along?
Yeah. They forded the stream twice. Just behind you. Slipped from tree to tree. Of course, they had to eat a cold supper. They didn't want you to see their fire. And they said those hot cakes and bacon really smell good.
Well, well.
Thought you'd given us the slip, didn't you?
Why, no, Mr. Johnson. As a matter of fact, I planned that little outing just to see if the Secret Service was on its toes. And I'm glad to hear they were, sir. I'm glad to hear they were.
You knew they were along?
Mr. Johnson, the Secret Service is never going to get the best of me. And if by any chance they did, I'd be the last person in the world to let them know about it. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Do you want to be on the inside of the news? Well, the news is that Walter Winchell returns to the air tonight. Yes, you'll know the real facts about current headlines and events. You'll know the news inside and outside when you hear Walter Winchell tonight over this same ABC station. And when it's news styled the Winchell way, it's also 15 minutes of exciting news exclusives and exposés. From coast to coast, this dynamic commentator with a famous machine gun-like delivery returns to give listeners the lowdown on the week's highlight happenings. So don't forget, Winchell returns to the air tonight with his forthright, vigorous commentary on the news of the week. Listen to Walter Winchell over this same ABC station. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, boys, we certainly had a good time on that outing, didn't we? You and I and the Secret Service.
You know, Father, I heard someone say that you were so nice, no one would ever know you were the President of the United States.
Oh, who said that?
I said it. Me too. I agree with them.
Well, I am the President of the United States, and don't you forget it. When your mother's around. When your mother isn't around, all you have to keep in mind is that the other member of your gang is Teddy Roosevelt. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical That Midnight Kiss, starring Katherine Grayson, Hosea Turby, Ethel Barrymore, and Mario Lanza. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Ted Toe. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Theodore Roosevelt.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
By this time tomorrow, I might be the President of the United States, or Mr. Jackson might be President of the United States.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind, sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and the study, where presidents are shown as individuals, with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. See if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
The popular election was over, and no one was quite sure who was to be the man of the hour. 4 men had run for the office of president and had deadlocked the Electoral College. That meant the House of Representatives had to choose the president from the 3 highest candidates. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the candidate was who won the election. And far from the scene of activity, the president's 90-year-old father sat waiting for news.
Who's that? Who's that? Any news? Is there any news, I say?
No, not yet. The election has to go to the House of Representatives. Clay's out of it now. It's between Crawford, Jackson, and your son.
Never thought he'd make it, but he's going to. You watch and see. I am going to live to see my son President of the United States. What did they say about him in today's papers?
Not much in today. Just some report that a newspaper in Philadelphia said he never wears a waistcoat or a cravat, and that he goes to church in his bare feet.
That's Philadelphia for you. If memory doesn't fail me, they said I went without more things than that. If a Philadelphia newspaper doesn't like you, they certainly make no bones about it.
You really think he's going to be elected, do you?
Yes, I do. He's my son. Don't you forget that for 1 minute. He is my son.
Dinner's almost ready, dear.
Oh, thank you, Louise. I was just sitting here thinking about my father.
You look tired.
I am tired. There were so many people here today. You know, the circumstances are different for me than for either of the other candidates.
In what way, dear?
Well, I have given most of the years of my life to public service. If I lose the election, that is equivalent to a vote of censure against those years of service.
I don't think you should look at it that way. Whether you're elected president or not, you've served your country faithfully and well. My dear, you've endured many defeats in your life. I'm confident if this should be a defeat, you'll know how to meet it.
Yes, but...
Haven't you said to me so many, many times, if I'm able to bear success, I must be tempered to endure defeat?
I have said it, and I was right when I said it. I'm acting like a sulky schoolboy, aren't I? You should give me a sound rapping across my knuckles.
Oh, my goodness, I've forgotten all about dinner. Come on before it's ruined. Didn't you tell me Mr. Webster was to stop by after supper?
Yes, he is.
Well, then we must hurry.
It's a stormy night out, Daniel. I wasn't sure you'd come.
I don't think a blizzard could have kept me in tonight. There's work to be done, neighbor, and you can be sure our opponents are gathered in living rooms throughout the city with little regard for the weather.
I don't doubt it.
There's a drama to this whole affair that delights me. Just think, out there across town, men are sitting as we are laying plans. All the great political minds in the East are busy with one thought. How shall we get our man into office? And who of us all is going to prove the wisest? Not one man living knows.
So, is the President of the United States to be elected because of wits or of merits, Mr. Webster?
I hope because of both. And it will be if the House of Representatives elects you.
I don't like politics. A man should win or lose on his merits.
You are speaking as an idealist. The idealist within me agrees with you. But the politician within me warns that it takes more than ideals to win an election. Now, to get down to business, it boils down to this. The man you have to beat is Jackson.
Jackson won the popular vote.
Yes, but he hasn't won the election yet. Not by a long shot, he hasn't. Crawford, as you know, has had a paralytic stroke. I'm sure he's out of it. Clay lost out by the vote of the Electoral College. It's between you and Jackson. But the key man to the whole election is Clay.
You're convinced of that, too, are you, Daniel?
Yes. Clay controls several votes in the House. Those votes could swing the election either way.
You know, Clay and I have never been very close friends. He doesn't like me.
Well, I wouldn't say that he was overly fond of you, no, but I think he dislikes Jackson more than he dislikes you.
And I suppose the Jackson supporters are doing their best to win him over.
They are indeed. But Clay will choose his own man. He's a man of integrity, and he'll choose his own man. He's fully aware of his importance in this election. Make no mistake about that. Now then, he wants to come and see you tomorrow evening.
He does?
Yes. I think he wants to acquaint himself a little better with your policies.
I see, but Daniel, tomorrow is the Sabbath.
I know, but time grows short now, and this conference must not be delayed. I'm sure the good Lord will understand.
Oh, I'm not going to try to sell myself to Clay. I can only tell him what I believe and what my intentions are toward the office.
Whatever you think wise, neighbor. But let me caution you once more that this man can win or lose the election for you.
I'll remember. Come in before the fire, Mr. Clay. I'm happy indeed to have this opportunity to talk with you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to disturb you on this day, but things are moving so rapidly toward the election that it seemed imperative.
I understand, sir. I think you'll find that chair drawn up to the fire quite comfortable, which is something I can't say for all my wife's chairs.
Yes. Women are usually more interested in the appearance of the furniture than the comfort. I wanted to talk to you about the election.
Yes, I know.
I've been very much courted by the candidates the last few days. That is, by every candidate except you. I've been astounded to hear what a sudden fount of wisdom, what a peer among leaders, what a faultless and great man I've become. In fact, if I were all that I've been told I am, my magnificence would be practically overwhelming.
Well, I'm afraid I have no such words for you, Mr. Clay.
I know how much respect you have for the truth. I don't expect any such compliments from you. What I do want to know is, what are your plans for the presidency?
Now, that's a hard question to answer. You know my ideas and my ideals. They've certainly been exposed to public view often enough. I want to do the best I can for the country. I want developments along every possible line, the resources of the country and the resources of the people. I don't want to be responsible to any party or to any individuals except the people of the nation as a whole.
There's been some activity among the other candidates. I understand they've been promising certain jobs to their supporters. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not going to bribe my way into the office. As far as I'm concerned, any competent man who may now hold office can continue to hold that office, no matter what his politics. I will never remove a man from office because his views do not coincide with mine. And I will not put a man in office whose sole recommendation is that his views do coincide with mine.
I see.
Mr. Clay, you can support me or not as you like. I have nothing to offer you in case you do, and I would rather you didn't support me unless you felt I was the man for the office.
You're an independent man, sir. You always have been. I haven't always seen eye to eye with you, but I have always respected you. I'm going to give you my support.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Webster?
Oh, Mr. Spence, how are you today, sir?
Well, Mr. Webster, well, and yourself?
Couldn't be better.
I suppose you're optimistic about the chances of your candidate now that Mr. Clay has come out for him.
Well, I'm certainly more optimistic than I was. How do you feel about the chances of your candidate, Mr. Spence?
Oh, very good, Mr. Webster, very good indeed. And incidentally, on that very subject, there's quite an interesting article in tonight's paper. Have you seen it yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, what a shame. I don't have it with me. But it says that Clay has given his support to your candidate in exchange for the office of Secretary of State.
That is a lie.
Well, of course it may be. I only know what I read in the papers. That's all a lot of people know.
That is a deliberate attempt to blacken the reputation of two men who would never stoop to such a trick.
Really? Well, all I know is that's what it says in the paper, Mr. Webster. That's what it says in the paper. Now, how do you feel about the chances of your candidate, huh?
This is beyond all endurance.
No, my dear, don't let it upset
But
you.
it's such an underhanded, low, mean, shabby thing to do. They know that Clay would never make such a request, and that I would never grant such a request.
Everyone knows that.
No, the people don't know it. The people who don't know either one of us may well read it and believe it. And this infamous article also says that Mr. Clay went to the other candidate with the same offer and was rejected, and that's why he came to me. They give no quarter in politics, do they? What do they care if they blacken a man's life as long as they win an election?
I wonder who that is. Are you expecting anyone, dear?
No. I'll wager Mr. Clay bitterly regrets giving his support to me.
Well, good evening, Mr. Clay. We were just speaking of you.
Mr. Clay, I can't tell you how much I regret...
The papers then, huh?
Yes, I've seen them.
Well, now the fight begins. They think they have us by the throat, but you're going to win this election, Mr. President. No matter what mud they throw at either one of us, you're going to win it.
You think we can now?
We can, and we're going to. Mud washes out. Don't forget that, Mr. President.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
There's an old saying that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Unfortunately, many people do judge their reading matter that way and are often disappointed. They miss out on books they'd really enjoy reading. This holds true when it comes to judging people, too. Many of us evaluate a person by his looks or judge him on the basis of his religion or origin. Of course, people who do this often hurt themselves. For the person they have judged with prejudice might have turned out to be a good friend and neighbor. That's why we should judge our neighbors by the character of their lives alone, and not on the basis of their religion or race. Remember, group antagonisms divide our country, but they can be isolated and quarantined. So starting now, today, help unite America by speaking up wherever you are, against prejudice and for understanding. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the candidate for office was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, so listen closely. The fight for the office of President of the United States went on, and now everybody had their coats off and were working at fever pitch. The opposition was busy in their corner.
Now, I'm confident that if we can stop our opponent for one ballot, we can defeat him. We know that Jackson can win the election then because there'll be a break in the Maryland delegation after the first ballot.
Are you sure?
I'm confident of it. Now, here's what we got to do. The New York delegation will be close, and I think we can bring about a tie with New York, which will keep the vote of that state from being cast. That's the way we can head off an election on the first ballot.
Well, how are you going to tie New York?
I think Van Rensselaer is our man.
Van Rensselaer?
Yes. To begin with, he was Alexander Hamilton's brother-in-law, which makes him automatically the enemy of our opponent and his whole family.
Well, that should work in our favor.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about him. I'm arranging to take a furnished house with Van Rensselaer for the session, and I'm going to see that he's surrounded with our supporters.
Yes, the opposition was busy in their corner, and up in New England, the 90-year-old father waited anxiously for the news.
It's the waiting that's the hardest. I know. If anyone knows, I know that. I remember how my wife said to me, now, there's no good in getting excited. We'll know in due time. The excitement grows inside you, and you can't eat, and you can't sleep, and your voice trembles, and your hand trembles, and your knees tremble. I guess it's your knees tremble most of all. And then the word comes. And it's the proudest and the most humble moment of your life. And you stand there saying the most magnificent words a man could say. I do solemnly swear to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States. There aren't many men who can stand up there before the whole nation and say those words. But I pray God that my son will. And then I can close my eyes and sleep in peace.
Now, dear, you aren't eating a thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Louise. My mind just doesn't seem to be on food.
You aren't eating a thing either, Daniel.
Well, I'll eat when it's all over.
Now, see here. You both need nourishment. I want you to eat.
I don't like this situation with Van Rensselaer. I don't like it at all. I think they're going to tie up the New York delegation with his vote.
With Van Rensselaer living in a house surrounded by our enemies, I don't think there's much we can do about his vote.
Well, I'm going to talk to Clay about him. Between the two of us, there ought to be some way we can get to that old Dutchman. There must be some way.
Mr. Van Rensselaer, have you picked your candidate?
Yeah, I have done it all out, and I'm going to vote for Andrew Jackson.
Good. I had a feeling Jackson was going to be your man, Mr. Van Rensselaer. I knew you were a man of judgment and discrimination the first time I heard you talk about the issues involved.
Yeah, Jackson is the man. He will make a fine president. I have studied all the candidates very, very carefully, and Jackson is the man. For a while, I thought of Mr. Crawford, but the other candidate I never liked. Him I would never vote for. Never, under any circumstances, never.
Well, tomorrow's the big day, isn't it? Tomorrow you vote for the President of the United States.
Yeah, in after years I will be able to say I helped elected Andrew Jackson to the office of President.
Dear, it's so late. You must get some rest.
Do you know what that clock is saying? Jackson, Jackson, Jackson.
Oh, you must stop thinking about it.
How can I stop thinking about it? By this time tomorrow, I might be the President of the United States, or Mr. Jackson might be President of the United States.
Suppose you do lose. Do you know what you're going to do?
No, I don't.
You're going right on serving the country in some other capacity.
Yes, I suppose I will. But I want to serve in this office. When I was 7, I watched the smoke of the first battle for American independence rising in the sky. I heard the sound of the guns, and something in my own heart took fire and blazed, and I looked up at that smoke and thought, I'll fight too someday. Someday I'll fight out in front. I'll stand out there with the guns blazing all around me so that all men can see how I love my country and what I'll do for her. Well, there are no firing lines now. Thank God for that. But there are horizons to be captured. There are buildings to be built. There is the never-ending war to be fought against those who would check our growth through selfish interests. America is an ideal of freedom and liberty and honor and knowledge. And I want to stand out in front, leading the battle to keep those ideals.
I believe you will stand out in front. I believe you're going to win.
You know, I used to watch my father. I used to watch him and think, someday I'll stand where you stand now. I am your son. I have your blood in my veins, your strength in my sinews, your spirit in my heart. And now my father is 90, and he's watching from Massachusetts to see if I do have his strength and his spirit. Oh, Louise, I want to win that election. I want to win that election.
Rensselaer should be coming in any minute now.
Do you think we can change his mind at the last moment like this?
If the two of us can't out-talk Spence and the rest of the opposition, then we might as well get out of politics.
But we're tackling a Dutchman. It isn't easy to change a Dutchman when he's made up his mind.
Shh. There he is. Come on. Mr. Van Rensselaer, I believe?
Yeah, my name is Van Rensselaer.
My name is Webster, Daniel Webster, and this is my friend Henry Clay.
How do you do, Mr. Webster? Mr. Clay, I have heard of both of you gentlemen, of course.
We wondered if we might have a word with you.
Yes, of course.
Come right into the speaker's room, Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Do you know, Mr. Van Rensselaer, I've been anxious to meet you for some time. I've heard such interesting tales about the wisdom of your decisions on various occasions.
Yeah? Well, I try to be as wise as I can about things. Like we all do.
You know, you were a man of great influence in this country, Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Yeah?
Yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Van Rensselaer. A man of property and position such as you can't help but be an influence in the country.
We know that you take this as a great responsibility and that you watch all your actions very carefully, knowing how you can change the course of history.
History? Yeah?
For instance, Mr. Van Rensselaer, this morning, by your vote, you may change the pages of history.
I am not the only one voting, Mr. Webster.
Well, let me tell you why you may change the pages of history. If you vote for Mr. Jackson this morning, you will tie the vote of New York State. This means the House will fail to elect a president. Do you realize what can happen then?
There will be chaos, disorder in the land, disorganization of government. You have large estates. They may be affected. Well, I'm not going to say you will actually lose them, but on the other hand, who can say what the outcome might be?
My estates might be affected?
If a president is not elected this morning, there is no telling what may be affected.
You'd better not vote for Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Rensselaer.
But I like Mr. Jackson.
Remember, chaos.
Disorganization of government.
Your estates.
I remember. Gee, I'd better go in now.
You think over what we've said, Mr. Van Rensselaer. I know a man of your wisdom will very quickly see what man he should vote for.
Almighty God, I pray to you to guide me as I sit here at my desk, about to make this vote that may change a page of history. I beg you to guide me. Who shall I vote for? Who shall I vote for? Amen. What is this ticket on my desk? It says Oh, but that is the name of the man I was never going to vote for. Well, I must vote for him anyhow. It must be the will of God. Otherwise, why would the ticket be there? Yeah, well, now, at last, I know the will of God in this matter.
The House will now vote for the office of President of the United States. The candidates are as follows: William H. Crawford, Andrew Jackson.
He's elected, sir. He's elected. Your son is President of the United States.
President of the United States. Almighty God, I thank thee for thy merciful goodness. I'll write him a letter at once. I shall write to him at once. I have the paper all laid out, waiting for this hour. My dear son, never did I feel so much solemnity as upon this occasion. The multitude of my
thoughts and the intensity of my feelings are too much for a mind like mine in its 90th year. May the blessing of God Almighty continue to protect you to the end of your life, as it has heretofore protected you in so remarkable a manner from your cradle. I offer the same prayer for your lady and your family, and am your affectionate father.
Oh, that's a lovely letter. I knew he'd be proud.
I can hardly believe it, Louise. I can hardly believe it.
Daniel said that Mr. Van Rensselaer's vote saved the day for you.
Now, I don't know how they ever managed to get his vote, but however they did it, Mr. Webster, Mr. Clay, Mr. Van Rensselaer, and most of all, the good God that watches and helps us, have my everlasting gratitude.
Welcome to history, Mr. President.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
One of the definitions Webster gives to the word dynamic is of or pertaining to power. As an adjective, dynamic perfectly describes Walter Winchell, one of the country's most powerful reporters of the news. Winchell's dynamic news delivery has made him a favorite with millions, from high-ranking statesmen and other leaders down to the man in the street. For Winchell not only tells the facts about the news, he gets behind the news to bring you startling exposés on it. So, for important news on the headline events of the week, plus extraordinary exposés and exclusives on domestic and foreign events that are his trademarks, hear Walter Winchell tonight over most of these same ABC stations. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
My dear Father, I am writing to tell you that today I took the oath of office of President of the United States. And as I stood there, I could feel your presence beside me. And I could hear your voice saying the oath. I hope with all my heart that I can be as fine a president as you were. With gratitude for all the things you have taught me, and with my everlasting devotion, I sign myself your devoted son, John Quincy Adams. Be with us again next week, won't you, and listen to another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, and Peter Lawford. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President John Quincy Adams.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The President of the United States has just been shot by an assassin.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It's an old American custom to help your neighbor when he's down and out. And here's an American institution that makes a custom of helping out millions of people. The Community Chest. Did you know that nearly half the families in Community Chest cities receive some direct service from health and welfare work supported by the Community Chest? The Community Chest supports many groups. The list is long, but here are just a few. The Boy Scouts, Boys Clubs, Campfire Girls, Aid to the Handicapped, Salvation Army, Summer Camps, Travelers Aid, YWCA, YMCA, and the USO. To continue their services to groups such as these, the Community Chest has an annual drive. This year, their goal is $185 million. So send your contributions to your local Community Chest. And remember, everybody benefits when everybody gives. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Possibly you've guessed who this story concerns. Later on, of course, I'll tell you whether or not you're right. The vice president went to the bedside of the president, and then, when it looked as though the president was going to recover, he went to an island at Lake Champlain for a much-needed rest. He was there when history summoned him with the tragic news of the death of the president. It was the end of an era. The man who had been elected to the office of vice president in March, by the insistence of the political bosses that wanted to send him to obscurity, in September took the oath of President of the United States. He was now the most powerful man in the country, and well might the political bosses shiver in their souls.
Have you heard what he's doing now? He's announced through the Attorney General that he's going after corporations. He's starting by bringing suit against the Northern Securities Company. Oh, why didn't I let him stay in New York?
Yes, it was the end of an era. The youngest president in history was in office, a two-fisted fighting man with a lot of courageous ideas. He charged down the months, his fists clenched, his eyes flashing, excited and exciting.
Well, dear, it's nice to see you. The children were asking just the other day what had happened to their father.
Well, I was out playing baseball with them yesterday.
Oh, yes. But how many minutes was it before you were called to the telephone?
You know what I'm going to do, Edith?
Build a canal?
Oh, yes. But you know what else?
No.
I'm going to break every corporation in this country that isn't operating clean and above board. I'm going to regulate the railroads. I'm going to see that a pure food bill is passed. And I'm also going to pass a law that all stockyards and packing houses have to pass government inspection. Now, what do you think of that?
I think it's an excellent idea.
And I'm going to increase the area of the national forests. We need more trees.
That's wonderful, dear. Knit one, purl two.
And I'm going to have an inventory made of all our natural resources.
That's a good idea. Knit one.
Purl two. Edith, I wish you wouldn't keep knitting while I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, dear. What about the canal? You haven't forgotten about that, have you?
Forgotten about that? Forgotten about that? Do you realize how long it took for the Oregon to get from the Pacific coast of the United States to the Atlantic coast during this war? Well, it did.
I know. But what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to build one. I'm waiting for the Admiral Walker right now. He's going to give me a report on what seems to be the most desirable route for the canal. Well, Admiral, then you feel the best route for the canal is through Nicaragua. Hmm?
I only say that, Mr. President, because of the money involved. We estimate the cost of a canal in Nicaragua at approximately $189 million. The one in Panama would cost approximately $144 million. But the new Panama Canal Company in France wants over $109 million for its holdings alone, which would make the cost of a canal through Panama almost prohibitive.
I see. Well, then, Admiral, I will recommend to Congress that we make arrangements to construct the canal in Nicaragua. Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but there's a gentleman waiting who says his business is most urgent, a Monsieur Bonnevaria. He hoped he might be able to speak to both of you for just a moment.
Well, that's the Frenchman who's trying to get us to purchase the new Panama Canal Company.
Oh, I see. Well, let's see what he has to say.
They only wouldn't keep their price so high.
You can go in, Monsieur Bonnevaria.
Thank you, madame. Oh, Mr. President, it is a pleasure to see you again.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Admiral.
Good evening, sir.
I wanted to talk to you about Panama.
Well, monsieur, I'm afraid it's a lost cause. We've just about decided to recommend Nicaragua.
Oh, Mr. President, you would never be happy with Nicaragua.
Why do you say that?
Well, they have volcanoes in Nicaragua. The canal might be blown up as fast as it's built.
Why, I don't believe there's been a volcano eruption there in years.
Admiral, a volcano is like a woman. For years, she can be passive and silent. And then, all of a sudden, poof! Chaos. Why, what do the Nicaraguans have on their postage stamps?
A volcano.
Precisely, Mr. President. That proves my whole point.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Well, it is a known fact that young nations like to put on their stamps that which symbolizes their soul. And what do the Nicaraguans choose to characterize themselves? A volcano.
I'm afraid you'd have a hard time convincing Congress that a volcano might erupt someday.
You see, monsieur, the price of your company is too high. We estimate your holdings in Panama as being worth $40 million. You're asking over twice that amount.
But we have no volcanoes.
That's true. You have no volcanoes, and we have no dollars for anything that overpriced.
If the price were to come down to $40 million, Do you think Congress might become more conscious of the volcanoes in Nicaragua?
I can't guarantee anything, Monsieur Bonavaria. If your company wants to make an offer, I'm sure the Congress will be glad to consider it at any time. In the meantime, I'm forced to tell them tomorrow, on the basis of these figures, that my recommendation is Nicaragua. Did you see this paper?
Don't shout, dear. I'm right here. What happened?
Mount Pelee has erupted in the Caribbean. Mount Manitoba in Nicaragua has erupted.
Was anybody hurt?
I don't know yet. You know, if it were possible to make a volcano erupt, I'd be very suspicious of that Frenchman.
Why, what do you mean?
8 days before the final debate of the Senate on the side of the canal, the volcanoes erupt. That is the most magnificent piece of coincidence I've ever seen in my life.
Daddy, a man brought this envelope.
Oh, thank you, son. Thank you.
What is it?
It's a stamp.
A stamp?
One of the Nicaraguan stamps which shows a volcano erupting. Yeah, look at it. Look what Bonavaria has written under the stamp. An official witness of the volcanic activity of Nicaragua.
Oh, well, there's an enterprising man. He doesn't let a thing go by him.
I say he doesn't.
Didn't you tell me, dear, the Panama Canal Company had sent word they would accept $40 million?
Yes, I did. And Congress is still debating about whether Nicaragua isn't a better locale, though.
And who do you support?
Well, dear, I'll tell you, since it seems as though nature is giving her support to Bonavaria and Panama, who am I to go against nature? I'm going to do what I can for Panama.
Hooray!
What are you so happy about?
That's what I'd do if I were president.
Well, then that settles it completely. Now we'll see if Congress can be convinced, huh?
Gentlemen, I propose that the Senate authorize the President to acquire for and in behalf of the United States, at a cost not to exceed $40 million, all the rights, privileges, franchises, concessions, and property on the Isthmus of Panama owned by the new Panama Canal Company. To acquire from the Republic of Colombia on such terms.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never come home. What happened?
They passed it. It's Panama. It's Panama.
Oh, I'm so glad, my dear. I'm so happy about that.
Senator Spooner's bill has changed the map of the entire world.
Oh.
Now, confound it, when we want to get
a ship from the Pacific to the Atlantic, he would have to go clear to the...
What were you about to say?
Well, he would have to go clear around half the world to get there.
Mm-hmm.
What were you about to say?
Who, me? Oh, something about like that, I don't know. And now, son, there's not going to be an unhappy ending to this story of the Panama Canal. Men will go into the jungles and the great machines will start moving and the dream of Ferdinand the Lesseps will begin to cut its way across the isthmus until two oceans are joined and the dream is an accomplished reality.
I knew the story would end like that.
Oh, you did you? And how did you know it?
Because if I were president, that's how I would end it.
You would. The building of that canal is something I'll be proud to have had a part in as long as I live.
Me too.
And me. In fact, every one of us who lived in his time and watched the dream nurtured and fought for and finally achieved.
A Panama Canal. Think of it, Edith. A canal linking the Atlantic and the Pacific. And what a wonderful day to live in. What a wonderful day to live in.
And be president.
And be president. Probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
You'll be first with the facts when you hear Drew Pearson on the air every Sunday evening over most of these same ABC stations. Yes, Drew Pearson's the commentator who often beats the headlines when he predicts things to come in the news each week. Pearson also brings you fascinating and provocative inside Washington items, the inside version of the news, the factual highlights that lie behind the headlines. For Drew Pearson gets behind the headlines, talks with statesmen and other high-ranking officials in order to bring you informed reports on current national and international affairs. So for predictions and inside stories of the news, listen in when Drew Pearson is heard this evening and every Sunday evening over most ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, Monsieur Bonaveria, at last the great work is started.
Oui, Mr. President. And the people of France, as well as the people of the world, will always remember that the Panama Canal was the proud accomplishment of President Theodore Roosevelt.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, and Peter Lawton. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Theodore Roosevelt.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Men will die, but the fabrics of our free institutions remain unshaken.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, a word or two. Rarely before in the history of our country has the office of the presidency been of such vital importance as it is today. As you know, the Constitution is very specific about the powers and duties of the president, making him somewhat subject to the will of Congress in domestic matters, but almost entirely on his own in our dealings with other nations. Our foreign relations are vital to every one of us, and the president is our personal representative in such matters. Into this important picture enter the Mr. President stories, telling in warm human terms of the adventures, the troubles, and the joys of the men who've held the nation's highest office. You, our listeners, have the added thrill of testing your historical knowledge when you try to identify the president of each story. And now see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the story concerns. The Vice President of the United States was angrily pacing his office, talking to one of his political advisors.
Well, I admit there's a good deal in what you say, Mr. Vice President. I certainly agree with you.
Well, I should think you would admit there was something in what I say, Senator Compton. The man the President is suggesting for the collectorship of the Port of New York is and has been consistently our political enemy. I myself held that position at one time, and I know what an important position it is.
You not only held it, you're Vice President of the United States now because you held it. When the last president removed you from the position, the party gave you the vice presidential nomination as a gesture of faith to vindicate your removal.
And now the president wants to give the collectorship to a man who has been against everything we've stood for. And who
I'll tell you how I feel about it. I'm willing to resign my seat in the Senate, and I think Senator Platt will feel the same way. I'm willing to resign and appeal to the legislature of the state of New York to re-elect me and Senator Platt, if he resigns with me, as a protest against the administration.
I think that's an excellent idea. I'll go to Albany with you. We'll all fight together. I haven't been a politician all these years without learning how to put up a good fight. We'll get that appointment killed if it's the last thing we do in this world.
I'm glad to see that the office of Vice President hasn't done anything to hurt your political thinking.
Once a politician, Mr. Compton, always a politician.
I'll get hold of Senator Platt right away, and we'll get right to work on this. I don't think the president's man will hold the collectorship of the Port of New York very long.
He won't if I have anything to say about it, Mr. Compton. Oh, Mr. Platt, Mr. Compton, come on in.
It certainly is a hot day in Albany, Mr. Vice President.
Yes, the weather's hot, and so is everyone's temper.
You know, I've been reading the newspapers. The newspapers seem to think I'm out of order in coming here to Albany and publicly coming out in this fight.
You've been reading the newspapers that favor the president's appointment.
No. I've been reading every newspaper I could put my hands on. They're all of the same opinion.
Well, the decision to come was your own, Mr. Vice President.
Yes, I know, but it's discouraging just the same. A man has to fight for what he believes in. That's all I'm doing. That's all I've ever done.
A man who fights for what he believes in isn't always the most popular man.
Mr. Platt, do you always fight for what you believe in?
Well, let's put it this way. I always believe in what I'm fighting for, Mr. Vice President. I'm primarily a politician, not an idealist.
Well, it's possible to be both.
Possible, perhaps, but not practical.
I think I'm a little mixed up today.
We all are. Mixed up and discouraged. But things will be better tomorrow. We've only begun this fight. We'll get that man out of the Custom House of New York. Don't you worry about it.
I hope so.
Compton, why don't you and the Vice President go down to New York on the Hudson River boat tomorrow? There won't be any work done over the holiday. I think a change would be good for both of you. Have a little rest, a little relaxation.
All right with me. How do you feel about it?
I think I'd like to go. It'll give me a chance to have a visit with my daughter, and yes, I think I'd be glad of a day or two away from here. By all means, let's do it.
We'll be docking any minute now.
Yeah. You know, my wife always loved this trip. It's hard to believe that she's gone.
It's been a year, hasn't it?
Yes, a year. Whenever I go to New York, I go to her room. Everything is there just as she left it. Even the needle and the sewing she was working on. You know, she used to say to me, fight for what you believe in. If no one else believes in it but you, fight for it. But don't waste your energies on the things you don't believe in. I miss her terribly. She was always by my side. And she always seemed to know when I needed her most. And if she wasn't there, she'd find some way of sending a message.
You know, you're a strange man in many ways.
Why do you say that?
I don't think I've ever heard you talk about your wife before. And I think I've only seen your little girl once.
No, and she's very, very much like her mother. I never believed in putting my family in the glare of what I have to go through. A man's job is one thing. His home and his family are another world completely.
It's good for a man in your position to let the country know about his home life. You could have some pictures taken of your little girl, some of your son.
No. My son's away at school, and my little girl is leading the sheltered, normal life that every child in America is entitled to. She's going to continue to lead it. If I can never give her anything else, at least I will give her that. Her life is not public property.
Well, we're getting in. It's going to be fine weather, I think, for our holiday.
Yes, and it's an exciting sight, isn't it? Look at that skyline. Peter Stuyvesant's New York City, and George Washington's, and Alexander Hamilton's, and little Jim Madison.
But this wasn't their home.
No, but they walked along this river, spent days of their lives here, planned events here that would have shaped the nation. They and thousands before them and after them. You know, I never walk along a street in New York without thinking who walked here yesterday and who will walk here tomorrow. Did a president of the United States perchance pause to light a pipe beside that building? Will a future president pause there tomorrow? History is moving all around us every moment. Who knows but what a future president of the United States is on this boat right now? Perhaps a child that pushed against us on the gangplank. Perhaps a serious young man in glasses. Who knows? Destiny may already be waiting in the shadows for someone on this very boat.
Well, all I know is we're in and New York's waiting for us, and we're on a holiday. Come on.
Mr. Vice President? Mr. Vice President,
Someone's calling.
Oh, nonsense. They're probably calling some vice president of a bank.
Mr. Compton?
Yes?
Thank heaven I was able to find you, sir.
Well, Chester, what are you doing down here at the wharf?
Mr. Platt telegraphed from Albany to tell me to meet you here. I have bad news for you both. The President of the United States was shot by an assassin less than 1 hour ago.
Come in.
Well, there's no further news from Washington. President is about as he was. Not expected to live.
I know. I'm going down to talk to Senator Jones of Nevada. I'm going to ask him to return to Washington with me. My place is there now.
You don't wish me to accompany you?
My friend, you and I have been associates for a long time now. We've worked together. We've worked well together. I've respected you as a man and as the fine politician that you are.
I can return that compliment wholeheartedly.
But under the circumstances, I don't feel that I should return to Washington with a man who is one of the political bosses of this country, which you are and are known to be.
In other words, you are discarding me.
No. That isn't what I mean. And I hope you won't take it that way. I left Washington as a politician. I am returning not as a politician, but as the Vice President of the United States. In a dark hour in the nation's history. I'm returning to wait within call if I'm needed, and I tell you quite honestly that I pray to God that I'm not needed. I've had my political differences with the President, but I respect him, admire him, even love him all the same. I am not returning to Washington as a politician, and I don't want the advice of politicians now.
I won't say I agree with you. I don't agree with you. During the days ahead, you're going to need advice and guidance.
Not of a political nature, Mr. Compton.
You're not a popular man throughout the country.
Don't lose sight of that fact.
I still don't want the advice and guidance of the politicians, Mr. Compton. The politicians in my own party or in any other party.
I never thought I'd live to hear you talk like that. You, of all people.
No, nor did I ever think I'd talk like that. But something happens to you when the shadow of the White House falls across your path. I can't explain it. But your whole attitude changes. A politician is always thinking, how can I achieve what I want? How can I get what I want? There's nothing wrong with it. That's politics. But tonight, in the shadow that has fallen across my life, all I can think now is, how can I give what I want to give? How can I be of the best service to my country and to the man who lies between life and death? That's all that counts. That's all that matters. So I will return to Washington without you, Mr. Compton.
Well, there you are. I was beginning to think you were never coming back from that cabinet meeting.
Yeah, it was quite a session, Senator Jones. Quite a session.
The president's still holding his own.
Thank God for that.
Here. Sit down before the fire and rest. Dinner will be ready soon.
Thank you.
Your little girl's been having a wonderful afternoon. She went to the park.
You know, I'll never be able to tell you how grateful I am to you for taking us into your own home.
Yeah, the way the reporters are badgering you wouldn't have had much peace anyplace else, I'm afraid. Tell me, what happened at the cabinet meeting?
Did you ever walk into a nice house in your summer clothes?
It was as bad as that?
It was just as bad as that. You would have thought that I was personally responsible for the president's wound. They all stood there and glared at me. For a moment, no one said, "Come in." No one said hello. No one said, "How are you?" or "Get the heck out of here." No one said a word. I finally decided just to walk out and forget about speaking to the cabinet. But someone finally spoke to me, yes. And then the others thought out a little, too. Not much, though. They didn't like me. They resented me. And they made no bones about it. It wasn't a very happy session.
Anything come of it?
Yes, they all felt that I should stay in Washington as long as the president was in danger, which, of course, I will. You know, I glanced through some of the papers on the way home.
Oh, forget about the newspapers.
How can I? Do you know what most of the papers are saying? If I become president, Compton will be what amounts to a prime minister and will rule the country through me. And the former president of the United States says that it will be a national calamity if I become the president. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it looks as though everyone in the country seems to think I'll make a terrible president.
Daddy, I didn't know you were here.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
You look tired, Daddy.
Well, it was a hard day.
Are you going to be president of the United States?
Now, what on earth gave you that idea?
I'm sure that no one in the house has spoken to her about it.
Oh, no. No one in the house said anything. Mother told me.
Well, what did you say now?
I said Mother told me. She did. She used to say it all the time. Someday, she said, your father will be president of the United States.
She said that?
Lots of times.
But she never told me.
Oh, she said not to tell you. She said it would upset you.
Upset me? Why?
She said when the time came for you to be president, then was the time for you to start thinking about it, and not before.
I wonder why she ever said a thing like that.
It's strange in the light of the circumstances, isn't it?
Yes.
She said you had the
capabilities?
The capabilities of a president. She said you'd make a wonderful president.
She said I'd make a wonderful president?
And, Daddy?
Yes, Nellie?
You will.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. But Daddy hopes it won't be necessary for him to be the president of the United States.
If it is, you'll be wonderful.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Monday, October 24th, 1949. That's tomorrow. An important date in world history. The day when the cornerstone will be laid for the permanent home of the United Nations in New York City. These buildings that will comprise the headquarters of the United Nations are a symbol of the hopes and aspirations of peoples throughout the world. We wish every American could be right there to see the ceremonies. But since that's impossible, we'll do the next best thing and invite you to attend by listening to ABC. In a special broadcast, you'll hear the principal address by President Truman, who'll be introduced by General Romulo, President of the United Nations General Assembly. Among the other participants will be Mayor William O'Dwyer of New York City and Secretary General Trigg Lee. So don't miss sharing in this important event broadcast tomorrow over most of these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed the name of the man our story is about? It all really happened, you know, in Washington just a few years ago. Gradually, the president seemed to improve, and the vice president left Washington and returned to New York. Conditions were in a bad state of confusion at the nation's capital. And finally, the postmaster general was sent by the cabinet to sound the vice president out on a very important subject.
Mr. Vice President, since the president's illness, he's been able to perform only one official act. He's been able to sign only one paper. We haven't been able to hold any cabinet meetings with him. He just isn't able to perform the duties of the office.
I realize that, and I feel very concerned about it, but there's nothing that can be done except pray for his recovery.
But the administration is drifting to the four winds. There are important matters at hand that need action. Something must be done, Mr. Vice President.
Well, what do you suggest, Mr. James?
Well, sir, certain members of the cabinet feel that you should be urged to take the president's place.
How can I take the president's place? I have no right to do that.
If any man has the right to the office, it would be you. The Constitution says that the vice president is to take over the duties and powers of the president.
Yes, when the president has left office because of death, removal, or resignation. None of these terms apply.
I am sure that the intent of those who drew up the Constitution was that if the president was unable to discharge his duties for any reason, the vice president should take over.
It doesn't say that. And believe me, if I stepped into the president's chair under these circumstances, I would be most bitterly attacked throughout the length and breadth of this country.
Then, are you refusing to take the chair because of what the country will say about you?
You make it sound like cowardice.
I'm asking you if it is.
No, I don't feel that I have any legal right to take the office of president, and I will not for one moment consider taking it.
But the nation is without a leader. What is the next move? Something must be done.
Then the next move is up to the Congress.
But Congress will not convene until December. Only the president can summon Congress to a special session, and the president is in no condition to do that.
Well, he may recover and be able to take his own place at the head of the government again. Please God, he may recover.
You absolutely refuse to take his place.
I cannot take his place. Ellen, I've come to your room alone to ask you to help me if you can. These days are so full of questions, so full of problems. I'm like a man adrift in a rowboat on a wild sea. No one to turn to, no one to ask comfort of. If only you were here beside me. If only you were here. To sit there in the lamplight, to pick up your sewing again. Oh, Ellen, if you were only here.
Something wrong, Daddy?
No. Why do you ask that?
I thought I heard you crying.
No, I was just praying, my child.
What's this sewing, Daddy?
Oh, no, don't touch that.
Why?
Well, your mother was working on that.
But I've been sewing on it, too.
You've been sewing on it, too?
Yes. I knew she wanted to finish it, so every night I've come in here and turned on the light, and every night I've sat here sewing.
You sat there sewing?
Yes, just as she sat. I thought maybe some night you'd come in and talk to me, the way you used to talk to her.
Oh, my child, my child.
I miss her too, Daddy. I miss her too.
I know you do.
Now, you run along to bed now, sweetheart, please.
Yes, Daddy. Night.
Good night, darling. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you for showing me that you are still here. Coming. Oh, John, what are you doing here in New York at this hour? What's happened?
I've come to tell you, to say to you...
Oh, no.
Good evening, Mr. President.
I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear.
To preserve, protect, and defend.
To preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God. John, I have a sealed envelope here which I want kept in case of my death.
In case of your death?
The country hates and fears me at the moment. It's not at all inconceivable that one of the people who hate me and fear me so will also end my life.
Oh, I don't think anything like that will happen.
It can. The people don't want me as president. Whether they will accept me or not remains to be seen. We must consider every possible emergency. The country must not be without a president. I've directed them, in the case of my death, to summon the Senate into an immediate special session to choose a president pro tem.
In an hour like this, on your way to Washington as President of the United States, you think of death.
In an hour like this, a president must think of the future of his country. Gentlemen, the circumstances of this inaugural day make it a very sad occasion for me. I took the oath, as you know, in New York City on September the 19th. Today, the 22nd, I have taken it again before you, 40 of the high officials of this government, who will aid me, I hope and trust, as you did the former president, in the great task of directing this government. Men may die, but the fabrics of our free institutions remain unshaken. No higher or more assuring proof could exist of the strength and permanence of popular government than the fact that, though the chosen of the people be struck down, his constitutional successor is peacefully installed without shock or strain except the sorrow which mourns the bereavement. It will be earnest endeavor to profit and to see that the nation shall profit by the example and experience of the man who has left us. Summoned to these high duties and responsibilities and profoundly conscious of their magnitude and gravity, I assume the trust imposed by the Constitution, relying for aid and divine guidance and the virtue, the patriotism, and intelligence of the American people.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Well, good morning, Mr. Compton.
Have you read the papers? The papers say that your inaugural address was exactly what the occasion called for. The papers say you have tact and common sense. The papers say...
I have read the papers, Mr. Compton.
Well, then you must be very happy about them, Mr. President. The people have accepted you.
I'm very grateful.
Now then, to get down to a discussion of politics, Mr. President...
Mr. Compton, I am no longer a politician.
You're no longer a politician?
No, I am now the President of the United States. The president before me believed that we must get rid of factions and the spoils system. He was conducting a reform administration, and I shall do my best to continue along the lines he laid out.
You can't conduct an administration without some regard for politics.
My dear friend, you have been very good to me. You have done much for me, and I appreciate it. But my first regard is for the nation and for the office.
That comes ahead of politics. That comes ahead of myself.
Well, how about the collector of the Port of New York? You're at least going to remove him, aren't you?
Mr. Compton, the former president felt that he was the right man for the job, and I'm not going to remove him now because of the trick that Faith has played on all of us. He can be in the customs house as long as he does a good job.
Well, goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Mr. Compton. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Say, are you going to be home tonight? Well, it might be a good idea because ABC has a Sunday evening of fine entertainment planned for you. 9 big shows. One of your favorites is Walter Winchell, on the air every Sunday night over most of these same ABC stations. From coast to coast, this dynamic commentator gives listeners the lowdown on the week's highlight happenings. As one of America's leading advocates of democracy, Walter Winchell speaks out, frankly and fearlessly. So don't forget, for a forthright, vigorous commentary on the news of the week, listen when Walter Winchell reports tonight. And treat yourself to 8 other grand Sunday evening shows over most of these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Isn't it a beautiful day for a drive, Senator Jones?
It certainly is, Nellie.
Daddy doesn't often have time for driving now that he's president. He doesn't get enough rest either.
You know she gets more like her mother every day.
You're growing up, young lady. Why don't you have her down to one of the receptions someday?
No. I want her kept out of the public eye. I don't want people to know her as the daughter of the president. And I don't want her to be unhappy when the attention stop, as they would when a new president gets elected. I want her to be happy now, and then as the daughter of Chester Allen Arthur. Be with us again next week for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture That Forsyte Woman, starring Errol Flynn, Greer Garson, Walter Pidgeon, and Robert Young. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Chester A. Arthur.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Have faith in time, and time will justify your faith.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Rarely before in the history of our country has the office of the presidency been of such vital importance as it is today. As you know, the Constitution is very specific about the powers and duties of the president, making him somewhat subject to the will of Congress in domestic matters, but almost entirely on his own in our dealings with other nations. Our foreign relations are vital to every one of us, and the president is our personal representative in such matters. Into this important picture enter the Mr. President stories, telling in warm human terms of the adventures, the troubles, and the joys of the men who have held the nation's highest office. You, our listeners, have the added thrill of testing your historical knowledge when you try to identify the president of each story. Now see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was March 4th, Inauguration Day, and the small, quiet man who was about to become the #1 citizen of the country stared out the window at a driving rain.
Storm's getting worse, not better. There isn't a chance of it clearing up.
I'm quite sure you're right about that, my dear.
One of the ladies just told me that she tried everywhere to get an umbrella, and someone told her that every umbrella in Washington had been sold.
Really?
Do you think they'll hold the ceremony outdoors just the same?
I'm sure they will. Well, not made of sugar or salt, you know.
No, but I don't like to think of you starting your term in office with a cold in your nose.
You know, my dear, you're making more of a fuss about this rain than you did when I left for the battlefield.
It wasn't raining then.
Oh, I see. Come in.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
It's a pretty gloomy day for our inauguration, isn't it?
You know, I've been so busy I've hardly noticed the weather. If there's anyone busier than the president-elect at a time like this, it's the president-elect's personal secretary.
Well, I'm not busy at the moment. I've just been waiting for time to go.
I'm going over to the White House and see what has to be done in the way of organizing our working schedule. You'd better sit down, sir, and rest as much as you can until time to go.
You're right, Robert. He was up half the night working on his speech. My dear, you don't think you'll still ride in that open carriage to the Capitol, do you?
But it's been planned that way, my dear.
Well, it wasn't raining when it was planned. You and the president will both catch your deaths if you try to ride in an open carriage on a day like this.
Well, I'll see what the president has to say about it.
You better see what the president's wife has to say about that. She'll never let him ride in an open carriage in this rain, and I'm not going to let you.
Well, we'll see, my dear. We'll see. Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning to you, Mr. President. I'm sorry that the weather is so bad on your inauguration day.
Well, I hope it isn't a bad omen.
I'm sure it isn't. But I haven't said so before. I wish you a most successful and happy term in office.
Thank you, sir. That's very gracious of you.
It's time we were starting for the ceremony. How do you feel about the ride in the open carriage?
What does your wife say about it?
Probably the same as yours. She says I'm not to think of riding in an open carriage in this kind of weather for 1 minute. The very idea, she said.
My wife said exactly the same thing.
Well, the open carriage has arrived. What do you think?
Let's hurry and get in the carriage before our wives catch us. Huh?
That's just what I hoped you'd say. Come on.
If all those people can come down and stand in the rain to see us, we can certainly ride in the rain.
It always puts a lump in my throat to see the expression on their faces.
Yeah. We're going to be late. It's past 12 already.
I'm afraid there's no help for it in this storm.
No, there isn't.
That's a fine regiment escorting us. I don't wonder that you're proud of them.
I'm very proud of them. You know, I recruited and commanded the 70th Indiana Regiment during the war. They're fine men. I'm honored to have them as an escort today.
Well, there's the Capitol. Your term in office has almost begun. Right through this door, sir.
Thank you.
Look at all those people standing out there. It looks like a sea of black umbrellas, doesn't it?
Tell me, what is that man doing to that clock?
That's Captain Bassett. He's turning back the clock. What time do you have?
Well, my watch says almost 20 after 12.
Well, Captain Bassett has pushed back the hands of the clock to 2 minutes of 12.
Oh.
The inauguration was scheduled for noon, and evidently it's going to be at noon as far as he's concerned. There's something for you to remember about your inauguration. Rather than let it appear that you were late, they turned back the hands of the Capitol clock.
I certainly will remember it.
I think they want us right straight ahead, sir. I see Chief Justice Fuller beckoning to us.
Oh, yes, very well, very well.
Chief Justice Fuller will administer the oath to you, and thereby end my term in office and begin yours.
I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
To preserve, protect, and defend.
To preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And to faithfully perform.
And to faithfully perform.
And execute.
And execute.
The duties of President of the United States.
The duties of President of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God. Mrs. President, it's time to leave for the inaugural ball.
I'm ready.
Well, what elegance. Turn around and let me see that train in action. Oh, my, that is really gorgeous. What do you call the trimming on that gown?
That's pearl brocade with gold embroidery.
Uh-huh.
And you'll notice, contrary to the style of the moment, I'm wearing a dress with a high neck and elbow-length sleeves.
And what is the style of the moment?
Well, your arms are supposed to be bare, and your neckline's supposed to be cut down to there. But I could never wear it. It makes me too nervous.
Well, you couldn't possibly look more beautiful.
Oh, dear, there's something I'd like to say to you.
Don't scold me for riding in the rain. The people expected it.
Oh, heavens, I'd forgotten all about that. No, what I want to say is of much more importance. It seems to me that ever since it became known that you'd won the election, our life's become almost a circus.
In what way?
But everyone's come to see us. Everyone in the whole wide country, I think. And I'm sure those that haven't come plan to come.
Well, that seems to go with the office.
Well, I feel that the president and his family are entitled to a certain amount of privacy. Not much, I grant you, but some. And if there is any privacy to be found at the White House, I propose to find it and preserve it. We must find time when we can to be alone. You're the president, but you're also my husband, and a father and a grandfather.
I intend to do my best to be a success in all of those capacities, my dear.
Oh, I know you will. And I'm more proud of you than I'll ever be able to tell you.
The fact that you are beside me is one of the things that gives me hope that I can fill this mighty office.
I need your faith and your help.
You'll have them, as long as I'm here to give them to you.
Bless you, my dear. Bless you. Well, let me have your arm. Let's go. Tonight to our inaugural ball. Tomorrow to the White House.
Now, Mr. President, there are one or two things I'd like to go over with you while we have a moment. First of all, sir, we're receiving over 1,000 pieces of mail a day, and it's going to be almost impossible to answer it all in longhand.
1,000 pieces? Yes, I can certainly see that it would be impossible.
Now, there's a new invention known as the typewriter.
The what?
The typewriter. It's a kind of printing machine on which we can typewrite your answers much quicker than writing them by hand, and then all you'd have to do is sign the letters.
Oh, I'd like very much to see this machine.
I have one in the next office if you'd care to see it now.
I would indeed. You know, I believe in progress and modern methods. If this machine will save time and make your work easier, Robert, by all means, let's have it.
Here it is, sir.
Is it difficult to operate?
I'll show you.
That's amazing. That's really quite amazing.
You can operate it yourself, sir, if you'd care to.
I want more typewriters brought into the White House immediately. I suppose I'll be criticized for not insisting that everything be written by hand, but I can stand criticism if progress is served thereby. It's a miraculous age we're living in, Robert. Think of it. A typewriter.
Well, what kind of an infernal contrivance is that?
Oh, hello, Senator. It's the new typewriter, Senator. I'm having several of them installed in the White House.
I don't like them. Gimcracks, that's what they are, gimcracks. They won't last.
Oh, I think they will.
The whole country will be laughing at you for putting them in the White House.
Well, I don't object to giving the country a good laugh. We can always stand one. Come in my office, Senator. It's good to see you again.
Yes, and it's good to see you here in the White House, Mr. President.
Thank you. You know, I still can't believe we're here.
Well, Mr. President, I know you're very busy, and even though I'm sure you'll always have a moment for good party members like myself, I'll only take a few minutes of your time. I have here a list of names of gentlemen from Pennsylvania to whom I have promised appointments.
You have promised appointments, Senator?
They are all good party members who worked long and faithfully for your election.
Well, I would like to have some specific information about these men, Senator.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I stand behind the ball, Mr. President.
Well, now, Senator, I appreciate that, but on the other hand, since these appointments are to be mine, I will have to know something myself about the men.
I know the Senate will confirm these appointments, Mr. President. I will see to that myself.
Before any names are submitted to the Senate, I insist on knowing about the candidates for the offices. I have a responsibility to the people, and I don't intend to forget it.
You have a responsibility to the people who put you in office.
My responsibility extends to all the people, whether they help put me in office or not. If a man should prove to be incapable of performing his job, I'm the one to whom the people will look for an explanation, not to the Senate, and not to you, Mr. Senator.
You're not going to be very popular in the party with an attitude like that, Mr. President.
Mr. Senator, let me make something very clear right now at the outset. I take this office very seriously. I take my responsibility to the office very seriously. I intend to live up to my oath to protect and defend this office to the best of my ability. I intend to do that in every way I know how. And if I lose the support of my party, if I lose my friends, even if I lose my life, that is still the course I have chosen and that I intend to adhere to. It doesn't matter whether I'm a popular president, Senator, but it does matter whether I'm a good president.
Very well, Mr. President. I will prepare you a report on each of these men.
Thank you, Senator. I will appreciate that very much.
Good day.
Good day.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Can't you guess?
Well, he had a paper in his hand. That wouldn't have been a list of appointments, would it?
Yes, that's exactly what it was.
Maybe eventually they'll get the idea that you intend to be the President of the United States.
One of the senators from Illinois was in here a while ago, and what do you think he had figured out?
I can't imagine.
He wanted to take the total of offices to be filled and divide them equally between the states and the congressional districts, and let the Republican senators and representatives fill them. Well, it's no use going into it. It was a fantastic idea. I certainly never realized how many problems the opening days of a president can... What's the matter? What is it, Caroline?
Oh, that bowl of fruit on your desk.
What's the matter with it?
Well, look, Mr. President, a rat.
A rat? Well, I'll be hanged. A rat sitting on my desk eating my fruit.
Well, get rid of him. Do
You're
something.
not afraid of him, are you?
No, I'm not afraid of him, but I don't want him sitting there like... Oh, never mind, Mr. President. I'll get one of the servants.
Here, scat, goose.
Oh.
There he goes.
I'm going to have this whole house gone over. I've tried traps and I've tried poison, and they pay no attention to any trap I set. I'm going to have to call in a professional rat catcher.
A professional rat catcher?
Certainly.
Is there such a thing as a professional rat catcher? A Pied Piper of Washington Town?
Well, there certainly is. He brings dogs and ferrets, and I'm told he does a good job. I'm going to send for him tomorrow. Oh, my goodness, I don't know whether we're ever going to get settled in this place or not.
Well, I'll be glad to help you in any way I can, my dear.
No, I'll manage, dear. You take care of the senators. I'll take care of the rats.
Mr. President, the Secretary of State's waiting to see you, sir. He says it's an emergency.
Oh, I'll have him come in at once, Robert.
Yes, sir. Will you go right in, sir?
Oh, thank you. Good day, Mr. President.
Oh, James, what's happened?
There's been an incident in Chile.
Huh?
Some of our sailors were on shore leave, and they were attacked by a mob, evidently without any provocation. 18 of them were beaten and stabbed, and one we know of is dead.
What? This is outrageous. What protection did the authorities in Chile give our men?
Evidently, the authorities were in sympathy with the mob. I think we should attempt some sort of arbitration with the government down there.
Arbitration be hanged. What we want is an apology, and we want it immediately.
You don't want me to even attempt to arbitrate?
No. I want an apology and indemnity paid every one of those sailors, or their heirs, as the case may be.
Very well, Mr. President. I'll proceed on that basis. Good day, sir.
Good day, James. Well, I don't think there's another thing that could happen to me today.
Mr. President, we're going to have the floors taken up in the basement and the kitchen, and new floors put in. And we're going to have to put in concrete underneath.
Oh, wait a minute. Who says all this?
The rat catcher. It's the only way we can solve the problem of the rats permanently.
Very well, my dear. Tear up the floors.
Good.
You know something?
What, dear?
The office of President of the United States certainly brings a lot of problems with the job.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The American economic system has always preserved the basic freedoms of the individual. Since 1910, we have more than doubled the output of each of us for every hour we work. In the same period, we have increased our supply of machine power 4 1/2 times. Since 1910, we have also increased our annual income. And yet, in the same period, we have reduced our working time. Remember, our unrivaled production of goods and services goes hand in hand with the preservation of our basic freedoms. Our system may have its faults, and we still have a lot to do to make it bring us all the things we want. But despite these faults, it has brought more benefits to more people than any other system. So, at all times, work to protect and to strengthen our American economic system. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. Yes, the office of president brought its great load of problems to the man in the White House. Strange when you stop to think of it, how those problems differed with each man who took the office.
Mr. President, what on earth are you doing down here?
Oh, I heard the noise, and I thought I'd come down and see what was going on.
Do you know that the kitchen floors had several layers of wood?
No, I can't say that I did.
Well, it did. Evidently, whenever they needed repairs, they just put another layer of boards down. These are all being ripped out now, and I'm going to have the walls tiled, too. Might as well do a good job while we're at it.
By all means. You know, everything necessary for the preservation of this building should be done.
Let's go outside a moment. I want to ask you a question.
Very well, my dear.
Mr. President, can I discharge the cook or can't I?
I don't think I understand.
I'm asking you whether I have the authority to discharge the cook.
Well, you certainly have the authority.
Well, I've discharged her and she won't go.
She won't go?
No. See, she's quite expensive. Her wages are $50 a month. And with the children away for the summer and also very little for us to do in the way of entertaining, we really don't need anyone that expensive. So I discharged her.
Well, then, she has to go.
Well, she's a French woman, you know.
Hmm?
And she says she's going to sue us for damages and take her problem to the French legation.
Really?
Well, it's nothing to laugh about.
Oh, I think it is.
Never been in a situation like this before.
Well, you've never been the first lady of the land before. Now, don't let it worry you. We're handling the situation with Chile, and if our cook manages to develop international complications with France, we'll handle those, too.
Oh, one other thing, Mr. President. They've organized a society called the Daughters of the American Revolution.
Oh, yes, I've heard about it.
Well, I've been asked to serve as the first national president general of the organization.
No. Well, congratulations, my dear. That's a great honor.
Well, then you think I should accept?
Why, of course I do. Madam President.
Well, then I will.
Now, I must get back to my office, really.
You know, dear, you look tired.
Well, I have quite a lot on my mind. When I get some of these problems settled, I'll be all right.
Would you like me to read your message back to you, Mr. President?
No, thank you, Robin. I think I've covered every point that I want Congress to consider. I've been quite definite in the points I've made about Chile, and I hope Congress will agree with me. Chile must apologize and make reparations.
And if she does not?
If she does not, we'll meet that problem when the time comes.
Mr. President.
Oh, Mr. Justice Fuller. How are you, sir?
I just wanted to tell you that I heard the text of your message to Congress, and I feel certain that everyone will agree with you.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm very happy to know that you feel that way. Of course, if it should come to war...
I don't think it will, Mr. President. I think you will get the message you want from Chile.
President in, Robert.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
I'll go right on. It's an emergency. I'm sorry to burst in on you like this, Mr. President, but word has come from Chile.
Yes.
They've apologized, and they agree to all your demands.
Oh, thank God. You know, James, I don't think I've ever been so close to tears in my life. I was so afraid there'd be a war.
Why, I never guessed you were afraid, Mr. President. You seem so firm and so adamant in your attitude about the entire matter.
James, I believe that as the president, I have to seem firm, no matter what doubts assail me or what worries haunt me in the night. The president is a symbol. He must inspire confidence and faith and even fear when necessary. I know there are many who say that I'm a cold man without soul, without feeling, arrogant, demanding. That's not true. What I do demand, I demand for the office. And what I demand for that office is respect and honor. Well, enough about that. This is great news you've brought me, and I'll send a message to Congress immediately.
Mr. President.
Yes, Robert?
I have the message typewritten for Congress about the Chile incident. It's going to take quite a while to copy it in longhand, and you said you wanted them to receive the message as soon as possible.
Oh, I do. Send over the typewritten copy. I'll sign it.
I'd like to, sir, but it's going to shatter precedent. No printed message has ever been sent to Congress.
Well, all right. Let this be the first. Send it over just as it is.
Mr. President, I must say I consider your action shocking, sir. Absolutely shocking.
Why do you say that, Senator?
You've insulted the Senate of the United States of America.
I have done what?
You have insulted the Senate of the United States of America.
In what way?
By sending a printed form of your message. Messages are supposed to be sent by the President in writing.
Well, now, Senator, in this particular case, there just wasn't time to make a longhand copy. However, we will have one made and sent over for the Senate records.
I trust you will, sir. Not that that can obliterate the insult already made, but it will at least preserve the form of the records for future generations.
Senator, did you ever hear the story of the boy who stuck his finger in the dike in Holland?
Well, I don't quite see what that has to do.
Things change, Senator. Civilization grows and expands. New inventions come along. It isn't necessary for us to do everything the laborious way simply because our fathers did. Who knows? Someday every message sent by the President to the Senate may be typewritten.
I can't believe that, Mr. President. Surely the old traditions will not be completely discarded.
Times change, Senator. Events change. Presidents change. Who knows what wonders are just over the horizon? Who knows? Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Since the time The Greatest Story Ever Told went on the air, it's received many awards from church groups and magazines. One of the highest tributes from a leading magazine said, "It remains unexcelled in the field of religious programs for being all-around good radio listening for the entire family." Letters written to The Greatest Story Ever Told show that all faiths are equally enthusiastic about the series. The inspiring stories of the man who led the greatest life ever lived are lessons in tolerance and hope. Age-old stories, yet ones whose meaning is understood today. So listen to The Greatest Story Ever Told each Sunday when it's presented over most of these ABC stations. And
the intense interest manifested abroad in every movement here that threatens the stability of our system shows the deep conviction which pervades the world that upon its fate depends the cause of Republican government.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the men who have lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., one of the most famous residences in the world. The men who live there are tenants with a 4-year lease, our presidents. A national election held once every 4 years makes a man a president. But what makes a president a man? Well, it's the little things he brings to his job, his habits, opinions, his hobbies, his mood across the breakfast table. There's a human side to the highest office in the land, and you'll find it in the story of Woodrow Wilson's old-fashioned typewriter or Teddy Roosevelt's Indian clubs. This sort of personal history reveals the man, and that's what our Mr. President series tries to present. And now, see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Some years ago, there lived in the White House a president who was confronted with many problems. But he never forgot to be a good host. And the great lady he was escorting through the rooms on this occasion had been a famous hostess in her own day in Washington.
After my long absence from the city, Mr. President, I didn't know what to expect in this house.
Well, tell me frankly, Mrs. Madison, how do you find it?
Delightful. It has an air of gracious living. Of course, there is something lacking.
Oh, and what's that?
The woman's touch.
Oh, well, now, there you may be right. If only my wife could have lived to occupy the house with me.
Haven't you ever thought of marrying again?
No. There can be no other woman for me.
You've been faithful to her memory, but have you been fair to your children?
Well, maybe not, but we've managed. My boys are grown men now. You've met the captain, my private secretary.
Oh, yes, a fine young man. Isn't he married?
No, not yet, Mrs. Madison. Are you thinking the same thought I'm thinking?
Yes, very possible.
Yes, yes. If we could get him to marry some sensible girl and settle down, the White House would have a mistress, wouldn't it?
Oh, Mr. President, you've touched my weakness. I love matchmaking.
Good. But my son's no easy subject. He enjoys his so-called freedom.
Oh, no man can resist a well-conducted campaign.
I bow to your judgment in such matters. Now, do you have anyone in mind for him?
Oh, yes. My young cousin, Angelica Singleton, a darling of a girl, daughter of a South Carolina planter, fresh from Madam Grayland's seminary at Philadelphia.
Sounds like a likely prospect. Is she attractive?
She's beautiful and talented, yet a sweet, sensible girl.
Well, then, by all means, bring her around. I'll do my best to encourage the match.
Oh, no. That might spoil everything.
It might?
Yes, of course. Your son's headstrong. He'd resent your trying to arrange a match for him. Now, let him think he's choosing for himself.
Ah, there's a method to this game. Maybe I should discourage the match. No.
No. He's a good son and wouldn't want to disobey.
This takes more finesse than politics.
Why not hint that Angelica would make somebody a wonderful wife, but you doubt if he could win such a prize?
A challenge to his pride and vanity, eh? Mrs. Madison, I think I could use you in the diplomatic service.
Oh, quiet. Here he comes.
Father, Mr. Mackenzie's waiting to see you in your office.
Oh, I'll be with him in a minute. Mrs. Madison, thank you very much for calling.
I've enjoyed it, sir. This house recalls many fond memories.
Well, do come back again, Mrs. Madison.
Thank you, Captain. I intend to. You wait.
Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. President, my name's Mackenzie.
How do you do, Mr. Mackenzie, and what can I do for you?
I've been driven from Canada by the venal ruling clique, established by the British government 3,000 miles away. I'm now a citizen of the United States.
Oh, yes, I recall. Let's see, weren't you a member of Parliament and the newspaper man? And weren't you expelled for your editorial attacks on the upper house?
Yes, that's very true. But I haven't given up the fight against tyranny. I'll keep on till I free Canada. I'm here to ask, where does the President of the United States stand?
Oh, this nation is neutral.
Americans once fought British rule and won freedom. Do you deny Canadians the same privilege?
No, I don't. As an individual, I sympathize with the Canadian struggle for tax and election reforms. But as head of the government, I must keep a proper neutrality.
Other Americans are more sympathetic to our cause. I'll get their aid.
Let me caution you, sir, not to abuse your privilege of American citizenship. And don't upset our good relations with England.
Mr. President, were Americans so cautious in 1776?
We fought then for complete separation from England. I happen to know that most Canadians today don't want separation.
I've heard that you love Britain. Well, I can find Americans who love freedom better.
You're insolent, sir. And I must ask you to leave.
I have influence. You may regret your attitude.
I warn you now that if you persist in your course, you'll be properly punished. Good day, Mr. Mackenzie.
Good day, Mr. President.
Angelica, this is the President's son, Abraham. My cousin, Miss Singleton.
I'm pleased to meet you.
And I'm privileged to meet you, Miss Singleton. Oh, may I show you around the White House?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Everything here is so historic.
Well, I hope you won't find me so. You'll excuse us for a few minutes?
Why, of course, my son. I know Miss Singleton will enjoy a personally conducted tour of the place.
And I'll enjoy it myself.
Very gallant of you, Captain.
Oh, let's not be formal. You call me Abraham.
All right, Abraham. I do admire a biblical name.
Oh, my. Don't they make a sweet couple?
Yes, and I think they're attracted to each other.
They're at a magnetic age. But let's not count on victory too soon.
I won't. She's a lovely girl. If my son isn't bowled over, he isn't as bright as I thought.
Oh, well, these things take time. Matchmaking calls for endless patience and persistence.
You mean it's something like being president?
Oh, a little. It brings more popularity. Oh, to be dancing on the green path of life as they are.
In American hearts, madam, you're forever young.
You're very kind to an old woman who has little but memories.
But memories more precious than most dreams.
Oh, cousin, it's a wonderful house. I wish we had time to see it all. It's magnificent.
Yes, I know. I lived here once.
Father, could you spare me for a few hours tomorrow? I'd like to show Miss Singleton something of the city.
Well, yes, son. I think I can manage without you for a while.
We'll have to go now. Thank you so much for your kindness, Captain. And thank you, Mr. President.
And thank you, my dear, and you, Mrs. Madison, for brightening our day.
Oh, we'll come again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, what do you think of her, Father?
Mrs. Madison is a charming woman.
No, I mean Angelica.
I think she's well named.
Oh, so do I. There is something angelic and unspoiled about her.
Yes, but I question whether you could win such a prize.
Well, I don't see why not. If I wanted to. There any reason why I couldn't?
No special reason. I just doubt it.
Well, I think you're wrong. Even a president doesn't know everything.
Hardly. That's why he has a cabinet and a Congress.
Father, you must see this at once. Canada has invaded our shore and attacked American citizens.
Is this your idea of a joke?
No, it's true. Look, here's word from the captain of the steamboat Caroline. His ship was tied up on the New York side of the Niagara River. Its crew and passengers were attacked by several boatloads of Canadian soldiers.
Let me see then. Attacked by 70 or 80 men. They began warfare with muskets, swords, and cutlasses. Abandoned without resistance, the ship was set adrift and fired by the... Why, this is outrageous.
Well, I think it's an act of war.
Oh, just a moment. Let's get the complete picture first.
Well, the district attorney of Erie County says the whole frontier's aroused. Sheriffs of Erie and Niagara have called out the militia. Americans want revenge. They're eager to fight.
I don't doubt it. Let's see the rest of this packet. The picture is clearer. Mackenzie again.
Mackenzie?
A former Canadian leader who's begun a revolt against British rule of Canada. Canadians are angered by unjust taxes and by lawmakers appointed in London to run their parliament.
Well, then they deserve liberation.
Only a handful, led by Mackenzie, wanted. He's been sending American volunteers and ammunition on the Caroline to Navy Island.
Navy Island? Well, that's British property.
Yes, but it's been seized by a force under Van Rensselaer, a New Yorker hired by Mackenzie. 800 men on the island, mostly Americans, and they have no business there.
Well, the Canadian soldiers had no business on our shores.
Two wrongs never made a right.
Well, the Caroline was American property. Now, I think this calls for drastic action.
Yes, but not against Canada alone. Our own citizens must learn they've no business in private adventures against neighbor countries. Prepare orders for General Scott to go to Niagara Frontier at once.
Yes, sir.
Ask the Secretary of State to see me. We'll prepare a strong protest of the government of Canada. At the same time, I'll issue a proclamation calling on Americans to steer clear of projects dangerous to our security.
Americans won't like that. They're resentful already.
I will not let hotheads get us into war. Americans captured in Canada will be left to the policy and justice of that government.
Oh, that won't make you popular.
Popularity be hanged. National interests are a lot more important than the president's popularity.
Mr. President, I heard your message to Congress on the outrageous invasion of our shores by troops from Canada. I thought it weak-kneed, sir.
Senator, I can't agree. I've launched a protest and demanded redress.
But your message was conciliatory in tone. We have been wronged. Why should we be conciliatory?
Because I don't feel we should create a war out of an incident.
I have long felt you lean toward the British.
What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I say. Our chief executive is not an agent for Victoria, nor does he have to curry favor with the British. It may interest you to know, sir, that I was one of those responsible for your recall from London as ambassador a few years ago.
I've known that for some time.
I said then, and I say now, that the American eagle is not to be prostrated before the British lion.
Nor have I ever done that. You may have convinced the Senate at the time that I wasn't the man for ambassador, but you haven't convinced the people that I give my loyalty to any country but this one.
American interests should come first.
And with me they do. It doesn't promote our interests to start hostile discussions over this incident. My one idea has been to lay a lasting foundation for peace between the two nations.
By supine subservience to the British Crown?
No, by thunder, by firm but fair-minded give and take. You accuse me of British leanings, yet I happen to be the first president who wasn't born a British subject.
Do you regret it?
Senator, I am proud of it. Proud of my humble origin because it tells me and other Americans daily that here, the lowliest, may aspire to the highest post citizens can give one of their number.
But the people aren't with you on Canada. They're indignant. They want no conciliation.
Resentment often comes from misunderstanding.
Charging Mackenzie and Van Rensselaer with disloyal conduct is unpopular and untenable. In fact, the press reports some citizens have threatened to burn down the White House. What do you say to that?
I think the opposition press wants to make things hotter for me than the people. Oh, come now, Senator. If we can't meet politically, we can on social grounds. Will you do me the honor of being my guest at a reception here tomorrow night?
I hardly know what to say. I'll continue to fight you, sir, but I'll attend the reception.
Thank you, Senator Clay. I'll look forward to seeing you.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It's been said that a little daydreaming never hurt anyone, so let's indulge in a few fanciful dreams for just a moment. Let's suppose it's 10 years from now. You're the star of this particular dream, and you're traveling around the world. It's a pretty wonderful idea, but it doesn't have to be just a daydream. If you've always wanted to travel abroad in later years, you can make that happen. And you can start now by putting all your surplus cash in United States savings bonds. Where else could you find a safer, more profitable investment than savings bonds? For every $3 you invest now in E-bonds, you receive $4 when the bonds mature. Savings bonds are convenient to buy through the payroll savings plan or through the bond-a-month plan at your bank. So play it smart. Invest your extra cash in United States savings bonds. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you figured out who was president when these events were taking place? They really did happen, you know. The president was the target for much criticism over his stand in the Canadian matter. And some of the criticism affected his son's life.
Abraham, is it true?
Is what true, Angelica?
Well, the papers say General Van Rensselaer and his patriots evacuated Navy Island after talks with General Scott.
Yes.
And now General Van Rensselaer's been imprisoned.
Yes, those are the facts.
Well, by what right does your father send a great patriot to prison?
My father? Why, Angelica, my father
Wasn't
didn't
General
send him
Scott acting on your father's instructions?
Well, yes, in a way, but you don't understand these political matters.
Anybody with a spark of patriotism would have done just what General Van Rensselaer did.
Well, I can't agree. I'm a West Point man myself, but if I accepted a commission from a foreign government as he did, well, I'd expect to be punished in the same way.
Oh, of course you defend your father's actions.
Only because they're right. Van Rensselaer should have known better than to get involved with a foreign army and lead a revolt against a government with whom we're at peace.
And why was poor Mr. Mackenzie arrested in Rochester? Because he was publishing a newspaper critical of the president?
No, because he was behind this entire revolt. He started it. He hired Van Rensselaer. He got arms and men here to fight against a neighbor nation and risk our good relations with it.
I can't agree with such a craven viewpoint.
And I don't like your calling me a coward.
Go on, put me in prison, too.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
I suppose I'm a silly, empty-headed schoolgirl for not accepting your ideas.
If you accept ideas only from slanderous Whig newspapers, you are empty-headed.
That's enough, sir. I'm glad I discovered in time what kind of a man you really are.
And I'm glad to learn what kind of a woman you are. If you can't understand that there are two sides to every question, well, then you're not as bright as I thought you were.
I have a mind of my own. That's more than I can say for you. Under the circumstances, Captain, I don't care to see you again.
You echo my own sentiments, Miss Singleton.
And if you find me at the reception tonight, don't flatter yourself. It's only because I promised Mrs. Madison I'd be there.
And I'll be there only because I promised Father I'd attend.
I'm glad you could join us, Senator Clay. For tonight, at least, let's forget all political differences. I want you to enjoy yourself.
That's most amiable of you, Mr. President. You are a gracious host, and I must say you set a very good table.
Thank you. In spite of Congressman Ogle's charges in the House today, you will note, Senator, that my dishes aren't made of gold.
Didn't I hear you say no politics tonight, Father?
No. But it's so unfair to have Ogle raving about me going to church in His Democratic Majesty's British stagecoach. But as you say, son, no politics. Angelica, I hope you're enjoying your stay in Washington.
Oh, yes, I am. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And what keeps you and Abraham so silent, my child? You usually have so much to say to each other.
We have nothing to say to each other, sir.
What is this? What is this? Don't tell me you've quarreled. Son, what's the trouble?
I'd rather not discuss it, Father.
Oh, of course. I have no right to meddle. Senator, will you have more wine?
Thank you. This is excellent Madeira.
Mrs. Madison, will you have more beef or fowl?
Oh, no, thank you. I really must save room for your good dessert.
Well, you have a choice of pudding, pie, or ice cream. All three, if you like.
Heavens, no. One will be apple.
I beg your pardon, Mr. President.
Yes, what is it, Thomas?
The kitchen's on fire.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll excuse me. I must see to something in the kitchen.
Oh, yes. Of course, certainly.
There. You see, sir?
Of course I see. Here, fill these water buckets.
Yes, sir.
The curtains and the cupboards are ablaze.
I know it.
Hurry, Thomas.
Yes, I'm hurrying.
Now stand back. Stand back, Thomas.
There.
We need new curtains here anyway. Pull them down.
Yes.
Let me have another bucket, Thomas.
Coming right up. You see, I had the windows open and suddenly the curtains flamed up. Sir.
Thank you. This should take care of the cupboard. That's not too serious after all. Here, let me have another bucket. Now, you pour water over the entire area, Thomas, and make certain no sparks are left.
Yes, sir.
I must return to my guests.
Well, Mr. President, we thought you deserted us.
Forgive me for leaving you. It's a little matter of a fire in the kitchen.
What?
My goodness, how can you remain so calm about it?
Well, it was really only a small blaze, madam.
There have been threats in the press.
Well, we didn't take them seriously. How did it happen, Father?
Frankly, I didn't stop to inquire.
Mr. President, while I am doing all I can to get you out of the White House, I assure you I don't want to burn you out.
Senator Clay, I believe you. Your eloquence is matchless. How about dessert?
Angelica.
Were you addressing me, Captain?
Angelica, I've been miserable. My work has been suffering.
Then you must pay more attention to it.
Oh, you know what I mean. I don't want to quarrel with you.
You said some unforgivable things to me, sir.
I know, I'm a beast.
And I said some unforgivable things, too.
Angelica, you're willing to forgive and forget?
If you are,
oh,
Abraham.
My darling. Oh, it's been such torture not to talk to you, not to hold your hand.
Oh, I've been miserable, too, dear. And when I saw how your father and Senator Clay can be so friendly at dinner, even when they're so opposed politically, I thought, why should we two quarrel over politics?
Oh, I've been such a fool. You're such a wonderful person, and I love you so very much.
I love you, too, dear.
Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? And no politics?
I'd love to become your wife. And no politics.
You'll marry me? Oh, that's wonderful. Well, let's announce our engagement right away.
Of course, dear. Oh, Mrs. Madison will be so happy. She likes you.
Well, Father will be happy, too. He likes you.
Well, I wondered where you two had disappeared to. I'm glad to see you're on speaking terms again.
We're on more than speaking terms.
Father, Angelica's consented to become my wife.
No. Well, I'm delighted to hear it. I could wish for no finer a daughter-in-law, my dear.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Mr. President.
And my heartiest congratulations to you, son.
Thank you, Father.
I'm sure with you two young people here in the White House, this will be a much happier place for all of us.
You asked to see me, Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Clay. With Congress adjourning, you're going on a speaking tour, I understand.
That is my intention, sir.
I'm told you intend to agitate against my actions on the Canadian question.
The report has reached you accurately, sir.
Look, what you say against me is not very important. But what you say about Canada is.
I am a pretty fair judge of what is important.
I will not have you encouraging Americans to start the fights against Canada.
I take orders only from my own conscience. Now, if this is all you have to tell me,
Senator, you will stay and listen. The Canadian insurrection was only an incident.
One in which we replied with words instead of guns.
Fortunately, I think. It was only an incident, but one that may well have kindled the spark of war. I have gone to some pains to establish the fact that there's been provocation on both sides.
An American ship was attacked on an American shore, but the president holds conversations and sends notes.
I have done more than that. I have arrested all the ringleaders who were within my jurisdiction, and I have put in our claim for redress. I believe it will be settled to our satisfaction.
To yours, perhaps, but not to the people's.
I say to you, it will be ill-advised to stir up strife.
And my reply to you, sir, is that the United States does not have to bow before any other nation.
Of course it doesn't. It never has and never will. Is it bowing to demand punishment for disturbance of the peace on both sides of the frontier? Is it a sign of weakness to show a neighbor that we're not spoiling for a war?
Do you expect me to come over to your side in this matter?
Hardly. But I beg you not to sow new seeds of discord that may well yield the harvest of war that none of us desires. The insurrection is now trailing off into minor skirmishes. The excitement is dying down. You would be doing your country a great disservice to stir it up again.
The fact remains that Canada can still stand reform, sir.
Then let the Canadians achieve their own reforms. I urge you, Senator, not to magnify an incident between nations. An incident which reflects only the hasty actions of a few irresponsible men. Tell me something. Do you really want war? Do you?
No, I am not seeking war, Mr. President, but I say we cannot enjoy real peace unless it is a respectable one, a peace with honor.
But we have that now. We've proved to Canada that this government is firm, but not unfriendly. We can have harmonious relations with our neighbor for many years if we show our good faith. But not if you lead Americans into more actions against Canada because of your opposition to me.
Well, I don't agree with your view of international obligations, Mr. President, but I will respect your wishes. My speeches will not touch on the Canadian question.
Thank you, Senator Clay. Thank you very much. And may I say this? I have always respected you for having the courage of your convictions. I still do. But now I also admire you for having the courage to place your country's welfare above anything else. Thank you again, sir. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Sunday nights, the famous voice of America's favorite newsman is heard over most of these same ABC stations. Yes, dramatic Walter Winchell brings you important news, odd news, exclusive news. On the subject of reporting the truth, Winchell himself once said, "Since reporting the news is a concern of vital interest to the people, it's a matter of deepest personal integrity to the reporter." And he knows that while the truth may be difficult to live with, if the reporter didn't report the truth, he couldn't live with himself. With that philosophy to back him, Winchell does tell you, accurately and dramatically, just what's going on in the world today. So listen to Walter Winchell tonight over most of these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It finally worked out as we planned. Angelica and Abraham are off to South Carolina to be married.
Yes, Mrs. Madison. And I know they'll be very happy together. But I could never have accomplished it without your invaluable diplomacy and matchmaking.
Oh, you pay me too much credit. You've contended with far greater problems. Now that the Canadian insurrection is over and amicable relations established, you must be a very proud man.
I'm grateful that I could keep peace with honor.
In the face of public pressure, it's often difficult to pursue the right course.
Yes. Popularity is an elusive thing of the moment, subject to whim and caprice. I think wisdom has more enduring quality. You have done a statesmanlike thing and reestablished confidence between two great nations. I believe history will show the wisdom of the course pursued by President Martin Van Buren.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye. This is Edward Arnold inviting you to listen to a special Christmas story on Mr. President.
In observance of the Christmas holidays, Edward Arnold puts aside his role of Mr. President to bring you by transcription a special broadcast. In the minutes to follow, you will hear a story written by W.E. Kuehl and adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. The story titled, The Man at the Gate of the World.
Christmas Day is a pretty good time to talk to you about future plans. About 1950, for instance. Have you been dreaming about a new home, a farm in the country, sending your youngsters to college, or a trip around the world? Do you believe these dreams can come true? Well, United States savings bonds can be your Aladdin's lamp. Just think. For every $3 you save in U.S. savings e-bonds, you'll get 4 when they mature. U.S. savings bonds are the safest investment in the world. They're an investment in your government. And here's a suggestion. If part of the Christmas gifts you received today were in cash, invest them in U.S. savings bonds. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving. It can bring your dreams much nearer. And now, here is Edward Arnold as the narrator and as Casper the Persian in The Man at the Gate of the World.
Gather close and listen. For once more it is the anniversary of his birth, the 1949th anniversary of the life dedicated to peace on earth, goodwill towards men. Listen to the story of a star and a man who followed it to the gate of the world. The star rose in a blinding, dazzling arc of light, and those who knew its meaning knelt and gave thanks. And in the east, the 3 magi who had long awaited the coming of that star mounted their camels and started westward. Melchior, Balthazar, and Casper. 3 wise men who believed the star would guide them to the cradle of a king of kings. They followed the sign from Persia to Palestine, and finally to Bethlehem, the city of David, where the star stood still like a pure white flame above a stable. The Magi were puzzled, for inside they found no prince to receive their homage, only a child newly born to a carpenter and his wife. True, the woman had beauty, and the child radiance, but he was born in poverty, and the one they sought must be born in glory. And so they left some gifts and departed, pondering these strange happenings in their hearts. They rode silently, deep in thought, and finally, when they were several days from Bethlehem, Casper, the youngest, said to his companions, "There was something about that child's face that I can't get out of my mind. Could the carpenter's son be the prince we seek?"
I have been casting the horoscope of the carpenter's son as we've sat here. He will never sit upon a ruler's throne. His earthly lot is pain and poverty, hate and scorn. And before the star of the carpenter's boy has reached its zenith, it will pass blood red into the house of death.
It was a long, wearisome journey to make for nothing.
But the star, we saw the star just as it was prophesied. And it stood directly above that stable. I swear it did.
We misread the signs, or the signs have mocked us. Caspar, we are only humans, walking for the moment between 2 darknesses.
We are wrong far more times than we are right.
There is a great uneasiness in my heart this night. I cannot explain it, but I must leave you here. I can go no further. Over and over my heart keeps repeating, go back. Go back to Bethlehem. Melchior, you told me you saw in my chart when I was born that I would serve a king and keep for him a mighty citadel.
That is so. But your chart did not say that you would find him in Bethlehem.
That is the only clue I have. And I'll never be able to rest now until I find him.
Oh, my son, in you I see now the heart of the seeker. Be warned. The seeker is the most unhappy of all the sons of men. For he is foredoomed to the road and the desert. He is without home and without kin. He has only a star.
That may be, but I must follow that star.
Then, my son, go back to Bethlehem and begin your search. And God be with you.
And so Caspar parted company from the friends of his life, Balthazar and Melchior, and started back on his solitary way towards Bethlehem. And now the skies were black and chill, and the only star that burned was the memory in his own heart. Bethlehem was a city of tragedy, shrouded, full of tears. Caspar went to the inn.
Yes, I can give you lodgings. The inn is empty.
Thank you. Tell me, I heard so many women crying as I came through the city. Why do the women weep?
They weep for their sons. The soldiers of Herod have gone through the streets, killing every babe they could find.
Why?
Because it was rumored that a child was born here a few weeks past that shall rise and become king of the Jews, the king of kings.
A child born here?
Yes. Can you imagine a king as powerful as Herod afraid of a newborn babe?
Tell me, I was here a few weeks ago. There was a woman bore a son in the stable behind your inn.
Oh, yes, Mary and Joseph of Nazareth.
Was that child killed?
No. They fled in the night. My wife said they went into Egypt.
Egypt? Then I must go to Egypt. In Egypt, the carpenter and his family were as grains of sand in the desert, and Caspar could find no trace of them. And now his search seemed hopeless, and he wandered from city to city, while the years kept pace beside him. Here and there were eyes that pleased his eyes, and once there was a voice that lingered like a melody in his ears.
Stay here beside me, Caspar. Stay here and let my heart be your home. To wander endlessly is to die at last, forsaken and forgotten.
If ever a woman could hold me, it would be you. But I seek a light that I saw one night over Bethlehem almost 10 years ago, and the King of Kings that I must serve. I must go on tomorrow into Galilee.
I'll miss you all the rest of my life.
Farewell, and God keep you. And so one day at eventide, Caspar came to the gates of a city in Galilee. He was worn and tired, and from his eyes looked the heart of the seeker, weary with his own hunger, aching with the pain of silence and the desert. While he stood momentarily looking about him, a boy separated himself from a group of children and came toward him.
Wilt thou come with me, sir, to my mother's house? It is near at hand, and there is water there for thy feet and bread and wine to sustain thee. May I guide thee there?
Caspar wondered for a moment, and then deciding that the house must be an inn, he took the small hand offered him and followed the boy into the city. At last they came to a house within a courtyard, and the boy asked him to sit down and disappeared into the house. Caspar looked about him in wonder, for this was not an inn, but a small, poor house. The boy's mother came from within, troubled but smiling. Caspar said to her immediately, "I supposed he was guiding me to an inn. I'm sorry to trouble you."
Do not feel embarrassed. You see, daily my strange son goes to the gate, seeking any who seem weary, so that he may bring them home. And so gentle is his spirit, so eager to help any that he can, that it is a joy to receive whoever he brings.
I have brought the towels and water for thy feet.
Thou wilt feel much refreshed after I have finished.
Yeah, I can do that.
No, let me remove thy sandals, sir.
Tell me, why dost thou do these things, child?
I know not. So many have asked, but I know not what to answer.
Well, there must be some thought that governs thy deeds, some purpose.
I cannot tell thee what compels me to do these things, sir, for I do not know yet. But someday I shall know. Until then, I do what I must do. When I see men weary and in need, I feel that I must give them rest. That is all. There. Dost thou not feel better, sir?
Ah, yes, I feel much better.
Wilt thou not share our supper, sir?
Oh, my thanks, but no. I must get to an inn before nightfall.
I will guide thee there.
Oh, bless thee for thy graciousness.
I ask thy pardon for my boy. He seeks always the poor and needy. But today he mistook his guest. He knows so little of the world.
No, he made no mistake. I needed him more than any other man.
Master, what dost thou seek?
My child, if I said a star, thou wouldst not understand. And so the only answer I can make is that I seek north that thou couldst help me find. But I go now to Damascus, and I would that thou couldst come with me.
No. Soon I must go to our own great city where the temple stands. But then, after that, one day I shall go to Damascus. I have heard it said that there are so many people there that it is called the Gate of the World.
That is true.
I shall stand at Damascus, at the Gate of the World.
And perhaps someday I'll meet thee there.
That may be, for I am sure we will meet again. I will ever love Caspar the Persian, and if ever I need a friend, I will remember him.
If thou ever needst a friend, thou hast only to let me know.
We will meet again, perhaps at the Gate of the World.
The next day, Caspar went from the quiet hills of Galilee to Damascus, and then after a time he went to Rome. He was made welcome there, for he had wisdom and wealth, and his people had been princes before Rome was born. He became a close friend of Caesar, and he put his quest aside for a time, and only now and then did the echo of the camels' bells from the desert call him to continue his search for the King of Kings. And so the years added up to 20, and still Caspar had not found his star. And one morning Caesar said to him,
Caspar, my friend, I have done nothing for thee, and thou hast been my loyal friend these many years. I have decided to make thee governor of Alexandria.
Thou dost me great honor.
Go, consider it, and weigh it well, and tell me if it pleases thee. Not in vain shall any man be known as Caesar's friend.
I will ever love Caspar the Persian, and if ever I need a friend, I will remember him.
My friend, is something wrong? Are you ill? You look so strange.
I'm sorry,
You've been too generous of your time and support, Caspar. In Alexandria, you can rest and enjoy the rewards of the time you have given me.
I will ever love Caspar the Persian, and if ever I need a friend, I will remember him.
Your indulgence, sir. I'm afraid I cannot accept your most generous offer.
You cannot accept?
No. I must return to Galilee. I must return at once.
And so it was that Caspar came once more to the hills of Galilee and followed in the footprints of his earlier journey. I will find the boy, he said over and over to himself. Perhaps together we can solve the riddle of the star that guided me to Bethlehem. He retraced once more his steps to the boy's house. He entered the courtyard, and his heart was pounding with an excitement he had not felt since the night he followed the star through the gates of Bethlehem. An old man came through the courtyard towards him.
Well, what wouldst thou of this house?
I seek a family. 20 years ago, I came to this city. In those days, a boy dwelt here with his mother, and they gave me hospitality.
Knowest thou anything of them?
Aye, it is ever the same question. It would seem that I came here for no reason but to answer it.
I'm sorry if I caused the annoyance. I came hoping the boy would still be here.
Thy pardon, sir, but questions concerning the boy have been so many, my patience is almost at an end. The boy is not here now. He is dead.
Dead?
He was crucified.
Crucified? Tell me, knowest thou where the boy was born?
Why, yes, he was born in Bethlehem, the city of David.
Bethlehem? Born in Bethlehem? Oh, what a fool I've been. What a fool.
The boy was a strange lad. He went to Jerusalem and opposed the priests of the temple. So they laid a charge of sedition against him and slew him there.
Crucified. Crucified. He who loved and gave so much of himself. Crucified.
His followers say that after he was slain, he rose from the dead. But if this is true, he did not come here. I have not seen him. But the tales. Oh, the tales they tell of him. They say he was born in a stable because there was no room in the inn. And there are those who would have you believe that angels proclaimed his birth with hymns in the sky, and that 3 kings from the east, Magian astrologers, followed a star to the stable and came to do him honor.
They did, and I was one of them.
You were one?
Aye. But when the star brought us to the cradle of a carpenter's babe, we could not believe that before us was a king of kings, and so we left.
It's got so a man hardly knows what to believe anymore.
Heed me, carpenter. Twice I saw the star and did not know it for mine. Do not thou likewise. Where are his followers now?
They say many of them are in Damascus.
Damascus? Of course, Damascus. So it was that Caspar, remembering the boy, laid aside forever the girdle and the chaplet which told his race and rank, laid aside the jewels and silk and linen which told his wealth, and took a humble house by the east gate of Damascus. And every day he stood by the gate, watching for those who were weary and in need. To them he would say, Wilt thou come with me to my house? It is near at hand, and there is water there for thy feet, and food and wine to sustain thee. He stood at the gate of the world year in and year out, and as the tide of life flowed and ebbed past him, he watched constantly for that one face that he would know. And there came gradually into his heart a great pity and compassion, until he yearned over all humanity as though each member of it was his only child. And there was no man to tell him that perchance the one he had sought had already come to stand day by day at the gate of Damascus. The long, long years inched by. His step became halting, his eyes half blind. And one hot morning, as the old man stood at the gate, the voices of the past swirled blindly about him.
His earthly lot is pain and poverty, hate and scorn. The seeker is foredoomed to the road and the desert. He is without home and without kin. He has only a star.
Stay here beside me, Caspar. To wander endlessly is to die at last, forsaken and forgotten.
Will you come with me, sir, to my mother's house? It is near at hand, and there is water there for thy feet, and bread and wine to sustain thee.
I ask thy pardon for my boy. He seeks always the poor and the needy. But today he mistook his guest. He knows so little of the world.
I will ever love Caspar the Persian.
The boy is not here now. He is dead. He was crucified. Crucified! Crucified!
The torments of his memories tore through Caspar like a living agony. At noon, the wall behind him became a narrow shaft of wood whose touch was full with fiery pain. His hands were outstretched on either side, each a core of burning torture. His feet were lacerated with flames, and his parched and swollen tongue longed for the death, but could not speak the words to beg for it. At last, mercifully, he fainted, and the gateman carried him to his house.
and the kind, dark hand of night came down on his fevered body and soothed him to sleep. In the morning, Caspar was back at the gate, and as the crowds pressed through, suddenly a man, lame and evil of face, stood before him, staring at him with mockery. Caspar looked back at him, uncertainly, and then spoke. Art thou weary? Come with me to my house close at hand. I have water for thy feet and bread and wine.
Well, here indeed is a welcome to Damascus. Thou art a fool, old man, to stand here like this, taking the scorn and abuse of the world. I spit on you.
Come with me. Thou art weary and in pain.
Will no one rid me of this meddlesome old fool? I'll split thy head open for thee with my staff.
I'll kill you for that. Wouldst thou strike a man so holy?
I would strike men holier than he, Gateman. He's a fool. He would be better off dead.
Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
What sayest thou?
Come home with me.
Aye, I'll grant thy prayer. I'll go with thee. Let's see whether you will truly fill my stomach. Come, fool, and show me the way.
Follow me.
If any harm come to him...
Watch thy gait. I'm not afraid of thy threats.
Follow me. And now that thou hast dined, with thy permission, I will bathe thy feet. Suffer it to be so, for it is my custom, and thou hast come far today.
What is this madness, fool? Tell me, who art thou?
My name is Caspar, and I was a Persian. Here I am service, a slave to give aid to the weary. Therefore would I wash thy feet.
Well, why should I forbid thy folly? Wash these feet of mine and do it well. Are they not beautiful, my fool? Consider. These feet of mine have had a heavy task, for they have sought for years to bear me to some place where I might find peace. They have walked along many roads that were rough and stony. If they have lost their beauty, it was there that they lost it. Dost thou think I will love thee for this, thou fool? Is that thy hope?
No.
I hate thee for thy service. I hate all men, and all men hate me.
Oh, you cannot mean that.
I do mean it. Once I saw the best and hated even the best. I saw the best, I tell thee, and hated it, and killed it. And if I could kill the man I killed, I could slay all to the last fool who stands by a city gate.
Thou knowest not what thou art saying.
Who is thy master service?
Jesus of Nazareth.
And where is Jesus of Nazareth?
Dead, but risen from the dead.
Dead. Upon the cross.
Once when he was a boy, he bathed my feet. And so now I stand at the gate of Damascus with water for the feet of the wayfarer, and bread and wine. It is the least I can do for him.
What thinkest thou to accomplish by thy deed?
I know not, for his purpose is still dark. But I tell you this, it is he that washed your feet today, not I.
Fool, I have heard something of this tale from other lips. Was there not one of his company who betrayed him?
Should I speak of that sin when there is so much that is great to speak about?
Thou art the first to hide it. But was that evil one not there at the Last Supper, and the deed that followed it? Did thy master bathe his feet too?
Aye, but his heart was hardened so that he might not be saved.
He might not be saved. Then thy master failed, poor fool. Thy master failed.
No. I know that he had the one power in the world that could not fail.
The memory of the deed. 30 pieces of silver instead of a soul. 30 pieces of silver in the knowledge of heaven that can never be entered. 30 pieces of silver and a star has gone out, and the eyes that all men should kneel before mask forever, living hell for the traitor, to remember and remember and remember.
No. In a few days he died, slain by his own hand in his despair.
No, fool, no. That was a tale they told to save him from the doom of Cain. Fool, how could he die? How could he of all men go to meet his Lord? He stands before you now.
He stands before you.
Caspar crouched on the floor, trembling, transfixed with horror, and then anger swept through him like a flame. He closed his eyes and tried to seal his heart against it, for in that blinding instant he recognized this hour and its purpose. But his hands ached to strike, to kill. His tongue burned with words. Here before him was a man who had slain the boy. The old man shook, the issue trembled in the balance, and a whisper hung upon the air.
Oh, Caspar, I must save the world. The entire world. I must save the entire world.
He knew now why he had stood at the gate. He knew now who waited to claim his own, and his heart rallied to the urgency of the boy's voice. And within himself, he felt love and power to pardon the unpardonable, to seek the unutterably lost, to shelter the soul for which there was no other shelter in the world. He raised his head to seek the face of his guest, and the cry of that guest as he met his eyes thrilled him through.
Master, it is thy eyes I am looking into once again. It is thy eyes, and thou hast forgiven me. Ye love me still. Master, I fled thee far, but thou hast found me. But how can I be forgiven? Never, never.
He sank to the floor and clasped the old man's feet, and Caspar placed his arms about him, tender as a mother with a child, tender as the master himself. And as he did this, he heard a voice answer.
My brother, Judas, there is no never in my love. Long have I sought thee, my brother, for I could not be the world's deliverer without first delivering thee.
Ah, now I know thee, O matchless one, Prince of the Star, the deliverer for whom the world has waited. Thine the power, and thine the glory. For here is thy sign. And so the agonized voice of Judas found its answer and was still. And there stole into the room gradually the noises of the street, the murmur of the multitudes coming through the gates of Damascus. But Caspar still knelt, for the light of a star was on his face, a light that would shine for all people, the light that was the love of the Son of God, that would shine for all mankind until the end of time.
Thank you, Edward Arnold.
Today's special program on Mr. President reminds us of another Christmas program that will come to you today on the greatest story ever told. This drama has won numerous awards from leading church authorities, critics, and newspapers. But some of the most memorable tributes to this Sunday evening program have been from the listeners themselves. Many of the letters people have written have been letters of appreciation for dramatizing the inspiring story of the man who led the greatest life ever lived. This afternoon, the second portion of the Christmas drama, The Prince of Peace, a story of the Nativity, will be heard. So don't miss the greatest story ever told today. And be sure to listen next week at this time, when once again we resume our regular broadcast of little-known stories of Mr. President.
This transcription was produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical On the Town, starring Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Ann Miller. The Man at the Gate of the World was written by W.E. Kuehl and adapted for radio by Gene Holloway.
Be sure to listen next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations once again bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It is a very dangerous method of upholding reform to violate the law in so doing, even on the ground of high moral principle or of saving the public.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you today's performance of Mr. President, let's get a little philosophical on the subject of character in our presidents. You know, all American boys, and little girls too perhaps, grow up with the idea that they might be presidents someday. And why not? Our presidents have come from every environment. Rich and aristocratic, like Washington. Poor and self-educated, like Lincoln. They've been farmers and lawyers, warriors and school teachers. Teddy Roosevelt was bluff and hearty. Wilson was a quiet, scholarly type. But what one quality did they have that made them presidential material? Personality? A sense of responsibility? Think about it. Could you be a Jackson or a Monroe? Well, let's learn more about it now by listening to today's story of Mr. President. And now see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
It was a cold day in Washington, a day filled with ice and sleet. But it was Inauguration Day, and there was warm joy in the hearts of the new president and his first lady as they rode on the official coach and four after the ceremony. Well, my dear, I always said it would be a cold day when I got to be president of the United States, and so it is.
Oh, nonsense. You're as proud as Punch, and so am I, Mr. President.
Of course I am, but I do have to look around when somebody says Mr. President to see who he's talking to.
Oh, I think this drive is the proudest and happiest event of the day. Imagine us driving down through the Capitol grounds and now on Pennsylvania Avenue on our way to the White House. Oh, it still seems almost unbelievable.
You know, Nellie, I pinch myself every little while to make myself realize it's all true. I still feel just a bit like a fish out of water.
And I feel very daring. After all, never before has the president's wife ridden back to the White House with him from the inaugural.
Well, since the ex-president decided not to ride with me, I'm very glad you decided to break the precedent. In fact, my dear, I think I prefer you. You're prettier.
You're very sweet. Did you know the children were in the Senate gallery listening intently to your inaugural address?
No, they sat through it all, even Charlie?
Even Charlie. Of course, he wasn't taking any chances. No. He did bring a copy of Treasure Island with him, but I must say he didn't open it once.
He didn't. Now, that is the perfect gesture. It must have been a very good speech.
Oh, of course it was. I was very proud of you.
Thank you, my dear. You know, this isn't going to be an easy job. It will have its full share of headaches and heartaches, but with you at my side, well, they'll be easier to bear.
I'll always be at your side, dear. And I know you'll be a good president.
Well, I'm certainly going to try. I'm going to make good all my campaign promises, too. I'm going to get a lower tariff and a balanced budget, and conservation of our natural resources, and...
How about the campaign promise you made to me?
What's that?
To take off about 20 pounds.
Oh, I'll keep that one, too. I'll exercise like mad.
And you'll cut down on food.
But I like food. Speaking of weight, my dear, you promised me you'd gain some.
Well, I'll try to keep that promise, too. Mr. President?
Who, me? Oh, there I go again. I'm forgetting.
You know, Nellie, for once in more than 20 years of public service, I may be able to save a little money on this job.
Oh, you're not becoming mercenary, I hope.
Oh, no, I hope not, but I'm getting on in years. I have to think about providing for my family for a change.
I do think it was fine of them to raise the salary to $75,000.
And only fair. I'll have to spend at least $50,000 of it, and it should be a citizen's right to earn a little more than he needs to live on.
Well, I'm sure we'll manage, Mr. President.
Is he here again? Oh, good heavens, that's me, isn't it? Well, I'll just have to get used to the sound of it, that's all.
You sent for me, Mr. President?
I did, Mr. Parker. I'm glad to see you. Won't you sit down?
Well, thank you. I believe you'll find our national forests in good order, sir.
Yes, thanks to your abilities as chief forester. Mr. Parker, you know more about conservation than almost any man in the country today. But, my dear fellow, you're not a lawyer, and I'm afraid you're quite willing to camp outside the law to accomplish your beneficent purposes.
I don't understand. What do you mean by such a remark?
Well, my attention has been called to the manner in which you've handled licenses for electric power transmission through the national forest.
I think I've done a most competent job with my authority on licenses.
I cannot agree with you. Your licensing authority is given you purely as a safety measure to guard against fires. Have you confined it to that?
Well, I had an opportunity to save the people money. Is that bad?
No. None of it's an opportunity within the law. But, my dear Parker, I can't let you use your licensing authority as a club to force electric companies to charge what you consider proper rates.
When reforms are needed, I believe in doing something about them.
And so do I. But not by usurping power which is not rightfully mine. If we get into the habit of working outside the law for reforms, what is to prevent others from working outside the law for evil?
I have had no complaints on my practice. The companies have fallen in line.
Perhaps. But I've had many complaints about it. For that reason, I've submitted the entire question to the Attorney General. He's given me an adverse ruling on your practice. Therefore, you will please drop it.
Don't you want the people to have lower electric rates?
Emphatically, but not by illegal methods. There's a proper channel for decisions on rates.
Very well, Mr. President, if that is your decision. Good day.
Good day.
How do you do, Mr. Parker?
How do you do? I was just leaving, madam. Good day.
Mr. President.
What is this? Have you been crying?
Oh, I can't help it. Everything's gone wrong.
What's the trouble?
It's my dress.
Oh, it looks all right to me.
Oh, not this one. Have you forgotten that the inaugural ball is only a few hours away?
Oh, good heavens, that's right. Well, how does your new dress look?
Well, it hasn't arrived.
What?
I had it made in New York, you know, and the dressmaker promised me faithfully to be here on time, and it isn't. I just don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. That's bad. Can't you wear something else?
To the inaugural ball? Why, I don't have a thing to wear.
That's very bad. Have you tried telegraphing New York?
Yes, and they assure me it should be here, but it isn't. Now, what am I going to do?
Well, keep calm, my dear. Keep calm and borrow a gown from somebody if you have to.
Oh, I hate to do that. Mr. President, what are you nibbling?
Oh, just a few bonbons somebody left in the study here.
Oh, and I know who that somebody was. Didn't you promise me you'd take off 20 pounds?
Well, I intend to. I'm going to play golf later in the week.
Yes, and you're going to stop eating between meals right now.
Oh, but it's a long time till dinner, my dear, and I'm hungry.
Well, you'll wait till dinner. Why, you're developing a bay window, a real corporation.
Oh, goodness me, does everybody have a grudge against corporations around here?
No. Well, I must see if the gown's arrived yet.
Oh, I'm waiting for one of my new cabinet officers to arrive.
Well, don't forget, you have to get dressed, too.
Oh, I won't. Nobody will notice what I'm wearing. Archie?
Yes, Mr. President?
Has the secretary arrived yet?
He just got here, sir.
Well, fine. Will you have him come in?
Yes, sir. President will see you now, sir.
Thank you, Captain. How are you, Mr. President?
I'm very well, Mr. Ballard, and you?
Not bad. What with the blizzard and all.
Well, I appreciate your dropping in so promptly in spite of the storm. First of all, let me say I'm delighted to have you in my cabinet.
I appreciate the honor of being your Secretary of the Interior. Of course, I was reluctant to leave my private practice again.
I know. I had to send out my most eloquent persuaders before I could get you to accept the post. Mr. Ballard, I saw what you did with the land office in my predecessor's service. You founded a chaos, and you left it an efficient and admirably conducted office.
It was my job, sir.
Yes, and an important one, too. Our soil, our forests, our water sites, our coal, we have to save for the nation's future. We'll need our resources for agriculture and industry and for protection against possible enemies many generations from now.
I'm with you wholeheartedly in every particular, sir.
I know you are, and that's why I'm glad to have you handling this department, Mr. Secretary. But there's one item.
And what is that?
Let's do things within the law. The former secretary and some of his associates, yourself excepted, of course, didn't always follow that rule. I know the temptation when you figure your cause is right and the end justifiable to be contemptuous of the means. But I firmly believe we run the risk of worse evils when we go beyond our limited powers under law.
I'm a lawyer myself, sir, and in perfect accord with your approach.
Good. I know that I can count on you.
Indeed you can, Mr. President. Thank you, and good day, sir.
Good day.
Goodbye, Archie.
Goodbye, Mr. Ballard.
Archie.
Yes, Mr. President?
Is it time for us to get dressed for the ball?
I think it is, sir.
Oh, it's arrived, dear.
What?
The day is saved.
What's arrived? What's... Oh, the new gown. My, don't we look elegant.
It's white satin. And see the goldenrod pattern?
See it. I can feel my hay fever coming on already.
Oh, I'm so relieved that the messenger got here with it. He was delayed by the blizzard. Does fit well, doesn't it?
Oh, perfectly. And may I say, madam, that you're very beautiful and that I am a very lucky man?
Thank you. I think the country is lucky to have you for a president, but I'm even luckier to have you for a husband.
Mr. President, have you seen this magazine article?
No, I haven't had much time for magazines in these last few months, Archie. What is it?
It's a vicious editorial attack on the Department of the Interior, sir.
Huh? Let me see that. The Corrigans are reaching out for Alaska coal deposits estimated as being worth $3.5 billion or more. We must deplore the reckless immorality with which the head of a great department is willing to work against the interests of the people whom he is supposed to represent. The president, good-natured and trustful, has been outrageously misled. Why, this is monstrous.
Can there be any truth in what they say, sir?
Of course not. I have every confidence in Mr. Ballard's integrity. But what's behind this? What motive can they have for smearing an honest administration?
I think you'll find that in the article on the next page, the one by Louis George.
Who is Louis George?
A special agent in the General Land Office, sir.
Oh, let me see what he says. Are the Corrigans in charge of the Department of the Interior? The Alaska coal lands are in danger in Ballard's hands. Valuable Alaska coal lands are the objective of a larcenous conspiracy. Secretary Ballard has aided the conspirators and proved that the Interior Office is not safe in his hands. Why, this is fantastic. How can any government agent make a charge like that against his superior? And why does he make it in the press instead of coming to me?
I don't know, sir. But I certainly hope the charges are entirely unfounded.
Of course they are.
But whether true or false, these charges will continue making the rounds. The opposition press will be only too happy to seize on it and make capital of it.
Well, let them make capital all they can. I'll investigate this and prove it's a lie.
But in the meantime, sir, it'll do a great deal of harm to your administration, to the party itself.
There's nothing that can be done about that, I'm afraid.
There's one thing that may do it.
What's that?
Ask the secretary for his resignation.
Are you serious, Archie? I hardly expected a suggestion like this from my trusted aide.
It may sound like a harsh move, sir, but if it's for the common good, I'm in favor of it.
I see. So you think it would be political wisdom to let Ballard out?
I sincerely do, sir.
Well, I don't think I'll be politically wise. I don't think any ends justify despicable means. And I don't intend to desert a man just because he's under attack. Certainly not until I've given him a chance to explain the entire matter.
But any delay, sir, plays into the enemy's hands.
Archie, there's such a thing as justice, and I hope I never get so fond of this job that I forget it. Have Mr. Ballard come to see me as soon as possible. We'll have no verdicts until all the evidence is in.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Do you take your basic rights and freedoms for granted? Many of us do, for we think we can't ever lose them. Well, that trend of thinking is dangerous. For history has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it forever secure. That's why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom. To win against the totalitarian idea, Americans must become more aware of their citizenship. Today, many nations of the world are standing at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. But those who still aspire to freedom look to the United States as an example. Therefore, what Americans do during the troubled months ahead can greatly influence the decision the war-exhausted peoples will make. As a good citizen, work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking an active part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out who the president was when these events were taking place? They really did happen, you know. The attacks on the Department of the Interior grew like wildfire in the press from the moment of the publication of the magazine article. Meanwhile, the President and the Secretary of the Interior were in serious conference on the charges.
Believe me, Mr. President, I was just as amazed and agitated by the article as you are.
Mr. Ballard, I believe in you, but I'd like to have all the facts. Why these charges against you? What about these Corrigan coal land grants in Alaska?
Well, 7 years ago, Corrigan went into the Alaska wastes and discovered coal deposits. On behalf of himself and the syndicate of friends, he staked out some claims.
Did he file notices of location on his claims?
Yes, he did, and his group paid the Treasury for them.
I see. Then he acted legally, and his claims were approved.
Yes. I myself was commissioner of the land office at the time, and after investigation by my agents, I approved the claims.
What did the agent Louis George have to do with this matter?
But he came to me with charges that the Corrigan claims were fraudulent, and I ordered him to take charge of the investigation. Later, all other agents and I decided the Corrigan petitions were legal. I telegraphed word to George ordering final approval given to the Corrigan group.
Did George protest his approval?
He did, and though I thought it without foundation, I immediately rescinded approval of the claims. They remained in that status for over a year. Meanwhile, I resigned as land commissioner. When I came back to Washington as Secretary of the Interior, there was a demand for some action on the long-delayed Alaska matters.
Was George given every opportunity to give evidence?
He was, sir. He countered with delays, evasions, and hints of corruption, but he offered no shred of proof. After months of these delays, the Assistant Secretary decided that justice required a prompt, clear title to the lands. At this point, George went to Parker, Chief of the National Forest Service, charging official misconduct against myself and the Land Commissioner.
And wrote that scandalous article for the magazine. And I'm sorry to hear Parker has sided with George. You have documentary proof of everything on the Corrigan case?
I've brought it along, Mr. President.
I see.
You'll find there's not the slightest evidence of fraud on anyone's part. You'll also find that these coal lands aren't worth a fraction of what Parker and George claim they are.
Mr. Ballard, I believe you've acted in an honest and upright manner. I'll study all of this evidence tonight and go over it with the Attorney General.
I'll await your decision.
Thank you.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day.
President, I must see you at once.
You are seeing me, Mr. Parker. Sit down.
I am told that you have ordered the dismissal of Louis George from government service.
That is correct, sir.
By what right, sir, do you discharge the most vigorous defender of the people's interest?
By what right, Mr. Parker, do you question my right to order the dismissal of any government employee who is unfit for service?
I beg your pardon, but that young man is not unfit. He is as deeply interested in conservation as I am.
And as I am, and as Ballard is. The Attorney General and I have examined documents furnished both by Mr. Ballard and Mr. George. Mr. George, we discovered, has charged the Secretary and the Assistant Secretary and the Land Commissioner with aiding the Corrigan Group to secure claims that are fraudulent and unlawful.
That is my contention, too.
For your information, Mr. Parker, the Attorney General and I found no evidence to sustain Mr. George's attack. When a subordinate in a government office makes a charge against his chief based upon mere suspicion, it makes it impossible for that subordinate to continue in the service of the government.
I say an injustice was done to George.
And I say a much graver injustice was done to Ballard and the others.
Mr. President, I begin to wonder if you're as interested in conservation as you profess to be.
I resent your remarks, sir. Conservation was no real issue in this matter?
I believe it is.
And I think it is the duty of those who would conserve the national resources to withhold all valuable coal lands from exploitation.
Mr. Parker, this particular land was legally granted. It is not as valuable to the government as you suppose. I'm inclined to doubt that any Alaska coal land will ever be of great value to the government.
I beg to differ.
As you choose. Time will say who is right. The point is that the Corrigans are entitled to the property for which this government receives payment.
That, Mr. President, is a reactionary attitude.
We have a government of limited powers under the Constitution, sir. We've got to work out our problems on the basis of law. Now, if that's reactionary, then I'm a reactionary.
By your own admission, sir.
Mr. Parker, I get impatient at criticism by men who don't know what the law is, who haven't looked it up, but who ascribe all sorts of motives to those who live within it. Now, Mr. Parker, actually, you and I and Ballard have the same interests in conservation. We merely have different methods in achieving it. Won't you try to get together with Ballard?
Never, sir. I can never work with him.
Then departmental jealousy rather than conservation is the root of all this, My duty is clear. I must ask you, sir, for your resignation.
And you may have it, sir. I will take this to the people. Good day, Mr. President.
A little trip like this down the Potomac will do you good, Mr. President. You've been working much too hard.
And so have you, my dear. I'm afraid your duties at the White House have been pretty strenuous.
You both need a little relaxation.
Yes, Archie. I want to visit Mount Vernon and not have to worry for a while about how many unexpected guests to expect for luncheon or dinner.
Well, I, for one, will be glad to get away from newspapers and scandalous charges for a change.
Did you read that blast from Watterson's paper in Louisville?
Read it? Archie, I'll carry the memory of that blast with me to my dying day. And I quote now, "For the first time in the history of the country, a president of the United States has openly proclaimed himself the friend of thieves and the enemy of honest men."
Vitriolic, sir, but you'll remember that I anticipated it. I'm not the only one who suggested that Secretary Ballard may prove a political burden.
Archie, if I were to turn Ballard out in view of his innocence and of the conspiracy against him, I'd be a white-livered skunk. I don't care how it affects my administration.
Well, now that Mr. Ballard has demanded a congressional investigation into the charges against him, I'm sure he'll be completely exonerated.
And so am I. Even if Parker and the magazine have hired a pair of high-priced lawyers to represent Louis George as a witness against Ballard. Nellie, what do you say if I...
She's fainted, sir.
What's the trouble?
I'll see if there's any brandy aboard.
Yeah, but, darling, what's wrong? Archie.
Yes, sir?
Have the captain turn the yacht back to the wharf. I think she suffered a stroke.
How is she today, sir?
Oh, she doesn't walk or talk. Archie, I don't know what's going to happen to her.
Oh, she'll pull through, Mr. President. She'll be all right?
Oh, I hope so. It is not the duty of government to support the country. Rather, it is the country that must support the government.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I'd like to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. Today, people are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here's the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents. And you, the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. And now, see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
It was a pleasant afternoon in Washington some years ago. The president, after a day filled with conferences, had slipped away to visit a little shop where he enjoyed marketing and talking to the proprietor.
Mr. President, it's a great honor to see you again.
No, none of that, Mrs. Appleby. I'm just another customer.
All right, Mr. President, but just the same, I'm still honored.
You know, I like to shop here, Mrs. Appleby. Your store's clean and well managed. Your prices are reasonable, and besides, you have common sense.
It's very kind of you to say that. After all, you know a great many great people and educated people. I'm afraid I've never had much education.
Even education, my dear Mrs. Appleby, is no substitute for intelligence.
Mr. President, if you're not too busy, and if it isn't too forward of me...
What is it, madam? Come, you can speak freely.
Well, may I offer you a cup of tea?
Why, of course. I'd be delighted.
Oh, good. The tea things are in the kitchen behind the store, and the water's boiling already. I'll bring a cup right out. It will only take a second. You just wait right here.
Is there any reason why we can't drink tea in the kitchen?
Why, no, sir. None. None at all.
Then I'll just go along with you.
Oh, my goodness, I'm so flustered I hardly know what to do. Imagine a president drinking tea in my kitchen.
You know, Mrs. Appleby, when I was a boy, I used to take my father's cabbages to the marketplace. I wasn't too proud to have tea in the kitchen then. I may have a better job now, but I hope I'm still the same person.
You sit right here, and I'll pour you a nice cup of tea. Do you like cream and sugar?
Just sugar, please. Tell me, Mrs. Appleby, how is business these days?
Well, not as good as it has been, sir.
Why is that? You have good merchandise?
Well, Mr. President, prices are too high. The prices I have to pay and the prices I have to charge. Do you realize that almost everything is 2 or 3 times as high as it was just a few years ago?
That much?
Yes, and it means that too many of my customers are unable to buy the things they really need.
But people are working and wages are at a very high level.
But not quite high enough to pay for the increased cost of living, I'm afraid. Rents are more than double, and clothing is way up. Why, even the price of beef is nearly twice as much as it used to be.
But isn't there more beef in your store these days?
No, sir. If anything, there's less.
Oh, there you are. If you have 50 pounds of beef, calling it 100 pounds doesn't make it 100 pounds, does it? No. Not even if the price tag is double. But that reminds me. I came in here to buy 5 pounds of beef. And even though the price may be a little high, Mrs. Appleby, your excellent tea and this fine chat make it a real bargain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish all of my customers felt that way.
It's good of you to see me, Mr. President.
Not at all, Mr. Winthrop, not at all. I know you're one man who doesn't want to be a postmaster or a customs inspector.
Oh, good heavens, no. No, my brokerage business keeps me very thoroughly occupied. And since mine is one of the largest firms in New York, I thought it only fitting that I call on the new leader of the country to discuss business conditions.
Well, I'm glad you were able to find time for it. Apparently business conditions meet with your approval, Mr. Winthrop.
My enthusiastic approval, sir. I've enjoyed 2 of the greatest years in my life. And so is the rest of the country. You give us another 4 years of the same, and this nation will be the most prosperous on the face of the globe.
You overestimate my powers and abilities, sir. Prosperity isn't mine to give, much as I'd like it to be the lot of every one of our citizens.
Well, you know what I mean. It's within the government's power to make it easy on business or difficult for it. You've come into office at a very fortunate hour in our history, sir.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
Well, what could be happier for a president? The national debt has been reduced to 0. There's a surplus in the Treasury. The harvests have been plentiful. Mr. President, you have nothing to worry about.
Perhaps. But has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Winthrop, that there may have been too much expansion too rapidly?
Why, how can you say that? Well, you yourself in your inaugural speech said that every patriot has reason to be satisfied.
I believed so at the time, but I'm inclined to mistrust our so-called prosperity. It isn't shared by all. It isn't based on extra production. And to me, Mr. Winthrop, the one and only real wealth lies in production.
Oh, that's an old-fashioned concept. You're a pessimist, sir. These are new days. Investment is what creates wealth, and ample credit attracts plenty of investors.
Have you ever watched a child blow up a soap bubble?
Huh? Oh, I dare say I have. Why?
Then you know that it is big and prosperous looking. Blown too big, however, it is certain to burst.
Ah, but we're dealing in realities, not soap bubbles. Well, I'll have to be running along. I'm sorry you don't share my optimism.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, come in, son, come in. This is Mr. Winthrop.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Oh, I'm very happy to meet you, young man. Tell me, what do you think of our national prosperity?
Oh, I think it's wonderful, Mr. Winthrop.
Ha-ha! There's your answer, Mr. President. Well, good day.
Good day, Mr. Winthrop. Good day.
What's the matter, Father? Did I say something wrong?
No, you're entitled to your opinion, my boy. Only you spoiled the point I was trying to make with our brokerage friend about the dangers of this current prosperity.
Dangers? Father, do you remember Willard Bryan?
Willard Bryan? Oh, yes, the boy who was in your class at school.
Yes, sir.
What's happened to him?
Well, he went in business with his older brother, Michael. Investments. They've been buying and selling western lands. Do you know how much they've made in the last 2 years?
No, but from your excitement, I judge it's been a pretty penny.
They've made more than $200,000.
No, it doesn't seem possible.
Yes. Willard says that they could make as much this year if it weren't for the Treasury Department's order that public lands be paid for in hard money. He's very bitter about that order.
Yes, I can imagine. But I, for one, am happy that my predecessor in this office put at least this brake on the speculators.
But doesn't it work a hardship on investors? When there's so much paper money today, why is it so urgent that public lands be paid for in metal?
Oh, you've been caught in the get-rich-quick fever, too, huh? Son, paper money is only a promise to pay, a promise issued by any number of individual banks around the country. There isn't enough hard cash to make good all of this paper.
But the lands have increased in value.
Really, and how?
Well, because of the great demand for them.
That, my boy, is one of the great illusions of our day. The western lands have increased in price, not in value. The government sold them at $1.25 an acre. Today, they're 800% higher in price than they were 2 years ago. But no more valuable.
Well, that may be true, but money's plentiful. Congress ordered the Treasury surplus distributed to the states. $9 million was distributed before you took office, and another $9 million this month.
Oh, don't remind me. More easy money, more squandering of funds, over expansion of credits, over inflation of values. It can't go on indefinitely. The bubble will break.
Oh, Father, I'm afraid you're becoming a pessimist.
That's twice today I've been called that. Now read your Bible, my boy. Many take hell a passion.
What's that?
The handwriting on the wall. I wish more people could read it.
I'm glad you could find a little time for this drive with me, Father.
Well, I have to get some fresh air once in a while, son. I have to clear my weary brain. Even I didn't expect the financial storm to break so soon.
Yes, those reports from New York are pretty bad, aren't they? Market prices are falling rapidly. Fortunes are being wiped out.
I know. The real fortunes of the innocent along with the paper fortunes of the speculators.
There's great resentment in Wall Street. You know, brokers blame the specie circular ordering payment of hard money for lands. They say it's caused by Eastern banks taking their gold and silver to land offices across the country.
That may have hastened the panic. But it wasn't the cause, son.
Did you see the report of Winthrop's talk?
No. What did he say?
Well, he told a mass meeting that the people have been cheated and plundered by the government, and that the time might come when the crew must seize the ship.
The insolence of the man. I warned him that it was a false prosperity. Did he expect it to continue indefinitely?
Read the latest from New York. Wall Street in great turmoil. Market prices collapse.
We have reminders enough. And it won't end in Wall Street, son. This storm will be felt in every city and village and every town and hamlet. Let me off at the food shop, will you?
Oh, of course. Shall I go with you or wait?
Oh, Oh. Neither. You go on with your drive. I'll walk back.
All right. Oh, don't forget the senator from Massachusetts has an appointment for 4.
I wish I could forget it. Mr. Webster is very eloquent and can see only one side of this picture.
Well, you're the president, sir. I'll see you later. Get out.
Oh, Mr. President, I haven't seen you lately. I thought you'd forgotten me.
No, I couldn't do that, Mrs. Appleby. I've been rather busy.
Yes, of course. These are troubled times.
Oh, they are indeed. Do you know, I could be persuaded to enjoy a cup of your excellent tea?
Oh, I'm delighted. Come right into the kitchen and I'll get the kettle on.
Thank you, Mrs. Appleby. Tell me, what do you do when you have to do something distasteful that you know is right?
You mean like giving the children some of that awful medicine?
Yes, very much like that.
Why, I just do it.
In spite of their protests?
You can't listen to protests when something has to be done.
Yeah, quite right. Tell me, how is business lately?
Rather quiet, sir, but more satisfactory.
In what way?
Well, since the value of paper money started falling, I've sold only for hard cash, and that makes it easier for me to buy my merchandise.
A very sound plan, madam. You pay cash for all your purchases?
Yes, sir. I like to run business on a cash basis. Of course, I could have operated like the Blunts, but
The Blunts?
Yes, they have that big store a mile away.
Oh, yes.
They've been making all their purchases on credit and investing in stocks. They were doing very well for a while, too.
So? How are they doing now?
They lost their store this morning. Their money was tied up in stocks.
I see. And the stocks have fallen to a point where they can't pay their debts.
Now you stop worrying about the country, Mr. President, and enjoy your tea.
That's excellent advice, Mrs. Appleby. But I'm paid to worry about the country. It's a wonderful cup of tea.
Thank you. You know, with some kinds of sickness, you just have to wait for the patient to recover. Fretting and fussing won't take the place of time and nature.
Mrs. Appleby, you're a very remarkable woman.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
We Americans know that millions of people in Europe are living on a substandard diet. This knowledge is shown by the tremendous amount of relief and gift packages sent to Europe last year by private individuals. $215 million worth, not including care packages. These care packages, by the way, are the most efficient way of sending help to individuals or groups overseas. You see, care works on a non-profit basis, enabling you to send more for less. Care furnishes a variety of packages. One that contains enough food to feed a baby the first 3 months of life. Another with all wool herringbone, sufficient to make a full suit of clothes. And for $5.50, it's Thrift Package. Care delivers desperately needed food staples. So, to send a package containing the most for the least, order now through Care. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you been able to guess the identity of the president concerned in today's story? I'll tell you later if your guess is correct. Meanwhile, let's return to the troubled president who has gone back to the White House for a meeting he doesn't relish with the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, a grave financial crisis exists in our land.
Yes, Senator, I'm well aware of it.
What do you intend to do about it?
For the moment, I'm studying it.
This is outrageous talk, sir. Our Rome is burning. Do you plan to do nothing but fiddle?
Senator Webster, what is taking place in the nation today did not happen overnight and cannot be remedied overnight.
Do you realize, sir, that brokerage houses are beginning to collapse? Do you know that textile mills supported by these brokerage companies have shut their doors? Do you find in your heart no compassion for the workers who have been turned out into the street?
Senator, I am fully acquainted with the facts. I don't like them any better than you do. If you have a solution to this problem, which is giving me sleepless nights, I should like to hear it.
The solution is simple, sir. It is hard money that is driving our people into these grievous hard times. I say abolish the specie circular. Issue more paper money. Liberalize credits. Then and only then will you alleviate the distress and help the helpless, the widow, the orphan, the suffering people throughout the length and breadth of this great land.
You use resounding words, Mr. Webster, but you offer no practical solution. When a fire is burning, more fuel will not put it out. Too much credit, too much paper money is a prime cause of this fire.
You speak in riddles, sir. Until you came into office, times were prosperous. Abolish hard money, loosen credit, issue more paper money, and once again the sun will shine on a happy and prosperous nation.
Mr. Webster, more paper promises will not help us. No printing press can be a substitute for the sweat of the public brow. I will not allow the easy path of temporary delusion and have ultimate ruin. I will not mortgage the country.
And I, sir, will report to the people your failure to act. Let the people judge who is their enemy. Good day, Mr. President.
Father, I saw Willard and Michael Bryan today.
Oh? Well, how are they faring in these troubled times?
They cut me dead. They wouldn't even speak to me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Apparently the panic has hit them hard.
Yes, I've heard they're ruined. Their fortune virtually all gone.
It's a shock, but I'm not surprised. You marvel at how quickly they made their money. They made it by speculating, by gambling with pieces of paper. And they lost it by the same method.
Well, the Bryans aren't the only ones who seem to feel you're the cause of their misfortune. You'd be surprised at the number of people who won't see me or even speak to me anymore.
I am surprised. Even if I am the heartless monster responsible for this panic, as the Whigs and their newspapers maintain. Why should anyone blame my son?
Oh, I can bear up under the strain. Of course, it cuts down on the list of young ladies I can squire about town.
That, my boy, is the first good thing that's come out of this panic.
Well, don't you want me to be popular?
Oh, yes, but if you're too popular with the young ladies, you won't be popular with the men. Incidentally, son, Mr. Winthrop should be here by now. Will you see who's been waiting?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, how do you do there, young man? I have an appointment with the president.
Yes, Mr. Winthrop. He's waiting to see you.
Come in, Mr. Winthrop, won't you? Come in.
Yes.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. President, as you may know, I have been appointed spokesman to head a committee of some 50 merchants and bankers of New York City.
Yes, I understand that.
Do you also understand that the real estate holdings of this group have depreciated some $40 million?
I wasn't aware of the figure, no.
That is only one loss we have suffered, sir. Our stocks have depreciated 20 millions. Merchandise in our warehouses is now worth 30% less.
That is a tragic loss.
It is by no means the extent of losses in New York. Hundreds of business houses have gone bankrupt. Do you know, sir, that land on Upper Broadway, which sold less than a year ago for $480 a lot, now changes hands for $50?
I know, Mr. Winthrop, I know. It isn't a pleasant thing, and the same thing is taking place in other communities.
New York, sir, is in despair. There is no hope unless you withdraw the specie circular. We also demand that you call an extra session of Congress for the passage of Senator Clay's bill to distribute the land revenue among the states. And we also ask for the rechartering of the National Bank.
Mr. Winthrop, you ask and you demand impossibilities.
You refuse these requests from New York's business leaders?
I do. The commercial distemper from which this country suffers will not be cured by renewing all of the things which have already brought it to the brink of despair.
But we are businessmen, sir. We believe we see this matter clearly.
And I'm the head of a government, and I believe I see it more clearly than you. If I were to withdraw the specie circular, I would unleash another great flood of paper money and speculation that would create great disturbance later on. Senator Clay's bill to give the land revenue to the states would mean another free gift, more squandering and plundering of the Treasury. And the National Bank will not be rechartered to give one man the power of life and death over the entire country. Now you go back and tell your people that.
Father, here's your answer from Winthrop and the New York group.
Let me see then. All New York banks cease issuing gold and silver. Hereafter, payments will be in paper only. This is incredible.
You know what it means. That paper money isn't worth a fraction of its face value.
Of course it isn't. Its value goes down by the hour. This is evil work, my boy. It will be followed by bank suspensions throughout the country. Not only the rich, the very rich, and the farmer will be spared the pinch of want.
Now, you don't want to see the rest of these papers?
Yes, I do. What's this? The president does not dare show himself for fear of being assassinated. Well, this is very interesting information.
I didn't want you to read that. Father, can't we do something about a paper that utters such slander and sedition?
Freedom of the press, my boy. It's unwise to interfere with it. I don't think this editor believes what he writes himself.
Well, what about this one? It claims you're responsible for all of our present difficulties.
Considering how quickly the difficulties came after I got into office, I must have been a very busy man.
Well, can't anything be done about this financial crisis?
Time is the best healer. Time and retrenchment. However, if the politicians and bankers are forcing the issue, we can't wait for more time. I want a note sent to the Secretary of the Treasury. No more government money is to be deposited in banks that have refused to pay in hard money. Also issue a call for a special session of Congress. If they want a plan, I have one. They won't like it, but it's the only way.
The President of the United States.
Well, Mr. Winthrop, at least we've forced this special session of Congress.
Right, Senator. But what remedy will the President offer? Will he recharter the National Bank?
How can he help it?
Gentlemen, we are confronted with a financial panic. Its immediate cause is overaction in all departments of business stimulated by excessive issues of bank paper and other facilities for the acquisition and enlargement of credit. A domestic inflation has engendered a spirit of reckless speculation. Much of our labor has been diverted to needless improvements projected by speculators. This labor should have been applied to agriculture. We should not have found it necessary to spend large sums in the importation of grain from Europe. Should we countenance a repeal of the specie circular so that more of the people's land may be bought with paper money when the Treasury now holds $30 million of it? Should we give away more public funds when all but $1 million of the Treasury surplus is tied up in closed banks? It is not the object of government to make men rich. It is not its function to support the country. A good government enacts and enforces the laws while its citizens reap the reward of virtue, industry, and prudence. I object to the reestablishment of a national bank because it would bring again into existence a concentrated money power that would impair the supremacy of the popular will and threaten our Republican institutions. I am suggesting instead a complete separation of bank and state, a plan for an independent treasury. The government will build its own vaults, keep its own bullion, and issue its own notes under careful control by the Treasury Department. I urge the adoption of this plan as a matter of sound economics, and I have faith that the proceeds of our great staples will soon enable us to liquidate our debts and revive our commerce.
Mr. President, I warn you now that I intend to fight your bill to divorce bank and state with every power at my command.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Webster. I believe it is a good bill that must be adopted sooner or later.
That is your private opinion, sir. The tendency of this bill is to commit this country to an exclusive metallic currency.
Yes, I dare say that is one of its good features.
Only in your biased eyes. Your message to Congress some months ago appalled me by your refusal to prescribe for the sickness and distress of society.
I'm very sorry that was your reaction to my message and my bill, Senator.
It is more than my reaction, sir. It is the beginning of my great crusade against you and everything you stand for. I will make speeches throughout the country.
Yes, you're very good at speeches, I know.
I am well known as a man of the people, with the people's interests at heart. And I tell you, sir, that I will lend my name and my prestige and every persuasion I possess to seeing that you are not re-elected to this great office.
I understand, Mr. Webster, my re-election may be of personal interest to me. But in the main, it is unimportant whether a man is re-elected to office. Whether sound economy is achieved is far more vital to the country's welfare.
I want none of your kind of sound economy.
Nevertheless, the panic is subsiding. The country is back in harness, producing wealth, real wealth. False values have been recognized as such. We no longer pursue the false gods of easy money. Time, the great healer, will give us prosperity again, a genuine prosperity founded upon real production. you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
The word dynamic perfectly describes Walter Winchell, one of the country's most powerful reporters of the news. Walter Winchell's dynamic news delivery has made him a favorite with millions of people. For Winchell not only tells the facts about the news, he gets behind the news to bring you startling exposés. Winchell is famous, too, for his daring exclusives. And when a big news story breaks here in America, or perhaps in a far-off news center, you can count on Winchell to have a different story about it, a story you won't read in your newspapers. So for important inside news on the headline events of the week, hear Walter Winchell when he broadcasts tonight over most of these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Why, Mr. President, how nice to see you again.
I'm glad to see you, Mrs. Appleby, and happy to know you're still in business.
Yes, I managed to weather the storm. Had to batten down the hatches for a few months, but the storm is over now, and I survived.
Madam, you're a shining example of the practical and indomitable American businessman.
Me? Oh, Mr. President, you must be joking.
Oh, indeed I'm not. I mean it sincerely.
Well, we have all been through a great trial. I'm very happy that Congress has finally passed your sub-treasury bill. I know it is a good thing, and that our children and our grandchildren will be grateful for it. To President Martin Van Buren.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Martin Van Buren.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I can't see risking a war over the disposal of 3 horses from Tunis.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known, transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind, sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents, the men who became the leaders of their country. The American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubt, laughter, love, and faith. We invite you to listen now for today's story of Mr. President, and see if you can name the president upon whom this incident is based.
Here's a story that happened a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The hour was late, and the two men had been sitting deep in thought for many long hours in the study. Finally, the president yawned wearily. Oh, I'm tired. What time is it, Jim?
Almost 2 in the morning.
Is it really? You know, one thing I've certainly found out. The President of the United States can't count on getting very much sleep.
What are we going to do about the Bay of Tunis?
You know, every time you say the Bay of Tunis, it startles me. It always sounds as though you were speaking of a body of water.
All right, I'll refer to him from now on as the B-E-Y of Tunis. Or would you rather I called him the ruler of Tunis?
As a matter of fact, I don't really care how you refer to him as long as you help me decide what to do about him.
You really think the matter's worth all the time and thought you're giving to it?
Yes, I do, Jim. We've got to do our best to preserve peace with all nations, small ones as well as large ones.
When does the Tunisian ambassador arrive?
Next week.
And the situation between Tunis and America is that our Navy seized a Tunisian cruiser and 2 prizes it had captured, correct?
Correct. And the ambassador is coming here to demand the surrender of those ships and some sort of tribute.
And he's bringing some Arabian horses as a gift to you from the Bay of Tunis.
That's right.
And you can't accept any gifts without the consent of Congress.
That about sums up the problem.
Yes. Now we have reacquainted ourselves with the facts with which we were already well acquainted.
If I don't accept those horses, we may so offend the Bay of Tunis that we could find ourselves at war with him. You know, it's not easy being the President of the United States.
It certainly isn't. Nor is it easy being a member of the President's cabinet. Did you make any arrangements about quarters for the ambassador and his staff?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Steele, and he's going to prepare rooms for the ambassador and his staff at his hotel. You know, of course, that we have to take care of all of their expenses.
How long do you think they'll stay?
Well, I haven't the faintest idea. Oh, Jim, I'm tired.
Tell me, Mr. President, how are your daughters? I haven't heard you mention them the last few days.
Oh, Martha is splendid. I had a letter yesterday. I haven't heard from Maria, though.
Well, what are we going to do about the Bay of Tunis?
I don't know, Jim. I just don't know yet. I guess we'll just have to see what he has to say when he gets here.
Mr. President, the most distinguished and honored President of the United States of America, the foremost among those who profess the religion of the Messiah, of whom may the end be happy, greetings from your friend and well-wisher, the Bay of Tunis.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I return greetings to the Bay of Tunis from his friend and well-wisher, the President of the United States.
The Bay of Tunis has sent to his beloved friend and neighbor, the President of the United States, a gift of 3 Arabian steeds, which I will be pleased to present to you tomorrow.
The Bay of Tunis is most gracious and extremely generous, but perhaps he doesn't know that, according to the law of this country, his devoted friend, the President of the United States, is not permitted to accept gifts of any nature.
The Bay of Tunis is sure that because of the deep and lasting friendship between his country and the United States, that the President of the United States will be gracious enough to accept the gifts he sends in brotherly love and devotion. The Bay of Tunis further wishes me to state to his esteemed friend, the President of the United States, that he is sure that the ships seized by the uninformed men of the United States Navy will be returned immediately, and that his loved friend, the President of the United States, will see that he is paid a 3-year tribute in naval stores, so that the great friendship between the Bey and the President and their respective countries need not be placed in jeopardy.
Having no wish to jeopardize the friendship between Tunis and the United States, we will take the gifts and grievances of the Bey of Tunis under our respectful consideration.
President! Mr. President!
Here I am, Jim. Here I am.
What are you doing out here in cold without anything on your head?
Oh, it's not very cold. I was just walking around out here thinking. I'm certainly not going to agree to this government paying any money or tribute to Tunis.
Well, let's go inside. It may not be too cold out here for you, but it's certainly too cold for me.
All right, if you're cold.
Have you had any word from Maria yet?
No, not yet. I wrote a letter a few days ago asking if anything was wrong, but I haven't had any answer.
I told my wife I'd ask you if I could have dinner with you. She's having some ladies in, and I'd rather like to stay out of the way.
Oh, well, you're more than welcome. I thought I was going to have to dine by myself. Yeah, let's go in by the fire until dinner is ready.
I like this room. It has a lot of warmth and charm.
Oh, your wife had a lot to do with that. She certainly has been a help to me in more ways than I'll ever be able to tell her.
That's what friends are for.
If my wife had lived, well, no use thinking about that.
You can't help thinking about it. I know that.
All day she seemed so close to me. I can't explain it. She's been gone for so many years, and yet today, so many times I've looked up and thought I saw her, passing a window or a doorway or smiling at me across a room. I can't explain it, but she seems so close today.
Doesn't she every day?
No, not like this. Only once before did she seem as close.
When was that?
I often thought afterwards that it was because she knew I needed her. It was in Paris. It was the day I received word that our youngest daughter, Lucy, had died. Well, Jim, can I get you something else?
Oh, no, thank you. I couldn't eat another thing.
I wonder who that could be at this hour.
Who knows? Perhaps the ambassador from Tunis with further requests from the B.E.Y.
Mr. President.
Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry to disturb you like this at your meal, sir, but my message is urgent, and the servant said I could come right in.
Oh, that's all right. What is your message?
It's your daughter, Mrs. Epps.
Maria?
She's very ill, sir. They think you should come at once, Mr. President.
Is she still at my farm?
Yes, sir.
I'll leave at once.
I'll go with you.
No, Jim, your wife.
No, I'm going with you. I'll order the carriage. You get together whatever things you want to take. We can stop at my house. I'll tell my wife what has happened.
Well, the sooner we start, the better. I'll have someone get a meal for you at once, my son. And you'll stay here, of course, and rest.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Sky's beginning to lighten. It'll be dawn soon.
Yes. Life plays queer tricks on us, doesn't it, Jim? Here I am at the pinnacle of success as we measure pinnacles in this country. President of the United States. When I first entered office, the people weren't quite sure about me.
Yes, they were. You were elected, weren't you?
Yes, but still a lot of people weren't sure. They were waiting for me to prove myself. And only lately have I felt that they have given me their complete confidence. It isn't enough to be president in the people's minds. You must be president in their hearts as well. I think now, at last, I am. Political success has been given me, but personal happiness, no. My wife is gone, our youngest child, and now Maria is ill. What good is success without happiness, Jim? What good is it? What good is the friendship of the populace if you can't have the love and faith of your family? If my daughter dies, Jim, I don't want to live. I don't want to live.
This doesn't sound like you.
How much can a man's heart stand? How much sorrow can be thrust upon it before it collapses under the weight of that sorrow? How often can death enter a man's life and still leave him alive?
God gives us strength for the hours that we must meet. God will give you the strength to face whatever you must face. I'm confident of that. Besides, there's no reason to think these thoughts. She may be better by now. She may come running down to the gates herself to meet you.
All this day I wondered why my wife seemed so close. And now at the day's end, I know. At last, I know.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Today, our school system is facing a crisis. Yes, today, many of our schools lack sufficient teachers, classrooms, and facilities. Enrollment is higher than it's ever been before. That enrollment will be increased by 1 million more children each year until 1956. Naturally, the crowding of millions of additional children into our schools calls for different measures in different localities. In some, it means that more money will have to be spent on school buildings. Other communities will need more equipment. But above all, there's a growing need for teachers. And this shortage will continue until the teaching profession is made more attractive to the young men and women now deciding on their life careers. So, as a good citizen, work with local civic groups and school boards actively seeking to improve educational conditions. Remember, better schools make better communities. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, so listen closely.
Country is beautiful this time of year.
Yes. You know, it seems to me we've been traveling weeks instead of days. I've lost all track of time.
This part of the country should look very familiar to you. You're almost home.
Yes. Along this very road I walked when I was young and rode a horse when I was older. I traveled this road one wild winter night when I took my bride to my home. I remember saying to her, "This house is as I dreamed it and planned it in my boyhood. Yet never has it seemed complete or right to me until now. This moment that I see you standing here, the mistress of my house." We walked along this road the day she told me we could expect our first child. And I remember that I cried a little because life was so much more wonderful than dreams, and the plan of the Almighty so much more wonderful than any plan the mind of man might devise. That was all such a long time ago. Those days were over so long ago.
Your life has been very full. You've already lived several men's lifetimes in your span of years. You've married, raised a family, become a statesman, foreign minister, an inventor. I don't think there's anything in the world you can't do.
Oh, there are many things I can't do, Jim. And do you know the most important thing right now?
What?
I can't hold back death. Well, here we are at last, Jim.
Father! Oh, Father, thank heavens you're here.
Hello, Martha. How is your sister?
It's very low, Father. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Martha. I'm certainly stiff. How about you, Mr. President?
Well, I doubt if I'll ever get the kinks out of me.
Father, I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, hello, John. You know my son-in-law, don't you, Jim?
Well, yes, of course. It's good to see you again, Mr. F.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
The doctor's with Maria now. He sent us all out. Come, let's go in.
What does the doctor say?
He hasn't held out much hope.
It's been like a nightmare sitting there by her bed, watching her slip away, helpless to do anything.
I know. Let me go right up to her, won't you? How are the children, John?
Oh, they're splendid, sir. We've tried to keep them from realizing how ill Maria is.
Yes, of course.
How long can you stay?
I'll stay as long as necessary. Jim, you'd like to go up to your room and rest, wouldn't you?
No. I'll go and wait outside the door with the rest of you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Tell me, how is she?
About the same.
No better?
No worse.
Tell me honestly, what are her chances?
You're asking me a question that only God can answer, Mr. President. What chance do the blossoms have when the storms come? What chance does a swallow have when its wing is broken? We don't know. We do what we can, and then we pray.
May I see her?
Yes, of course, but only for a moment. I don't want her excited. I want her to rest.
I understand. Would you rather I didn't see her yet?
No. I want you to see her. Come.
Oh, Maria. Maria.
Father. Oh, Father, I'm so glad you're here.
I'd have been here sooner if I'd known you were ill.
I didn't want them to tell you. You have so much to do. Oh, sit there by the bed where I can look at you. You won't leave me now, will you, Father?
No, my dear, I won't leave you.
I'm afraid. Isn't that foolish? But I can't seem to help it. I'm afraid.
But don't be afraid, my child. I'm here. I'm right here beside you.
Oh, Father. That's what you used to say when I'd cry in the night and you'd come in. Remember, Father? I'm afraid, I'd say. I'm afraid, Father. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Why, Maria, a big girl like you afraid? What are you afraid of?
Of the dark.
Oh, but Maria, you're 10 years old now. Big girls of 10 aren't afraid of the dark.
They aren't?
No, they are not.
Why?
Well, because they know there's nothing in the dark that can harm them.
I'm 10 and I don't know that.
Maria, you mustn't be afraid of things. Remember how you were afraid to leave Aunt Epps and come to Paris to join Martha and me?
Yes, I remember.
And when you got to Paris, you liked it, didn't you?
Yes.
And you cried when I first took you to the school, but now you like that, don't you?
Yes.
So you see, just because you haven't experienced something, you mustn't be afraid of it. You must look upon life as a series of adventures, and you must look forward to the new things that happen to you.
You're not afraid of the dark, Father?
No, of course I'm not afraid of the dark.
Will you sit there by the bed while I go to sleep?
Yes, my dear. I'll sit here. Now tell me, how about your prayer?
Oh, yes. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Good night, Father. You won't leave me, will you?
No, and don't be afraid, child. I'm here. I'm right here beside you.
Oh, Father, I do love you so much. Good night, Father. I'll sleep now. Good night. Good night. That's what I'd say. And you'd sit there. And if I went to sleep, I could see you. And I knew that everything was all right because you were there. Remember?
I do remember.
Father, say the prayer with me.
Of course, my child.
Now
I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep.
If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. That's a lovely prayer, isn't it?
Yes.
I never thought much about it before. But that's a lovely prayer. Good night, Father.
Good night, Marie.
Thank you for teaching me so long ago not to be afraid of the dark. Good night, Father. I'll sleep now. Good night, Father.
Good night, my child. Sweet dreams. Good night.
Father, are you down here?
Yes, I'm here, Martha.
Dinner's ready.
Oh, I don't think I can eat, Martha. You and Marie were my whole world. And now, half my world is gone.
No, Father, you're mistaken. We aren't your world. We're your family. Your world lies out yonder in the darkness where the nation waits for you. Your world is Congress and the cabinet and the people, and the Tunisian ambassador and the French ambassador and all the other foreign ministers. Your world stretches far beyond your family. Your world, Father, is expressed in those 3 words you know so well. We the people. They need you, and you need them. And they're waiting for you now. So you must put sorrow aside and go back to them. You have an appointment with history. You must keep it.
I don't know if I can.
You can and you will. Now, you took an oath you'll not go back on it. A man's word and the integrity of his word must come before any other consideration.
Martha, where did you learn all that?
Why, from my father. From you.
President. Mr. President.
Sir? What is it, Jim? What?
I thought you might like to know we're back in Washington. You're almost home.
Oh, thanks for waking me. It wouldn't do for anyone to see the President of the United States napping in his carriage, would it?
Well, it doesn't look too good. People might think you weren't on the job. How do you feel?
Oh, all right, ready to go to work. How about you?
If you're ready, I'm ready. What are we going to tackle first?
Well, first we're going to settle the problems of the Tunisian ambassador. I want those horses sold for whatever money we can get for them, and I want the money deposited in the Treasury to defray some of the ambassador's expenses.
Yes, Mr. President.
And I want the Tunisian ambassador sent for immediately.
Yes, Mr. President.
And if Congress has anything to say about it...
Yes?
I'll listen. Mr. Ambassador, let us dispense with our usual interchange of compliments and get straight to the point, shall we?
If the most esteemed President of the United States desires to dispense with the compliments and good wishes of his devoted friend, the Bey of Tunis, as communicated through the voice of his humble servant and ambassador, I will, of course, accede to your wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I appreciate that very much. Now, to be completely blunt, what you want is the return of your ships, tribute, and money. Is that correct?
Well, we have not said precisely that in so many words, Mr. President. What the Bey of Tunis wishes to point out to his honored friend, the President of the United States...
In a word, is that what you want? Yes or no, Mr. Ambassador?
In a word, Mr. President.
In one word, Mr. Ambassador.
Well, in one word. Yes.
All right. Now, here's your answer. In plain language, Mr. Ambassador, the United States will not give you any tribute and will not give you one single dollar.
Well, we were hardly interested in $1, Mr. President.
No dollars. No tribute.
This will hardly be pleasing to my illustrious monarch, the Bey of Tunis.
You may tell the Bey of Tunis that the President regrets to say that he must adopt a firm stand in this matter. But as a proof of the great friendship of the United States for the Bey, the President of the United States...
By transcription.
Apprehension seems to exist among the people that by the accession of a Republican administration, their property and their peace and personal security are to be endangered.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as the man in the White House. Many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-back, cane-bottomed chair and read reports written by young men whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him. He could come and go as he pleased. Today, the president sits in an air-conditioned office, surrounded by telephones. If he wants to walk, he must stay inside the White House grounds. From the ladder-back chair to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House. Men of differing personalities, tempers, and talents. Our Mr. President's job is to play them all, and he's done it. Edward Arnold has become the man in the White House. On the street and in stores, he's greeted with, "Hello, Mr. President, we like the show." And we know you'll like it, too. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Many of our listeners have written me telling of their interest in one president's story or another. We received so many of these letters that we thought it might be a good thing to ask our listeners to select the 4 greatest Mr. President stories. They can be stories that we have done on our program or new stories yet to be scheduled. Your favorite story may be the feud between Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr, or maybe the story of the attempted impeachment of Andrew Johnson or Teddy Roosevelt and the Panama Canal. We would like to hear from all of you on your favorite story of a president. Let me have your letters as quickly as possible. Once the letters start pouring in, we will be able to pick the 4 stories our listeners feel are the greatest. Send your letter to me, Mr. President Edward Arnold, the American Broadcasting Company, New York, New York. I hope to be able to schedule the first in this new series early in February. And now, for today's Mr. President story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The president-elect was alone in his hotel room talking to General Scott.
I want you to know that we've taken every possible precaution for your inauguration.
General, I feel very sad. The precautions are necessary. I don't like the feeling that I'm being escorted into the office with armed men on all sides of me.
I appreciate your feelings, but what must be done must be done.
From the hour of my election, the threat of death has been constantly around me. And the people around me have constantly forced me to play what I consider a coward's role. I don't want guns between my people and me. I want to stand before them, fearless in the sunlight. And if they would rather kill me than listen to me, let them do it.
It's better to live and accomplish your purpose in life, even though you give them a chance to use the word coward, than it is to die and accomplish nothing.
You're right. There's no question about that.
Well, now, here are the plans of the day. Senator Baker of Oregon and Senator Pierce of Maryland will ride with you and the retiring president in the drive from Willard's Hotel to the Capitol.
Fine.
Your carriage will be surrounded by marshals. There will be enough of them so that it will be impossible for anyone to reach the presidential carriage with a shot. The drive will be made between double files of cavalry.
You're certainly taking no chances. I can see that, General.
Troops of cavalry will be stationed at every intersection along Pennsylvania Avenue, and riflemen will be on the roofs of buildings all along the route to watch the crowds. I myself will be with an artillery battery to the north of the Capitol building, and there will be 60 armed guards stationed under the portico where you are to speak.
Well, I'm certainly making a military entrance into history. Wouldn't you say that, General?
I'm afraid that your term in office will be a military term, sir.
You mean you believe there will be a war?
I do.
I hope and pray you're wrong, General. I hope and pray you're wrong. Come in.
Good day, General Scott. How nice to see you.
Thank you, madam.
Where have you been, my dear?
Oh, the boys and I have been for a walk around the Capitol building. My goodness, everything's in a mess.
A mess?
Well, they're building the dome on the Capitol building, you know.
Oh, yes, of course, of course. I couldn't imagine what you were referring to. Where are the boys?
I sent them to clean up.
General Scott has just been going over the plans for the inauguration with me.
Oh? Well, we haven't long to wait now, have we, General Scott?
No, not long. Well, if you'll excuse me, sir, I have a great deal to do.
Yes, of course, of course. It was nice of you to stop by, and thank you, sir.
I'll be in touch with you later in the day. Good day.
Good day.
Good day. Oh, my goodness, I'm tired. I have a fitting this afternoon, too, on my gown for the inaugural ball.
Mm-hmm. Can you believe that we're really here in Washington?
Well, of course. My dear, I've always known that you'd be President of the United States someday.
Is that why you married me?
Undoubtedly.
Oh, why, shame on you.
Well, that's what you get for asking a question like that. But actually, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you weren't elected president, because other people saw the same things to love and admire in you that I saw.
Madam President, that's a very lovely compliment.
I meant every word of it.
Tell me, you've been out, had a chance to talk to people and listen. What are the people speaking of? What do they talk about?
They speak of war.
War? Well, what is to be will be.
Don't think of that now. Think of tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll be the President of the United States.
Yes. Tomorrow I will be the President of the United States. Fellow citizens of the United States, in compliance with a custom as old as the government itself, I appear before you to address you briefly and to take in your presence the oath prescribed by the Constitution of the United States, to be taken by the President before he enters on the execution of his office. I do not consider it necessary at present for me to discuss those matters of administration about which there is no special anxiety or excitement. Apprehension seems to exist among the people of the southern states that by the accession of a Republican administration, their property, their peace, and personal security are to be endangered. There has never been any reasonable cause for such apprehension.
Mr. President, as is customary for the retiring president, I now turn over this house, the executive mansion, to you and your family.
Thank you.
If you are as happy, my dear sir, on entering this house as I am in leaving it and returning home, you are the happiest man in this country.
I hope that you are happy, sir, and that I will be.
My niece has ordered dinner prepared for you. The house is your home from this moment. Goodbye, Mr. President. God keep you.
I'm here in the office, son.
Oh, this room.
Ooh, what's the matter with this room?
Nothing, but it's not as good as some of the rooms. Willie and I have been all over the house.
Ooh, where is Willie?
He's down in the kitchen talking to the cook. He's hungry.
Oh, well, aren't you hungry?
No, I talked to the cook about an hour ago.
Oh, I see.
Whose picture is that behind you?
That's President Andrew Jackson. Where's your mother? I haven't seen her for hours.
Well, she's been exploring the house, too. She's making lists.
Lists?
Lists of things that have to be done. I don't think I like this house.
Why not?
I liked home better.
You know, if I could plan for every small boy in America, I would wish that he could live as you will live for a few years of his life in this very house.
Why?
Because some of the greatest men in this country's history walked through that doorway, sat at this desk, lived within these walls. Because words that have changed all our lives have been spoken in the rooms of this house. The doctrines that we all follow and revere, created and discussed, and from here, given to the people. Because within these walls, the great men of our history have lived and worked and prayed, have laughed at times and wept at times. And when they left the house, left something of themselves behind. My boy, this house is sacred. It's a privilege to live here.
Yes, Father.
I'll tell you some more stories about it as the days pass, but you don't believe some of the exciting things that happened here.
Mr. President.
Oh, and here in the study, my dear.
Well, dinner will be ready shortly, dear.
Mm-hmm.
I have all your things laid out for the ball. The Grand March will be at 11 o'clock. You're to lead it with Mayor Barrett, and I'm to follow you on the arm of Senator Douglas. My, it's all so exciting.
I wish I was old enough to go.
When you are old enough to go, you'll wish you weren't.
Why?
Now, don't ask your father to explain that now, son. It'll take him all the rest of the night. And we must get ready for dinner and the ball now. And tomorrow, well, tomorrow we'll really set about getting properly moved in.
Yes, my dear. You move in on the executive mansion, I'll move in on the government. I start my meetings the first thing in the morning.
Thank goodness you're back, Mr. President. The committee from Virginia is waiting in the study.
Oh, thank you, my dear. They're a little ahead of time.
They arrived right after you left for the cabinet meeting. I tried to entertain them the best I could, but, I've got so much to do, dear.
I see. But I'll go right in. Good day, gentlemen. Good day. I'm sorry I've kept you waiting so long.
Mr. President, we know you are busy, and we'll come straight to the point. We have come direct from the Virginia Convention. Virginia has voted 60 to 53 against seceding from the Union, Mr. President.
I'm very happy to hear that.
But we have been asked to get a statement from you on your future policy, Mr. President.
Gentlemen, my policies remain exactly as I stated them in my inaugural address. If you will recall, I said at that time, the power confided to me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government.
Is this the message you wish us to take back to the Virginia Convention?
It is the only answer I can give you, gentlemen.
The convention hoped that possibly you had modified your stand in some way, Mr. President.
Gentlemen, I said in my address, and I repeat, in the hands of my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail them. There will be no conflict unless they are the aggressors. They have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I have the most solemn one to preserve, protect, and defend it. Now, gentlemen, I cannot in any way modify what I have said. I believe it with my whole heart.
Mr. President, you know, of course, Fort Sumter has surrendered.
Yes. General Scott, I have just issued a proclamation calling upon the loyal states to help preserve the Union and to furnish 75,000 volunteers to fight if necessary.
May I ask if you expect Virginia to join the secessionists, Mr. President?
I'm afraid, General Scott, that I do.
Does this proclamation mean that you have resigned yourself to war now?
No, not yet. Not yet. It simply means that I am preparing for war and praying for peace. But I fear that the combination of states we find arrayed against us is far too powerful to be subdued by ordinary forces of law.
We are, of course, recruiting all the men we can in Washington. We have one division of 3,500 men ready for service.
That's splendid, General.
They are under Colonel Stone. With your permission, he wishes to send the division to seize 10,000 barrels of flour that are waiting to be shipped from the Georgetown flour mill.
Seize the flour? Seize it?
There is only enough flour in Washington to supply the people with bread for 3 days. We need that flour.
Well, what does Secretary of War Cameron say? Have you spoken to him?
He says take it. There are 60,000 people here that must be fed, Mr. President. The city should be cut off from the rest of the country. We would need that flour desperately.
Well, General, if such measures are necessary, then take it.
Mr. President, if war should... Well, it seems like I have to preface everything I say that way.
Never mind, General. We all do.
There was a man appointed colonel of the 1st Cavalry who I think might be our principal commander in the field. To me, this one man alone is worth 50,000 men.
What's his name, General?
Colonel Robert E. Lee.
What on earth are you doing, son?
I'm practicing to be a volunteer fighter. So's Willie.
Where's he?
Willie's practicing in the kitchen in case he gets hungry while he's drilling.
Willie is such a practical boy.
We've got to be ready to fight because everyone says you aren't going to get any volunteers.
Who says that?
Oh, people. I've heard lots of people say it.
Don't you believe enough people have faith in this government to fight and defend it?
Do you, Father?
Yes, I do.
But no volunteers have come.
No. No volunteers have come. Not yet. Not yet. Mr. Blair, as my friend and as a friend of Colonel Lee's, I would like you to go to him and ask him if he will assume command of the armies of the United States.
I'll go to him at once, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, you must get some sleep.
You know, sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be able to sleep, really sleep again. Do you realize they could bombard Washington from the heights across the Potomac?
You asked for volunteers. Have you had any response yet? Of course, it's early.
Early or not, I've already had a storm of protest saying that my request was unconstitutional and revolutionary, that I was pushing this country into war, that I was... Well, there's no use of going over it all again. I wanted the volunteers as a defense measure only. I've made it clear, I thought, all along that this government would never be the aggressors. But people don't believe me.
Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
Have you an appointment this late?
No.
Good evening, Madam President.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Blair.
Oh, come in, Mr. Blair. I'm awfully glad to see you. Come in.
I've just come from Colonel Lee.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
I hope you have good news for me. I certainly need some tonight.
I'm afraid not, Mr. President. Colonel Lee says that he cannot draw sword on his native state of Virginia.
I see.
He says that although he does not believe in secession as a constitutional right and does not want to see this country at war, that if Virginia fights, he must fight with her.
I respect his opinion. But I'm deeply disappointed. But
it was a very difficult decision for Colonel Lee. He's resigning from the United States Army and going home to Virginia.
I see. Well, thank you for coming to me at once with this news, Mr. Blair.
Don't worry, Mr. President. You'll win this fight.
Alone?
You aren't alone, Mr. President. Give the people time. You aren't alone.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edwin Arnold and Mr. President.
It doesn't take much remembering to remember the 42,000 victims in last year's record-breaking polio epidemic. That's right, the number of victims was 42,000, of whom 60% were children under 10 years old. Thousands of those stricken youngsters are still sick, still under treatment, still in need of help. The help you can lend by giving to the March of Dimes. The National Foundation of Infantile Paralysis cares for everyone who needs it, carries out research, and stands as the greatest single effective block against this dread disease, but it needs your help. It needs it more desperately than ever before. This is your responsibility, a responsibility best met by giving your dimes and your dollars. Give and give again to combat polio. Keep those dimes and dollars rolling in to your local March of Dimes headquarters. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
I'm sure you've guessed who the president was when all this happened, because it all did happen in Washington a few years ago. 3 days after the president's proclamation, 532 volunteers from Pennsylvania marched into Washington. And the next day, the Massachusetts regiment marched up Pennsylvania Avenue. But they came single file, carrying 17 wounded and the sad news of many dead. They'd been attacked and stoned in Baltimore.
Mr. President, as mayor of Baltimore, I must inform you that Baltimore considers your proclamation calling for troops an act of war on the South. They do not consider that Northern troops have any right to march through Baltimore.
Mr. Mayor, I protest that the movement of those troops is not an act of war. They are coming here for one reason only, and that is to protect this city.
I appreciate your feeling, Mr. President, but it is difficult to control the people of Baltimore. They have their own feelings.
Has Baltimore declared war on the Union?
No, Mr. President.
I am told that a bridge on the Northern Central Railroad has been disabled and that no trains can cross. Is that true?
That is true, but it was done as a peaceful measure, Mr. President, to prevent bloodshed.
And the telegraph wires from Baltimore to Washington. Was this, too, a friendly gesture to prevent bloodshed?
Well, I admit that the telegraph offices are in the hands of the secessionists.
Mr. Mayor, I must get the troops I have requested to Washington. I will ask them to go around the city of Baltimore in the future. They will not march through the city. But I promise this only in return for your promise that they will not be molested. Because if they are again, it's entirely possible that neither you or I would be able to control what might happen in Baltimore.
I will do my best to control the people of the city, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. President, we find ourselves in a very undesirable position.
Yes, General Scott?
This city is like a completely isolated island. The railroad bridges between Washington and the north are out of commission. Track has been torn up. The telegraph wires north are cut. We can't get mail in or out. And our enemies are on our doorstep.
I don't doubt it. And from the reports I've been getting, a goodly supply of federal arms is in the hands of the secessionists. They're on our doorsteps with our own guns.
We may lose the city, Mr. President.
No, General Scott. Help will come from the north. I am confident of that.
I wish I was as confident as you are. Or do you have some knowledge that I don't have, Mr. President?
No knowledge, General. No knowledge. Just faith.
On what do you base this faith?
I believe that right is on our side, General. And I believe that right always triumphs in the end.
It's almost 4 in the morning. Do you realize that?
Oh, is it really? I had no idea it was so late.
Oh, I don't know what to do with you. You don't get any rest at all anymore. What's going to happen to the city, Mr. President?
I've been sitting here asking myself the same question, and I wish I knew the answer.
Everyone says that you never seem to worry or to be upset about anything. But I know better.
I don't dare let them see that I'm troubled or have any fear of the outcome. They search my face for hope, and I want them to find it there.
The city is completely shut off.
Yes, yes, it is. Do you know at night you can see the Confederate fires on the south bank of the Potomac?
I know.
I said to someone today that we must prove that popular government is not an absurdity. We must settle this question now. Whether in a free government the minority have the right to break it up whenever they choose. If we fail, it will go far to prove the incapability of the people to govern themselves. Taking the government as we found it, we will see if the majority can preserve it.
We'll win somehow. I'm confident of that, Mr. President.
Well, I've been thinking and thinking this whole long night, going over and over what I must do to preserve this union. I'm going to take a lot of things upon myself tomorrow. I'll be criticized for it, but I'm going to do it.
What are you going to do?
First of all, I'm going to have United States Marshals enter the major telegraph offices and seize the records of all messages sent and received. I'm going to send an armed revenue cutter to sea to protect our commercial ships. I'm going to order 5 steamships purchased or chartered and armed for public defense. I'm going to order the money taken out of the Treasury for the expenses necessary. In short, my dear, I'm about to become a wartime president.
Thomas, did you hear that?
Hear what, Mother?
Well, it sounded like a locomotive whistle. Oh, well, it couldn't have been, though, because no trains have been able to get into the city. Listen! Listen, Thomas, listen! Mr. President! Mr. President, come to the door! Come to the door!
I'm coming, my dear, I'm coming.
Look at them!
Just look at them. That's the 7th from New York. And behind them are the 1,200 men from Rhode Island and the Butler Brigade from Massachusetts.
Oh, they've come. Praise be to God. They've come at last.
Isn't that a splendid sight, Mr. President?
General Scott, how did they get through? How did they manage it?
They came by train from Annapolis. They had their own track layers working to put the road in order ahead of the train. There's 10,000 troops in the city, Mr. President. 10,000 troops.
Oh, we'll hold the Union now, General Scott. With men like that fighting beside us, we'll save the Union. Yes, we will save the Union. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
The adjective dynamic is a pretty good description of Walter Winchell, one of the country's most powerful reporters of the news. Winchell's dynamic news delivery has made him a favorite with millions of people. For Winchell not only tells the facts about the news, he gets behind the news to bring you startling exposés. Winchell is famous, too, for his daring exclusives. And when a news story breaks, whether here in America or in a far-off news center, you can count on Winchell to have a different story about it. A story you won't read about in your papers. So for important inside news on the headline events of the week, hear Walter Winchell when he broadcasts tonight and every Sunday evening over most of these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Mr. President, I can hardly believe that it's over. Really over.
It is indeed, my dear. Richmond has fallen. Petersburg has been evacuated.
They're waiting for you downstairs, Mr. President.
Thank you. Shall we go, my dear? And will you take my arm?
Thank you. I'll be very proud to take your arm, Mr. Lincoln.
Remember to send me your letters giving me your selection of what you think is the greatest presidential story. Send your letters to Mr. President, American Broadcasting Company, New York, New York. Now be sure to listen next week for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Edward Arnold is soon to be seen in the MGM picture The Yellow Cab Man. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Abraham Lincoln.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I am not responsible to the Senate, and I am unwilling to submit my actions to them for judgment.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the men who have lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., one of the most famous residences in the world. The men who live there are tenants with a 4-year lease, our presidents. A national election held once every 4 years makes a man a president. But what makes a president a man? Well, it's the little things he brings to his job. His habits, opinions, hobbies, his mood across the breakfast table. You know, there's a human side of the highest office in the land, and you'll find it in the story of Woodrow Wilson's old-fashioned typewriter and Teddy Roosevelt's Indian clubs. This sort of personal history reveals the man, and that's exactly what our Mr. President series tries to present. And now, listen very carefully and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was the beginning of the president's term.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, John.
Well, I must say it's quiet in here in your office. The place is a madhouse outside.
I know it is. I shut myself up in here to do a little quiet thinking. It was good of you to come over, John.
I came as soon as I got your message. I must say I'm glad I have a respectable law practice in a quiet office. I certainly could never work around here. What are you up to now?
I am about to go to war.
What?
That's what I said. War. And do you know with whom?
No, I didn't realize that our relations were strained with any of the European powers right now.
Oh, I'm not going to war with Europe.
You're not? Well, then, with whom are you going to war?
I'm going to war with the Senate of the United States of America.
Oh, I see.
It's nothing to laugh about.
Sorry. It was the way you put it that amused me.
The Senate thinks they're going to run me. And they've got another thing coming. Why, if they had their way, I'd have to go to them and ask their permission before I walked from one room into another.
Well, as a matter of fact, I did hear something about a bill that would require you to send your dinner menus over to the Senate for confirmation.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit. You may think what you've just said is very funny.
I do.
But if something isn't done, the way the Senate is usurping more and more of the president's powers, things could really come to that.
How are you going to carry on this war?
The Senate wants me to ask them if I can remove one man from office and put another man in. Well, in all my studies of law and Constitution, I have yet to read anything that gives the Senate any such right. The whole Tenure of Office Act was unconstitutional to begin with, and this is all a hangover from that. Why, as far back as 1787, James Wilson said, the president will not be the man of the people, but the minion of the Senate. He said it. And by all that's holy, he said a mouthful.
Well, I admit there was a lot in what he said, all right.
I tell you, it's war between the Senate and me, John. You just wait and see what I have to say to that 49th Congress in my opening address. It is well for us to bear in mind that our usefulness to the people's interests will be promoted by a constant appreciation of the scope and character of our respective bodies as they relate to federal legislation. Contemplation of the grave and responsible functions assigned to the respective branches of the government under the Constitution will disclose the partitions of power between our respective departments and their necessary independence, and also the need for the exercise of all the power entrusted to each in that spirit of comity and cooperation which is essential to the proper fulfillment of the patriotic obligations which rest upon us as faithful servants of the people.
Well, Senator, what did you think of the president's speech today?
Oh, he'll tame down after a while. He'll mighty soon learn which way the wind blows. We know how to handle situations like this. The president's tangling with a mighty big body when he tangles with the Senate of the United States.
Hello there, Mr. President.
Someone might hear you.
What on earth are you doing down here in this part of the grounds? Everyone in the White House is hunting for you.
I'm hiding.
You're what?
I'm hiding.
From Congress?
From everyone. It's the only way I can get a moment's peace and quiet. You see this list?
Yes. What is it?
It's a list of appointments. 643 to be exact. As is required by law, I am sending the list to the Senate for confirmation.
Legally, the Senate can reject the entire list.
I know, but that doesn't worry me.
Do you expect them to accept this list of yours?
Good heavens, no. This list is simply what is known as throwing down the gauntlet. This is strategy, John. This is strategy.
Well, we have the president's lists of appointments. What are we going to do about them?
Gentlemen, it seems to me the answer to that is obvious. We will ask the president to tell us why he has seen fit to remove the men from office who originally held these jobs.
All 643?
All 643. Once he tells us and makes that concession, we'll have the upper hand.
Do you think he'll give us his reason?
Why wouldn't he? Besides, we won't be foolish enough to ask him directly. We'll go to the head of each executive department and ask them to give us an explanation for the removal of each of these men. Take my word for it, we'll have the president eating out of our hands before he knows it.
Mr. President, I am somewhat at a loss to know how to answer this request from the Senate. They want to know the reasons for the removal of the men from my department.
I understand, Mr. Willoughby. Well, you needn't be at a loss for an answer. I can tell you what to say. Tell the Senate that I have given orders that no such information is to be given out on the grounds that the public interest would not be thereby promoted, and that the reasons pertaining to the removal of the men relate to a purely executive act.
Yes, Mr. President. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. I just wanted to see what your feelings were in this matter.
Mr. Willoughby, you are the fourth man who has been here this morning, all on similar business. Every executive head of a department seems to have received the same request, and each of them, and to every one of them, I have made the same identical answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad to know your wishes in this matter. Good day, sir.
Good day, Mr. Willoughby.
Hello, John.
Hello, Frank. Nice to see you.
Is that you, John? Come in, come in.
Yes, I just thought I'd stop by on the way home and see if there was any word on who won the first round, the president or the Senate.
Well, I'd say it was a draw so far. Right now, both opponents are sizing each other up. The real action will start in the next round. Tell me, do you have any important cases during the next few days?
Not very. Why?
Oh, I thought I might take in a few days of hunting.
You're going gunning for senators?
No, geese.
That's what I said, senators.
Oh, John, those jokes of yours are getting worse every day.
I know, isn't it terrible? And I try so hard to restrain myself, too. Where are we going, hunting?
Oh, down south.
When do you want to start?
Tomorrow morning early.
Do you mean you're going off and leave the Senate alone?
Why not? They need a little time to plot out their next move. And maybe I do, too.
Not you. If I know you, you've got your whole campaign worked out.
Well, my campaign depends somewhat on the moves they make. So let's go hunting and give them a chance to make a move.
Well, I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I, for one, do not intend to let the president bulldoze me.
No, neither do
Gentlemen, it's all really very simple. We can easily bring the president to his knees.
Oh, yes? How?
Since he refuses to give us the information we've asked about his appointments, we can send these appointments of his to senatorial committees.
What good will that do?
Those lists can stay on the committee tables for a long, long time. Now, I don't think the president has the patience to wait out the length of time it could take for the various committees to get through discussing those appointments.
He might have. I don't think the president's going to give up this fight without putting up quite a battle.
Perhaps not. And then again, who knows? I would suggest, gentlemen, that we let the president know that we are quite willing to pass all his appointments if he will state publicly that he has made all his removals and appointments for political reasons.
That's a very good.
What on earth are you laughing at?
This report from Washington. And the Senate has let it be known among certain members of my cabinet that if I will publicly state that I am making all my removals and appointments for political reasons, they will confirm the entire list of the appointments.
Those are clever boys, those boys in Washington. Say, how about putting some coffee on and getting dinner started? I'm starved. You know, I'm not sure I have what it takes to be a woodsman. When night comes, there's a lot to be said for a hotel dining room.
Oh, nonsense. No food in the world tastes like food cooked over an open campfire.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'll open some cans and fix you a meal fit for a king. And right after dinner, I'm going to prepare a message to go back to Washington. We can hike back to that little town in the morning and send it.
What are you going to say?
Well, you know... I've got to hand it to those boys. Yes. If I was the unmitigated idiot they'd like to think I am, I might fall right into this cozy little trap they've devised. You see, the party in control of the Senate is the opposition party. And if they could get me to discredit myself and my party, it would be a great victory for them.
But if you came out and said you made the removals and appointments for political reasons, that would certainly be going back on all your campaign promises.
It certainly would. And furthermore, it wouldn't be true. I picked the men I picked because I thought they were the best choices for the job. I don't barter and I don't trade. And the sooner the Senate finds that out, the better. I want those men in office, and I'm going to get them in office.
Well, Senator, I don't know what you think, but so far I don't think we're making much headway. We didn't get any place by going to the heads of the departments. We haven't gotten any place by holding up the confirmation of the president's appointments, and he still refuses to recognize that we have the right to control removals from office.
No, don't be hasty, Senator. We're going to beat the president at his own game,
I
yes.
know, that's what we've been saying, but it isn't what we've been doing.
I think we should make an issue of the Duskin case.
Why?
Well, we have to take some case, use it as a test case. Now, Mr. Duskin was removed by the president from his post as federal attorney for the Southern District of Alabama, and a Mr. Let me see, I have it right here. Oh, yes, a Mr. John Burnett was appointed. Now, I suggest that we have Senator Edmunds send a request to the Attorney General of the United States to submit us all information and papers relating to the nomination of Burnett and to the removal of Mr. Duskin.
All right, let's try it.
Agreed.
We'll see what answer we get from the Attorney General.
What do you want me to do, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. Attorney General, I suggest that you send the Senate the papers relating to the nomination of Mr. Burnett.
Mm-hmm.
But inform the Senate Judiciary Committee that you have received no orders from me that would permit you to send them the papers relating to the suspension of Mr. Duskin.
I'll do that immediately, Mr. President. Good day.
Good day, sir. Oh, and Mr. Attorney General, as you leave, my secretary will give you a parcel. It's one of the birds I brought back from my hunting trip. I hope you enjoy it.
You caught some geese, then?
No. I wasn't able to catch any geese. But I did catch some swans.
Swans?
Yes. I hope you enjoy it. I've given them out to several of the cabinet members.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President.
And you'll send that letter right off to the Senate?
Yes, I'll do it right away, Mr. President. Good day, sir.
Good day. By George, I believe I've got the Senate exactly where I want them. By George, I think I've got them licked. Yes, sir. They made quite a blunder this time. And I really think I got them.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You know, history has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it forever secure. That's why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom. For freedom is everybody's job. To win against the totalitarian idea, Americans must become more aware of their citizenship. Today, many nations of the world are standing at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. But those who still aspire to freedom look to America as an example. Therefore, what Americans do during the months ahead can greatly influence the decision the war-exhausted peoples will make. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking an active part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, so listen closely. Yes, it was war between the president and the Senate of the United States.
Well, that's the Attorney General's letter. I told you we wouldn't get any satisfaction from him.
We will get satisfaction, or I'll know the reason why.
You know, actually, I'm not sure we have any right to insist that the president give us his reasons for suspending an official.
Well, maybe we don't have any legal right to insist on his reasons. But certainly no committee of Congress has ever been refused such a small, ordinary courtesy by any president before.
Well, there's never been a president exactly like him before.
Well, he's made quite a blunder this time, and I really think we've got him.
And I would really like to know on just what you base this amazing assumption, Senator.
Why, any fool in the world can look at the records of this interchange between the Senate and the President and see that the President has refused to give us the information we've requested because he doesn't dare.
I begin to see what you mean, Senator.
Yes, the President's refusal to divulge any information is clear enough evidence that he has abandoned all his pledges of reform and is now acting completely on the old-fashioned spoils system.
I assume we're going to let this information leak out to the newspapers.
Naturally. Yes, gentlemen, as I said, I really think we've got the President just where we want him. He's going to rue the day that he removed Mr. Duskin from his post and appointed Mr. Burnett.
Well, John, you're not eating your dinner.
Well, my stomach seems to be a little off color today.
Oh, I see.
Oh, don't get the idea that the dinner isn't delicious and that I don't appreciate the invitation.
Oh, but you don't care for roasted swan, do you?
Well, my spirit is willing, but my teeth don't seem to be strong enough.
Whoa. It's good for a man to chew, exercise the jaw.
Well, being a lawyer, my profession takes care of that.
Well, tell me, how did you cook the swan that I gave you?
Oh, we boiled it.
You boiled it? How did it taste?
I don't know. We haven't eaten it yet. It's still boiling.
Still boiling?
Sure. It's been only boiling 4 days now. We decided we shouldn't try to rush things.
I see. Well, heaven only knows we tried to get geese. Man doesn't like to come back from a hunting trip empty-handed, you know.
Well, we didn't. Oh, you haven't eaten much of it yourself.
Well, I caught it. I don't have to eat it, do I?
Oh. And how are things with the Senate?
Oh, they're still asking the heads of the departments for information, and I'm still refusing to let the information be released. So far, the Senate has requested and not demanded. But unless I miss my guess, they're going to lose their tempers any minute now and start issuing orders.
And then what happens?
Why, then we will reach the major engagement of the war, and one of us will leave the field with victory flying from our banners.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Attorney General.
Mr. President, I have been ordered by the Senate, let me read you their exact phrasing, to transmit copies of all documents filed in the Department of Justice since the first day of January in relation to the conduct of the Office of District Attorney of the United States for the Southern District of Alabama.
Oh, yes. That refers to the appointment of Mr. Burnett and the removal of Mr. Duskin, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, Mr. President. How do you want me to reply to the Senate's order?
I want you to reply as follows. I am directed by the President to refuse your demand.
I thought I'd find you down here. What are you doing? Hiding again?
Yes. I had some thinking to do.
I have news for you.
What?
The Senate is mad at you.
No.
Yes. Some of my spies inform me that the Senate Committee on the Judiciary has put before the Senate a report censuring the Attorney General for his refusal to give them the information they wanted. Look, I hope you won't think I'm stepping out of line, but you and I have been friends for a long time.
Yes, I know. What are you trying to say?
There's getting to be more and more talk about your differences with the Senate. And in the eyes of some of the people, the Senate has managed to put you in a rather bad light. A lot of people are beginning to wonder why, if you have nothing to conceal, you refuse to let the Senate have access to the papers they want.
I realize that, John. But a very important issue is at stake. Whether the President does or does not have the right to remove officials without interference from the Senate.
Well, the Senate, of course, is basing their action on the unrepealed part of the Tenure of Office Act.
It is my belief that the unrepealed parts of the Tenure of Office Act are unconstitutional, as the others are, as those that have been repealed. The demands which have been made to the official heads of the departments have had but one complexion. They assume the right of the Senate to sit in judgment upon the exercise of my executive function, for which I am solely responsible to the people, my oath to support and defend the Constitution, my duty to the people who have chosen me, and my duty to this office. All these things compel me to refuse compliance. I shall send a message stating just these views to the Senate immediately.
I've just come from the Senate, Mr. President. They've been discussing your message and have voted to formally censure the Attorney General for refusing to deliver the documents they requested.
But their censure is really meant for me.
Yes, I don't think there's any question about that.
And all because I refused to tell them why Mr. Duskin was removed from office and Mr. Burnett put in.
That's it in a nutshell.
And the Senate believes, and has led the people to believe, that when these records are produced, some shady and nefarious scheme of mine will come to light. Is that correct?
Correct.
I thought so. Very well. I shall now make public the reason why Mr. Duskin was removed from office and why Mr. Burnett was appointed. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, gentlemen of the press. I have been waging a battle for a principle. During the past months, a great deal has been written and said about why I refuse to give any reason for Mr. Duskin's vacancy of an office in Alabama and my reasons for appointing Mr. Burnett. I refuse to answer because I believe that the President of this country must carefully avoid infringements upon the legislative power of the office. This was my only reason for refusing an explanation. However, I am now willing to tell you that the reason Mr. Duskin no longer holds office is because his term in office had expired before this controversy with the Senate began.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Now then, since Mr. Duskin was no longer in office, there was no reason why I shouldn't appoint another man to fill the job. Is there? Now, gentlemen, I hope you'll print this in your earliest editions, because I don't want the senators to keep themselves awake over it any longer. And I hope my reasons for replacing Mr. Duskin don't prove to be too much of a disappointment to them.
Stop that laughing. I've got something to tell you.
Oh, yes, John, what is it?
Well, I've just come from the Senate. And what do you think?
The senator's mad at me, eh?
No, they're embarrassed. There are a lot of red faces in the Senate today.
Well, maybe now they'll get down to cases and take a good look at the remains of that Tenure of Office Act. If they'll repeal that law, then I shall be satisfied that this fight was worth fighting, and that I have won a great victory for myself and for the dignity of the office of President of the United States. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Since the time The Greatest Story Ever Told went on the air, it has received many awards from church groups and magazines. One of the highest tributes paid this outstanding program came from a leading magazine which said in its citation, "It remains unexcelled in the field of religious programs for being all-around good radio listening for the entire family." Incidentally, letters written to The Greatest Story Ever Told show that all faiths are equally enthusiastic about the series. The inspiring stories of the man who led the greatest life ever lived are lessons in tolerance and hope. Age-old stories, yet stories whose meaning is understood today. So listen to The Greatest Story Ever Told tonight on these ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, it must be a great source of satisfaction to you that one of the leaders of your opposition in this little fracas we've just engaged in introduced the bill repealing the remaining provisions of the Tenure of Office Act.
Senator, I wouldn't be honest if I didn't tell you that it was a source of great satisfaction, because I feel that that bill is a most important one.
I must admit, you make a powerful adversary, Mr. President. And I'm quite positive that none of us here in the Senate will ever forget these days
when we went to battle, Senator.
Yes, you might put it that way, sir. None of us will ever forget when we went to battle with Grover Cleveland.
The principle of my life has been never to ask the suffrage of my country and never to shrink from its call.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
A number of people have asked us where we find the interesting stories dramatized for you on Mr. President. Well, these stories aren't found by any means. They're dug for by a staff of research experts and then traced. Often a story starts with a provocative sentence or two. One of our stories about Grover Cleveland remained an unsolved mystery until an obituary notice in a Paris newspaper put the pieces together. Another story came right out of the Navy records. Eyewitness accounts of a mutiny caused by the son of a former Secretary of War. And President Tyler had a difficult time straightening this one out. Incidentally, do you know that the Mr. President scripts are sent to schools for their use in more than 100 cities? Yes, our youngsters are getting a new and authentic slant on history. And now, listen to Mr. President and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened to a president a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The president was new in office, and times were difficult for him.
Dinner's almost ready, dear.
Oh, thank you, Louise. Thank you.
Goodness, look at that desk. How will you ever get to the bottom of all those papers?
No, those papers are all relating to appointments. Appoint this man, don't appoint that, do this, do that. I wonder just what kind of a babe in arms the politicians think I am. They forget that I've been exposed to public office since I was 14.
Has it really been that long?
Yes, it has indeed. When I was 14, let me see, I was secretary of the American legation in Russia. When I was 17, I came home and studied law at Harvard. It wasn't long after my graduation that I was appointed minister to The Hague.
And in London, you met me.
The prettiest daughter any American consul ever had.
And right after we were married, we left for Berlin, where you took up residence as the American minister.
Remember, they weren't going to let us in the city?
That's right. That lieutenant insisted on more adequate proof than we were able to furnish that there was such a place as the United States of America.
Yes, let me see. I've been minister to Russia and minister to England, Secretary of State.
You have a very distinguished record. No one can deny that.
My opposition does. Do you know what the opposition is saying about me right now? They're saying that Henry Clay and I bartered to win this election for me. They're saying that I told Clay if he'd swing his votes my way, I'd give him the appointment of Secretary of State.
I see. Is Mr. Clay going to be the Secretary of State?
I have every intention of asking him.
Do you think that's wise under the circumstances?
He's the best man in the country for the job. I'm not letting my own party run my appointments. And if I'm not letting them run them, I'm certainly not letting the opposition run them.
Well, of course, you know what's best, dear. It just seems to me, though, that you're playing right into their hands.
Clay is the best man for the job, and he's going to have the job no matter what anyone says about me.
Dear, you look tired.
Yeah, I am a little tired. I'm going to get up at 5 in the morning and take a swim in the Potomac. That'll freshen me. I need to wash some of the cobwebs out of my brain.
You think it's safe to swim like that when there's no one around? That river has some dangerous currents.
Oh, nonsense. I know that river like a book. Nothing's going to happen to me in the Potomac that I can't control. I feel better already. I knew all I needed was a little exercise. Now, let me see, where are my clothes? Oh, good heavens, they're gone. My clothes are gone.
That's no way to run around. Suppose someone was coming along and see you. An elderly man like you.
Well, I went for a swim and someone stole my clothes.
You went for a swim.
Yeah.
At this hour of the morning, you went for a swim.
Look, please, will you help me? Will you go up to my house and ask my wife for another suit of clothes and bring them to me?
I don't know. Maybe I should just leave you like you are to teach you a lesson. Swimming at this hour. Don't you know any better?
Will you please go to the White House and get me a suit of clothes?
The White House? Do you work at the White House?
Yes, I do. I am the President of the United States.
I didn't vote for you.
Oh, all right. You didn't vote for me.
I don't know what my party would think about me getting you any clothes.
Why don't you get those clothes so your party can try to steal them off my back?
You're catching cold.
Will you please get me my clothes before I catch pneumonia?
Yeah. I go.
And tell my wife to give you $2 for your trouble.
Yeah, I tell her. You stay right there now.
Don't worry, I won't go anyplace.
Mr. President, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. It's a wonder you're alive at all after being exposed that long. Now, don't you move away from that fire, and you keep sipping that hot lemonade.
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
I gave the man the $5 you told him to ask for. What are you laughing at?
I told him to ask you for $2.
Why, he asked for $5.
Well, I knew he'd ask for $5 if I told him $2. If I told him $5, he would have asked for at least $7.
Well, how do you know?
I know his party. He's descended from a scrupulously honest race, but he has fallen into bad political hands.
Well, you know, he looked at me very strangely. I think he'd been told I had 2 heads or something equally fascinating. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. President. Louise?
Oh, good morning, Henry. Well, I'll leave you 2 alone, but mind you, he's not to move away from that fire.
What's he been doing?
Oh, he's been swimming in the Potomac again at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no.
Sit down, Henry. I've been going over my list of people for officers. Look them over.
Secretary of State, Henry Clay. Mr. President, you're paying me a very great honor, but under the circumstances, I'm not sure I should accept.
Because of what people are saying?
Yes, of course.
Well, let people say what they want. You and I know the truth. You think that I'm going to lose the services of one of the best men in the country because of the lies and slander of a lot of malicious fools who don't know what they're talking about?
There is such a thing as discretion, Mr. President.
Oh, discretion be hanged. I'm not a coward, and I don't think you are. I ask you to please accept this office because I need you. The country needs you. What do you say?
I am honored, and I accept the position with all humility and gratitude, Mr. President. I shall fight your battles wherever necessary. You may depend on that.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Now then, let's get to work. And now glance over the rest of those names here, will you?
Mr. President, you are, of course, aware that you are leaving a good many men in office who are political opponents of yours.
Well, some of them are good men. Why shouldn't the country continue to have the benefit of them?
But you have to have men in office who see eye to eye with you, and who will work towards the same aims as you work towards.
Henry, I have thought the matter over most carefully, and I have determined to renominate everyone against whom there was no complaint which would have warranted his removal.
Oh. Well, you have Naval Officer Sterrett's name down for renomination.
Yes,
God bless you.
That's correct.
Mr. Sterrett has been most outspoken in his attacks on the administration. And only lately I brought you a complete report of a plan of his which would be a deliberate insult to a Louisiana representative who was a supporter of yours.
Oh, I'm aware of that.
Well, then how can you renominate him?
Henry, Mr. Sterrett's plan was never carried into effect. I can hardly penalize a man for an act that never took place.
Sometimes, Mr. President, I find it very difficult to understand you.
I can't imagine why, Henry. I'm an extremely logical man.
Not politically, you are.
Perhaps not. But I'm not going to set up a political machine, Henry. I want good men in office. I don't care whether they're for me or against me, as long as they are for the country.
You have a wonderful integrity, Mr. President. As a politician, I can't profess any great admiration for you. But as a man, you're probably the greatest I've ever met. Even if you do go swimming in the Potomac at 5 in the morning.
Well, there's one thing, Henry. I'm not going to be a popular president.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm going out against some very powerful forces in this country.
What do you mean, Mr. President?
Henry, I don't believe one man has the right to enslave another man. I don't believe he has the right to do it any place in the world. And above all, I don't believe he has the right to do it in this country.
You're right. You aren't going to be a popular president.
It isn't going to be easy to put an end to slavery in this country. It's going to take a long time. But someone has to fire the first gun, and I'm going to do it.
What are you going to do?
Well, we have received an invitation to send delegates to represent the United States at the Congress of Panama. I propose to send delegates. Now, if the Senate finds the mission undesirable, they can refuse to confirm the delegates I propose. And I think they will.
I don't see why they should.
Watch and see, Henry. Watch and see.
Mr. President, is that you? What on earth are you doing up at this hour?
Oh, I'm going for a swim.
A swim with that cold?
A swim will wash the cold out of me. Now, don't you worry, my dear. I've got some thinking to do, and the Potomac is just the place for it.
Well, for heaven's sakes, this time put your clothes where no one can steal them. And don't stay in too long. And be careful.
Yes, dear. Yes, my dear. Now, you go right back to sleep. I won't be long.
Hello there, Mr. President.
Oh, no, now, see here, young lady. You'll have to go away. I came down here to swim.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Why you're here?
I've been trying to interview you for days, but no one will let me in the White House. So I got desperate and came down here.
My dear young woman, I don't have any clothes on.
Well, you're in water up to your chin. You're perfectly modest if that's what's worrying you.
I want to get out and get my clothes on. This is very unwomanly of you, young lady. Oh, it's gotten so a man can't swim in the Potomac anymore.
Do you know where your clothes are?
Yes, they're up in that tree.
Oh, no, they're not. I'm sitting on them.
You're sitting on them? Why?
So you can't get out until I get my story.
You're a very designing young woman.
I know. Isn't it terrible?
Well, all right, let's have the questions so I can get out of this water. What do you want to know?
Thank you, Mr. President. It'll just take a few minutes. Is it true that Mr. Clay and John Randolph of Roanoke are going to fight a duel?
Good heavens, what for?
Well, John Randolph made a speech, and he said that when you made Mr. Clay Secretary of State, that was the coalition of Blythe and Black George.
He did.
Oh, are you all right?
I am at the moment. But I don't know how long I will be. Tell me, can you swim?
Why, no, I can't.
Well, then hurry up and let me get out of here, will you?
Then you don't know if it's true about the duel?
This is the first I heard of it.
Well, Mr. Clay said Mr. Randolph was a fork-tongued liar, and he challenged him to a duel. Now, is it true that you agreed to make Mr. Clay Secretary of State if he swung the votes he controlled over to you before your election?
That isn't true. That isn't true.
Oh, but careful. You're swallowing an awful lot of water. You don't want to become waterlogged.
Oh, tell me, are you finished now? May I please get out?
Well, I just have one more question.
Oh, what is it?
Is it true that the Senate is opposing you in sending delegates to the Congress of Panama because the South American states have freed all slaves and they're afraid of an abolition movement in this country?
That is my opinion as to why they are refusing to let me send delegates. However, that is not the reason they give.
Senate can be very devious, can't it?
Yes, and so can the female sex. As you must be very well aware, young lady. I have been most patient, and I'm freezing, and while I've always been a very modest man, if you don't leave, self-preservation warns me that I'm going to have to come out now.
Oh, well, I'm leaving. Thanks for the interview, Mr. President.
All right, I'm coming.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye. Oh, heavens above. I get into more trouble down here. I gotta get dressed and look into this Clay affair now.
Hey, that cold's worse, isn't it?
Oh, never mind my cold. What's this about a duel with Randolph?
How'd you find out about that?
Well, while I was swimming this morning, a young woman... Well, never mind. You wouldn't be interested.
Fish told you, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right. A little fish with blonde hair. What about the duel? Is this true?
Yes, it's true enough. Although I hoped you wouldn't find out anything about it until it was all over. Randolph got up in the Senate the other day and accused you and me of corruption. He says that we forged the invitations to Panama in the State Department.
Why would we do that?
I don't know what the man thinks. Talked like he was half mad. I guess he thinks we're going to collect the money to send delegates and keep it. You know what he said?
What?
Let Judas have his 30 pieces of silver. They might go to buy a potter's field in which to inter this miserable constitution of ours, crucified between two gentlemen, suffering under the burden of the two first offices of this government.
What did you do, memorize his speech?
Well, just about. I was mad enough to memorize it.
Oh, Henry, a duel won't solve anything.
It will relieve my feelings.
Tell me, are you a good shot?
I am not, but neither is Randolph, from all I hear.
Well, I insist that you call it off.
No. He has insulted you, he has insulted me, and I demand satisfaction.
Henry, listen to me. What Randolph says is of small importance. Forget it. It's the buzzing of a mosquito. There are bigger things at stake. The Senate says I have no right to appoint delegates to Panama. They say I am transcending my rights.
Oh, it's only an excuse. You know that. The Southern senators are behind the move. They're afraid.
Yes, they're afraid. They know why I want delegates to that Congress. The first small move against slavery. Our delegates will sit side by side with delegates from countries where slavery has been outlawed. And two of the questions to be considered will be the recognition of the Republic of Haiti and the abolition of slave trade. Well, I'm going to send delegates. I'm going to send delegates to that meeting no matter what they say. It's within my power, and I'm going to win this fight with the Senate.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The Red Cross blood program has been in operation only 2 years, but in that short time, it is already supplying blood to hospitals and clinics in 35 states. The blood program will take several years to become nationwide in scope, but thousands of units of blood derivatives have been furnished to the public. Its ultimate goal is to supply blood and blood derivatives to all who need it, and to carry out its job, it must have the support of the American people. The National Blood Program of the Red Cross is but one of many services. It and the other major services of the Red Cross must continue, but they can do so only with your cooperation. The Red Cross brings together the millions who want to help with the millions who need help. The Red Cross is your business. Perform your share by contributing generously to the Red Cross. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, so listen closely. A long, bitter fight went on among the senators, in the Senate chambers and out.
I say, gentlemen, the president has no right to send delegates to the Panama Congress.
I take issue with that, Senator. The president has the right to send envoys any place he wishes with the approval of the Senate.
The Senate has the right to turn a mission down if it doesn't think the mission is desirable.
Yes, by not confirming the appointment.
Well, you can rest assured those appointments are not going to be confirmed, Mr. Webster.
On what grounds, Senator?
On the grounds that the mission is undesirable.
And why is the mission undesirable, Senator?
You know very well why the mission is undesirable.
Yes, I know. But I wanted to hear you say it. The issue isn't whether the president has the right to appoint envoys at all, is it? It's whether the Senate will permit an American envoy to attend a convention where the abolition of slavery will be discussed. That could be dangerous. It could even be dangerous enough to shake the foundations of the South. Couldn't it, Senator? Couldn't it, Senator?
The envoys will not be approved, Mr. Webster.
While the gentlemen of the Senate were debating with other gentlemen in and out of the Senate, Mr. Clay and Mr. Randolph were preparing for their duel. They met across the Potomac from Georgetown on a Saturday in April at 4:30. They chose their weapons and stood back to back. And then the referee asked them if they were ready, and they replied,
Ready? Ready?
Each man paced off his distance, turns, and...
Are you hurt, Henry?
No, I'm fine, John. How about you?
Perfectly all right, thank you. Shall we try again?
Just a moment. I'm not quite ready.
Take your time, old fellow.
Thanks. Very well. I'm ready.
I am firing in the air, Henry.
Did I hit you, John? After what you just did, I would not intentionally harm you for anything in the world.
No, the bullet went through my clothing, that's all. You owe me a coat, Henry.
Well, I'm glad that's all. Well, Mr. Randolph, you feel that your honor has been satisfied?
Quite satisfied. You, Mr. Clay?
Completely satisfied.
Then we may adjourn. I'm sorry if I offended you the other day, Henry.
Let's not say another word about it, John. It's over.
Yes, and while the senators were debating and Randolph and Clay were fighting that duel, what do you think the president was doing? Well, he was returning to his home from... Yes, that's right, from a swim in the Potomac.
Is that you, dear?
Yes, it's me. It's
Well,
me.
I've been waiting for you to come. Mr.
Yes.
Webster's waiting to see you. My goodness. What on earth has happened to you?
I'm all wet.
Yes, I see you are. Did you go swimming with your clothes on?
No, but I had them too close to the bank, and I slipped while I was putting them on. I fell in. I lost one shoe. I've no idea where it is now. It's probably at the bottom of the Potomac.
How do you ever expect to get over that cold?
Oh, I wouldn't want to get over it now, Louise. I've gotten used to it. I don't think I'd feel right with her.
You hurry along and get those wet things off, and I'll tell Mr. Webster that you'll be down in a minute.
Thank you. Mr. Webster, this is an honor, sir.
If I had known you were in the Potomac, I might have joined you for a swim.
Well, some other time, perhaps.
Well, Mr. President, I do want to join in your fight against slavery right now.
Oh, so it's out in the open now, is it? The word is out in the open.
Yes, you flung it onto the floor of the Senate like a gauntlet with this Panama Congress, and already it has divided the Senate into two camps, those for slavery and those against it.
It's better to have it in the open. You can fight much better with things in the open.
It's going to be a long fight, Mr. President. You may not win it or see it won in your lifetime, but eventually it will be won, and when it is won, it will be remembered that you struck the first blow.
But will I win my point with the Senate that the President has the right to appoint envoys to such missions as these?
You're going to have every bit of support I can give you, Mr. President.
Mr. Webster, your support is worth 100 men.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes?
Mr. President, Henry's here. May he come in, or would you like him to wait?
Is he all right, Louise?
Well, he seems to be.
Was this the day of the duel?
Yes, tell him to come in, Louise. Tell
Yes,
him to come
dear.
in. Mr. Webster, I appreciate your coming to me today. And with all my heart, I thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Daniel, it's good to see you.
Well, you seem to be in good shape, Henry. How is Mr. Randolph?
He's fine, but we almost had a terrible accident.
What kind of an accident?
When I shot, my bullet went right through his clothing.
Oh.
A fraction of an inch closer, he might have been injured.
That must have been quite a duel.
Did Randolph's bullet go through your clothing?
No, he shot his first bullet far to the right and the second in the air.
Well, that's the way all duels should be fought.
Well, who won?
Neither of us won. And, fortunately, neither of us lost. So the whole affair was most successful.
Well, now, as long as all three of us are here, why don't we sit down and plan our campaign with the Senate?
Oh, hello there, Mr. President.
Oh, no, not you again.
Oh, what did you say, Mr. President?
I said go away. Go away.
Oh, you shouldn't splash around so when you're swimming. You should use a long, steady stroke.
I'm not interested in a swimming lesson.
Do you mind if I sit down and talk to you while you swim?
I most certainly do. It's time for me to get out and get dressed. I have a meeting at the White House.
I just came over to tell you the news.
What news?
The Senate just ratified the appointment of your commissioners to the Panama Congress.
They did? Well, that's wonderful.
Of course, the Congress is all over now, isn't it?
Well, if it isn't, it's just about over.
Well, you won a moral victory anyhow. And any victory over the Senate's a good victory, isn't it, Mr. President?
It certainly is. Any victory over the Senate is a good victory. Well, I'm coming out now.
All right, I'll go. Wait a minute. Where are your clothes?
Up in the tree where they were the last time.
Well, they're not there now.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, now what'll you do?
Will you please go to the White House and ask my wife to bring me some clothes?
I certainly will, Mr. President. And congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, well, someday maybe I'll learn to stay away from water. The next 4 months are going to be kind of a nightmare for me.
Mr.
President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as the man in the White House. You know, many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-backed, cane-bottomed chair. He read reports written by young men whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him. He could come and go as he pleased. Well, today the president sits in an air-conditioned office, surrounded by telephones, dictating into a wire recorder. If he wants to walk, he must stay inside the White House grounds. From ladder-backed chairs to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House. Our Mr. President's job is to portray them all, and he's done it. Edward Arnold has become the man in the White House. On the street, in stores, he's greeted with, "Hi, Mr. President, we like the show." And we know you like it, too. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The President of the United States was having a small, informal dinner with his Secretary of War. As dinner concluded, the President said to the Secretary,
"Mr. Secretary, I'm the seventh son of a seventh daughter. I see the future. In my crystal ball, shadows are moving. Moving. I see the shape of things to come. For example, I see a man weighing 350 pounds. Shadows assemble. Mass. Move about. Mass again over his head. Something is discernible in those shadows. What is it? What is it? Sometimes it appears to be the presidency. Sometimes it appears to be the Chief Justiceship.
I hope it's the Chief Justiceship. Mr. President, I have no ambitions toward the presidency.
Well, think about it. Think about it.
Law has been my business. Don't forget, my career has consisted largely of the judicial. Only one judge has become President of the United States.
Yes, Andrew Jackson. And what a great president he made.
If I should be so fortunate as to become Chief Justice, I would consider that the greatest possible climax in my life.
Well, as you know, there is a Supreme Court vacancy to be filled, and that is a step very close to the position you want.
Yes, I know.
If you want that appointment, I'll see that you have it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But consider this. I believe that you are the Republican Party's best bet right now.
Mr. President, I can hardly believe that you mean...
I mean just that, Mr. Secretary. In my opinion, you are the man most likely to receive the Republican nomination. You are the best man to receive it. And with you, the Republican Party stands the best chance of winning.
Mr. President, needless to say, I hardly know what to say. This is an overwhelming compliment, and while I protest that it is unmerited, I thank you for your graciousness from the bottom of my heart.
I'm not being gracious. I'm being honest. You and I have been friends a long time. You know I'm always frank with everyone.
Forgive me if I seem to pry into your affairs, but I have heard a great deal of talk about your candidacy for a third time.
Nonsense. Complete nonsense. Nothing to it. It's against tradition. No, Mr. Secretary. I'm not going to run for president this time, but I hope you are.
President of the United States. I don't know. I'm not a politician.
There's no reason why you can't become one.
A man devotes his life to certain things. Trains, studies for a career, his own way of life. How can he suddenly throw aside everything he knows and embark on something new?
That should make it all the more exciting.
Excitement is a young man's wine. I am already in my 50s.
Mr. Secretary, I would be the last one in the world to agree with you that a man in his 50s is no longer young. I never felt younger.
Then run for a third term. Fling tradition to the winds. The people love you. They want you.
The people who think they want me can be persuaded that they want you. Don't be in a hurry to decide. It's the greatest honor that can come to any man in his lifetime. Think it over, Mr. Secretary. Think it over.
Look, it's dawn, my dear.
Yes, dawn.
We've talked the night away, haven't we? Come in the kitchen with me and I'll make some coffee.
You know, that sounds very good. Well, talking hasn't solved much, has it? You've done a lot of listening tonight, but you haven't done much talking yourself. Tell me, what do you want me to do?
I want you to run for president.
Why?
Because I think you'll make a great president. Because I think the people need you and want you and will follow you.
I can tell you 100 men in the party that will make a better president.
Well, you can tell me, but I won't agree with you.
All my life I've had but one ambition, one great dream. To be Chief Justice of the United States.
But the president is the leader of the whole country.
My dear, I am not a leader. I'm a counselor.
You can be both.
Chief Justice.
President of the United States.
Oh, Bill.
Mr. Secretary.
Oh, this is a surprise. Come in, come in. I didn't realize you were back from your trip.
I got back this morning. I had dinner tonight with the president, and he asked me to stop by and talk to you. He was sounding me out on how much support I thought you'd get for the nomination.
Oh, the nomination again. Sit down, Bill. Will you have a cigar?
Thank you. I stopped in and had a visit with your mother.
Oh, that was kind of you. How is she?
Oh, looks wonderful. How old is she now?
80.
Well, she hasn't lost one bit of her ginger. I told her she didn't look a day over 60. She told me I was a liar and rapped me soundly on the knuckles.
She would, you know. I've been hoping to get out to Ohio to see her.
But she said she'd been reading in the papers about the talk of nominating you for the presidency.
What did you say about it?
Well, she's wrong, of course. I'll tell you that before I tell you what she said. She said that politics were not your strongest point, and that the malice and spite you'd be exposed to would make you miserable. She said that politics was not for men who were gentle of heart and spirit, but for fighters.
She's right. She's right. I had a letter from her, and she said they do not want you as their leader, but they cannot find anyone more available.
Well, she's wrong there, too. Oh, incidentally, while I was there, a newspaper reporter stopped by and asked her to name her candidate for president. He nearly fell over when he heard her answer.
Who did she pick?
Elihu Root.
Well, she's not wrong there either. I wish he'd run.
Yes, but the White House wants you to run. And the White House is a powerful factor in the party.
You know that Root has a great sense of humor. When I went to the Philippines, he sent me a cable asking after the health of the horse that had borne my tonnage.
Did you hear about the comment Associate Justice Brewer made during his speech at Yale?
No, what did he say?
We said you were the politest man alive. That he heard that recently you got up in a streetcar and gave your seat to 3 women.
You know, that's pretty good. I wish I thought of it.
Well, now, how about this nomination business?
Well, Bill, you and I have been lifelong friends. You've been one of the Republican Party leaders for a good many years. What do you actually believe that people think of me?
They like you. When they talk about you, it's the way they talk about the man next door. Good old Jim, or good old Charlie, good old George. They like to see you pass through town because you're always smiling. They like to hear you laugh. You know, I think you could almost get elected on the strength of that laugh alone.
Well, I would hardly consider a man's laugh any sort of a recommendation for public office.
Well, you asked me what people thought of you.
Well, from your answer, evidently they consider me a clown.
Well, not at all. Not at all. A friend. Someone they feel they know and like.
Do they think I've done a good job as Secretary of War?
I've never heard any criticism of the job you've done.
Bill, I've been over and over this thing in my mind, and I honestly cannot see any justifiable reason for my running. I don't want the office. I don't think I'm qualified for it.
Well, if you're not qualified, then why do you think the president wants you?
Perhaps he's trying to be courteous to an old friend.
Don't you believe it. He's too shrewd a politician for that. I'll tell you why he wants you. He wants you because he's fought for certain policies, and you and he have agreed on those policies as they've come to pass. And he believes that you'll fight for the same things he fought for. He believes you'll try to keep whatever ground he's gained during his term in office.
and that you'll go forward in the same direction.
If I were president, I'm sure I would make every effort to do just that. But so would any number of other men.
But you're the one he has confidence in. You're the one he wants. He says he will not force you to accept the nomination if you're completely determined against it, but he hopes you'll consider it most closely, and that you'll come to the White House tomorrow at 4 with your answer.
I'll be there.
With your answer?
With my answer. Mr. President, I have not desired or sought this office. However, if you feel I am the man for it and you still wish me to become a candidate, I will respect your wishes.
My dear fellow, that's splendid. Splendid. Now we'll go to work. There's been some talk of Cortelyou running, but he's withdrawn from the race. However, Governor Hughes is still a candidate.
Oh, Hughes is a good man.
Good, but not the best. At least not in my estimation, and not in yours. Now, he's going to make a speech the 31st of January, outlining his principles. We should nip his chances in the bud right there.
How can you do that?
Watch me, my dear Mr. Secretary. Just watch me.
Stop the presses! Stop the presses! Charlie, what have we got on the front page?
We're running the campaign speech Governor Hughes made this evening.
Kill it?
Kill it! Well, what's happened?
The president just sent a message to Congress. I've got the full text of it here, and it's dynamite. He's launched an all-out attack on corrupt business. He's screaming for the... Here, let me find the phrase. Here it is. The moral regeneration of the business world.
Boy, that's going to take up a lot of space for weeks. By the time business starts talking back and the president starts talking back...
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of good copy out of this. So kill that Hughes speech and put the president's message on the front page.
Look at those papers. My message is on the front page of every one of them, and in most of them, Governor Hughes' speech isn't even mentioned.
You timed that message deliberately, didn't you?
You see how it is, my dear Mr. Secretary? If Hughes is going to play the game, he must learn the tricks.
It's a rough game, isn't it?
You have to be on your toes every minute. Every minute. And from now on, every time you're seen in public, I want you to smile. Every time any man thinks of you, I want them to think of a smile.
Yes, Mr. President. Will this do?
Make it a little wider. That's better. Now, I want to go over our plans with you. There will be no official statement of your candidacy. We'll just allow word to circulate gradually that you will be the Republican candidate.
Oh, it sounds fantastic.
These are some of the facts the publicity men are going to keep before the public. You're 51 years old. You've been in public office since you were 23. You were assistant prosecuting attorney of Hamilton County, Ohio. Were you not?
Yes, when I was 24.
Well, we must use that. Also, you were one of the youngest judges. Now, let's see. What was the exact title of that Philippine thing?
I was president of the Second Philippine Commission, and 4 years later, I joined your cabinet as Secretary of War.
Magnificent record. Magnificent. My friend, you and I stand facing one another in a room in the White House. To the casual observer, one would think that we stood very close together. But it is a great distance from where you stand to where I stand. A distance fraught with dangers. I will do my best to guide you across that distance.
Thank you.
We stand here now, I the president, you the citizen. But if we succeed in our plans, one day we will stand in this room with the situation exactly reversed. I the citizen, you the president.
If such an hour comes, my only prayer will be that I somewhere find the capabilities to follow you in your footsteps.
You have the capabilities. It is our job to convince first the Republican convention of that, and then the nation. You're going to have to make plans to start on a speaking tour. You're going to lose a few pounds before all this is over, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. Well, I can spare them, Mr. President. I can spare them.
Secretary.
Oh, hello, Bill. How are you?
I'm fine. It's good to see you looking so well. I understand your speaking tour was a big success. I'm sorry I couldn't hear you. The president had me campaigning in other parts of the country.
Yes, I know. Well, I hope my tour was a success.
You going out to the convention?
No, I have too much work to do here. After all, the business of the War Department goes on regardless of campaigning.
Yes, I know. It's a shame you can't be there, though.
Well, my wife will be here in a moment and take down the reports over the telephone as they come in, so we'll know what's going on all the time.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Yes, I'm listening. Yes, I can hear very well.
Well, that
thank you.
winds up those reports. If you'll prepare those letters for my signature as soon as possible, I'll be very grateful.
I can't concentrate on a thing today. Are you actually getting out reports?
Well, I have been by exercising great willpower.
You look thinner.
My wife's had me on a diet. Well, that's all for today. Just prepare the letters, if you will.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can't you just imagine that convention? The crowds, the banners, the bands.
Yes, I certainly can.
Mr. President, the delegates are shouting 4 years more.
There, you see, I told you they wanted you.
That's very touching. Very touching indeed.
Mr. Lodge has just said to the convention that anyone who attempts to suggest your name as candidate impugns both your sincerity and your good faith.
That's very well said.
They're pounding for order now. It's the roll call.
I shall never survive this. I shall never survive it.
They've called Alabama.
Well, what's happening? What did Alabama say? What's happening?
Alabama's cast her 22 votes for you, my dear.
There. What did I tell you? Good for Alabama.
Oh, the Ohio delegation has marched in with a portrait of you on a silk banner. Everyone's cheering. Listen to them. Take the phone, my dear. It's your hour. Listen to them.
No. Yes, of course.
Well, what are they doing? What are they doing now?
Well, they're cheering. Here, you take the phone, Mr. President.
No. Moments like this are rare in a man's lifetime. Don't you miss a second of it. Don't you put down that phone until you've won the nomination.
Well, that's it, Mr. President. 702 votes.
That's capital. Who was second?
Knox with 60.
What a victory. What a victory.
Senator Penrose has just moved that the nomination be made unanimous. Here, you take the phone. You take it.
Of course I will.
Well, we've won the first round. You've won the nomination. Now you've got to win the election.
Yes. Now I've got to win the election. You know, I think I'd better sit down for a few minutes, Mr. President. This has been a very exhausting day.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
During the month of April, the nation takes its regular 10-year census. Now, it's vitally important the 1950 census be of maximum accuracy. Housing construction, employment measures, old age security, road building, and safety regulations will all be influenced by census figures on population distribution, occupations, age groups, and service in the armed forces. By indicating the number of boys and girls in a community, the census enables citizens to ensure their youngsters the right educational, the right recreational facilities. Census information about individuals is absolutely confidential. So, when the census taker calls, ask to see his official card. Then, answer all the questions truthfully. Remember, an accurate 1950 census is to your advantage. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the candidate for office was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. The Republicans had their candidate. The Democrats nominated William Jennings Bryan, and the campaign swung into action. The President of the United States left no room for doubt that a vote for the Republican candidate was a vote for him. He issued an immediate statement.
I feel that the country is indeed to be congratulated upon the nomination of the Republican candidate. I do not believe there can be found in the whole country a man so well fitted to be president. He is not only absolutely fearless and upright, but he has the widest acquaintance with the nation's needs and the broadest sympathies with all our citizens, the farmer, the wage worker, the businessman, the property owner.
So spoke the President of the United States. The Democratic candidate and his supporters mounted their platforms.
I have reached the conclusion that the railroads partake so much of the nature of a monopoly that they must ultimately become public property and be managed by public officials in accordance with the well-defined theory that public ownership is necessary where competition is impossible.
Yes, the Democrats mounted their platforms and the Republicans mounted theirs.
Mr. Bryan would spend $14 billion of the taxpayers' money for the railroads and would operate them as a government institution. The Republican candidate believes the railroad should remain under private ownership because he knows government ownership means state socialism.
Yes, the parties were in their respective corners, and the words were flying. But in the Republican candidate's corner, there was a master coach.
We've got to fight aggressively. Don't answer, Bryan. Attack him. Don't let him make the issues. Hit him hard. Hit him hard.
The Republican candidate listened and measured the advice, but he had a mind of his own, too.
Well, now, my dear fellow, I can't agree with you on the stand you're taking in the matter of campaign funds. I can't agree at all. Mr. Bryan suggested that all sources of campaign donations be published by both parties because he knows the Democrats won't get any contributions from corporations. It's a trap.
I agree with him that the people have a right to know the source of each candidate's funds. I don't want any corporation money for my campaign anyhow.
But that's one of our biggest sources of revenue. And now that Bryan has come out against the railroads...
Yes, but it's against the law. There is a federal statute against taking funds from corporations.
Well, yes, but it doesn't say we can't accept money from individuals who just happen to be members of corporations.
It means that, too, even though it doesn't say it.
Be practical. You have to have money to conduct a campaign properly.
You certainly do. You have to have posters, handbills, campaign buttons, train fare for yourself and your supporters. You have to give dinners. You have to...
The money will have to come from other sources.
Well, it's impossible to get money without going to the big-moneyed groups in this country.
I believe the small businessman will contribute to defeat Bryan. All the money in the country isn't in corporations, you know. The small businessman may only be able to contribute a small amount, but a little here and a little there can add up to a whole lot. I want to be able to publish the list of contributors to the Republican campaign and know that it is above reproach.
Well, Bill, you'll have to see that the party convinces the small businessmen of this country that it's to their advantage to support the Republican campaign.
Yes, but the intelligence...
It isn't a question of intelligence now, Bill. It's a question of honor. This is the way our candidate sees it, and this is the way the party must see it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I hope you win, old boy. It will be one of the major disappointments of my life if you lose.
Will you have any more callers tonight?
I don't expect any.
Well, then why don't you go right to bed and get a good night's sleep?
Oh, I haven't been getting much sleep lately.
I know. But now you have a chance.
Look at these papers. Look at the things my noble and ethical opponents are saying about me. This paper says I am Catholic and opposed to all Protestant issues. This one says I'm a Protestant and opposed to the Catholic interests. And here I'm accused of being an atheist and believing in no God at all.
Oh, that's terrible. Why don't you make a statement about your religious beliefs?
My beliefs are my own. I do not intend to get into a discussion of them. And now this paper condemns me for playing golf. It says it's no game for a strong, masculine man, and that if I'm doing it for exercise, it'd be better if I went out and sawed wood.
Oh, well, it isn't important enough to permit yourself to be upset about it. That's just narrow-mindedness.
There's no dignity to all of this. A Chief Justice would never be subjected to this kind of humiliation.
No one can take a man's dignity from him, my dear. He can lose it himself, but it cannot be taken from him.
Will you be terribly disappointed in me when I lose?
You're not going to lose.
I think I am.
No, I won't be disappointed. I'll continue to be proud of you for the way you've conducted yourself during this campaign. You've always had great stature, but you've gained even more. If you're defeated, it will still be a victory, for you've fought magnificently.
Well, if I did nothing else for the party, I'll show them they could get money from other sources than corporations. The small businessmen responded in a way that can't help but warm the heart.
Oh, come, my dear, and you must get some rest. And tomorrow's going to be a hard day for you.
Yes, tomorrow. Election day.
Goodness, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We should be getting some word soon.
Oh, I'm tired in mind, tired in body.
What's all that noise?
Oh, who could that be at this hour? Bill!
Good morning, Mr. President.
Bill, is it true? Are you sure?
321 electoral votes for you, 162 for Mr. Bryan. It's a great victory. Do you hear those people? Now, come on, they want to see the new President of the United States.
My friends, thank you. Thank you. I will do my best to be a worthy successor to my friend, the President of the United States. And I will do my best to justify the great faith you have shown in me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Say, how would you like to look into the future? No, we're not offering any crystal ball. We're suggesting that you listen to Drew Pearson, ace predictionist and news analyst. Every Sunday evening over many of these same ABC stations, Pearson predicts things to come in the news. And his predictions have been amazingly accurate. Pearson also brings you an astute, penetrating analysis of the news. His news beat covers the globe with special emphasis on political goings-on. Pearson walks and talks with those in high places. Just one reason he's especially qualified to bring you exclusive stories on headline events. So don't miss Drew Pearson tonight on ABC. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Mr. President, I congratulate you on your great victory.
Thank you, Teddy. I will never forget the part you played in bringing me into this office. And I hope you will give me the benefit of your guidance in the days to come.
Well, not for a time. While you struggle with the problems of state, I'm going to be struggling through the jungle. I'm going game hunting in Africa. No, the days in the White House of Teddy Roosevelt are over. This is the beginning of a new era in American history. The era of William Howard Taft.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye. I do the very best I know how, the very best I can. And if the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels swearing I was right would make no difference.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. The American concept of the president as a federal executive is unique in the history of world politics. When our Constitution was framed, many Americans thought president was just another word for king. In fact, some of the titles suggested as appropriate for the new head of state were Your Majesty the President, Your Mightiness, and Your Excellency. But Washington chose President, meaning the one who presides. A wise choice, for an American president is very much like a presiding chairman of the board who must maintain peace and amity among other divisions of the government. To such a coordinator come inevitable compromises, adjustments, and personal disappointments. You'll hear them dramatically presented now on Mr. President. So listen and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
The incidents I have in mind today tell the story of a president in a strange dream. It's a story we've told before on this series, but one which we feel is well worth hearing again, especially during the Easter season. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. He woke early. He woke to an unaccustomed, wonderful feeling of great happiness. And for a moment, he lay there wondering why. And then suddenly the warm, reassuring knowledge started pulsing through him again. The long war was over. He got up, put on a dressing gown, and went over to the window. He stood there looking out at the calm, sweet coming of the Washington dawn. From his window he could see the flags and buntings of victory, and he stood there grinning at them. Suddenly his bedroom door opened cautiously.
Oh, good morning, Father. I thought you'd be up.
Oh, good morning, son. You're up early.
Well, I woke up. What are you going to do today?
Oh, nothing very unusual. Office business, interviews, a cabinet meeting. Tonight I think your mother and I are going out.
You forgot the War Department.
Oh, yes, I did.
You never mentioned them once. They wouldn't like that.
Well, I'll have to go to the War Department at least twice, though.
It looks like it's going to be a nice day.
Yes, indeed. You know, sometimes you wake up and you think, this is my day. This is the day when things are going to go well for me. From beginning to end, this is my day. Didn't you ever feel that way?
Yes, sir. A couple of times. And every time I did, I ended up getting a licking.
Oh, and speaking of lickings, that reminds me. You are not to stand downstairs where the people wait for their interviews and charge them 5 cents to see me.
Well, it's a very reasonable rate.
Well, that's not the point.
Well, you said you wanted me to be enterprising.
Well, you'll have to find some other way to do it.
Well, Secretary Stanton scolded me about that, too. He said you weren't worth 5 cents.
Oh, he did?
He said when anyone could see her for nothing, why should some people have to pay 5 cents? I don't think it's right. They should have to pay.
Why?
Because I need the money.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning. I thought I'd find you two in here together. Morning, dear.
Good morning.
Did you have a good night's sleep?
Wonderful, Mary. And how about you?
Well, the shouting in the streets kept me awake. Everyone's certainly excited about the prospect of peace.
Well, those same voices put me to sleep. And it was the first good night's sleep I've had in months.
Well, it's been a strain, but it's almost over now. Oh, son.
Yes, Mother?
There's a woman downstairs with a tray of apples and gingerbread and candy that she says you bought.
I'll go right down.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, steady. What's this all about?
I'm setting up a fruit stand down the Grand Corridor.
You're doing what?
A fruit stand. I'm going to show the people who are waiting in line to see Father.
Now, see here, don't you laugh at him. You'll only encourage him.
Yes, you're right. Son, what did I just explain to you about people waiting for interviews?
You said I couldn't charge them 5 cents to see you.
Well, I should think not.
But I'm not charging them to see Father now. I'm charging them for apples. This time they're getting something for their money.
Oh, indeed.
Well, you can't do it, and that's final.
Now, wait a minute, dear, wait a minute. Where did you get the money to buy this woman's stock?
I saved my pocket money, and I got a few things from the White House kitchen by saying I was hungry. And one of the carpenters got me a pair of trestles and a wide board to put the things on.
In the corridor of the White House.
Well, I'm an American citizen. I got rights.
You haven't any rights to peddle things in the White House.
But I've already bought the thing.
All right. Now, you go see your woman and set up your store.
But gee, thanks, Father. I knew you wouldn't let Mother take away my rights.
Oh, we'll be the laughing stock of Washington.
My dear, he has to have a chance to learn a few things for himself, even if he is the son of a president.
All children are entitled to put up some sort of a lemonade stand once in their lives.
All right, Mr. President.
Come here by the window, my dear. And let me put my arm around you. That's a fine sight down there. Look at those red, white, and blue decorations. The Yankee Doodle colors of freedom and liberty and justice for all.
Oh, it's good to see you so happy, dear.
Oh, I am happy for the first time in a long, long while. I am happy. I can see an end to the in sight now. Peace for the country and time for you and me to settle down and love one another. I'm afraid I haven't had much time to be a husband the past few years.
I can't imagine a more fortunate woman in the nation than your wife, Mr. President.
Oh, God, love you for saying that.
Oh, darling, put me down. Suppose someone came in.
Remember when I used to spin you around like this?
Someone might see.
And if they do.
Well, isn't it important that the president and his wife have dignity?
No, dear. Not half so important as that the president and his wife be human beings.
Oh.
I love you, and I don't care if the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the War Department know it.
Oh, stop.
And see that I get a big breakfast this morning. Double on everything. You know, I could eat the White House.
Yes, sir. Oh, I meant to ask you. Sunday's Easter. You'll want to give some sort of message, won't you?
Is Sunday Easter?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I lost track of time. Then this is Good Friday.
Yes, Good Friday.
Mm-hmm. Well, the news of peace will certainly make it a joyous Easter. Woman, what about my breakfast? I'm hungry.
Immediately, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The streets are crowded with people.
Oh, don't talk with your mouth full, son.
Yes, it certainly is an exciting day.
The general's arrived at the War Department.
Oh, he has he? And how is it that you get so much information before I do?
Oh, I got connections.
Well, then maybe you know if the general and his wife are joining your father and me tonight. I sent over a note asking them to go to the theater with us, dear.
He doesn't know yet.
Oh, he doesn't? And how do you know that?
He hasn't had a chance to ask his wife.
Are you inferring that a general who makes decisions involving thousands of men has to ask his wife if he can go out?
Yes, sir.
Mary, do you consider that democracy?
No, sir. That's marriage.
Hello, Dad, Mother.
Robert!
Robert,
oh,
well,
Robert!
Robert! Did you bring me any guns?
It's so good to see you. You look fine.
Oh, Robert, I've been so worried. We expected you in on leave last night. Sit down and have some breakfast. There's muffins and the war's over. Isn't it wonderful?
It is wonderful, and I'm starved.
Did you get wounded any place?
No.
Oh.
Did you want your brother to get wounded?
Everybody I know has a wounded brother but me.
Well, I'm glad I can't accommodate you.
Sit down and have some breakfast, my son. Sit down.
We're going to the theater tonight, Robert. Would you like to go?
Oh, I don't think so, thank you, Mother. I think I'd just like to sit around and enjoy being home tonight.
If anyone asks me, that is what I'd say.
When you're bigger, we'll ask you.
Well, I'd better be getting back to my desk. Speaker Colfax is coming over this morning to discuss government policy, and Congressman Cole from California, and John Creswell, and...
Father, why do they call it Good Friday?
It's the day that Christ was crucified, son.
Well, why do they call it good?
Because Christ was good.
But it wasn't a Good Friday. It was a bad Friday.
Son, I don't have the time to talk to you about it now, but you and I'll have a talk in the morning, shall we?
I'll be glad once tomorrow.
Why?
I don't like today.
You mean you don't like this day, or you don't like Good Friday?
I don't know which it is, but it isn't a good day. It's a bad day.
Son.
It's a bad day.
Well, son, don't talk like that.
Yeah, I wonder why you should feel that way, my boy.
You didn't feel that way until I came in, did you?
No.
I know what it is. I've heard men talk like that at the front, just before a battle. It's a sudden feeling of death in the air. It's because I've come back from the front.
Theodore, come on. Let's you and I go see to your fruit stand.
Yes, sir.
You'll forget all about it in a few minutes.
It's not you, Robert. I know it isn't you. It's Good Friday.
Come on, dear.
Go with your mother, son.
Yes, sir.
It's strange.
Don't worry about it. He's pretty sensitive, and the combination of Good Friday and me coming back.
And I'll have to talk to him about Easter the first minute I can. I don't think he understands it at all.
Dear,
Hmm?
do you mind terribly if we don't go to see Aladdin?
Oh, I thought you wanted to see Aladdin.
Well, Laura Keene is playing in Our American Cousin, and it's a benefit as well as her last appearance there, and I thought it might be nice if we went to see her.
Well, why not, if that's what you'd enjoy, my dear?
All right. I'll send word to the theater.
Robert, you go ahead with your breakfast. I'm going to the War Department.
Right.
You take a look at your brother after a while and see if he's all right, will you?
Sure.
You'll find him in the grand corridor selling apples.
Oh, sure. Doing what?
Selling apples.
What for?
For money.
He's going to make money selling apples?
He thinks he is, but by the time he reimburses the White House kitchen for whatever he talked them out of, pays the carpenter for the use of the bench, and pays the government rent on the space in the corridor, he's not going to come out very well. I'll see you this afternoon. Robert, I'm awfully glad you're home.
Well, good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. General, it's good to see you. How are you, sir?
Tired, but healthy as an ox.
I'm glad to hear it. You're looking well. Victory becomes you.
Thank you, sir.
You seem in unusual spirits today, Mr. President.
Yes. Sit down, gentlemen. Sit down. I woke up feeling genuinely happy for the first time in years. You know something? We're going to receive good news today, Stanton. And Stanton, last night I had that dream again.
Oh, did you, Mr. President?
What dream is that, sir?
Well, I've dreamt it before every one of the important events of the war. I dream that I'm on a strange ship, a singular, indescribable vessel, and that I'm moving towards a dark, indefinite shore. And every time I dream it, victory follows. Isn't that right, Mr. Secretary?
Well, that's what you say, Mr. President. I have no way of verifying your dreams.
By the way, General, my wife tells me she's invited you and your wife to the theater with us tonight.
Mr. President, you can't go to the theater tonight.
Why not?
It's not safe.
Oh, nonsense.
Why, if you and the General attended, it would be an admirable time for an assassin to kill both of you.
Oh, you're an alarmist, Stanton, isn't he, General?
I'm afraid I'm on the Secretary's side in this, Mr. President. I think it would be most unwise for you to make a public appearance at this time.
Well, I make public appearances every day, and nobody's shot me yet. You're getting to be a terrible nuisance, Stanton. For 3 years, every time I step out, cavalry, foot guards, plainclothes attendants spring from everywhere. I can't even go to the office alone.
It's one of the penalties of being president.
Oh, it's a lot of nonsense.
Well, sir, in any case, I couldn't accompany you because I'm starting for home this afternoon to see my children. It's been a long time since I've seen...
I understand. Please take them my good wishes.
Well, why don't you stay home and have a nice evening with your family, Mr. President?
Because I am going to the theater. I want a little relaxation. I'll take Eckert with me.
Now, sir...
Did you know Eckert can break a poker over his arm, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. President, whether Eckert can break a poker over his arm or not is completely outside the point.
Oh, no, it isn't. No assassin would dare touch me with Eckert along.
Eckert will be working with me tonight here at the War Department.
Mr. Secretary, I'll wager that you're the kind of a man that goes to a zoo and doesn't take any peanuts.
Whatever you may think of me, Mr. President, Eckert will still be working tonight.
Very well, Mr. Secretary. I'll take Major Rathbun along. He isn't under your jurisdiction.
Oh, Mr. President, if you'd only listen.
Oh, smile, Mr. Secretary. The war is over. Peace is at hand. Surely even the President of the United States is entitled to one evening of relaxation.
But he doesn't have to go to the theater for it.
No, sir. I am going to the theater. My wife's going to get dressed up in her prettiest gown, and we're going to forget there was such a thing as a war for one whole evening. I tell you, today is my day, Stanton. From beginning to end, it's my day.
Very well, Mr. President.
You will see that Major Rathbun receives my invitation.
Yes, I'll see that he receives it.
Good. Come, General. It's time for the cabinet meeting.
Yes, Mr. President.
It does me good to get the best of you once in a while, Mr. Secretary. There's nothing I enjoy more than to win an argument with you.
I hope you have won this argument, Mr. President. I sincerely hope you've won it.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You know, it's been said that youth is too good to be wasted on the young. Well, that point is, of course, a moot one, but it is a fact that youth is too good to be wasted on tuberculosis, which took nearly 50,000 victims last year alone. 50,000 wasted lives is tragic. But the real tragedy lies in the fact that these deaths were unnecessary because tuberculosis can be cured if detected in time. Now, in the early stages, TB frequently has no symptoms, but its presence is easily detected with a chest X-ray. In some places, you can get a chest X-ray free or at a nominal cost through your local tuberculosis association or health department. To be sure that you're not one of the over 500,000 people in the United States estimated to have TB, to protect yourself, to protect your family, have a chest X-ray taken as soon as possible. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed the name of the president in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. After the cabinet meeting, the president had his lunch, and the excited voices of the people jubilantly crowding the streets of Washington lifted inside him. It was their day, and it was his. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the Union. After lunch, he started for his office.
Would you like to buy an apple, sir?
Oh, hello, son. Yes, I think an apple is just what I need to polish off my lunch. Tell me, how's business?
Oh, here you are. 5 cents, please.
Well, I have it right here.
Business is slow this afternoon. Most everyone is going to church.
Yes, of course, of course. Oh, that reminds me. I must think about some sort of an Easter message.
Father, why was Christ crucified?
Well, because there were people who hated him, son. People who didn't understand what he was trying to do.
Bad people?
Do you know what Christ said about them as he was dying? He said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
And this was the day it happened?
Yes. This was the day it happened.
Well, could he have saved himself?
Yes.
Well, why didn't he?
Because he wanted to show you and me and all the people before us and after us that death was not an end, that we should not be afraid.
Well, I'm afraid today, Father.
Of what, my boy?
I don't know. Could I sleep with you tonight?
Of course, of course.
Do you have to go to the theater?
Now, don't you start on me.
Well, I'm lonesome for you.
How could you be lonesome for me when I'm right here?
Well, I know, but I'm still lonesome for you.
Son, I don't quite understand what's wrong with you today. I don't know what to say to you.
Oh, here you are. This is the hardest house to find anyone in. Dear, I wondered if you wanted to take anyone else on our drive this afternoon. You have so many old friends in town.
Oh, no. Let's you and I go by ourselves this afternoon. Mary, what do you think about the theater party? Do you still want to go?
Well, dear, it's been announced that you'll be there now, and I think they've planned some special ceremony.
Oh, then of course we'll go. I wouldn't want to disappoint the people.
I thought you wanted to go.
Well, I did, but Robert's come home and the little fellow was upset. Well, it's been announced and we'll go. I'd better get to my office.
The carriage will be ready late this afternoon.
Good, I'll enjoy a ride. This time of year, it's nice to get out into the country. Oh there.
Why are you stopping, dear?
Oh, it's so beautiful out here today. You know, Mary, it's good to be alive and to have you and the boys and a land like this to live in. Mary, as soon as these 4 years are over, let's find ourselves a farm on the banks of the Sangamon. And I'll take up my law practice again. Would you like that?
I'd love it.
And you and I will go to the country dances and show our children a thing or two, and I'll kiss you in the moonlight on the way home, just as though we were courting all over again, huh?
Oh, my dear, I love you so. Maybe the last few years I haven't said it as often as I felt it, but I respect you and honor you and love you with my whole heart. And to have you to myself again. Oh, my dear, if it only happens.
It's going to happen, my dear. We're going to settle down and live happily ever after. You and I and the children.
You know, I've only seen you this joyous once before in my whole life.
The night before we were married?
No. The night before our son William died.
Mary?
It's almost frightening to see you like this. as though someone thought, let him be very happy today. Let him laugh, so that he'll be able to take the tears that will come tomorrow.
Mary.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I've been thinking it all day.
You and the boy.
It's foolish of me. Come on, dear. We better start back. You still have some more interviews and another trip to the War Department to make before we can go to the theater.
All right, Mary. All right. Come on, boy. Hey.
It's an exciting day, isn't it, Mr. President?
Yes, it is indeed, Mr. Crook. I'm sorry you have to walk along with me. I'm sure you'd like to be celebrating.
I'll celebrate later, sir.
You know, I've been doing a lot of thinking today. I'm always joking with Stanton about all this mythical assailant, but I believe there are men who want to take my life. And I have no doubt they'll do it.
This isn't like you, Mr. President.
And it would be easy to do this very minute. Someone could shoot from a window or from around a corner.
If anything happened to you, sir, it'd be the end of the country.
Oh, don't you think it for 1 minute. This country isn't dependent on any one man. It isn't the leader that makes the country. It's the country that makes the leader. It isn't the man that makes the office of president. It's the office of president that makes the man. I am what the majority of the American people who elected me want me to be. When someone else takes my place, he'll be what the majority want him to be, or he won't be president very long.
But still, sir, a man must have the makings of a president in him.
Well, if a man is a good American, then he has the makings of a president. Oh, no, my friend. The loss of a single man can never hurt this nation. It will always put another man in office and go on. The nation may grieve, it may have a sense of loss, but it will go on.
Well, sir, we'll hope that it won't have to go on without you.
You know, Crook, I love this land of mine. I love her voices, the voices of the storms and the winds, the voice of the hammer and the saw, the voice of the railroad splitting the prairie with the challenge of civilization, the voice of the people arguing and growing by their arguments, learning more and more every day what freedom means and liberty. I hope I shall be listening to them for a long time yet. Don't misunderstand me. I have perfect confidence in every one of you men around me. I know no one could kill me and escape alive. But if it is to be done, it is impossible to prevent it. What is to be, will be. Isn't that right, Crook?
I don't know, sir.
I know. What is to be, will be. Madam President, I'm sure you're the grandest lady in Washington tonight. Turn around and let me view the other extremity of that gown.
Do you like it?
I'm overpowered by your elegance.
Come on, Mr. President. We don't want to miss the curtain.
All right, I'm ready.
Where are your gloves?
What gloves? Oh, they're in my pocket.
Well?
Mary, do I have to put them on? They're so uncomfortable.
You're the president, dear.
Oh, well, I never would have run for office. I'd known I'd have to wear gloves.
Well, you can put them on just before we get to the theater. Carriage is waiting. Oh, it's a fine evening.
Yes. Be careful of your dress, my dear. Good evening, Major Rathman. Here, my dear, let me help you in.
Thank you. Oh, how do you do, Major Rathman? It's so nice to have you with us.
Father!
Excuse me, my dear. Tell me, what is the matter, son? What is
I
it?
found out what Good Friday's about. I found out what Easter's about.
Now. Here. Tell me, what is it about, son?
It's about death. They buried him, and they sealed him in the tomb. It's about death.
No, son. It isn't about death. You've missed the whole point. It isn't about death. It's about resurrection.
Do you have to go to the theater?
Yes, of course I do. You know that. But I'll see you when I get home. Maybe I'll wake you up and you and I will have a glass of milk together, huh? Would you like that? Good Friday will be over then.
Yes, Father.
So run along up to bed. Good night, son.
Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye.
you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
During the time the greatest story ever told has been on the air, it has won numerous awards from leading church authorities, critics, and newspapers. But some of the most memorable tributes to this Sunday evening program have been from the listeners themselves. Many of the letters people have written have been letters of appreciation, both to the sponsor and ABC, for dramatizing the powerful, inspiring story of the man who led the greatest life ever lived. Through the years, his messages and teachings have stood out like a beacon, giving courage and inspiration to millions. So listen today and every Sunday for the greatest story ever told when it's heard over these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, I hope you enjoy the play, Major Rathbun and Miss Harris.
I'm sure we will.
We had originally planned to go to Grover's Theater, but Mary thought as long as it was Miss Keene's closing performance, we should go to Ford's.
Well, it's supposed to be a very worthwhile evening.
Here we are.
Oh, look at all the people. Put on your gloves, dear.
Yes, Mary, yes. Come, ladies, let me help you out. I'm sure this will be a memorable evening for all of us.
Right this way, sir. Your box is ready for you, Mr. Lincoln.
By transcription. No matter who is managing the enterprise or who has gone to expense, that still does not alter the basic principles involved. We must concern ourselves with only one problem: the security of America.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
This afternoon's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind, sources of inspiration and courage to young and old alike. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents, the men who became the leaders of their country. The American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and the study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. Listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was lunchtime, and the president was wandering rather disconsolately around the White House, rather plaintively calling, "Lucy? Lucy? Lucy!"
Well, what's the matter, Father?
Webb, have you seen your mother anyplace?
Well, yes, several places.
Where?
Well, she was up in the attic a few hours ago, and then she was down in the cellar. Then I saw her out gathering some flowers, and then...
Well, have you seen her recently?
How recently?
Webb, I'm hungry.
Oh, well, I'm sure lunch is ready.
I was in the dining room, but your mother wasn't there.
Well, the last time I saw her, she was on her way upstairs. She seemed in quite a hurry.
She's always in a hurry. Do you know that being married to the woman who was the wife of the President of the United States can be quite a problem?
Even if you're the president?
Especially if you're the president.
Well, with this big party you're giving, Mother has a lot of problems.
Well, right now, I'd much rather have my lunch than give a party.
Well, don't let Mother know it. After all, a girl's silver wedding anniversary only comes once in her lifetime.
I suppose.
Why don't you see if she's upstairs?
I guess I will.
And I'll take a look in the kitchen for you. We'll meet back in the dining room in 10 minutes.
All right, son. Lucy? Lucy! Why, Lucy. Lucy, are you crying?
Oh, gracious, no. I just... There was something in my eye, and
Why, Lucy, I can't think when I've ever seen you cry. What on earth is wrong?
Well, you know about the party for the silver wedding anniversary.
Yes, of course I know.
You know how we planned to go through with the marriage ceremony again, just as we did. The same minister, the same attendants, everything just as it was.
Yes, of course.
Well, I just got out my wedding dress, and I put it on, and...
And what?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not just as I was.
Oh, I see.
I can't begin to fasten it.
Well, now, you were a bit on the skinny side then, as I recall.
On the skinny side?
Mm-hmm.
As I recall, the word you used 25 years ago was... slender, Mr. President.
Well, 25 years ago, I didn't have the vocabulary I have now. Who would have thought then that today I would be the President of the United States?
I would. I was sure of it.
25 years ago, Lucy, I thought you were the prettiest girl in Cincinnati. Today, I know you're the most beautiful woman in the world.
25 years ago, I thought I was the happiest woman in the world. Today, I know I am.
Oh, look, you can let that dress out at the seams, can't you?
Oh, yes, they made them very ample in those days.
Well, then we've solved that problem.
Oh, my goodness, I'm hungry. It must be almost lunchtime.
Is it? Well, let me look at my watch. Why, Lucy, it's already half after the hour.
My goodness. Well, let's go down and eat. I'm famished. Remind me not to eat any dessert today, will you, my dear?
Yes, I will.
I do wish we could have planned the party just to include the actual guests that were at the wedding before.
Yes, that would have been nice, but then we might have offended a lot of friends we've made since then.
Well, I had them stack the invitations on your desk so that you can add a personal note.
Well, I'd better get at that. That's going to take a long time.
Oh, you don't have to say very much. Just, I hope you'll come, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Could you start it this afternoon?
Well, this afternoon there's a cabinet meeting.
Oh.
We have to settle the Panama question.
That's very serious, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, you found her.
You were right. She was upstairs.
Well, here, let me help you with your chair, Mother.
Oh, thank you, Webb.
Have you decided who I have to bring to the party?
I'm still thinking about it. I'll let you know. I have so many friends with daughters of your age.
Mother, that's just the trouble. Please don't make me bring 8 girls the way you did the last time you gave a party.
Well, I should think you'd be very pleased to be able to accomplish so many beautiful young ladies, Webb.
Oh, 8 girls. You don't have a chance to make an impression or get an impression.
Well, that has its advantages, too.
Why, Mother. Dad, do you think you're going to be just as nervous when you get married this time as you were the first time?
I don't see why I should. She can't possibly change her mind at the last moment this time.
Well, there was no question of my changing my mind the first time.
You know, this is going to be very interesting for me. It's probably one of the few times a son has ever been able to attend the marriage of his parents.
Well, if you're going around saying things like that, Webb, would you mind saying the second marriage of his parents?
Well, that doesn't sound very nice either. That sounds like something went wrong with the first marriage.
Oh, you're too sensitive, Mother.
There's a cabinet meeting this afternoon, Webb.
Yes, I know, Father.
I've got to take a strong stand on the Panama question.
Then you are still opposed to the French building a canal across Panama?
Oh, of course I am. You know that.
Well, I've heard some rumors that perhaps you were changing your mind on that.
No. I'm completely opposed to any foreign country building a canal across Panama. I consider any such action a violation of the Monroe Doctrine. But if it can be avoided, I don't want to make an open issue of the situation with the French government.
Why not?
Because of diplomatic reasons.
There are also rumors that certain members of your cabinet are in favor of the French building the canal.
Oh, I can't imagine for what reasons.
Well, possibly for financial reasons, Father.
Why do you say that, Webb?
Oh, I'm not the one that says it, Father. Those are just the rumors.
I see. Well, the matter will be taken up again at the cabinet meeting today, and we will see where we are then.
I wonder if you're going to be able to get into your trousers.
You wonder what?
Well, after all, 25 years are 25 years on your figure, too.
Well, they may have to be let out across the... Yes, they may at that. Would you ring the bell, please, for some lunch, Lucy? I'm starved. Well, gentlemen of the cabinet, that is about all I wish to say at this time, except this. It hasn't been more than a few years since the French were doing their best to take over Mexico. Now, here they are again. This action is in opposition to the Monroe Doctrine, and I believe is a threat to the freedom of this country. There is no justifiable reason in the world why the French should control a canal across Panama.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Secretary Thompson.
As Secretary of the Navy, Mr. President, I must say that I feel impelled to state that I fail to see what harm it will do to this country if the French build a canal. After all, we will benefit from the use of this canal, too.
We cannot allow a foreign country to have the power on this continent that domination of such a canal would give them.
But the French have already gone to great expense to bring over equipment and workmen to Panama. De Lesseps himself is managing the enterprise.
Secretary Thompson, no matter who is managing the enterprise or who has gone to expense, that still does not alter the basic principles involved. We must concern ourselves with only one problem: the security of America.
Why, Webb, what are you doing up at this hour?
Oh, I'm on my way to bed.
Are you just getting in at 2 in the morning?
Oh, no. I've been in a little while. And what are you doing up?
Well, I was hunting for your father. I don't suppose you've seen him anyplace.
Don't tell me he's out at this hour.
Well, he hasn't come to bed. He was sitting in the bedroom talking to me, and evidently I fell asleep. Because the next thing I knew, the clock was striking 1:30, and he was nowhere in sight. I can't find him anyplace.
Have you tried the office?
Well, I don't know what he'd be doing in there at this hour.
Oh, come on, let's have a look.
Who were you out with tonight?
Oh, a very pretty girl.
Really? I didn't know you were going out.
Well, no, I didn't tell you. I wanted to go out with one girl, not 10. And if you had known I was going out, you'd have made me take along every other young lady you could think of that didn't have anything to do tonight.
Now, I tell you, sir, I've had about all I can stand. You'll see things my way on Panama, or if you don't, you'll do them my way, whether you see them that way or not.
Why, Mr. President, who are you talking to?
Oh, Secretary of the Navy Thompson.
But he isn't in here. Webb, he's out of his head.
Oh, no, he isn't. He's just rehearsing. Isn't that right, Father?
Well, I was just getting a few things off my mind, Lucy. There were a few things I didn't say today that I wanted to say.
Well, do you have to say them to an empty office at 2 in the morning?
Oh, that's the safest place to say them, Lucy.
You come along to bed this minute. What the very idea. It's after 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, I signed those silver wedding anniversary invitations.
Oh, I'm glad of that.
Oh, there was sure a pile of them. I don't expect to have to use my signing arm again for days.
You know, I've been wondering if we should invite Amy and her family.
Go ahead.
But then we'll have to invite the Watermans and the Snells. They go every place together. And we really should have Mr. Waterman's parents. They're such strong party members.
Oh, Lucy, sometimes you surprise me.
Turn out the light, will you, Webb?
Oh, yes, Mother.
Who would ever think of you thinking about anyone being a good party member?
Every day I'm in the White House, I learn something more about being the president's wife.
Say, Webb.
Yes, Father?
You know, I've been thinking about something you said all day. What did you mean when you said certain members of my cabinet might be in favor of the French Canal for financial reasons?
Well, I said there were rumors, Father.
What kind of rumors?
That certain members of your cabinet are also in the employ of the French company that's building the canal?
I don't believe it.
Well, I admit it's a pretty shocking statement.
Have you any proof of that, Webb?
No, Mother, it's only something I heard. May have been only idle gossip.
Well, I'm going to have to find out, Webb. I can't believe that any member of my cabinet would be either so deceitful or so stupid. But I'm going to have to find out.
What are you going to do? Ask Secretary Thompson?
Why do you say Secretary Thompson?
Who else would it be? Who's been fighting for the French in Panama?
I hope we're wrong, Webb.
So do I, Father.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Another member of the wedding party can't get into her dress.
Who?
Your niece, Laura.
Oh, well, I guess she can't. She was a very small girl at the time of the wedding.
25 years can bring a lot of changes, can't it?
It certainly can. Yeah. Oh, I'm certainly sleepy.
Well, good night, Father. Good night, Mother.
Good night, dear.
Good night, my son.
Yeah, I hope when I reach my silver wedding anniversary, I have as much to look back on as you two.
I hope you have too, son. And I hope you find a girl half as lovely as your mother.
Well, I hope Mother will let me marry one girl. The way she's been making me go out with droves of them lately, I'm beginning to wonder if she wants me to marry 8 or 10 just to make her friends happy.
Oh, now, where?
And I'll tell you something. You're the only woman in the world that could make me go out with as many as you do.
You know, Mr. President, methinks this gentleman doth protest too much.
Methinks so too, Madam President. Methinks so too. Well, let's get to our dreaming, Lucy. Let's switch tonight. You dream about Panama, and I'll dream about the silver wedding anniversary. Or, why don't you dream about both of them and just let me dream about you?
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The National Safety Council reports that highway accidents are being reduced and lives being saved, but they are still a national problem. Major causes of traffic casualties are speed, drink, and carelessness. Driving too fast for road conditions is one of the most common causes of traffic accidents. Next to speed, driving on the wrong side of the road was reported as the most frequent driver violation of common sense and the safety laws. And 1/4 of fatal accidents involve a driver or pedestrian who has been drinking. Take the responsibility on yourself. Every motorist and every pedestrian should obey traffic signs and signals. Never drive after drinking. Never drive on the wrong side of the road. Watch for warnings on grade crossings. Be alert and careful every moment you're behind the wheel, for accidents don't always happen to the other fellow. The life you save may be your own. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, in Washington just a few years ago. Things were very busy at the executive mansion. The president was deep in his investigations of Panama and the French Canal, and his wife was in a flurry of arrangements for the silver wedding celebration. The morning of the party, she was up early.
Well, good morning, Madam President.
Why, good morning, Mr. Secretary. You're up early.
I was about to say the same to you. The President asked me to come by early before the cabinet meeting.
Charles, how do the curtains look to you?
Why, they look like curtains.
But do they look all right?
They look in perfect health.
You see, we had to reverse them. I've been working on them most of the night.
Reverse them?
Congress won't give us any new ones. Oh, don't touch that chair.
Oh, sorry.
That's put there to cover the worn place in the carpet. In fact, almost every piece of furniture in this room is placed to cover a worn spot in the carpet.
I'm going to have to tell my wife about this. She thinks she's the only woman in the country that has to put a piece of furniture over a worn spot. She'll be very surprised to know that such things go on in the executive mansion, too.
Well, we really do have quite a struggle sometimes to keep up appearances. This house gets such active use between the government and the sightseers.
Yes. You all ready for the party?
Oh, Charles, tonight when the party begins, I'm still not going to be ready for it. You'll excuse me, won't you? I have a million things to do.
Of course I will.
There aren't enough hours in the day.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Webb.
Please come in, sit down. I don't think Father will be much longer. He's in conference right now.
Already?
Well, the day started before daybreak around here today. Father's been in conference over an hour. I don't think he'll be much longer.
I asked you to come here this morning because I understand you are a member of the French Canal Company.
I understand that, Monsieur President.
I must ask you quite frankly if any members of my cabinet are in your employ.
Monsieur President, why do you oppose the canal?
I have not opposed the canal.
Not openly, no. It is a great thing we are trying to bring about. It can be of enormous benefit to the world, and we are fighting against almost overwhelming odds. Fever, pestilence, heat, mosquitoes, flies.
I know that. I know it is a brave fight you are waging. But as a Frenchman, how would you like it if we came over and started a similar project across the south of France?
But Panama is not in America.
No, but it is on this continent.
There are many countries beside France on our continent, Monsieur President, but we do not presume to tell them what to do. Panama has no objections to us.
Panama is a small country. You are a large and powerful nation. What good would it do her to object?
Do you wish to build the canal, Monsieur President?
Frankly, I believe that if a canal is to be built, America should build it.
But you have not conveyed these thoughts to the French government, have you?
I have not made an issue of them with the French government.
Well, then why do you say these things to me? I am not a member of the government.
I am aware of that. I am saying them to you because you are a member of the French Canal Company, and because you can answer my questions as to whether any members of my cabinet are in your employ.
Monsieur President, all Americans are not as opposed to our canal as you are. That is all I will tell you.
Thank you. That is all you have to tell me. Well, I think that is all we have to discuss.
Good day, Monsieur President.
Good day.
Oh, my congratulations, sir, on your silver wedding anniversary.
Thank you. Oh, Charles. Charles, come in. Webb, I want you to send a message to the Secretary of the Navy's house and ask him to come here at once.
Yes, Father.
Come in, Charles. I want to talk to you about this situation. Oh, here comes Lucy, still in her apron and her dust cap.
Has anyone seen a man with a basket of crystal pendants?
What? What did you say?
Crystal pendants for the chandeliers. He comes over to replace the broken ones every once in a while, and he was due here over an hour ago.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Well, if you do see him, send him right into the blue room, will you?
All right, Mother.
My dear, the British minister is stopping by with some friends he wants to present to you.
Yes, dear. Now, let me see. Chandeliers, curtains, punch, cakes, napkins.
Come on, Charles. I'm not sure Lucy is even in the same planet today. And hurry up that message, will you, Webb?
Oh, yes, Father.
Chairs, curtains. No, I fixed the curtains. Plates, forks, knives, spoons, glasses. Flowers. Oh.
I'm sorry, ma'am. They asked me to wait here.
Why, you're crying. What's wrong?
It's nothing, ma'am. I'm sorry. I just gave in to my feelings for a moment there.
You're the war veteran that was to have his picture taken today, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course. They told me you were coming, but with all the commotion, they sent your uniform directly here.
Yes, I have it on.
Well, it looks very well. You're going to take a splendid photograph.
Yes, but I...
Oh, I see what the trouble is. They didn't sew your sergeant's stripes on the uniform, did they?
No. They just put them in loose in the box.
Well, we can fix that in a moment. Now, you sit down on that divan, and I'll sew those stripes right on. I even have a needle and thread in my pocket. Isn't that fortunate?
Oh, bless you, ma'am. Thank you.
Now, I'll just sit here on the floor in front of you. We'll have those stripes on in no time. You must forgive all the excitement today. You see, it's our silver wedding anniversary.
Yes, Father said we should wait for the president's wife.
Oh, Here I am, Sir Edward, right over here on the floor. If you don't mind giving me a hand, I'll be so happy to meet your friends.
Why, of course, Lucy. Here you are.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wife of the President of the United States.
Secretary Thompson, what do you mean when you say you saw no harm in accepting money from the French Canal Company while you were a member of my cabinet?
In becoming an employee of the French Canal Company, I was still able to do my job as a member of your cabinet, Mr. President.
I cannot agree with you, Mr. Secretary.
Have you found anything to criticize in the way I have been running my department, Mr. President?
Mr. Thompson, I find a great deal to criticize in anyone who is a public official taking bribes.
Bribes, Mr. President? Did you say bribes, sir?
That's exactly what I said, Mr. Secretary. You were given a position with the Canal Company in the hope that you would use any influence you might have with me and with the people to get them to accept the French Canal Company. And you tried very hard to do just that.
Mr. President, I never looked upon the position as a bribe, sir.
Well, however you look at it, that's what it amounts to. Mr. Secretary, I will write you a note immediately accepting your resignation.
Yes, Mr. President.
How do I look, Mr. President?
Now, my dear, you look exactly as I dreamed you would look on our silver wedding anniversary.
So do you.
And I'm happier than even I dreamed of being after these years with you.
All I could wish for everyone is that they're as happy as we are.
Oh, wait a minute, my dear. You're losing a hairpin here.
Thank you. Oh, careful. Don't muss my hair. You know how long it took to get it in place tonight. Well, are you all straightened out on the Panama situation?
Yes, there's going to be a new Secretary of the Navy in the cabinet, though.
Oh, I see.
You know, I don't think the canal's going to be completed just now.
Why?
I just don't think that anyone's equipped yet to conquer all the things that have to be conquered in Panama before it can be completed. I think de Lesseps has a magnificent dream that the future may see realized, but I don't think de Lesseps or any of us living today will ever see a Panama Canal.
It's time to go down, my dear.
Oh. Well, my arm, Lucy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, my dear, for making the days pass so happy that the days ahead seem wonderful to look forward to. Thank you for making these years that we have been growing older so completely happy that sunset seems far more desirable than dawn. Thank you for making it possible for me to say today that with you beside me, there is nothing in the past I want to go back to. That everything still lies ahead as long as your arm is in mine and we are together.
Oh, Mr. President.
In short, my dear, thank you for this silver wedding anniversary. If I am elected to this office, which I do not seek, I will not be a party president. I will be a president of all of the people.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known transcribed stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In a moment, we'll present Edward Arnold in tonight's Mr. President drama. You know, too many of us think of history as a boring collection of dull names, dates, and places. We forget that historical figures were once living, breathing human beings, possessed of the same driving emotions that dominate our own times. They loved and hated, aspired and dreamed, even as we do today. It's the loss of these humanizing qualities that makes so many history texts mere listings of dry statistics. In the preparation of the Mr. President scripts, on the other hand, every effort is made to bring you not only carefully checked facts, but with them the color and atmosphere of the times in which each episode takes place. If, after hearing tonight's story, you had the feeling that you've been transported back through time for an actual visit to the period and place in which it occurred, these efforts will have succeeded. Now for tonight's drama starring Edward Arnold, and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
It was a January day in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. In a rose-covered cottage, the newly elected president and his wife were getting ready to leave for their new residence in Washington.
Oh, dear. Why did this have to happen to us?
I'm still trying to figure it out myself, Peggy. I guess it's what the people wanted.
Well, it isn't what I wanted. I wish you'd declined the nomination.
Well, I tried to, my dear, but when the people want you to serve, it seems a little ungrateful to turn your back on them.
I know, but I do wish you'd lost the election.
It may not be too bad. Other people have lived in the White House before without being miserable.
Oh, but not our kind of people. We'll have to be dressing up all the time and putting on company manners. Oh, dear.
Now, don't you fret about that. They'll take us as we are, or they can stay away. We're not dressing up or putting on airs for anybody.
That's what you say now. Didn't you order 2 suits made by that New Orleans tailor?
Well, yes, but only because Colonel Bliss made such a big fuss about how I couldn't wear this homespun suit in Washington. That reminds me. Those suits should be getting here pretty soon. If they don't, I'll have to leave without them.
It breaks my heart to think of leaving here. After all those years of living at army posts in the wilderness, we finally get a nice home with a garden and friendly folk all around us. And what happens? We have to go to Washington.
I'm a soldier, Peggy. I have to go where they send me. It'll only be for 4 years.
It seems such a shame. If only that nominating committee hadn't sent you a second letter notifying you about it.
It was a lucky thing for them they put postage on the second one. I hope I put them in their place when I refused to accept that first letter. If anybody wants to write me, they pay the postage.
Do you suppose they'll think you're kind of close?
I don't care if they do. I am close. I have to be. Those fellows in Washington don't realize how many years I've been scrimping and saving to pay off that note I signed for a friend.
Yes, and it's cost you $20,000. But you didn't have to pay. You could have gotten out of it.
Sure, but I don't do business that way. Anything I sign, I'm good for. Oh, that reminds me, Peggy. That box of old papers in the closet. You'll be sure to pack them along, too.
My land, what do you want those old papers for? They've all got writing on them.
Only on one side. I might have to do a lot of writing in the White House. No sense in me or the government having to buy new paper.
Oh.
That's wasting money.
Whatever you say, dear. Oh, my sake, you've lost another button from your coat.
Oh, good heavens, so I have. I don't know what happens to buttons with me. They just seem to pop off.
Well, you're not as slim as you used to be. I have my button box right here. Now, take off your coat, dear, and I'll sew a new button on.
Let me see what kind of a button you're sewing on first.
Why, this one. It's a good, strong one.
Oh, you sure it's a button made in this country? I won't have any cloth or buttons not made in America.
It's American, dear. I bought it at Smith's dry goods store.
All right, then, here's the coat.
Oh, that sounds like Colonel Bliss by his knock.
I'll never be able to figure out how you can tell who's at the door by the way they knock. Don't get up, my dear. Don't get up. I'll let him in.
Well, he's been into town. Maybe he's brought some news.
Oh, come in, Colonel.
How are you today, Mr. President?
Oh, I'd feel better if I didn't have to leave. Don't stand there with your arms full of packages. Come on in. Sit down. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
What's in the packages, William?
Oh, hello. Well, I see you're sewing on buttons again.
He's always losing them.
Well, he'll have plenty of new buttons to lose. I met the messenger bringing these suits from Jessup the tailor, and so I just brought them in myself.
Well, good. It's about time. Let's see what they look like,
From what Jessup's boy tells me, a lot of men went in to see these suits he was making for you.
Oh, it's none of their business. Let's have a look.
Oh, I think they're very nice. But what's in the pockets?
What makes them bulge so? Why, these are letters.
That's what I was going to tell you, sir. Apparently, Jessup made himself a tidy sum charging the office seekers who wanted to put letters in your pockets.
These are all letters from office seekers? In my new suits? They start early.
You see what you'll have to go through from now on. Oh, I do wish you hadn't been elected. I know we won't like Washington.
Aren't you up rather early, Mr. President?
Early? This isn't early, Mr. Crawford. It's the middle of the morning. I've been at work since 6. Every day this week, too.
But what on earth for?
Oh, to interview the people who want jobs, of course. Seems like everybody in the country wants to work for the government.
Well, that's one of the penalties of being an incoming president. But maybe you're being too conscientious about this nuisance.
Oh, I have to talk to everybody who wants to see me, don't I? I'm president of all the people.
True enough, but the word has gone around that you're being kind to a fault, sir. Job seekers are unduly encouraged. I'm told that if you don't kick a man downstairs, he goes away and declares you promised him an office.
Well, I don't like to hurt anyone's feelings, but if a man gets a job from me, he knows it right away. Well, Mr. Crawford, I'm glad of this chance to get better acquainted with one of my new cabinet officers.
The pleasure's mine, sir. And I want to thank you again for appointing me Secretary of War.
You made a good record as a governor, and I'm sure you'll do equally well in this post. Now, Mr. Crawford, we have a few problems with those new western states.
I should say we do, sir. Quite a fuss going on between North and South as to whether the new states should be slave or free.
Yes, I know. But I was elected to serve all the people and not to help one section of the country against another.
But I thought you were devoted to the interests of the South, sir, like me. You own a plantation yourself. You know our problem.
Well, the North has its problems, too, Mr. Crawford. I don't see why we have to have a tug of war and a balance of power with each new state admitted to the Union.
How can you avoid it?
Let the citizens of the new lands decide what kind of government they want. Nature itself and their needs will help them decide. You take the new Southwest, New Mexico. I want you to send a military officer to keep order down there until a territorial government can be established.
You'll be accused of high-handed dictatorial methods?
No doubt, but I can stand it.
They'll say you want to dictate what form of government New Mexico shall have.
Let them say what they please. I know just the opposite is true.
What about Texas? I know there's a large group there that wants to extend their boundaries to take in almost half of New Mexico.
Texas has a pretty big state right now. If its people get any more land, they'll have to do it legally. You send out that military officer to New Mexico.
As you wish, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Are you still busy, Mr. President?
Well, we were just finishing, my dear. Come in. I want you to meet Mr. Crawford. This is my wife, sir.
It's a great pleasure, madam.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to meet you.
You two have to have a lot in common, you know. You're both my secretaries of war.
That remark may lead to war, sir.
Why, what a thing to say. What will Mr. Crawford say?
Mr. Crawford knows I'm only teasing you, Peggy.
Of course I do. And I'll have to run along now. I've enjoyed our meeting, madam. Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Mr. Crawford. And you send that officer right out now.
I will.
Now, aren't you going to take time out for breakfast, dear?
Oh, in a little while, Peggy, in a little while. I still have some work to do.
My goodness, can't it wait? You've been working from early morning till late at night. Even a president is entitled to some time off for meals.
Well, I'm too stout.
Now, you're not at all.
No. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask Congress to lower the postal rates.
Oh, will Congress do it?
I think so. Now that this country finally has postage stamps, it's a shame that we should have different rates according to distance. Poor people like to write letters, too.
Well, you should know. You get plenty of them.
Anybody in the country should have the right to send a letter to the president. And he should be able to afford it, too. Letter writing shouldn't be a privilege of the rich.
You're right, dear. What postal rate will you ask for?
Well, I think 5 cents should be enough for a single letter, no matter what distance it's going. I think more people will write letters, and the Treasury will make just as much money out of it as they do now.
Of course, you can send your letters free.
Yes, but I won't always be president.
I hope not. It isn't like our home in Baton Rouge here. Oh, dear. Look, you've lost another button. And off your new suit.
Somehow I just can't keep track of buttons.
I know you've been losing them for 40 years. Let me have that coat.
Well, Peggy, you've been sewing them on for 40 years, and that seems like a fair division of labor.
I've just come from the House, sir. There's been quite a sharp debate about your military government in New Mexico.
I expected there would be, Colonel Bliss. My enemies there claim I'm trying to settle the entire slavery question single-handed.
Today, the charge was that you've exerted your influence and the coercion of military force to get the kind of government you want.
Not the kind I want, Colonel, and not the kind the South wants either.
Simply the kind of government New Mexico wants.
Will you reply to the charges, Mr. President?
Of course I will. We have to make clear to the congressman that any attempt to deny to the people of New Mexico the right of self-government will be looked on by them as an invasion of their rights. Now, here I've made some notes on the subject. Would you mind whipping them into shape?
Yes, sir. There's something else that will interest you.
What's that?
There's trouble in the Southwest, sir. Texas doesn't like having the military government in New Mexico.
If New Mexico is satisfied, I am. This is not the concern of Texas.
We have word that they're making it their concern, sir. Certain Texans don't like the idea of settlers rushing into New Mexico as they've been doing. And they like your military garrison even less. There's talk that Texas will send an armed force into the land to take over what they demand.
Texas will send no armed force into New Mexico while I am president. As things stand now, no court has jurisdiction. So the Congress must find some way of adjusting this matter. In the meantime, I am not going to let any group of land grabbers take things into their own hands.
Texas is supported by most of the southern states, sir.
And New Mexico is supported by most of the north. And my job is to preserve and to protect the Union. Colonel Bliss, there's only one thing to be done right now.
What's that, sir?
Send more soldiers to the military government in New Mexico.
But reinforcements at this time may start trouble.
And prevent a greater trouble in the future. I believe the Texans will think twice about invading a land which strong federal troops are guarding. Prepare the order for the reinforcements.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You may never have felt the pangs of hunger, but millions of Europeans have. You may never have had the experience of heartbreak in having to tell a child there's nothing to eat, but millions of Europeans have. You fortunately do not have to put up with Europe's hardships, but you can help those who do through CARE. CARE packages are the most efficient, most economical way to send food and clothing abroad on a person-to-person basis. CARE guarantees delivery of any one of its different types of food and clothing packages to individuals in Europe or Japan designated by you. Now, plus the familiar $10 package, CARE has a $5.95 budget food package for delivery in 11 European countries. Mail your check or money order to CARE, New York. Specify the type of package you want and give your name and address and the name and address of the recipient. Remember, through CARE you can send more for less. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out yet who the president was when these events were taking place? They really did happen, you know. The president's determination to send more soldiers to New Mexico was to meet with considerable opposition. Some of it came from his own cabinet.
Mr. President, I've read your order to send more troops to New Mexico. Brings me great distress.
I think it's the only course, Mr. Crawford.
I question whether it's a wise order this time, sir. You know the temper of the Texans.
Indeed I do. That's a good reason in itself for reinforcing our New Mexican garrison.
You are under criticism now, Mr. President, for assuming military authority in this new southwestern area. If you send more soldiers, it will add to the arguments of your critics.
Oh, fiddlesticks. My critics never lack arguments.
You know, of course, that if Texas gains the territory it demands in this boundary dispute, that the question of whether New Mexico comes in as a slave or a free state will automatically be avoided.
Avoided? By settling it in favor of the South?
I am from the South, sir.
So am I, sir. And I tell you, we settle nothing if New Mexico falls victim to Texas ambition. It will only stir up bitter strife in the North. I'm the head of a union of states, Mr. Crawford, and by thunder, it'll remain a union.
And what if this action precipitates a clash? What if Texans and government forces do battle?
That is a bridge we'll cross when we come to it. I don't believe we'll ever come to it.
I have reason to believe that we will.
Mr. Crawford, I am not here to argue this matter. It is my best judgment that the boundary question will be settled by legal means. And to assure that, I want more soldiers sent to New Mexico. You will sign the order, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I cannot sign this order.
Then, by heavens, I'll sign it myself.
Mr. Crawford.
Oh, hello, Congressman. What can I do for you?
We are fellow Georgians, Mr. Crawford. I'd like to know what you think of the president's disgraceful behavior in ordering more troops to New Mexico.
Well, I've been against the order, Mr. Stevens, but the president is an old soldier. He likes his own way.
Well, he'll not get it, sir. Did you see this article in the National Intelligencer?
Yes, I have. Say a battle is about to take place between Texans and government forces. They back up the president's action in their editorial, however.
They will publish my answer to that editorial, sir. I deny that it's the right or the duty of the United States Army to interfere or to prevent Texas from extending her jurisdiction.
I may be inclined to agree personally, Mr. Stevens, but I'm a cabinet officer. I'm afraid I can do very little to help you while I occupy this office.
This may mean war, sir. The first federal gun that shall be fired against the people of Texas without the authority of the law will be a signal for all free men from Delaware to the Rio Grande to rally to the rescue.
I don't know what can be done to stop it.
Well, I do. If the president does what he proposes to do, actually sends these troops to New Mexico, he will be impeached.
Mr. Stevens, you go too far. Who will impeach him?
I will, sir. Nobody else does. I was one of those who helped put him into the White House because I believed he would act like a true Southerner. Why, he's almost as bad as an abolitionist, sir. But what we make, we can break, even if he's the president.
Of the rascals to set up such a hue and cry before anything has happened. Are they spoiling for war?
Sit down, dear. You've been pacing about for hours.
I'm not tired. The colossal impudence of these hotheads who want to use Texas as a vehicle for war.
Mr. President, you are wearing out the carpet.
I am? Well, you can't let that happen to government property. Carpets cost money. I'll sit down, my dear.
Thank you. I'm tired just watching you pace back and forth.
I know, my dear. This has all been very unpleasant for you, too, and I'm very sorry.
Oh, it just makes me sick the way you've been working night and day to do for the country and then to see such ingratitude.
Well, some people are grateful for what's been accomplished. Good people, too. Can't please everybody.
The way they're talking about you in Congress and writing about you in the newspapers. A body would think you were an enemy of the people.
Well, I am an enemy of those people who think of themselves first and the Union second.
I often ask myself if it was for this that we left our good friends and our nice home in Baton Rouge. Why did we do it?
Because the people wanted me here, Peggy. I've been a public servant all my life. I go where I'm sent.
Oh, such a lovely garden I had at home. And I could tend the flowers myself, and nobody thought anything about it. I wouldn't dare do it here. It wouldn't be fitting for a president's wife. People would talk.
Well, let them. If it makes you happier to put around in the garden, my dear, you just go ahead and do it. They talk about my riding a horse around, too. Oh, but I don't care. It's good exercise.
Life was so much simpler in Louisiana.
Oh, we'll be back there, Peggy. We won't be in Washington forever. If some of these firebrands had their way, we wouldn't be here at all.
It'd almost be worth it. Our magnolias must be in full bloom there these days.
And I'll bet the fish are biting in the creek. My dear, why don't you take a little trip back home?
But what about you?
Oh, I have to stay here, but there's no reason why you can't go back.
What, and leave you here among the wolves? No, I can't do that. Besides, who'll sew on your buttons if I'm not here? Oh, Mr. President.
What is it? Have I lost another button?
No, but there's a tear in your coat.
There is? Where? Oh, well, so there is. That must have happened when I was riding early this morning.
Did you wear your new broadcloth suit on horseback? My goodness, when will you learn? Here, let me have it. I have my sewing basket right here.
Oh, thank you, my dear. You're so clever. I know the rip won't show just a little bit when you sew.
Now, don't you try to soft-soap me with your praises. You still shouldn't wear your good suit for riding.
Well, that's true. I'm not going to have suits made every year. Oh, and by the way, do you want to hear some good news?
I certainly do.
The White House is going to have that new gas lighting.
No. All over?
In every room. No more candles dripping or whale oil smelling up the place.
Why, that's wonderful news. But won't it be expensive?
Oh, I guess it will. I wouldn't have ordered it myself, but they did it without asking me. Now, do you still want to go back to Baton Rouge?
Yes, dear. But I'll wait. Here's your coat. Now, how does it look?
Oh, that looks fine. You can't even tell where it was torn. I hope I can keep the states together as well as you keep my clothes together. Come in.
President, Congressman Stevens is here to see you.
Oh, well, you better keep your sewing basket handy, Peggy. The fur may be flying.
Send him in, Colonel Bliss.
Yes, sir.
I'd better go. I might say something unladylike.
That's all right, my dear. I'll probably talk ungentlemanly. Goodbye, Peggy.
Oh, your servant, man.
Congressman.
Mr. President.
Have a chair, Mr. Stevens.
What I have to say is best said standing. Mr. President, I wish to ask you, sir. Do you want this country torn apart by war?
No, Mr. Stevens, I do not. Do you?
Of course not. But why do you act in a manner calculated to inflame the citizens of Texas and thereby the entire South?
Congressman, a military officer was sent to Santa Fe to enable the New Mexicans to hold a constitutional convention. That is the right and privilege of these people who soon hope to be admitted into the Union as a state.
Not according to the Texas viewpoint, sir. It believes the disputed territory should become counties of Texas.
I know. There's been enough pressure on me to know very well what the Texas viewpoint is. It is my opinion that Texas is not justified in her extreme claims. I will not stand for any seizure of territory.
You claim the right to settle the boundary issue by yourself?
No, I do not. I say such settlement is the duty of Congress or the Supreme Court. In the meantime, to assure an honest legal settlement, I have ordered the troops in New Mexico to be reinforced and directed that no armed force from Texas be permitted to go into that territory.
This, Mr. President, is a criminal folly that will lead to war. And the consequences will be on your own head, sir.
Oh, you speak in the voice of doom, sir. But I see no reason to hail you as a prophet.
If you want prophetic words, I will give them to you. If one shot is fired against the people of Texas, you will have launched a war. The cause of Texas will be the cause of the entire South. And you will learn that 15 states of this union with 7 millions of people cannot be easily conquered.
Mr. Stevens, you appear to forget that I am from the South myself.
It is not I who forgets it, sir.
I know the temper, the strength, and the frailty of the South as well as you. Better, perhaps, since I've lived longer than you, Congressman. I say there will be no war. The New Mexicans will peacefully decide what type of government they desire. The boundary issue will be resolved by peaceful, legal means.
Not if you persist in sending more troops. Southern officers will refuse to obey your orders if you send troops to coerce Texas.
Then I will command the army in person, and I will hang any man who is taken in treason against the Union.
And by what right do you take unto yourself such power?
The President is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy of the United States, sir. For the protection of the Union and its citizens, he is not required to give his reasons to any man.
This, then, is what comes of putting a soldier in the White House. The responsibility for what happens is on you, Mr. President.
I will accept all the responsibility, Mr. Stevens. You are too quick to anticipate trouble. There will be no trouble unless you stir it up.
Well, these are the latest dispatches, Mr. President.
There was no disturbance of any kind, Colonel Bliss?
None at all, sir. Your course was very wise.
It's the only thing to do. It isn't the president's job to play favorites, to help one side against the other. If only these calamity howlers could have seen that, we might have been spared a lot of unpleasantness.
The troops moved into New Mexico without an incident. The Texans made no effort to cross the border.
Well, no thanks to our hot-blooded friends in Congress. They'd have turned it into a war. Thank heavens the people in the Southwest have more sanity than some of their leaders.
To tell you the truth, now that it's over, I was a little frightened myself. You took a bold course, sir.
You know, Colonel, many years ago I learned that when you're right and you know it, you have to stand firm. You can't retreat or you're lost.
Well, sir, the excitement has subsided. New Mexico will be organized as a territory before long. And men like Horace Mann and Abraham Lincoln in Congress are applauding your judgment.
Solid men, both of them. They don't retreat when the odds are against them. You know, I think they'll amount to something someday. And I'm sure America will need men like that. Many men like that in the troubled years ahead. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Motorists, this message concerns you. It concerns your safety, the safety of those who ride with you, and of the pedestrian. The point is simple. Everyone knows that at this time of year you have to take special precautions with your car. But it's necessary to take special precautions with yourself, too. You have to consider the conditions of the roads and of your equipment when snow and ice hit. Get the feel of the road when you start out on any given day and adjust your speed to those conditions. Make sure that your headlights, defrosters, and windshield wipers are in A1 condition. Use tire chains for driving on snow and ice. Pump your brakes to slow down or stop instead of jamming into a skid. And lastly, give the car ahead plenty of leeway. The National Safety Council sums it up with, keep your wits and your windshield clear. Now, here is Edward Arnold.
And how do you find the White House now, my dear?
It's just wonderful. The East Room is all redecorated and newly carpeted, and these new chandeliers are so handsome.
And how about the new gaslight?
Oh, it's ever so much better. I can see everything more clearly. And, Mr. President.
Yes, dear.
I can see that you've torn another button off your suit.
Well, maybe we didn't need this new light after all.
I think we did, husband. And I'm not speaking only of this gaslight. I think New Mexico and all of the nation will be happy for the light of peace that shines over the land because we've had a beacon like Zachary Taylor to guide us.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This transcribed program was produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Dave Noensen. Appearing in our cast were Jeanette Nolan, Herbert Butterfield, Joseph Kearns, and your narrator, Ted Osborne. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Zachary Taylor.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. Richard Tufeld speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed.
In a democracy, the president should be the agent of the people, not their ruler.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In a moment, we'll present Edward Arnold in tonight's Mr. President drama. You know, too many of us think of history as a boring collection of dull names, dates, and places. We forget that historical figures were once living, breathing human beings, possessed of the same driving emotions that dominate our own times. They loved and hated, aspired and dreamed, even as we do today. It's the loss of these humanizing qualities that makes so many history texts mere listings of dry statistics. In the preparation of the Mr. President scripts, on the other hand, every effort is made to bring you not only carefully checked facts, but with them the color and atmosphere of the times in which each episode takes place. If after hearing tonight's story you have the feeling that you've been transported back through time for an actual visit to the period and place in which it occurred, these efforts will have succeeded. Now for tonight's drama starring Edward Arnold, see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
It was Saturday noon in the White House. The president had been busy all morning with important documents and interviews. His wife had also been busy with her customary Saturday morning reception.
The last of our guests have gone, Mr. President.
It's fine, dear, fine.
Oh, the reception was a brilliant success.
Fine.
I think we have some new friends among the congressmen. And you're grunting and not listening again.
Fine.
And I stood on my head all during the reception.
Good.
Mr. President, you haven't heard a word I've been saying.
What's that, my dear? I have too. I heard everything you told me.
And what did I say, dear?
Well, you said you stood on your head all during the reception. Good heavens, what kind of undignified foolishness. You didn't really, did you?
Oh, of course not. I merely wanted to prove that you pay no attention to what I say.
Trapped by surprise tactics, eh? Now, tell me, how did the reception go?
That's what I was trying to tell you. It went very well.
Sarah, you don't know how grateful I am that you meet the representatives and senators for me every Saturday morning. I can't stand social activity myself, and you're making friends for both of us.
Indeed, I am. They're beginning to talk of my administration instead of yours.
Good. You're more popular than I, and much prettier, too.
Flattery, sir, will not excuse you for not listening.
Flattery? Oh, no, my dear. I'm sure you're the prettiest woman who's ever lived in the White House, and the most capable, too. I'm very lucky. But, you know, I never would have believed it.
Believed what?
That you could draw the guests you do in spite of not permitting any card playing or dancing in the White House.
There are some things I will not permit in this house.
I know. I wish I could stop certain things, too. The long line of office seekers for one, and the constant horde of people who want money for one reason or another.
If you'd stop giving away all your money, maybe people would stop coming to you for loans and gifts.
Oh, I have stopped it. Oh, yes. Sarah, I'm a reformed man. No matter what kind of a hard luck story they give me, I won't hand out another dime.
Really? Since when?
Since last month, my dear, nobody's been able to get any money out of me at all. I've become tight-fisted, grasping, and absolutely stony-hearted.
And is that why you handed that congressman $100 yesterday?
Oh, that. Oh, sure. You've heard about it already, have you? Well, I didn't give Mallard the money, really. It was a loan. He gave me a note.
And you expect him to pay you back?
Well, not for a while, but the poor fellow was very hard up.
Oh, that's too bad. And did he tell you why he needed the money?
Oh, certainly. There's a mortgage on his house, and the interest was due.
You believed him?
Of course. Why shouldn't I?
Mr. President, you're gullible. Congressman Mallard was on a great spree yesterday.
Oh, I can't believe
For
it.
your information, he left a trail of gold pieces all over Washington. He didn't just spend your money, he threw it away.
No.
Yes. And he boasted that he got it from you. Now everyone will know you're an easy mark. You'll have more people bothering you for money than ever from now on. Stony-hearted indeed.
Sarah, I will be from now on, I promise you. I may have made a mistake in believing the congressman. He seems so sincere, though, and so desperately in need. But from today on, I'll turn a deaf ear to all pleas for money.
I wish I could believe you. But the next idler who brings you a tale of woe will get your sympathy. And some of your money.
Oh, no, my dear. I'm a changed man.
Are you expecting someone else?
It's the Secretary of State. Come in, sir. Come in.
Well, I thought I heard voices in here. Ship-shape place you got here, Mr. President.
Well, I'm glad you like it, young man. And to what am I indebted to?
This your missus? Hey, she's just as pretty as they say.
Yes, this is my wife, and you are...
Dirk Dutton, first-class seaman, sir. How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do, Mr. Dutton?
Hey, you've got a snug harbor here, safe from storms and financial rocks.
Yes, we like it here, but to what do we owe your presence, Mr. Dutton?
Now, I don't have any snug harbor. You might say I'm stranded in a strange port.
Indeed. And where is your home?
Porkopolis, sir.
Porkopolis? Oh, you mean Cincinnati, the hog shipping center. But what are you doing here in Washington?
Well, I'm weary of life on river and sea, sir. Never a place I can really call home. I figured I'd drop anchor and settle on dry land for a change.
And you've decided to settle in Washington?
Aye, ma'am. I figured if it was good enough for you folks, it was good enough for me.
Oh, but what do you intend to do here, Mr. Dutton?
Well, sir, I thought I'd leave that up to you.
Up to me? But what do I have to do with it?
Well, you're my skipper, ain't you? Gave you my boat, didn't I?
Well, I don't know. Did you?
Twice. Voted in 2 different ports.
Oh, good heavens.
I don't expect no reward for it. I only did my duty. Helped the nation steer a straight course with the right skipper.
Well, thank you for this judgment. But what can I do for you?
Well, I want to stay on land. I need a job.
Oh, I see. And what kind of a job are you looking for?
Well, that's your lookout, sir. I know you won't try to palm off any measly old job on me. You'll make it a good one. I trust you.
Well, thank you for your trust. But I'm afraid I don't have a job for you.
Not even as collector of a port somewhere?
No. All such jobs are filled.
Any old postmastership open?
I'm afraid not. I should think your best opportunity would be in the work you know as a sailor.
Oh, maybe so. But I've stowed all my gear at a hotel here, and they won't give it back.
Why not?
I owe $20 back rent from a cabin.
Oh, I see. And you have no money?
Mr. President, no.
Just a moment, dear. Just a moment.
Oh.
Let's find out about this. You have no money, Mr. Dutton?
No, sir. You know, you've got thieves in Washington. My second day here, they robbed me every cent I had.
Why, that's terrible. Well, what about your friends and relatives? Can't they help you?
No, I'm all alone in the world, sir. Drifting about without a rudder. If I could get back into my hotel, at least have quarters for a few more days, I think I could find work somewhere.
Well, Mr. Dutton, I may be doing the wrong thing.
Oh, I'll pay you back, sir.
I'm sure you will. I'll let you have $25. That's enough to pay your back rent and to eat for a week.
Oh, bless you, Skipper. I'll be under full sail before you know it. I'm glad I voted for you twice.
Well, the next time, only vote once. Goodbye and good luck.
Goodbye, Skipper. And ma'am.
So you're the changed man, the stony-hearted who wouldn't give away any more money.
Now, Sarah, this man's case was different. He was really in need.
Yes, in need of money to drink or gamble with.
Well, let's not judge too harshly, dear. I believe he'll pay it back.
I'm glad you're in office for only 4 years. We couldn't afford to keep this job any longer.
Mr. President, I don't like the situation. I don't like it at all.
Sit down, Mr. Secretary, and tell me what's troubling you.
Thank you. How can you be so calm, sir, when we have a crisis on our hands?
Crises are nothing new in this office. I've had them regularly one a day since I was elected. What is it this time?
This trouble with Mexico over Texas. You remember that I had grave misgivings right from the start.
I know you did.
My opinion then was that since Mexico has never recognized Texas independence, she would view American annexation as an invasion of her territory.
Annexation was part of my platform, sir. It was what we wanted and what Texas wanted. Of course, it isn't what Mexico wanted. She's after Texas. So is England. But Texas is vital to us for our security.
Yes, I know. But was it necessary to send our troops there?
Since Mexico has sent its troops northward to the Rio Grande, I deemed a countermove necessary. The Texans requested armed protection. Do you think I could ignore their request?
Oh, I don't know. I only wanted to avoid trouble. When 2 opposing armies face each other across a narrow stream, trouble is inevitable.
Oh, General Taylor is capable of coping with it.
Mr. President, do you realize this may soon lead to war?
I do realize it, sir, and I'm prepared for it. The entire matter can be settled peacefully if they want it that way. If they want war, we can furnish that too.
Mr. President, you've heard the news, sir?
Yes, I've heard it. Part of the Mexican army has crossed the river and attacked our forces.
They've killed or captured 2 companies of General Taylor's troops, 63 officers and men.
I know. I've just finished reading the dispatch. I've sent for the Secretary of War. I will also call a cabinet meeting at 7:30 tonight.
I'll be there. This is a critical moment. An act of hostility has been committed against us. We may soon be at war.
As far as I'm concerned, we are at war. General Taylor has made a requisition on the governors of Texas and Louisiana for 5,000 men to be sent to his relief as quickly as possible. At the meeting tonight, I shall tell the cabinet that I expect to draft a message to Congress recommending prompt and vigorous measures to enable me to prosecute the war.
You have opposition in Congress. What if they refuse to support your measures? What if they vote against the declaration of war?
I believe they will support me. I believe it is what our people want.
I hope you're right.
I'm confident of my stand, sir.
Once the war is recognized by Congress, I am sure that with a large force on land and sea, the war can be quickly ended, and in our favor.
That may be so, but will Congress recognize the war? The Whigs will oppose it.
But a hostile act has been committed. Americans have been killed. Even the Whigs must see that we can't back down now.
Mr. President, you were up until 3 this morning.
Yes, sir. It can't be helped. Cabinet conference.
You were up until 2 the night before. I don't think you've had more than 4 hours sleep in weeks.
I know, my dear, but there's a lot of work on the agenda. Now that Congress has approved the declaration of war, there's more work than ever.
Oh, but you look so tired. At least you could get some rest if you stopped seeing all the people who want jobs or money.
I wish I could, but the president must be available. That must be the first of the applicants now. I have a crowded reception room today. Come in.
As usual.
Oh, hello, Mr. President. Ma'am. Well, I'm back.
Oh, dear.
Let me see. This is Mr. Dutton, isn't it?
Aye, Skipper. Hale and hearty and under full financial sail.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it.
Winds of fate have blown fairly, sir. And I'm bringing back the money you let me have. For which, many thanks. Yeah, here you are, sir.
Well, Mr. Dutton, I'm very happy that you found employment and are on your feet again. What are you doing?
Playing cards every night, sir, and winning. Just swabbing the deck with them.
Oh, no.
That is your sole employment? Gambling?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm doing very well, too.
Get out of my house, sir. I want no gamblers here. Get out before I take a broom.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Get
I'm
out
going.
of my house. Did you hear what I said? Get out.
Well, have you figured out yet who was president when these events happened? They really did happen, you know. With the war in progress, the president's work was vastly increased. But the applicants for money and jobs formed a larger line than ever, and something had to be done about it.
No more protest, Mr. President. Today I am putting my foot down.
But, Sarah, it just isn't right for me to leave my duties and take a walk. There are people to be seen, letters to be reviewed, papers to sign.
They can wait. There are just so many hours in the day, and you labor most all of them. You simply must get away from your desk and get a bit of exercise. I insist.
All right, my dear. But it's kidnapping, that's what it is.
But I say it's common sense. It'll do you good to get away from those office seekers.
Oh, I suppose you're right, my dear. You usually are. I don't know which are worse, those who want jobs or those who want money. Half a dozen times a day I'm approached to contribute to build academies, to endow colleges, to aid churches in every part of the Union.
It's your own fault. You've acquired such a reputation for giving freely that it's now demanded of you.
But I'm putting a stop to all gifts at once.
Again.
Well, this time I mean it, my dear. I'll be tight-fisted and unsympathetic to all. Why, I'll be utterly bankrupt if this thing keeps up.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
My attitude will be completely different from now on. I promise you. I'll be the stingiest man in Washington. Come, my dear, let's sit on this bench for a moment or two.
By the way, how's your nephew getting along at Georgetown College?
Not so well, I'm afraid. Now, after sending him there for 2 years, paying all his expenses, seeing to it that he wants for nothing, he's proved idle and inattentive to his studies.
You've decided to take him out of school, I trust.
Oh, definitely.
Well, it's about time you came to your senses.
But I've entered him in another school.
You haven't.
Sarah, he's my brother's son, my own flesh and blood, and I have to give him another chance.
Well, dear, you and your nephew have at least one thing in common.
And what is that?
Neither of you will ever learn.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Mr. President, you left your office early today.
Yes, I know it. What about it?
You realized I waited 35 minutes by my watch to see you before I found out you weren't even in.
I'm so sorry if I caused you any inconvenience. The truth is my wife thought I should get outside for a change. This is my wife, Mr.
Tompkins. How do, ma'am?
How do you do, Mr. Tompkins?
And just what was it you wished to see me about, sir?
I thought you might have a job for me.
Oh. And what gave you that idea?
Oh, it's a big country, sir. You can't do everything by yourself. You need help. Now, I'm a patriotic citizen of the United States. I come from a long line of patriots. I'm willing to give up my regular work to serve my country.
Oh, that's most sacrificial of you, Mr. Tompkins.
Yeah, I know. Of course, I'd be interested only in a good paying job.
I see. And what kind of a job would you like?
Anything. Yeah, I'm not particular.
Ah, that shows a willing spirit. What are you doing now?
Clerking in the general store. But I'm cut out for bigger things.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Now, just where would you suggest I could use your talents?
That's a problem, ain't it? Wait, I got it. I think I'd be fine at making treaties.
Well, I am so sorry, Mr. Tompkins. I have a full quota of treaty makers already.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe I could think of something else.
Well, I'm sure you can. Good day, Mr. Tompkins.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Did you ever hear anything like that?
Never. Where do these people come from?
I don't know. It's a big country. I guess it takes all kinds of people to make it. And you thought I could get away from office seekers by taking a walk.
Apparently I was wrong.
I can escape from the White House, but not from the office. We may as well go back, my dear. He'd be fine at making treaties, wouldn't he?
Great news from the Mexican front, sir. General Taylor has won a smashing victory.
Well, I've seen the dispatches, Mr. Buchanan. Why must my generals be rash and insubordinate heroes?
Why, Mr. President, you should be proud. General Taylor won against a force that outnumbered him 4-1.
He's a brave man and a very foolish one. He was ordered to stay in Monterey and not attempt any offensives with the skeleton force left him. He had no business marching off through the mountains to seek an engagement with the enemy 80 miles away.
But he won. That's what counts.
Yes, I have no doubt the people will agree. We cheer an underdog who wins. But consider, sir, what defeat would have meant to us. Loss of all territory under occupation in northeastern Mexico. In my opinion, it was an unnecessary risk.
It's done. The risk was successful. What's troubling you, sir?
General Taylor is a hard fighter, and he's won a victory, yes. But at what a price! 673 officers, men killed or wounded. And all because a general couldn't obey orders. Yes, I rejoice that our brave army has won this battle, but I lament the severe loss they've sustained.
I appreciate your feelings, sir, but we are very close to final victory now. We must plan ahead.
I agree with you. We must have a treaty ready. Of course, I'd like you to negotiate it. I wouldn't hesitate to send you on this special service to Mexico if their authorities would agree to appoint commissioners.
They've already refused to do that.
The alternative, then, is to send a trusted deputy to the headquarters of our army in Mexico and make it known there is such a person with the army ready to negotiate. But he'll have no authority to alter the terms or to sign a treaty.
That meets with my approval.
Now, where can we find a man qualified for this work?
I have just the man for us. Nicholas Trist, chief clerk in my department.
Oh, yes, a good choice. He served well as acting Secretary of State whenever you were absent.
Yes, and he knows the Spanish language and character.
Good, he's our man. Now, you, Mr. Buchanan, will draw up the treaty. You know my views on the matter. We'll have it approved by the cabinet and send Mr. Trist to tender it to the Mexican government.
I'll get at it promptly. Looks like you have a busy agenda of callers today.
As usual, 2:30. Must be the senator from Illinois. Come in.
Well, good day, Mr. President.
Good day.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. I'm not chasing you out, am I?
Hello, Senator. No, I've concluded my business. The President's all yours.
Well, Senator, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. President, I feel it's my patriotic duty to leave my seat in the Senate and join the war against Mexico.
Oh, that's very laudable of you, sir. Did you have any special military post in mind?
Why, yes, I did. You may not know this, but I'm a brigadier general of the Illinois State Militia. Now, according to the recent act of Congress, the president is to select the brigadier and major generals from the officers now in command of the various state militia.
Yes, I know the act very well, and you want a command for yourself.
Naturally, I'd prefer a brigadier's rank, but if you don't find it possible, I'm willing to accept a commission as a major general.
I'm sorry, Senator. No.
No? You mean you won't give me a command?
I mean precisely that.
Mr. President, do you have the right to refuse me?
I have that right, and I do refuse you, sir. Personally, I'm sick and tired of this congressional thirst for military office. I have a swarm of applications from senators and representatives.
Representative Douglas from your state also asked for a commission.
Well, I have no objection to that.
No, but I have an objection. Men like you, Senator, greatly embarrass the operations of this government. You create offices by your own votes, as you did when you voted in this act. And then you seek to fill these offices yourselves. I think it's corrupt to have members of Congress in such military posts, and I refuse to appoint them.
There's another election, Mr. President. You alienate men of influence. I, for one, will not support you for the presidency again.
You won't have to, Senator. I don't intend to run again.
I've heard of impudence, Mr. President, but nothing to approach this exhibit. This Carolina widow insists that you support her and her 3 children, and also finance the education of the children.
Don't let it bother you, Sarah. Some of our citizens have weird notions as to the duties of a president. Actually, I've had this case investigated.
You would?
Well, I believe in helping worthy cases. This one isn't worthy. The woman has friends and relatives who can help her. She's also capable of gainful employment.
Do they think the president can finance out of his own funds everyone in the country who needs money?
My dear, in refusing requests for money and jobs, I'm fast becoming the most unpopular man in the land. The latest to become my enemy is the senator from Missouri.
But you did make an appointment on his letter of recommendation.
True, my dear, for surveyor of the port of St. Louis. The Senate rejected the appointment. However, at the insistence of this same senator from Missouri.
I don't understand. If he recommended the man in the first place...
He called at my office the other day to recommend another man for the same office. When I asked why he'd rejected the man I'd nominated, he said it was because the man was wholly unqualified. I then handed the senator his own letter of recommendation for the man he'd rejected.
Good. What excuse did he offer?
Well, he looked a little confused and said, well, you know, we're obliged to recommend our constituents when they apply to us. So, my dear, I didn't nominate the second man, and the senator was offended.
Well, what news do you have from Mexico? Have we won the war yet?
No, that remains to be seen. And nobody awaits the answer more impatiently than I.
But I thought things were going well. We've had victories at Buena Vista, Veracruz, Mexico City.
Oh, the military war, yes. I can safely assume we've won that. But no war is won on the field of battle alone, Sarah.
You've worked so many long hours on this, dear. I do hope we've won.
Come in.
You asked me to call as soon as I got word on the treaty, Mr. President.
Yes, of course, Mr. Buchanan. What have we won?
Everything we asked in the original instructions. The Texas boundary to the Rio Grande, and on payment of $18 million, the provinces of New Mexico and Upper California.
Wonderful, Mr. Buchanan, wonderful. And now, if Congress will only ratify this treaty, it will be the proudest achievement of my life. For it will mean that no foreign power can hem us in and threaten our security. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Certain things never go out of date. One is good drama, the other good taste. And ABC has them both every Thursday night when we proudly present the Screen Guild Players. There's good drama plus when top-notch movie stars appear in hour-long adaptations of the year's best films. Whether it's a side-splitting comedy, a warm and tender romance, or a story with an exotic background, the drama you hear on Screen Guild Players is good. As for good taste, it goes without saying that each program is ideally suited to group listening, ideally planned to mean something to each and every listener. When the curtain goes up on ABC's Screen Guild Players tomorrow night, the stellar cast will include Ronald Reagan, Eve Arden, and Reginald Garden in No Time for Comedy. That's Screen Guild Players on ABC. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Congratulations, Mr. President. I've just heard the news that Congress ratified the Mexican treaty.
Yes, it's true, my dear. And I feel certain that because of this treaty, our nation will have greater protection and prosperity for many years to come. I only hope the people will realize that.
They will. Perhaps not right away. But in the years ahead, they'll be grateful for the great lands brought to the United States by the untiring efforts of James Knox Polk.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Dave Noensen. Heard in today's cast were Earl Lee, Bill Boucher, Verna Felton, Herbert Butterfield, and your narrator, Ted DeCorsia. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President James K. Polk.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President.
The preceding was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
If your past is limited, your future is boundless.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. Many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-backed, cane-bottomed chair and read reports written by a young man whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him. He could come and go as he pleased, take a swim in the Potomac, or ride in the woods around Washington. Today, the president sits in an air-conditioned office surrounded by telephones, dictating into a wire recorder. If he wants to walk, he must stay inside the black iron bars enclosing the White House grounds. From the ladder-back chair to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House, men of differing personalities, tempers, and talents. Our Mr. President's job is to play them all, and he's done it. Edward Arnold has become the man in the White House. On the street, in stores, he's greeted with, "Hello, Mr. President. We like the show." We know you'll like it, too. So let's listen now to Mr. President and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
It was late evening in Washington. All day long, cabinet officers had been bringing reports to the White House. Reports which the president needed in preparing his annual review for Congress. He sat at his desk studying the material.
Mr. President, wouldn't you like to have some tea and molasses cookies?
No, not now, my dear, not now. I have to go over this material.
Oh, you're missing something, sir. For a northern woman, your wife makes the best molasses cookies I've ever tasted.
Why, thank you, Mr. Davis. Won't you have some more?
Well, I don't mind if I do, ma'am. Oh, come on, Mr. President. Join me. I feel like a pig eating alone.
And I'm anxious to go over your report while you're still here, Mr. Davis. I may want to ask you some questions.
Well, I think you'll find the War Department in good order, sir. Of course, I need more men, money, arms, and transportation.
Yes, so I notice. You report an army of almost 14,000 men. Now, tell me, Mr. Secretary, if war, why do we need more than 14,000 men in the army?
The 14,000 is merely on paper. Only about 10,000 are in actual service. More than 8,000 of these are on the frontier. Indian uprisings, you know.
Yes, the frontier is still quite a problem, and What is this, Jefferson Davis? Do I read something that isn't here, or are you really asking for camels?
You read me correctly, Mr. President. I recommend that we import camels.
Good heavens, you mean those large Arabian beasts with the hump? You want to bring them to this country? Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious.
Mr. Davis must mean for exhibition at zoological gardens.
No, ma'am. I mean no such thing. I want them for transport, for the Army and for civilians, too.
Oh, it's fantastic. I've never heard of such a thing.
Mr. President, we both served in the Mexican War. You know as well as I do that the rapid transportation of troops is one of our greatest problems. In order to be effective, troops must travel fast, with the least possible fatigue, and with all their materials of war.
Well, that's very true, but camels, what makes you think they can do the job?
Because camels are ideal for desert travel. Used in the southern deserts of our country, camels would revolutionize transportation.
Camels are foreign to our soil. They wouldn't thrive here.
I think they would, sir. How would these animals know the difference between a desert in Arabia and one in our own southwest?
Well, not being a camel, I couldn't tell you. But I suspect they have some way of knowing where they are. Have a cookie, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Mr. President, in your inaugural address, you spoke of the boundless future in store for young America. You said we must have the faith to develop new enterprises and new ideas.
Oh, I suppose I could ask Congress for a small appropriation for camels. How much do you estimate it would cost?
Oh, let's say $30,000.
$30,000? Let's not say it. What makes these animals so expensive?
Well, we couldn't buy just one or two. We'd need a great many camels. We'd also need Arab camel drivers, experts accustomed to handling the beasts. And then we'll have some expense importing them.
I don't know. Well, let's forget about the camels and struggle along with horses and pack mules till we have railroads to the Pacific coast.
Mr. President, you wanted me to remind you about going to bed early tonight.
Oh, that's right, my dear. That's right. I promised myself some fishing before sunrise. You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Davis.
But, sir, what about my camels?
We'll talk about them some other time, in the remote future, I hope. Good night, sir. I have an early appointment with some fish.
Any luck yet, mister?
No, not yet. How about yourself?
Not even a nibble. Are there any fish in this stream?
Of course. I pulled some whoppers out of the water at this very spot. I come here often. I can't understand why they don't bite this morning.
It's that man in the White House.
The president? Why, I always thought he was a very decent fellow.
You don't know him very well, mister.
Well, perhaps not. Are you acquainted with him?
Not personally. But I know one thing. With a president with some backbone, we'd have plenty of fish.
No, I'm afraid I don't follow you. What does the president have to do with our being unable to catch any fish?
Oh, I don't mean in this river. This is nothing. I'm just killing some time around here. I don't usually fish with a hook and line.
Oh, are there other methods?
Of course, with nets. This kind of fishing is just for men who have nothing to do. Can't make any money with a hook and line.
No, I suppose not.
You see, I own a fleet of fishing vessels. Send them out to Canadian waters for some real catches. Plenty of mackerel in those bays around New Brunswick and Nova Scotia.
Well, it must be a lucrative business.
It was, until those British officials began stopping my ships, seizing some and taking the fish off others.
They've actually done that?
Sure they have. Why do you suppose I'm in Washington? We had a good man in the White House. I wouldn't have to come here. He'd protect my interests. I'm an American. I pay taxes.
I see. Then you're here to see the president.
Not me. I wouldn't waste my good time on him. I'm waiting around to get to the State Department so I can put in my holler. And believe me, I holler loud.
Well, what do you want the State Department to do for you?
Get me back my ships that are locked up in Canadian harbors and stop those people from interfering with my business. If the State Department doesn't do something, I will. I arm my men, put cannon on my ships, and then let some of those Britishers try to stop me.
Well, isn't your method a little drastic?
I believe in fighting for my rights.
Well, I mean, this business of firing on British officials could lead to war. Have you thought of that?
Sure, I thought of it. They're warring on fishermen like me, aren't they? This is war. And we've got a fine president, haven't we? He promised to protect American rights. And what's he doing?
Well, I think it's very likely that he's concentrating on this fishing problem at this very moment.
Certainly is a fine day for a ride, Mr. President.
Certainly is, Mr. Davis. I love it. When I get out of politics, I'll spend all my time riding, hunting, and fishing.
How was your fishing trip this morning? I didn't recognize you in those old clothes.
You and others. Oh, the fishing was satisfactory. The usual compromise. I took 2 big ones home, and then 4 small ones came back into the stream.
That's fine. Mr. President, I've been thinking about those camels.
Oh, no. Let's enjoy our ride, Mr. Davis. No camels today, please.
But if you'd only listen to me, sir.
No self-respecting American would ride a camel in preference to a horse anyway.
All right. I'll take it up some other time. Better be careful, sir. Some of this ground is pretty muddy.
Well, I've never seen Washington when it wasn't. But Ethan's a pretty sure-footed horse.
Yes, sir. But he's blind.
That's true. With few horses whose sight can equal him. His eyes are at his feet.
Maybe so. But look out, sir. Look out.
Hush. Well. Don't sit up there like an idiot.
Yes, sir. Are you hurt?
No, I don't think so, but I'm covered with mud and very uncomfortable.
Your horse stumbled and threw you. Now, doesn't this prove, Mr. President, that horses are undependable? Do you realize, sir, that the southern route to the coast could be traveled all year round if we had a camel caravan to speed through the arid deserts? Do you realize, sir?
I realize that I'll be stuck in this mud till the end of time if I don't let you have those blasted camels. All right, you win, sir. Pull me out.
Of course.
There we are, Mr. President. You took an unfair advantage, but I'll ask for the appropriation.
Well, you won't be sorry.
Well, I hope not. Now I must get back and get cleaned up. Secretary of State is coming in to discuss the Canadian fisheries trouble. We're trying to prevent a war.
What, and put me out of business?
Oh, not completely, Mr. Davis. You still have your camels.
And what do you think, Mr. Marcy, of a man who comes home covered with mud? Look at this rug.
Getting covered with mud is an old story to anyone in politics, madam.
Oh, now, my dear, you know it was an unavoidable accident, so let's forget it. Secretary of State has more important things to discuss here. Did I get any messages?
Only this note Mr. Davis left while you were bathing.
Let me see. Don't forget the camels. The man's a fanatic on the subject. Mr. Marcy, I asked you here to discuss this Canadian fisheries trouble.
Well, it's been going on through several administrations, Mr. President. It's grown worse because of the Nova Scotia Hovering Act of some years back.
What is this Hovering Act?
Well, it seeks to prevent the hovering of any vessels within 3 miles of its coasts and harbors. Its policy is to exclude all United States fishermen from its bays and even from all waters within lines drawn from headland to headland. It also seeks to deny our fishermen all traffic privileges in British colonial ports.
Well, isn't it true that our ships are being seized?
I'm afraid it is, sir. Now there's a British patrol fleet to keep our vessels out of their fishing waters.
Well, something has to be done about it. Many Americans are worried about the purpose of this British fleet, and many of our private vessels are arming. One of these days, one of them will be stopped, and shots will be exchanged, and we may find a war on our hands.
Well, what would you suggest we do about it?
Well, I think you should begin exploring with the British minister the possibility of a fisheries and a trade treaty with Canada. Meanwhile, we'll send a naval force of our own out to cruise in the seas and bays where Americans fish.
To go how far, Mr. President?
Oh, to protest firmly against any British attempt to deprive American citizens of their just rights, but not to resort to violence except in self-defense. This trouble has been going on for too many years, and we must have a firm understanding and a treaty. And I mean to get it. Well, have you figured out who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. There was much excitement among both Canadians and Americans about the fisheries dispute. People were suspicious of both the British and American fleets patrolling the disputed waters. After a series of meetings held with the British minister, the Secretary of State reported to the president.
Mr. President, some Canadians are very much in favor of a reciprocal trade treaty or annexation by the United States. Others, greatly opposed to annexation, fear that such a treaty will be an opening wedge toward that goal.
Well, their fears must be put down. Our only objective is a firm treaty.
Yes, but each of the British colonies has different interests, and it's very difficult to get them together on this. Nova Scotia and Newfoundland are particularly set against any Americans sharing in sea and coast fisheries.
Well, there's a way of dealing with every objection, separately if necessary. Did you and Mr. Crampton come to any understanding on what articles should go on the free trade list?
Tentatively. He wanted to include items like coal, metals, and skins. I considered them unwise. Coal, in particular, would bring objections from Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia.
Definitely. What about sugar?
I proposed admitting unrefined sugar. Mr. Crampton objected.
I see. Well, a treaty isn't settled without compromise, give and take. We expect that. But this treaty must be settled. Check with our Canadian agent, Mr. Andrews. He knows the people and can be of great help to us.
I'm in touch with him now, sir.
Good. Navigation of waterways such as the St. Lawrence and St. John should also be included in any final treaty. Both peace and prosperous trade depend on it.
Why, Mr. Davis, how good to see you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Why, you haven't been around for several days.
It's good to be missed. I've been very busy making sure that my precious camels reached our country safely.
Oh, that's right. Congress did authorize the $30,000 for your camels experiment.
Indeed it did. Pardon me, ma'am, but don't I detect the heavenly aroma of molasses?
Yes, of course. I have a fresh batch of molasses cookies just out of the oven. Will you have some?
That, ma'am, is a purely rhetorical question. With your great bacon of molasses cookies and my camel caravan through the desert country, we will rock this nation. Is the president inside?
Yes, I think you can go right in.
Thank you.
Why don't you take this plate of cookies with you? He might like some, too.
Thank you. And if he doesn't, his loss is my gain.
Well, Mr. Davis, where have you been? Are those cookies for me?
Just one.
What?
Well, after all, you live here. You can eat them every day.
Yes, but she doesn't bake them every day.
That, Mr. President, is true. I want to be fair about this. Take plenty. Take two.
If I didn't know you so well, I'd kick you right out of here. Tell me what's happened to your camel experiment.
Sir, I'm pleased to report that the camels are now on Texas soil.
Well, that's fast work. Did they all arrive safely?
All, plus one extra, born on ship.
Oh, congratulations. Have a cookie.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, they landed 42 dromedaries at Old Powderhorn, Texas. I have Major Henry C. Wayne in charge of the camel caravan, and I expect to hear fine reports of what he's accomplishing with our new desert transportation system.
I must admit you have great faith in your project.
The utmost, sir. I've done a great deal of studying on the history of camels and military activities in many lands and in many periods, and I'm fully convinced that they are highly adaptable to American problems. Did you know that France has had marked success with the dromedary in subduing the Arabs?
No, this is news to me.
Well, it's true, sir. And don't forget the habits and country of the Arabs are very similar to those of the mounted Indians of our western plains. Why, France is about to use camels again in Algeria.
Well, Mr. Davis, I'm still dubious, but I'm willing to be shown.
You will be shown, sir. Why, I can visualize thousands of camels racing through our deserts, conveying troops and supplies in use for reconnaissance and also for many civilian pursuits. I predict, sir, that 1,000 years from now, the camel will be our chief beast of burden. Pass the cookies, please.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
It's your opinion, then, that camels will be superior to railroads for transportation,
Not in every respect, perhaps. But, sir, railroads don't multiply.
I find it hard to envision any troops riding camels, but I'll watch the experiment with interest.
Mr. President, I'm here to report, but my news is not very encouraging.
Well, I'm disappointed, Mr. Marcy. I thought you were making progress on the treaty with Canada.
Well, for a time I did make progress, sir, but recently the negotiations have broken down.
Now, then they must be repaired again. In any event, the fisheries problem must be settled at once and for all. If American fishermen are excluded from the open bays, there'll be serious trouble.
I know that. Americans have been fishing extensively lately. They claim the right to take mackerel and herring in the open bays.
And this government will maintain that claim at all costs. What does our agent report?
Andrews says there's difficulty throughout the maritime provinces again, and especially in Nova Scotia.
What's the trouble now?
Well, there's a large opposition bloc in Nova Scotia which feels that British concessions will harm their interests.
Well, what does he suggest we do about it?
He felt that he should have a secret service fund with which he to promote favorable public opinion. I told him, of course, that was out of the question. Public opinion cannot be changed in such a way.
Oh, you're wrong, Mr. Marcy.
You'd give it serious consideration?
Of course I would. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Sometimes a bit of promotion may succeed where earnest conversations will fail. Tell Andrews to proceed with his plan. Instruct him that he may spend up to $5,000 on entertainment and other promotions.
As you wish, Mr. President, but what about our own senators who are hostile to a reciprocal trade treaty with Canada?
The British have a very able diplomat, Lord Elgin, who can tackle such an assignment. If Andrews is successful in Canada, let's get Lord Elgin in Washington.
I thought it was a beautiful sermon.
Oh, yes, my dear, so did I.
And especially when he talked about the folly of women's fashion.
Well, I'm not so sure he wasn't a little out of his element there.
Mr. President, do you mean to tell me you approve of those grotesque styles originated by that French empress, what's her name?
Eugenie?
Yes. Would you like me to wear one of those monstrous hoop skirts that she introduced?
Oh, no, Jane, of course not. Still, it's an interesting thing to see.
Oh, you men. Don't you forget what he read from the Bible. And it shall come to pass that I will punish the princess and the king's son and all such as are clothed with foreign appeal.
You know, a lot of women are going to be punished this season. Oh, here comes Mr. Davis.
Well, good morning, ma'am. Mr. President, I was in to see you this morning, but there wasn't a soul in the White House.
We were at church, Mr. Davis.
Jane sees to it that every member of the staff goes to church.
And where were you while we were at the house of worship, Mr. Davis?
Well, ma'am, to tell you the truth...
Careful now, careful, or you'll never get another molasses cookie in the White House.
Well, the truth is I clean forgot it was Sunday morning. I was busy with my correspondence. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Very well, then, you're forgiven. But I'll expect to see you in church next Sunday morning.
I'll be there.
What's happened to your camel train, Mr. Davis?
That's what I wanted to see you about. Major Wayne has taken it as far as San Antonio. It appears to be a great success, sir, a great success.
In what way?
Well, they carry large burdens without getting tired, and some of the men have successfully ridden them, too.
Only some of the men?
Well, others complain that the motion of riding on a camel gives them a feeling of seasickness.
Maybe you shouldn't try to put the army on the camels, eh? Maybe you should give the camels to the Navy, Mr. Davis.
Well, you may laugh, Mr. President, but it's just a matter of getting used to a different kind of transportation. The time will come, sir, when every soldier serving on our frontiers and in our deserts will be mounted on a camel.
Well, I'm willing to believe it when I see it.
I'll see who it is, dear.
That must be the Secretary of State. I asked him to stop in before Lord Elgin arrived.
Good evening, Mr. Marcy.
Good evening, madam. How are you tonight, Mr. President?
Oh, first rate, Mr. Marcy. Sit down.
Thank you.
Jane, will you let me know when Lord Elgin arrives?
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. Marcy, it looks like our special agent, Mr. Andrews, turned the trick in Canada, doesn't it?
Yes, he's molded public opinion very favorably, but I cannot approve of his expenditure.
Oh, has he gone over the prescribed amount?
Mr. President, you know I didn't like this method of spending money to change opinion from the start. At your request, I authorized Mr. Andrews to issue drafts on my department up to a total of no more than $5,000. Do you know how much he's spent?
No, how much?
$67,000.
Treaties come high this season. Has he accounted for his expenditures?
Yes, confidential agents, special messengers, telegraphic messages, preparation of editorials for newspapers, dinner parties, and such items. But $67,000, I don't think it's worth it.
Well, I can't agree with you. If he's prepared public opinion favorably to a treaty, it's a very small price to pay for continued peace and prosperous trade between neighbor nations.
There's still no assurance that our Senate will approve this treaty. In fact, if it came to a vote at this very moment, I'm sure it'd be turned down.
Come in. Yes, at this moment it would be turned down.
Lord Elgin is here to see you.
Oh, ask him to come in, my dear. Mr. Marcy, this is the man who must do the kind of missionary work here that Andrews did in Canada.
I'm very doubtful that he can do it.
Come in, Lord Elgin. I'm glad to see you, sir.
The honor's mine, Mr. President.
You know my Secretary of State, Mr. Marcy?
Of course. It's good to see you again, Mr. Marcy.
Glad to see you again, Lord Elgin.
Well, gentlemen, I think the treaty's provisions are quite clear. We may navigate your Lake Michigan, and you may use our St. Lawrence and St. John. Your commercial and fishing vessels may enter every Canadian port. Number of free trade articles and commissions and an umpire to settle all disputes.
Well, we're in agreement as to the terms, Lord Elgin. Mr. Marcy has some doubts, however, that some of our senators will, want to approve the treaty.
Mr. President, that is why I'm here. This appears to be a diplomatic problem, and I am a diplomat. I should like a list of all the possible opponents of this treaty first.
I will give you such a list, Lord Elgin. What do you have in mind?
Cultivation, sir, that will flower into firm friendships. Your senators are suspicious of strangers? Very well. I shall not remain strange. I'm a charming host, gentlemen. I shall arrange parties at which the senators will find we have much in common.
I don't know that you can do it.
Well, I'm sure you can, my lord. All of the great advances have not been obtained around a conference table alone. And this treaty is a great advance for which our nations will be very grateful in the years ahead. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
In prize fighting, when they speak of the old 1-2, they're talking about the punching combination that marks a victorious fighter, a leading jab followed by the knockout blow. In newscasting, ABC presents a form of that old 1-2 each weekday, Monday through Friday. Edwin C. Hill leads off in this winning combination of commentators, with Don Gardner providing the finisher on headlines in the news. Between them, they cover the latest developments in national and world affairs, like the blast of a double-barreled shotgun. First, Mr. Hill probes behind the current bulletins to discuss the interplay of personalities involved. Then Don Gardner offers a summary of last-minute developments throughout the nation and around the world. Hear Edwin C. Hill, followed by Don Gardner and headlines in the news on ABC tomorrow. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Congratulations, Mr. President. I hear the Senate has just voted approval of the treaty with Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's a great day for all of us. What are you carrying there?
This package, sir, is a gift to you.
For me? Well, let's open it and see what it is. What is this? Why, it looks like a pair of socks. Hey, look at this.
Well, they're very handsome socks.
Made of camel's hair from our camels in Texas, sir. Mrs. Mary Shirky of Victoria knitted them for you. Now, what do you say?
I'll wear them with pleasure, but they really aren't worth $30,000.
Well, I'm sure the camels will prove their worth in many other ways. Sir, I think the experiment is successful.
Perhaps, but I am happier about our investment in Canada.
And well, you might be. The people of Canada, England, and the United States may forget your camels, dear. But for the completion of this treaty, they can never forget my husband, Franklin Pierce.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Toll, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by David Noensen. Heard in the cast were Isabel Jewell, Herbert Butterfield, Polly Bear, and your narrator, Ted DeCorsia. Our story was based on incidents in the life of President Franklin Pierce.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I know no method to secure the repeal of bad or obnoxious laws so effective as their stringent execution. This applies not only to the laws of the courts, but to economic laws as well.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, the man in the White House, the man chosen by his fellow citizens as our first citizen. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting, but little-known events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment.
Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghosts that are supposed to haunt houses. But there are other kinds. There are ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. Take, for instance, a tour of our nation's capital. Here, you think, Lincoln once stood as he pondered the problems of a country at war. Even as you look, your fancy conjures up the picture of that tall, gaunt figure stooped in thought. There, you muse, sat Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, discussing the future of the newborn nation. And as imagination takes hold, the powdered wigs and lace cuffs seem more real than reality itself. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who are unable to visit the Capitol, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
After what had been the most severe military upheaval in our history, the nation looked forward to an era of peace and plenty. The man in the White House had just been swept into office on a tremendous wave of military popularity. He and his wife had never held social ambitions, but the president's brother-in-law relayed an invitation he himself considered irresistible.
Imagine a steamship entirely to ourselves as the weekend guests of the man who owns the entire line.
But, Abel, it had set a precedent we might regret later.
Well, Julia's right, Abel. I don't think we'd better go.
But that's ridiculous. Mr. Gould isn't like anyone else. He's a social ruler. To accept his invitation couldn't possibly mean you had to accept every other one you receive.
Wouldn't it be better to invite him here to the White House?
No. A man like Mr. Gould, with all his financial genius, naturally has enemies. Smaller men who are jealous of him. They'd create a scandal if you had him here.
But not if he has me aboard one of his steamers, eh?
That's a different thing entirely. Besides, we wouldn't have to shout it from the rooftops, you know.
If we should go, you'd take Jenny along, of course.
Oh, naturally.
It might give me a chance to have a real old-time visit with my sister, like we used to have when we were youngsters out west.
Certainly it would. So you'll come. I can tell Mr. Gould you'll accept.
Julia?
It's entirely up to you, dear.
Well, for the chance of a long gab fest with my sister, I'll say yes, Abel.
Wonderful. Believe me, you won't regret it either. I'll go and telegraph Mr. Gould right away.
What is it, dear?
Imagine a couple of Western nobodies like us hobnobbing with New York millionaires.
Your brother-in-law's made some pretty important connections, it seems.
It seems so, yes. Not to be immodest, his most important connection is the President of the United States. I hope for his own sake he isn't trying to capitalize on it. I'm afraid I'm too naive in financial matters to follow you, Mr. Gould.
It's very simple, Mr. President.
To you, perhaps. My untrained mind fails to see the connection between the welfare of the American farmer and the market price of gold.
But Mr. Gould has just explained it. So obvious even a child
If you don't mind, Mr. Corbin.
Sorry.
You and I are used to these financial problems, used to studying every situation primarily from its financial viewpoint. The president isn't. He sees things in their broad overall effect, and rightly so.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. But you still haven't made clear to me the reason the price of gold is a threat to the farmer.
Oh, dear me, not a threat, Mr. President. Not necessarily a threat at all, but a vital concern. Oh, yes, indeed, a vital concern at all times.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
You know, of course, that the price of wheat is dictated arbitrarily in London.
No, I didn't know that.
You ought to keep better informed.
Now, Abel...
I mean for your own good, of course.
Well, maybe you're right. But what about the price of wheat being dictated in London?
Why, the result, of course, is that Britain is able to take terrific advantage of us. I don't say she does, mind you. I only say she's able to.
In what way?
By denying us enormous freight loads of grain, by cutting down our foreign trade through the use of English rather than American shipping.
Exactly, Mr. President. If the British did that, as your brother-in-law just said, think of the catastrophe it would mean to the American farmer.
Not a very bright picture, I'll admit.
And it's within your power to correct the situation.
Is it, Abel? What did you and Mr. Gould have in mind?
Well...
Because the balance of trade has gone so steadily against us, our gold supply has been drained off by European trade at an alarming rate.
Alarming?
Believe me, yes. I speak not so much as a financier, but as an American.
Then let me ask you as an American and a financier what you think I should do.
Discontinue the sale of gold by the Treasury. Issue no more gold bonds until the price of gold is stabilized.
And what is the current price of gold, sir?
Right now, it's 137.5. It keeps dropping all the time.
I see. That threatens not only the farmer, but the entire economy of this country.
Primarily the farmer. If his dollar shrinks in value, the whole country is set back.
That's an interesting idea, gentlemen.
Then you'll do it, Mr. President?
I didn't say that, but I'll think it over.
Come right into my private office, Corbin. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, and, Phillips, I'm not to be disturbed.
Well, Mr. Gould, have you kept our bargain?
I certainly have. It's right here in this roll-top desk. Here, open the third drawer from the right, Corbin, and see for yourself.
Oh.
Go on, I want you to.
Well,
Well, my friend?
$50,000 worth of gold orders. In my name. In my name.
And that's only a beginning. My partner, Fisk, and I will take care of you as we go along taking care of ourselves.
$50,000?
A crumb, Corbin, just a crumb. We're going to peg the price of gold until we've cornered the market.
We're going to...
And why shouldn't we? Thanks to you, haven't we got the President of the United States behind us?
What's troubling you, dear? You've had a black frown on your face ever since you started reading your sister's letter.
Well, Jenny's always been the sensible one in the family. Much more sensible than I've ever been.
Yes, she's as level-headed a woman as I ever knew.
And here she is writing about Paris gowns this winter in a chateau on the Riviera. What's a chateau, anyway?
Oh, it's some kind of French castle, I think.
And a team and carriage all her own, and a private maid, too.
Sakes alive.
Yes. Here, read it for yourself. Next to the last paragraph here.
Let's see. Might even decide to stay the whole winter on the French Riviera. Of course, Italy is lovely, too, and Abel may decide to charter a yacht for a cruise of the Mediterranean instead of renting a chateau.
You see what I mean? What's got into Jenny?
What's got into Abel?
I don't know, but I'm certainly going to find out. Where's all the money coming from?
it's pleasant just to sit on the piazza and rock on a day like this, Abel.
Good a way to spend Sunday afternoon as any I know of.
That was quite a sermon your minister preached this morning.
I'll have to confess.
Confess?
I whispered in his ear last Tuesday that you and Julia would be our guests this weekend. He did himself proud because he knew you'd be in the congregation.
Oh, very flattered. How's everything going with you, Abel?
I expect you know they've never been better. Jenny says she wrote you last week.
Mm-hmm. That's why I asked you. She wrote a lot of stuff about trips to Europe, French chateaux, yachts, and cruises to the Mediterranean, Paris gowns.
Well, why not? I've reached a point where I can at last say those things belong to me as much as they do to the next man.
That depends on who the next man is.
Why does it?
I've never had a head for business, Abel. You know that. I'm a soldier, not a businessman.
Well, I'll take care of the business end. Don't you worry.
But you see, Abel, I am worried.
About me?
About Jenny.
Believe me, you needn't be. We're free from worry forever.
I hope you are, Abel. I hope you are. I hope you never have to haggle over the price you've paid for this freedom. That you, Julia?
Yes, dear, I'm home. Where are you?
Here in our bedroom. You must have had a fine gossip over the teacups, honey. You're late.
Believe me, I have a very good reason to be late. It's almost as if fate sent me to the Secretary of Treasury's house for tea this afternoon.
Fate, eh? Sounds all-fired mysterious. Here, tie this thing for me, will you?
What are you getting dressed up for?
Did you forget the British ambassador's supper tonight?
Oh, my stars, I did. I'll have to fly. Stand still, will you?
I'm sorry. Now, what's all this talk about fate sending you to the Boutwells this afternoon?
Just as I was starting to leave, Mr. Boutwell came home.
Oh, he did he? So, my Secretary of the Treasury is going home early, huh? I'll have to judge him about that.
Well, it's no joke, dear. He was early because he started to come here to the White House to see you.
Why didn't he?
Well, he suddenly remembered I was at his wife's tea party and decided it'd be better to tell me about it first.
Tell you about what?
There you are.
Thank you, dear.
Well, I have a regular fee for tying evening ties.
You shall have it. Now, what's all this about Boutwell?
Do you remember that weekend we spent as Mr. Gould's guests?
Gould? Oh, the New York money man. Yes, I remember. But where does Boutwell come in?
As your Secretary of the Treasury, he has to know what's going on in Wall Street.
Wall Street?
Our very generous host, Mr. Gould and his partner, have been buying gold at a fantastic rate. And the rumor is they're out to corner the world market.
In gold? But that's impossible. Gold in itself isn't anything but a means to an end. If the world decided to back its commercial debts with glass beads or wampum, gold wouldn't mean a thing.
But the world hasn't decided so.
But how can anyone buy all the gold in the world? What does he buy it with if it isn't more gold?
It's beyond my ken, too. But that isn't what worries me, or Mr. Boutwell either.
Isn't it? And what does worry you?
The other part of the rumors. That Gould and Fisk are protecting themselves by putting a substantial part of their gold orders in the names of your family and friends.
What?
Adam Porter was one name Mr. Boutwell heard mentioned. Abel Corbin was another.
Abel Corbin?
And even yourself.
What?
That's right.
I'm supposed to be speculating in gold? Why, they wouldn't dare.
Maybe only talk, but even so, such talk is dangerous.
Dangerous? It's dynamite. You get dressed, honey. I'll leave now and walk. You pick me up in a half an hour or so.
Half an hour? Where are you going?
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'll be at the Secretary of the Treasury's.
Right through this gate, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you. You lead the way, George.
Here we are.
Oh, what a pretty little garden.
Mrs. Boutwell and I find it quite restful out here. And it's so private, too.
Well, let's sit here on this bench. I won't detain you long.
It's always a privilege to entertain you, Mr. President.
I think I can guess the reason you're here.
I'm sure you can. You know these financial matters so much better than I do. Can this fellow Gould and his partner actually, what's the expression, actually corner the market in gold?
Well, they're certainly making a convincing try.
But I don't understand. How can they do it?
You suggested a while back that the Treasury discontinue its sale of gold.
Yes. Gould himself gave me the idea.
Ah.
And you yourself agreed it would probably stabilize the balance of trade.
It probably would have if Gould and Fisk hadn't schemed to make a killing out of it.
But how can they, George? How?
When the Treasury stopped selling gold, a lot of investors, or speculators, if you prefer, went short on gold.
Went short?
They sold it without owning any, planning to meet their sales by buying it up at a lower price than they agreed to sell it for.
Well, isn't that almighty risky?
It depends. It's what they call being bearish.
Oh, yeah. So the Treasury stopped selling gold and the bears sold it short, huh? Well, go on.
Now, that gave Gould and Fisk the chance to engineer the bull market and compel the shorts to cover at a high price.
Oh, I'm beginning to see.
In the past 3 weeks, the price of gold has climbed from 133 to 156, and it's still going up. It's bound to create a panic in the securities market, Mr. President.
Why, of course it is. How much gold is in circulation today, George?
Oh, roughly about $15 million.
And when its market price drops too low, what happens?
The speculators lose their shirts.
On the other hand, when its price goes way up, as it's doing now, what happens?
The speculators make fortunes.
Well, what about us ordinary folks? How does it affect us?
In the same way everything that happens on Wall Street affects us. If this gold corner becomes a fact, it will start a panic that will reach into every home in the land. Us ordinary folks, as you put it, will live a makeshift existence in a ruined economy.
Then, by heaven, it mustn't be allowed to become a fact. The keystone of every nation is the economy on which it depends. If a man sells military information to a foreign power for his own profit, we brand him a traitor and strip away his rights. To my mind, the man who deliberately schemes to break the economic laws of the nation is equally guilty and should be equally punishable. Let us never forget it wasn't just acumen and shrewdness that built the United States of America, but also morals and character.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It is said that no man is a hero to his contemporaries, and that has also been true of several of our presidents. Now, thanks to the Mr. President program, we see many of our chief executives in a clearer light. We understand something of their personal problems. President Grant, for instance, has taken a lot of criticism. The not too well-known facts explain his actions. Grover Cleveland has never been cited as a great national hero, but on at least one occasion, he showed unusual courage and didn't talk about it. Many books have been written about Lincoln, but you'll hear stories on Mr. President that have never before been dramatized. The Mr. President research staff is responsible for this material. Yes, it's these little-known stories and the distinguished performance of motion picture star Edward Arnold, who plays the principal role, that make the Mr. President program a highly listenable series. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out yet who was president when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. The president's determination to thwart the scheme to corner the gold market wasn't lessened by a series of frantic telegrams and messages from his brother-in-law urging him to ignore the skyrocketing price of gold. Once his Secretary of the Treasury pointed out the dangers of an overpriced gold market, the president took steps to correct matters. His wife found him one September morning in a violent temper on the croquet court on the White House lawn.
Sakes alive, are you trying to murder that poor croquet ball?
Oh, that Abel Corbett.
What's Abel done now?
Well, you told me the day before yesterday there's a rumor that I myself am in this gold speculating scheme.
Well, that's what Mr. Boutwell told me, yes.
As if that wasn't black-hearted enough, now they've dragged your name into it, too.
My name?
Yes, there's nothing they won't stoop to, apparently, to cloak their operations with a respectability.
And there's nothing we can do about it, is there?
There's plenty we can do about it, and plenty I'm going to do. I want you to write a letter to my sister Jenny.
You want me to write it, dear?
Yes, if I wrote it and by some accident it should leak out, it wouldn't look so well. I want that husband of hers to know how almighty sore I am at his gold speculations. I want him to close them out as fast as he can. And if he doesn't, he's going to regret it, and you can put that in the letter, too.
Sit down and have a cigar, Corbin. Have you seen the price of gold today? 161. We'll see it hit 200 yet.
It's the price of gold I've come to see you about, Mr. Gould.
Ah?
I've had word from my brother-in-law.
From the president? He's answered those telegrams you sent, telling him to pay no attention to what's happening on the gold market?
He's put it to me very bluntly. I've got to get out of the market.
You've what?
I don't know what he plans to do, but he's got something in mind, all right. He's in a raging temper because we spread the rumor that Julia had done some gold speculating. Anyway, I'd like you to let me out of our arrangement.
Ah. Well, using his wife's name was probably going too far. From what you tell me, I guess our arrangement has outlived its usefulness anyway.
Then it's agreed you'll let me out?
On one condition.
Name it.
Don't say anything about this to my partner.
Don't. I understand. Someone is going to be the scapegoat, and it isn't going to be you, huh?
Well, there's no reason it should be either of us. Just say nothing to anyone, and do what I'm going to do. Start selling on the quiet.
Here it is, September the 24th, and it seems like yesterday it was the 4th of July.
Well, the 24th of September may not go down in history as the 4th of July has, but it's going to be a date a lot of folks will never forget.
Why is that?
This gold speculation. It's reached a new high of 162 and a half.
That's right. It's much too high. Yet Jay Gould and his crowd have been crowing that they'll push it all the way to 200.
That they'll never do. You and I are going to see to that.
You want me to rescind my instructions to the Treasury about not selling gold, is that it?
That's exactly it. We'll put Treasury gold back on the market and break this corner that Gould is planning.
$3 million ought to do it.
No, that isn't enough, George. Not the way this thing has got out of hand.
It's more than enough, believe me.
It would be worse than doing nothing if what we do turned out not to be enough. I say $5 million.
$5 million? 3 is more than enough, sir.
Well, you're schooled in these financial matters, and I'm not. Will you compromise and make it 4?
Very well. I'll give orders to sell $4 million worth of Treasury gold.
That's the ticket. It's going to rock the boat pretty badly. But sometimes you have to do that in order to weather the storm. There go my hopes a-glimmering.
It serves you right for knocking me out of bounds back there. Shall we go into the house?
Oh, why don't we stretch our legs a bit, Julia?
Oh, Mr. President! Mr. President!
Who's that waving at you?
Looks like George Boswell. Hi there, George. Come on over.
He looks mighty excited about something.
What's happened, George?
Plenty. Doesn't seem possible. It was only this morning we decided to go ahead, Mr. President. The market started to break the minute our Treasury gold was released.
How much did it take, George?
You were right. It turned out the $4 million we agreed on was none too much, but it did the trick.
And Mr. Gould no longer has the market cornered?
He certainly has not.
As a matter of fact, I hear Gould has been quietly selling for several days. It's his partner, Jim Fisk, who's paying the piper.
You mean he didn't tell his own partner?
If what I hear is correct.
I only hope Abel Corbin got out in time.
Well, if he didn't, it's his own fault, Julia. I suppose Wall Street is in a panic, George.
Definitely. But that was inevitable. They've already named this day Black Friday.
I'm sorry it had to be, but it did. After all, speculation is only another word for gambling. And I couldn't let anyone gamble with the economic well-being of the country. That's like gambling with your own health. Every person in every house in every city and tiny village depends on every other person in every other house everywhere. If Tom sells something to Dick, he uses the money to buy from Harry, and that's what keeps the wheels of commerce going around. But those wheels must turn normally and make progress in a sound manner. To make them spin for one's own temporary gain is as sinful as making them stop altogether. Because in either case, the Toms and the Dicks and the Harrys are left with nothing to support each other by. And that mutual support is the lifeblood of our country. It's a part of what we mean by our national motto. E pluribus unum, one out of many. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Behind the pose assumed for cameras, presidents are human too. And you'll get a greater understanding of the men who have lived in our nation's White House when you hear Edward Arnold starring in Mr. President. The Mr. President program is based on little-known stories of the man America has known as president. You'll hear the intimate details that were bypassed in epoch-making headlines. Mr. President is sometimes dramatic, sometimes tragic, but always sympathetic. It's a program that removes the pedestal from our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings with great understanding beneath their political veneer. So join us when we present Mr. President with Edward Arnold playing the title role every Wednesday evening over most of these ABC stations. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Sakes alive, what a pleasant way to spend Sunday afternoon. Just sitting on the piazza and rocking.
Jenny and I are mighty pleased you could come up again, Julia.
Well, that minister of yours is a corker, Abel. Did you tell him we'd be here like you did the last time?
No, sir, for the very good reason Jenny forgot to tell me about it till late last night. Why?
Well, I wondered if it was just my imagination when the minister kept looking at you as he preached.
Oh, for goodness sakes, why should he look at Abel?
Well, considering that his subject was what shall it profit a man if he gained the whole world and lose his own soul, well, I couldn't help it.
All right. I deserve that, but I didn't lose my soul over that gold thing, and heavens knows I didn't gain the whole world either.
Well, nobody's blaming you, Abel.
Well, I deserve to be blamed. I got greedy in my old age, that's all. I lost my head completely. But it opened my eyes to one thing.
What's that?
You may not go down in history as a very shrewd businessman, Ulysses S. Grant, but you'll certainly be remembered as a president who puts his country ahead of everything.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Dole, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Bernard Dougal. Heard in the cast were Vivian Janis as Julia Grant, Frank Gerstle as Abel Corbin, and your narrator, Ted DeCorsia, as Jay Gould. Our story was based on incidents in the life of President Ulysses Simpson Grant.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This program came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Enjoyed the White House more than we have. It's a wonderful privilege to have been here and to have been given the chance to do this work, and I should regard myself as having a small and mean mind if I felt sour at not having had more instead of being thankful to have had so much.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, the man in the White House, the man chosen by his fellow citizens as our first citizen. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting, but little-known events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment.
Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghosts that are supposed to haunt houses. But there are other kinds. There are ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. Take, for instance, a tour of our nation's capital. Here, you think, Lincoln once stood as he pondered the problems of a country at war. Even as you look, your fancy conjures up the picture of that tall, gaunt figure stooped in thought. There, you muse, sat Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, discussing the future of the newborn nation. And as imagination takes hold, the powdered wigs and lace cuffs seem more real than reality itself. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who were unable to visit the Capitol, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
In all my experience, both as a soldier and as president, I became convinced of two things, which I think are of grave importance. First, I think we all should understand that every officer in the Army, the Navy, and the Marine Corps ought to undergo severe physical tests each year. Now, it was my practice to take long, rambling hikes through the Virginia countryside, accompanied by such hardy souls as cared for that kind of exercise. There was quite a bit of climbing involved, especially when we scrambled down to the chain bridge on our way to Washington. Among my constant companions were Dr. Rixey, Surgeon General of the Navy, and the young Captain Leonard of the Marine Corps who had lost an arm in China. One afternoon, as we half climbed, half slid down a particular cliff... Captain, are you all right?
Perfectly, sir. There's not much footing up there.
Well, 9 times too rough for you. Don't hesitate to say so.
Not at all, sir. I can take it. Sometimes I wish you'd be more careful, Mr. President.
Oh, me? Oh, there's nothing going to happen to me. Careful here. Hey? Oh, wait a minute. This rock is always slippery. That does it.
Not too bad. Hey, made it.
Good for you, Captain.
Colonel Wheeler is rather a bug on physical fitness in the Corps. I wonder how he'd enjoy a hike like this.
Colonel Wheeler, your commanding officer?
Yes, sir. Chief of my bureau at the Navy Department.
You think he'd keep up with us, Captain?
Well, sir, it's not for me to say.
He might, but his figure would drop far behind.
I see. Desk officer, sir?
He was at Guantanamo with us, Mr. President. But since then, why...
I understand. Doctor, I take it you know the good colonel?
Wonderful war record, Mr. President.
And since?
Well, you might say that the sedentary life has caught up with him.
Mm-hmm. And how about the other officers?
Marine Corps?
And Navy and Army.
I'm not particularly familiar with the Army, Mr. President.
Don't expect you to be, but the Navy is your job.
Well, if you're pressing.
Oh, you know I am. Speak up, man. This is off the record as far as you're concerned.
Then I'll say frankly, Mr. President, that what has been said about Colonel Wheeler applies also to officers of similar rank in the Navy.
And I bet the Army isn't far behind. I begin to think, Doctor, that this might take a little investigation and a regulation or two. After all, I'm Commander-in-Chief, and I'd rather not be Commander-in-Chief of a group of short-winded, large-waisted gentlemen who can't go where their men might have to go.
You're home earlier than I thought you'd be, dear.
Well, then that makes two of us who are surprised, if that's the word for the way I feel right now. Have a nice day, Edith.
The usual. The boys are having their usual strenuous time, I hear.
Edith, it's absolutely incredible.
All right, I'll ask the question. What is incredible, dear?
Well, answer this one first. What would you expect of officers in the United States Army?
I? Well, I guess I'd expect them to keep up with all modern improvements.
Yes, go on.
And I'd expect them to be ready to handle any possible emergency for which the Army might be necessary.
Anything else?
Well, I suppose in order to do that, they ought to be bright, intelligent.
And in good physical condition.
Oh, of course, I took that for granted.
Don't take it for granted any longer, Edith, because it just isn't so.
I don't believe it.
Neither did I until I saw for myself. But I'm home early because I just didn't want to see any more.
Are you sure you're not exaggerating, dear?
Ask General Wood and old Ding Dong Bell. They were with me. And the Navy and Marines are almost as bad. Anyway, Rixie tells me they are.
One service at a time, dear. What did you see today?
I saw a cavalry officer who was unable to keep his horse at a smart trot for even half a mile. 10 years my junior, and he couldn't keep up with me.
Oh, for goodness sake.
There was a major general whom I won't embarrass by naming, who was scared to let his horse canter with us. And as for walking, Edith, I'm sure the next War Department budget is going to contain an item for wheelchairs and for the salaries of enlisted men to push them.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Oh, yes, Dr. Rixie. Fit as a fiddle as always.
On a brisk winter morning like this, of course. You look fit yourself.
I am. I try to stay that way, as you know darn well. Wish I could say the same for other men in Washington and St. Vians.
Still after my naval charges, Mr. President?
You bet I am. And after what I saw yesterday, Doctor, I'm after the Army, too. Rixie, it's incredible. I told Edith last night. Well, never mind that now. Something has got to be done about this and at once.
Well, now, a nice, short, clean war?
No, nothing as drastic as that. But I think we might initiate an idea or two which my successor will continue once the 4th of March is here and gone.
Compulsory setting up exercises, perhaps.
Frankly, I don't care how they get into condition. They can carry 40-pound packs of rifles for all I care, just as long as they are physically fit and stay that way. Weakness, physical or spiritual, has no place in the armed forces of the United States.
What do you have in mind, Mr. President?
How about riding?
Horseback?
Not the streetcar stuff.
No, sir. Well, it does wonders for me.
And me. Doctor, I have an idea. Let's set a distance and a time limit for walking and riding. Say 50 miles walking and 100 miles on horseback. Do them myself in one day. How long would you give them, Doctor?
Well, about 3 days.
What?
100 miles on horseback in 3 days isn't a bad ride.
Well, sounds mild to me.
To you, yes.
All right, 3 days. Walk 50 or ride 100.
How do you expect to get these men to do this?
Well, I've got that all figured out, Doctor. I'm issuing an executive order to the commissioned officers of the armed forces.
Those who want to avoid it will find a way.
I've got that covered, too. Each year, beginning with the issuance of this order, each officer will have to present a certificate to the effect that he has walked 50 miles or ridden 100 within 3 days. Or his commission will lapse and he will be placed on the retired list at once.
What is it, dear?
It's this cartoon in the Herald. It shows me riding herd in a cowboy outfit on a collection of army officers. See, here it is.
Oh, it is funny. Oh, but why does this man always draw you with such large spectacles?
My hat, my mustache, my spectacles. The cartoonist's delight.
Did you see the editorial that goes with the cartoon?
Saw it. Haven't read it yet. What's in it?
The president again. Once again, our chief executive is proving himself a petty and capricious tyrant.
You know, I like that.
Oh. Having unleashed a parting blast or two at his favorite whipping boys, the Trust, the president is now exercising his prerogatives as commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy to force the officers of those splendid organizations to walk 50 or ride 100 miles within 3 days each year.
Oh, no. I'm going to use that. Exercise my prerogative to make them exercise.
We can hope only that with the advent of the president's successor, this nonsense will stop, and the new president will tend to his own business, meanwhile permitting our officers to tend to theirs.
Now, I like that. If that's all they can find to cop about, I must be leaving the country in pretty good shape. I wish I could say the same about our officers.
Well, it does seem a trifle silly to make such a fuss about it.
Oh, well, they have their friends, these desk lizards. The field officers aren't complaining, I know.
No, of course not.
In any case, Bill will be will be the one to take over soon.
Now, what's the joke, dear?
I'm thinking of Bill and his figure. Perhaps I should have included the commander-in-chief in my order. Bill walking 50 miles. Bill on a horse. Oh, no, Edith. For heaven's sake, no.
Mr. President, I'm here, I'm afraid, on somewhat, well, how shall I say it? It's in the nature of a protest, sir.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Frankly, Mr. President, there's quite a bit of rebellion in the armed forces these days.
Rebellion? Not mutiny, Congressman? I'm sure I would have heard of mutiny before this.
I was using the word advisedly, sir.
Go on.
It is my privilege, Mr. President, to have the acquaintance and, in some cases, the friendship of certain officers, both of the Army and the Navy.
I'm sure of that. The chairman of the House Military Affairs Committee would know officers.
And there is a protest going on, of which my friends have made me aware.
I begin to understand, Congressman. Please go on.
These gentlemen, particularly the older officers, feel their commissions and their tenure have been placed in unnecessary jeopardy, sir, because of an order you have issued which seems quite capricious.
I do not relish your choice of words, sir. And I'm not capricious. Let us understand that.
Well, these officers have not used the word, sir. That is the word being applied in the Congress, sir.
By whom besides yourself?
By enough members of the House, sir, to wreck any legislation you may wish to have passed.
Are you threatening me, Congressman?
Well, nothing as drastic as a threat, Mr. President, but we do feel rather strongly that this order should be revoked.
Because your sedentary friends at their desks in the War and Navy departments are too old or too lazy to keep themselves in fighting trim?
Mr. President, you can't expect these men...
I can expect officers to keep themselves in condition to face any emergency. I can expect them to be examples to the enlisted men. I can expect them to obey orders as well as give them.
This whim of yours, Mr. President...
Whim, is it? I made a tour of inspection, sir. I know why this order is vital to the well-being of the armed forces in the nation.
This test you have set up is outrageous, overstrenuous...
What? Why, this test is something many a healthy middle-aged woman would take and pass, sir.
I don't believe that to be demonstrable, sir.
Oh, you don't? Well, sir, I'm 50 years old in a few months today. I will demonstrate this to you personally by riding the 100 miles required, not in 3 days, but in 1 day, sir. And then let your lame duck Congress protest all it wishes. As long as I am in the White House, the Army, the Navy, and the Marines will be in fighting trim at all times. And if my test weeds out the unfit officers, let them fall where they may. Good day, Mr. Congressman. Good day.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It is said that no man is a hero to his contemporaries, and that has also been true of several of our presidents. Now, thanks to the Mr. President program, we see many of our chief executives in a clearer light. We understand something of their personal problems. President Grant, for instance, has taken a lot of criticism. The not too well-known facts explain his actions. Grover Cleveland has never been cited as a great national hero, but on at least one occasion, he showed unusual courage and didn't talk about it. Many books have been written about Lincoln, but you'll hear stories on Mr. President that have never before been dramatized. The Mr. President research staff is responsible for this material. Yes, it's these little-known stories and the distinguished performance of motion picture star Edward Arnold, who plays the principal role, that make the Mr. President program a highly listenable series. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out yet who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. Congressman Randolph left my office that day in quite a huff, and I sent invitations to Surgeon General Rixey and my aide, Captain Butt, to join me on the 100-mile ride I proposed to take in one day. Both those men were close to my own age and in excellent physical condition. Starting time was set at the White House for 3:30 in the morning. Then, 2 days before the date set, I went upstairs in the White House to change for dinner and walked in on my wife and Surgeon General Rixey in serious conversation.
I know, Doctor, but you know how stubborn he is. When his mind is made up, it's made up.
Indeed, I know. But I still don't like the whole idea.
Rixey, you sound worried.
Dr. Rixey's quite worried, dear, and with reason.
That's right, Mr. President.
What's the trouble?
Principally you, dear.
What have I done now?
It's not what you have done, it's what you plan to do.
Our little ride?
Our little ride.
Dr. Rixey doesn't like the idea at all.
Then you stay in bed, Rixey, and Archie Butt and I'll go by ourselves. Plus the Secret Service, I assume. I can't seem to duck those fellows, no matter how hard I try.
You won't duck me either.
It's not himself. It's you he's worried about.
Look like a weakling, do I?
It's not your health. It's the possibility of an accident, Mr. President.
Suppose the horse stumbles in a mud hole.
The roads will be frozen hard as a rock. There's no mud in January.
Well, then ice. Suppose the horse slips and you're hurt. Dr. Rixey will be blamed for carelessness. After all, he is your personal physician.
I herewith solemnly absolve you of all blame for any accident which may befall me, Rixey. And if you want it in writing, you shall have it in writing.
It does seem rather, well, unnecessary, Mr. President, to go to all this trouble just to prove something to a few recalcitrant congressmen.
Frankly, Rixey, I don't care one way or another about those congressmen. But I do care about the condition of the armed forces. If this ride of ours will set an example, if it'll dramatize the need for bodily vigor, it will have served its purpose.
I surrender, Mr. President.
Oh, dear.
Besides, Rixey, it'll be exciting and fun. This will be some of the best fun I've had since Edith and the boys and I moved into the White House. And you're not going to talk me out of it. Not this time, you're not. Edith, there was no necessity of your getting up at this hour. Good morning, Dr. Archie.
Good morning. Is it? Good morning. Can't tell. Still too dark.
The only reason I got up, dear, was to see you leave. In this case, seeing is believing.
Then watch carefully, my dear. Now, don't worry. We'll be in Warrenton for lunch and home for dinner. That's the schedule, and we'll keep to it.
Barring accidents.
There'll be no accidents. Now, goodbye, dear. And get back into bed before you freeze to death. We're dressed for this, and you're not.
Go on, climb on your horse. I'm not going inside till you're on your way.
All right. Have it your own way. Whoa there, whoa. Easy, boy, easy. Well, here we go.
None too soon for me. It's doggone cold standing still.
And that's an understatement.
Well, then, as we used to say in the cavalry, troopers, ho! Bye, Edith. See you tonight.
Don't worry, ma'am.
We'll bring them back safely.
Bye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Well, now, look ahead. What's this we're getting into?
We're in Warrenton, it seems.
And unless I miss my guess, the major portion of the population are waiting for us at the inn.
I asked mine host to keep our visit quiet.
But unless I miss my guess, our friends of the press and of the Secret Service tipped the people off with their advanced preparations.
As usual, Doctor, as usual.
Frankly, I don't care how warm a welcome we get, as long as the food is hot, too.
I expect it will be. I'll welcome it myself. Well, Warrenton it is. And right on schedule. They're doing very well, I think.
We've been lucky. Archie's horse had me worried back there at Bull Run.
Oh, just high-spirited. He'll be fine on the way back.
If we're as fine, I'll be satisfied.
The first 50-year-old was the hardest. Shall we dismount, gentlemen?
Yeah. Mr. President, Dr. Rixey, Captain Butt, may I introduce myself? I'm Mayor Glass of Warrenton.
How do you do, sir?
I know you must be somewhat tired and certainly hungry, gentlemen, but it isn't very often that a president comes to Warrenton. We could not permit this occasion to go by without an official welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I say your people have been and are most kind?
That's just our brand of Virginia hospitality, Mr. President. We're greatly honored by your visit, and all our people appreciate both the purpose of your ride and your own heartiness.
This we didn't count on, Rixey.
Not exactly, Mr. President.
Archie, are you all right back there?
All right, I hope, sir.
What's the trouble, Captain?
Both the horse and I are traveling by ear. Neither one of us can see a thing.
Well, Archie, you want us to stop a while?
No, sir. Probably freeze to death if we stop now.
When we get to Fairfax, we'll wait out the storm.
If necessary, Doctor, if necessary.
I insist, sir. Can't have you catching pneumonia at this late date.
Never felt better in my life. It's Archie I'm worried about.
Mr. President.
Yes, Archie.
What'd you tell that congressman about your test?
That any healthy middle-aged woman could pass it.
Yes, well, Mr. President, did you have a sleet storm in January in mind when you made that statement?
Look at that storm, Captain Leonard. Just look at it.
I'd rather not, ma'am. I came through it. I'm thoroughly familiar with it. I imagine the storm found them on the other side of Fairfax Courthouse, ma'am. They had to stop and change horses there. Perhaps Dr. Rixey made them wait there for a while.
Now, you know the president better than that, Captain. Well, nothing for us to do but wait, keep the home fire burning and the toddy on the fire. Do you hear anything, Captain?
I thought I heard horses, ma'am. Probably just a passing carriage. Took them 8 hours down to Warrenton. They'd hardly be able to make it back in the same time in this kind of weather.
Just a moment, Captain. Captain Leonard, come here to the window.
If it weren't my own eyes seeing this, ma'am, I wouldn't believe it.
Come along, Captain, quickly. The least we can do is welcome the travelers at the door. Come in! Come in! Shut the door! Gentlemen, you're letting this storm invade government property.
Yes, my dear, are you all right? You weren't too worried.
Why, I didn't worry for a moment. And for heaven's sake, shut that door.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, get those wet things off, all of you.
Yes, dear, yes, dear. See how she orders the president about, Doctor? I'm glad to see you, Captain.
Glad to see you, sir. Dr. Rixey, Captain Butt.
Were you worried about us, too, Captain?
Well, your wife asked me to come over, sir. I found the fire upstairs most comfortable.
And so will we. Rixey, Archie, shall we go upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rixey.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he really all right?
Sound as a bell to all appearances, ma'am. I wish Captain Butt and I had stood it as well. I feel as if I needed to put myself to bed for a week, ma'am.
That's where he's going to stay tomorrow. You may depend on that.
On what may we depend, Edith?
On your spending tomorrow in bed.
Oh, no, you don't. We didn't take this ride so Congress could say, I told you so. Confidentially, my dear, Dr. Rixey and Captain Butt don't know it yet, but we're going for a hike in Virginia tomorrow morning, just to get the kinks out of our muscles, my dear, and to make the eyes of sitting congressmen pop out a little farther. How about it, Rixey? Are you game? Will you join me for a walk tomorrow? Well, Doctor, Captain Leonard.
President.
What brings you to the White House today, gentlemen?
That little ride we took a month ago, Mr. President.
That jaunt to Warrenton? Stopped the protest, though, didn't it? What's up?
Captain Leonard told me a story, sir. I thought you ought to hear it.
Well, Captain?
I must confess, sir, I tried to dissuade Dr. Rixey from bringing me here.
Weary of your old walking companion, eh, Captain?
Only a month more and I'll be out of your hair, my boy.
And I'll miss you, sir. We all will.
Thank you, Captain.
No more than the truth, sir. But, well, this is not exactly the kind of thing an officer feels he ought to do.
I insist, Captain.
And the doctor is a naval officer, Captain. I think you can trust his judgment.
Well, sir, after your famous ride, there wasn't any further open protest from the officer corps, sir.
I take it you're using the word open advisedly?
I'm afraid I am, sir. There has been and still is, sir, plenty of undercover complaining. Shortly after your demonstration, 2 Marine lieutenants and I decided to take our test together and get them over with for this year. We set out quite early one morning with pedometers in our pockets. We had a wonderful time. We walked the 50 miles required in 1 day, sir, not in the 3 you ordered.
Splendid. I told you it was easy, Doctor.
Wait. You haven't heard the rest.
What else?
We've been ordered by certain officials of the Navy Department to do the whole thing over again.
For heaven's sake, why?
The test wasn't correct, according to the letter of your order, sir. We did it in 1 day. You ordered it done in 3 days, sir.
Oh, such behavior makes the whole idea ridiculous, Captain.
Yes, sir.
That seems to be the idea, Mr. President. I've seen officers walking from their desks to their homes with pedometers hanging around their necks, sir.
Gentlemen, I want the names of the bureaucrats who started this nonsense. There'll be short work made of them. As long as I am president, and I'm sure as long as my successor is in the White House, the armed forces will stay in top condition, and that goes for everyone, from privates and seamen to top brass. Well, it is funny, you know. Very funny. I wonder when Congress will conceive the idea of paying our officers by the mile. Will you come upstairs a moment? We've got to tell my wife about this. She'll enjoy it as much as I have. But heaven help the men who ordered you to take the test over again, Captain. Heaven help them when I catch up with them. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Behind the pose assumed for cameras, presidents are human too. And you'll get a greater understanding of the men who have lived in our nation's White House when you hear Edward Arnold starring in Mr. President. The Mr. President program is based on little-known stories of the man America has known as president. You'll hear the intimate details that were bypassed in epoch-making headlines. Mr. President is sometimes dramatic, sometimes tragic, but always sympathetic. It's a program that removes the pedestal from our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings with great understanding beneath their political veneer. So join us when we present Mr. President with Edward Arnold playing the title role every Wednesday evening over most of these ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Not bad, Archie. Not bad at all.
I'd hate to be an African lion with you and a rifle in front of me, Mr. President.
Between your physical condition and your marksmanship, Mr. President, I judge your trip will be a successful one.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I expect it will be. In fact, I've been rather enjoying the prospect, particularly in view of the problems Bill is having getting himself a cabinet.
I've been meaning to ask you, sir, how does your wife view the prospect of your going off to Africa?
Now, I think Edith is rather liking the idea. It gets me out of the house for a while.
Oh, good for her.
Bully for her.
All well and good, but I can't help remembering how worried she was over our jaunt to Warrant. And Africa's a good deal farther.
Well, Edith isn't half as worried about African lions as she was about Washington sleet.
Well, Mr. President, you certainly set a mark for our officers to shoot at.
With walking shoes or riding boots rather than rifles, eh?
They're making bullseyes, all of them. I've been reading their medical reports. Even the desk lizards, as you call them, are getting into shape.
Wonderful, wonderful. I trust Bill will keep after them.
Well, you've given him the means, sir. The physical fitness of our officers will always be credited to President Theodore Roosevelt.
us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Joe, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Ira Marion. Heard in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson as Edith Roosevelt, John Brown as Surgeon General Rixey, Herb Butterfield as Captain Buck.
The work of our Union is the Constitution. It ordains to the President certain undeniable rights and powers. Any man or group of men who put themselves above those rights and attempt to deny those powers are also putting themselves above the Constitution.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, the man in the White House, the man chosen by his fellow citizens as our first citizen. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting, but little-known events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment.
Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghosts that are supposed to haunt houses. But there are other kinds. There are ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. Take, for instance, a tour of our nation's capital. Here, you think, Lincoln once stood as he pondered the problems of a country at war. Even as you look, your fancy conjures up the picture of that tall, gaunt figure stooped in thought. There, you muse, sat Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, discussing the future of the newborn nation. And as imagination takes hold, the powdered wigs and lace cuffs seem more real than reality itself. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who are unable to visit the Capitol, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
The worst military and economic upheaval in our history had at long last spent its fury. Our country had come face to face with tragedy of the severest order, and the end was not yet. The nation's leader, the man in the White House, had been struck down at the most critical possible time. The vice president who succeeded him realized the awesomeness of the responsibilities confronting him. One of his daughters would be his official White House hostess, and together they made a tour of the grimy, war-torn rooms.
Pretty appalling, Papa.
It'll take a lot of ingenuity as well as money to get it looking as it should again, Martha.
Oh, just look at this table leg. Isn't that awful?
Well, it could be worse. I'll bet I could even fix that leg myself.
It isn't that. It's just that there's so many little things like it that need tending to. Mounts up to a real job.
Well, I'm sure Congress will vote an appropriation to restore it to its proper condition.
The way you and Congress have been fighting like cats and dogs, I wouldn't count on it.
Martha? Where are you anyway?
Well, that sounds like your brother Robert.
He's back early from his ride. We're in the red room, Bob.
You look over the rest of the rooms and decide what's needed.
All right, I'll make out a full report.
Well, Bob, how was the ride today? You're back kind of early, aren't you?
I'm back early, all right, and believe me, it isn't a moment too soon.
You look like a thundercloud. What on earth's the matter?
Plenty.
Bob, my boy, you haven't broken your promise to me, have you? About liquor?
Oh, I stopped off at that hotel on the Georgetown Pike for a sip of ale. That's where I heard it.
Heard what?
Papa, they're spreading a rumor that the only reason you're in the White House is that you were in on the plot to assassinate your predecessor.
What's that?
Impossible.
They're spreading it as the gospel truth.
Who were these men?
I don't know. One of them called the other Mr. Black.
Robert, did this man Black or his friend mention any names you did know?
Yes, sir.
Who were they?
Well, there was just one, Senator Sumner.
Senator? Oh, no, I can't believe it. He may be bitterly against me politically, but he's a thorough gentleman.
I could be wrong. They didn't call him senator. They just said, well, the other fella said to this black that he'd heard it directly through Sumner's office.
I hope it's another Sumner. But I certainly intend to find out. Martha, fetch my hat.
The honor of your visit is as unprecedented as it is unexpected, Mr. President.
Well, it's a more serious kind of honor that makes it necessary, Senator.
Oh?
Now, I won't mince any words. My boy Robert overheard two men spreading a rumor that I was part of the plot to kill my predecessor so I could become president.
What? Wait, that's incredible.
The reason I came directly to you, sir, is that one of them told the other he had the information verified straight from your office.
Who was this man?
Well, that's a very good question.
Whoever he was, he's a confounded liar.
You don't know of any such rumor?
Of course not. I may be after your political scalp, but I'll never go after it in any way that's underhanded or sneaky.
That's how I felt when I first heard your name in connection with this rumor.
I'll do whatever I can to stifle any such lie being spread about you.
That's more than decent, and I thank you, sir.
We could be friends, you know.
I feel at this moment, sir, that we are.
I mean political friends, even though we do represent opposing parties. If only you'd be realistic in your policy toward our recent enemies.
The war is over, Senator. What they may have been recently doesn't matter. Now I'm convinced the policy of generosity and goodwill begun by the man I've succeeded is the only possible one to adopt.
The people don't agree with you. You'll soon find it out, too. Our group in the Senate is strong enough to restore military government in the occupied territory, and we're going to do it.
I'll veto any act that proposes such an outrage.
It isn't an outrage. It's a necessity. Not only for the good of the nation, but for your own good personally as well.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean that your policy has got to be reversed, or it may cost you your political life.
My political life?
Yes, sir. It's a matter that affects our whole national future. No man can be allowed to stand in the way.
I feel exactly that strongly on the subject. Only I'd amend what you say to no group of men.
You might even be arraigned, you know.
What do you mean, arraigned?
It's possible you'll be voted out of office by the Congress you insist is always wrong.
Never. Never in a million years.
You're trying single-handed to turn back a tidal wave of public opinion, Mr. President. No one can do that. You'll be drowned in the struggle and to no purpose.
Senator, I appreciate your bluntness. You're an opponent worthy of any man's mettle. I further appreciate your refusal to let our battle sink to mudslinging and vilification. But I won't end the battle because I know I'm in the right. Let me see, where did I put that rough draft? Oh, yes, here we are. This goes to the Secretary of War, Robert. See what you think of it. My dear Mr. Secretary, inasmuch as you have seen fit to side consistently with the small group of congressional leaders who oppose my policy towards those we have defeated, I feel that you will agree with me your resignation from my cabinet is to the best general interest. Therefore, your resignation will be accepted immediately upon its receipt. And then just sign it. Robert, my boy. My son, what's going to become of you?
Yes? Is that you, darling?
No, Martha, it isn't your husband, it's your father.
Oh, just a minute, Papa.
Martha, honey, I hate to bother you like this, but Robert is,
Bob, he isn't hurt.
Not the way you mean, no, but he's fallen down again.
He's drinking?
Not at this moment. He's past the stage where he's able to.
Come in and sit down, Papa.
Thank you, my dear.
Mama doesn't know?
No, and she mustn't. Bob fell asleep while I was dictating some important letters to him.
Poor Bob. He was all right until the war.
Now you just can't rely on him.
It's something inside of him. Something he wants to run away from. It'll ruin him if we don't think of some way to help him, Martha.
You know, it's odd. I was talking to Polly just yesterday. Her husband went through the same phase after he got out of the Army. Polly told me about a doctor who seems to be a wizard with this problem.
Then by all means, let's use his wizardry.
I wasn't listening too closely, so I forgot his name. But I'll get it from Polly first thing tomorrow.
Remember, we must be very careful, dear. If word of Bob's sickness should leak out, that clique in the Senate would make a political mountain of it.
Oh, but you can't keep a doctor's visits a secret.
Day after tomorrow is the annual New Year's Day reception. Why not invite the specialist? In such a crowd, we can easily manage a few quiet words with him. Have you seen the new doctor yet, Martha?
Not yet, Papa, but he promised he'd be here.
Good evening, Senator Sumner. Delighted to see you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Martha.
Senator?
And a very happy New Year to you both.
The same to you, sir.
Excuse me, please. There's the doctor, Papa. I'll go and fetch him.
Well, certainly, Martha, certainly. He sounds like a very interesting chap.
What's this, Mr. President? A new social lion on the Washington scene?
Apparently, Senator. All the ladies seem to find this doctor, what's his name, a topic of endless conversation.
I'd like to meet him. And, speaking of conversation, I'd like an off-the-record word with you sometime, too, sir.
All right, Senator. What is it this time?
Retract your request for the Secretary of War to resign.
Your group has too good a friend in the cabinet for you to want to lose him, huh?
Put it that way if you like, but he isn't going to resign.
The president has the right at all times to insist on a cabinet solidly behind his policy, Senator.
You'll soon undeceive yourself on that score. We've drafted a bill making it illegal for the president to remove from office any man whose presence in that office was made with congressional approval unless Congress shall also approve of his removal.
Have you indeed?
Now, if you would only admit...
Here we are. I suppose I'd better make this very proper and formal. Mr. President, Senator Sumner, may I present Dr. J?
I'm delighted to see you, Doctor.
The honor's entirely mine, Mr. President. Senator, I've been an admirer of yours for a long, long time.
Thank you, Doctor, but this might be a dangerous place to say that so openly.
Now, Senator, this isn't the arena. You and I have always confined our differences there.
Oh, yes, you're right. I wish...
What was that?
It came from your study, Papa.
Oh, it's probably just the cat. Excuse me, though, while I see.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll see if I can help my father.
Certainly, Martha.
Papa, there's only one thing that crash could have meant.
No, Martha. I keep no liquor.
Papa.
Poor Robert. Go and get the new doctor.
Well, Doctor?
How long has this been going on?
Ever since the war.
Another casualty.
Another casualty, yes.
You'll help him, won't you, Dr. J?
I'll do all I can, of course.
That's all we ask.
And, of course, I'll say nothing of your son's problem to anyone.
We're in your hands completely, Doctor. And now let's get back to the others before we miss Martha. Dr. J is in charge now. Dr. J tells me you're going to be all right.
Dr. J? Dr. J for jackass.
Oh, Bob.
He's an absolute nitwit. I don't care what you say.
Well, he's supposed to be a specialist on problems like yours.
Is he, Papa? What does he know about my problems?
Now, my son, I know how you feel. Miserable, both physically and mentally. Don't let's talk about it now.
Was Dr. J on that battlefield? Did he see his best friend shot down before his eyes just because he got there 2 seconds too late to help?
You never told me just what it was, Bob.
Well, I've told you now. Eddie Miller saved my life at least 3 times. When he needed me, the one time I might have saved his, I had to be late.
That's nothing to blame yourself for. I mean, it isn't as though you were late on purpose.
I might as well have been. We'd been relieved. We were behind the lines for a break. Then we were called back. I was having a good run with the dice. Took 2 more rolls, just enough to make me too late to stand by my best friend when he needed me.
But you didn't know he'd need you.
I keep seeing him. I keep seeing the look on his face. I hate myself.
Then you're the only one that does. Believe me, if your friend Eddie were here, he'd tell you the same thing.
No, he wouldn't, Papa. I know. Because he is here. He's always here.
Dr. J can help you correct that if you'll only let him.
Dr. J talks nothing but mumbo-jumbo. He belongs with our witches and Macbeth.
Bob, will you give him a fair try? If I ask you to?
You know the answer to that, Papa. I'll do anything for you.
Good boy.
Anything but keep my promise to stop drinking, it seems.
Now, that's going to be a thing of the past if only you'll cooperate with the doctor. I need you very badly, son.
Now I feel worse than ever.
No. I need your intelligence and your loyalty as my secretary. There's no one else I can trust so completely. This private war between the radicals in Congress and myself is coming to a head.
I'm glad, Pop. Because you're going to win.
Don't be too sure. They're as clever as they are powerful. Up till now, it's been a stalemate. But the stalemate is about to be broken.
Why? What's happened?
You know, of course, I asked the Secretary of War to resign. And you know he refused.
Yes. Then Congress passed that Tenure of Office Act, which declares no one whose appointment they must approve can ever be removed without the same congressional approval.
Which, of course, completely strips the presidency of any real appointed powers, or any power to remove unwanted officials. Naturally, my only course was to challenge the act.
How did you challenge it, sir?
I replaced the Secretary of War with another man and defied Congress to countermand the appointment. The Senate officially declared today that I had no authority to remove the Secretary. There's a motion in the House to have me indicted as unfit for office.
They'd never dare.
It seems they have dared. They've referred their arraignment resolution to a Senate committee headed by Stevens of Pennsylvania.
Stevens? That's terrible.
It looks bad, all right.
Bad? They'll crucify you. What can you do to nip this trumped-up business in the bud?
I can be the President of the United States. I can remind the Congress in the public forum of the press that the Constitution created certain undeniable rights. The Constitution divided the government of this nation into 3 equal parts: the judicial, the legislative, and the executive. The power to execute and administrate the government of this country is in the hands of the President, and must remain in the hands of the President because the Constitution says so.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It is said that no man is a hero to his contemporaries, and that has also been true of several of our presidents. Now, thanks to the Mr. President program, we see many of our chief executives in a clearer light. We understand something of their personal problems. President Grant, for instance, has taken a lot of criticism. The not too well-known facts explain his actions. Grover Cleveland has never been cited as a great national hero, but on at least one occasion, he showed unusual courage and didn't talk about it. Many books have been written about Lincoln, but you'll hear stories on Mr. President that have never before been dramatized. The Mr. President research staff is responsible for this material. Yes, it's these little-known stories and the distinguished performance of motion picture star Edward Arnold, who plays the principal role, that make the Mr. President program a highly listenable series. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out yet who was president when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. The struggle between the president and a powerful segment of Congress over the Tenure of Office Act was an epic one. So bitter did it rage that the Secretary of War literally refused to give up his office by living in it day and night under guard. The president had been warned he'd be fighting for his political life, and he now found it was true. The threat to put him on trial for fitness of office became an actuality, and it looked very much as if he'd be unseated and stigmatized forever.
At the height of his tension and worry over the situation, his daughter Martha roused him in the middle of the night.
Papa, wake up. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, Papa.
What's the matter?
The house is on fire.
What?
Hurry, hurry.
I must go and get your mother.
She's all right. She's out on the lawn.
Toss me that rope, will you?
Here. And your slippers are there by the bed. But hurry.
I am. How in tarnation could a fire start at this time of night?
Tucker says one of the chimneys burst a flue. Mostly the damage is in the conservatory. Hurry, Papa.
The conservatory? Any damage done there will be irreplaceable.
Plenty of time to worry about the damage later. Now we've got to get out of here.
I'm glad Bob got your mother safely outdoors, Martha.
Bob didn't help. It was Tucker. I haven't seen Bob at all.
You haven't seen him?
Not since Dr. J left after supper.
Come on.
But, Papa, we have to
All right, you go outside with the others. I'm going in here to get Bob.
Bob, wake up.
Come on, Bob, boy. The place is on fire. Wake up, wake up.
Shake him harder, Papa.
For heaven's sake, son, wake up. We've got to get out of here. Oh, I see.
What's wrong?
Everything. Look here under his pillow.
Looks like it's a bottle.
A rum bottle. Go get Tucker, Martha. He'll have to help me get the boy out of here.
There's no time for that. Here, take his shoulders. I'll get his feet.
Where's your mother, honey?
On the east lawn.
Then we'll take Bob out the west door. Your mother mustn't see him like this.
Sure you won't join me, Mr. President?
No, thank you.
Well, then, your health. Ah, that takes the sting and nip out of the air.
Pray help yourself, Doctor. But to get back to my son, I don't understand what you just said.
I thought I said it quite plainly, Mr. President. My fee in this case will be a political one.
That's what I don't understand.
I happen to agree with Senators Sumner and Stevens about the softness of your post-war policy.
That's your privilege.
So it is. And therefore I feel it my duty to do all I can to persuade you to change it.
Your tone of voice interests me as much as what you say. Just how would you define all you can do?
Your son is in my sanatorium as a confirmed alcoholic.
Go on.
Must I, sir?
Oh. If I don't knuckle under to Stevens and his crowd, the news will somehow leak out about Robert. Is that it? And, of course, in leaking out will be wildly exaggerated.
That's about the size of it, yes.
Tell me, Doctor.
Yes?
How many medical men are there in this country?
Why, I really couldn't say.
5,000, 10, 15?
Well, what are you driving at?
Whatever the actual figure, it's a sizable one, isn't it?
Well, certainly.
And one little pipsqueak like you, one black-hearted little toad, can besmirch the integrity of all those decent thousands? Why, you're a disgrace to the medical profession.
No, you're wrong as usual, Mr. President. Technically, I have never belonged to the medical profession.
So, you're a charlatan, just as Robert said you were. A charlatan and a blackmailer.
Calling me names may give you satisfaction, but they're a waste of time. You see, it boils down to this. How much is your son's reputation worth to you?
I don't suppose there's any use at all pointing out to you what such a scandal would do to his mother.
That's right. No use at all.
We lost our oldest boy in the war and a son-in-law, too. Now his war experiences are costing us Robert. And you aim to capitalize on it?
I'll do more than that to make the people responsible for the war pay for it. I'll do more than that to end this mollycoddling attitude of yours.
More? What more is there you could do?
You still haven't given me your answer, Mr. President.
The decision you're asking me to make will take some thinking over. I'd like to have a talk with Senator Sumner before I let you know.
Very well. But I've got to know within 24 hours.
Oh, you'll know long before that, Doctor. And now do me the favor of getting out of my sight.
What a ghastly thing, Mr. President. I can hardly believe any man would stoop to such a trick.
Then you know nothing about it, Senator Sumner?
Nothing whatsoever.
I'm glad to hear it. I've already had Bob taken away from the sanatorium. Now I'll have this doctor prosecuted for fraud and attempted blackmail.
Take my advice. Forget the attempted blackmail. He'll still be able to tear your son's reputation apart if you charge him with it.
Had such a dirty scheme been mentioned to me, I'd have pointed out that we're going to remove you from office without the need of any such thing.
You're still sure of that, are you?
More so than ever.
You don't say it with much satisfaction.
I hate having to say it at all, but your policies are hindering the post-war recovery. Since you refuse to alter them, you've got to be unseated. That does not alter my personal feelings toward you, though, and I hate to be a party to an action that I know must hurt you very deeply.
Every man must follow his own conscience, Senator. My own is clear in regard to my treatment of the people we took arms against. If your conscience lets you commit the disgraceful act of indicting a president of the United States, then your conscience must bear whatever burden is the result.
You see, Papa, what did I tell you?
By one vote, Stevens and Sumner failed by just one vote. 35-19. One more vote, and they'd have had the two-thirds majority they needed.
But they didn't have it. You're completely vindicated.
Not just me personally, Martha. Also the office I've tried to honor by executing it with fairness and justice to everyone. The president ceases to be a private citizen for the reason that the minute he assumes office, he stops being only a man and becomes a symbol as well. A symbol of the power of the people to elect anyone among them to represent them all. All elective office holders to lesser and greater degrees also symbolize this power. The president further symbolizes the trust of the public in their government's ability to accept and administer the nation's progress with foresight and sincerity. To jeopardize the right of the president to administer the office he was elected to is to jeopardize the public trust. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Behind the pose assumed for cameras, presidents are human too. And you'll get a greater understanding of the men who have lived in our nation's White House when you hear Edward Arnold starring in Mr. President. The Mr. President program is based on little-known stories of the man America has known as president. You'll hear the intimate details that were bypassed in epoch-making headlines. Mr. President is sometimes dramatic, sometimes tragic, but always sympathetic. It's a program that removes the pedestal from our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings with great understanding beneath their political veneer. So join us when we present Mr. President with Edward Arnold playing the title role every Wednesday evening over most of these ABC stations. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It's certainly peaceful out here in your piazza, Mr. President.
Have a cigar, Senator?
Yeah, thank you.
Tell me, how does it feel to be free of public responsibility for a change?
I really can't tell yet. I'm still not used to the idea of being out of office. What about yourself?
Oh, well, I kind of miss it. I kind of got a hankering to go back to the Senate.
Then you'll do it.
You really think so?
Knowing you as I do, yes. It may take some time to regain public confidence after those impeachment proceedings, Andrew Johnson. But the people will eventually recognize you as a hard-working and well-intentioned, loyal American.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Toll, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Bernard Dougal. Heard in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence as Martha, Michael Hayes as Robert Johnson, and your narrator, Ted DeCorsia, as Senator Sumner. Our story was based on incidents in the life of President Andrew Johnson.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This program came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.